started with Alex Jones. It was on 4chan, and then Alex Jones posted it, and then this was like 3 years ago, and then everybody started using that to say we're paid.
All right, let me get this panel organized.
Mayor, if I can make a preliminary statement, I'm curious for what others on the panel think about this, but it doesn't really feel like the table is set appropriately to the magnitude of what may happen if Trump is actually arrested. Typically for something like this, if you're going to have such a major history impacting event, there's a little bit more fanfare in the months ahead. There's more table setting. There's more, hyperventilation in mainstream media in the weeks and months leading up to it in order to really create that sense of a predicate that what's happening is justified. And as I watched the events unfold today, I can't help but think, the table is very, very much not set for this in terms of mood in the country. And there's a certain laziness to the way that this is being orchestrated that makes me question a number of other aspects about it. But I'll turn it over.
I'm actually fascinated to learn more about this. By the way, on a financial side, there's a lot of things happening as well. A lot of news there. I know we're not covering this now. We'll probably cover it either later tonight or tomorrow. There's a lot of developments. Just going through them now. And there's Ukraine developed as well with Chinese President Xi going to see, visiting Putin. And had a nice, is that Ian there? Did I hear Ian, how are you?
Yeah. Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. Good. What the fuck's going on today? Updates in the financial world. We got Xi and Putin, President Xi and Putin having a good time, and then we got all the developments regarding Trump.
Yeah, and we also have a development with Joe Biden vetoing an anti-ESG rule that was passed in both chambers of Congress.
Meaning that Democrats also passed the bill.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, Democrats passed the bill, and he wants to promote this woke ESG agenda, which the bill would have prevented retirement funds, 401ks, anything government related from being wasted in ESG.
So it's the Environment, Social and Governance Act?
That's right. Yeah, he vetoed it.
Can you tell us more about what the act is, like just the basics of it? The facts.
The bill would have basically prevented the federal government from using pension funds, retirement funds, 401ks, things like that, from being spent on ESG-based investments. The ESG is pretty unreliable, as you saw at SVB recently. It's one of the big reasons for their downfall. And both House and the Senate, and this is a bipartisan measure, passed a bill, right, to prevent the government from spending money in ESG, and Biden vetoed it. This is his first veto ever since taking office. He has never vetoed anything in his life.
Okay, at least that's a positive note. Him not having vetoed many things. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, yeah, but also it shows that he is willing to use his unilateral power to dismiss anything that even both parties want.
We've had other presidents veto things passed by both the House and the Senate, no?
Yeah, but it's very rare. It's extremely rare.
Okay, what we do is
in general tend not to do this, and not for stuff like this. I mean, there's pretty good reason to shut down ESG. As like I said, with SVB and all these other banks going belly up, a lot of their investments are in ESG, and they don't pan out really well. I mean, if you want to see how bad ESG is, look at Haiti and then Sri Lanka. What's their ESG rating? It's 99% out of 100%. That's terrible. I mean, if you're good at ESG, that means you fucking suck. All
right, guys. So I'm gonna. I think we can start kicking things off.
Yeah, for sure.
What do we know? Nick, do you want to give us Nick Slyman? I know you guys have been looking into this deeply. What do we know so far regarding the headaches that Trump is facing? The legal headaches.
We don't exactly know when this grand jury indictment's going to come down.
We're talking about the New York one now.
The New York grand jury indictment, yes. We don't know if that'll come down today or if it'll come down Wednesday. It is worth noting, though, that grand jury indictments in the United States, they come at about a 98 to 99% indictment rate. So it's hardly even a question as to whether or not he will be indicted by a grand jury, just when. And earlier today, we saw NYPD setting up barricades all in front of the courthouse there in Manhattan. They've mobilized 700 riot cops. Don't exactly know what they're anticipating, but I guess we'll find out. They're apparently, if there is an indictment today, it will be late tonight or early Wednesday.
So what can you explain? So what's the process? What do we? I know we got some attorneys that will be coming in, some prosecutors coming in stage in a bit. But what is an indictment, and what is the process? How does it work?
So essentially, you have the district attorney up there in New York that presents evidence to a grand jury. There's witness testimony and stuff in front of that grand jury as well. And based on that evidence that is presented and that testimony that's given, the grand jury can decide whether or not to actually bring up charges on an individual. In this case, the former president of the United States. And that was what I was saying. When the DA does push for a grand jury indictment, that does happen at a 98 to 99% rate. So I think that's a very important thing to note. Okay,
and then so once they indict him, what will be the next step? And what does an indictment itself mean?
The indictment itself is basically saying that they are going to bring him up on charges. They're going to pursue the case.
Okay. And then the next step. And then what will be the next step?
After the arrest, trial.
No, so after the indictment, they arrest him. So how long between the indictment and the arrest usually?
It would be as soon as tomorrow. If he was indicted today, he would be he'd most likely be arrested tomorrow. However, there's a lot more to this. New York can't go down to Florida and send him back to New York. They can't take him back to New York with them. But what would most likely happen is Trump would willingly go through the process. He'd go up to New York, turn himself in. He'd be booked. Probably
he wouldn't, but he probably would not do it voluntarily. He'd want, like, from a PR perspective, getting.
No, he said he would. He already said a statement that he would go down by himself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Although the latest is that they might do a virtual arrest or indictment there. That they might do it over Zoom. We'll have to see. The videos show they are putting up barricades around certain precincts. Potential places where Trump would relieve himself to the authorities there if he were to be arrested. But the latest rumors are that perhaps they'll do this virtually just to avoid any sort of confrontation, which, of course, is ironic because there are lots of parties involved who would love to see Trump in handcuffs. That is, the people who have opposed Trump for years. But I'm pretty certain that, it in some ways doesn't hurt Trump's cause. I'm sure he doesn't want to be arrested, but that photo op it will probably be, the photo of the century right now.
Yeah, I think what we...
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a really good photo op for those who hate Trump. I think it's going to be done quietly, and there probably won't even be a perp walk. It's just going to be done kind of behind closed doors, just for security reasons, I think.
And so once he turns himself in, what would happen next? So he's under arrest. What's the next step? What's the process like? I'm just trying to imagine the entire process from beginning to obviously not to end.
So just to help out here, one thing that'll happen is, once he's arrested, they'll go through the typical arrest process, take his fingerprints, do all the administrative.
And they'll do that photo, the mugshot, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, all that sort of thing, and that's he is under criminal charges, so therefore the arrest is taking place. Once the administrative paperwork's done, then he is brought before a judge, where the formal indictment is presented to him and his lawyers, and there are basic administrative things there, including he can make a plea. There are processes by which a plea can be avoided for a time based on various court procedures, but he does go before a judge where the indictment is presented formally. A lot of that has been done in the background to his lawyers in that process, but then the court will go through the formal presentation of the indictment. A plea is typically offered, and then a court date is set. And at that point, it's likely, from everything we're hearing, that he'll be released, and then they'll begin the process of the
He'll be
trial.
released on the same day?
Yes, probably
Okay.
almost immediately.
Well, that's what we're hearing now. That doesn't always happen in criminal cases. Sometimes in criminal cases, the judge will require a time in jail to hold them under certain reasons. Bail can be set in that hearing, all those formal things. But what we're hearing so far is that he'll be let go after this.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that this could go on for 2 years before it even gets to trial. So, just to add on to Jim's point there too. I mean, he could potentially be
and
before then.
Trump's the master at delaying too, so I wouldn't be surprised if
net this, at least this particular case, it can't work against him. It's going to become a political cry. Politically speaking, that's a win for Trump. If it takes 2 years before he goes to court, then, and if he's president by then, can he pardon himself?
Well,
no, he cannot pardon himself because this is not a federal indictment.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hey, someone's very. Can you're very, very echoey. Say that again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll move my face closer to the mic. I said that no, he cannot pardon himself. This is a state thing. This is not
federal.
federal
Fair point. Fair point. So that means
he'd need the governor of New York to pardon him.
And good luck with that.
Get pardoned.
Well, but by the way, good luck to being convicted. So there's a real process here of trying to figure out if that's even the case at all. Also, so from the political thing though, to address what you were talking about, it's my personal estimation that first of all, it radically energizes his base. Now, in a political election, that's a huge advantage for a candidate if they're willing to work hard. Make contact with people, do all those kind of basic, mundane, and frankly boring things that campaigns need to do to be successful. And I've run so many over 30 years. I'm just telling you that's the major fight for any campaign. So he'll have a highly energized base, which is going to help him in the nomination process. I would say that it gives him a greater leg up than he already has. Now, we haven't been able to process, for example, Ron DeSantis' strength because he has not announced, and every poll that is taken that shows what his standing is based upon a question about his announcement, even though most people accept the fact that he will. Still, your average voter taking a poll doesn't know for certain if someone's running. So if he were to announce, then that starts getting processed. I still think Trump is pretty well ahead in the primary. Now, the other aspect of it, moving further, say he is able to get the nomination, then he's still going to have a very energized base, and maybe even more so, because what you have at that point, if Joe Biden is the nominee, is any negatives that Joe Biden has, and even though his party was successful from avoiding disaster this last election cycle, there's still a lot of negatives in the polls, and people are looking more to the candidate, meaning Joe Biden in this instance, during a presidential election, than looking to that president, in this case the Democrat president Joe Biden, sitting there in an off-year election. That has an effect, and the negatives are there, but what's going to happen is now those negatives are targeted and focused on that candidate that has them. Trump has his negatives too, by the way, and people will note that. But you add an energized base and the negatives that Joe Biden has because of issues like the economy and some other issues, that's going to actually, in my opinion, I think net be favorable to Trump. I'm not determining the outcome here.
I agree with you to some extent. I agree that in the primaries it's going to help him significantly, but I think once you get to the general election, there's going to be energy on both sides. I don't know if it helps him in the general election.
There will be energy on both sides, but I'm going to tell you this: Joe Biden, the core energy for Trump is going to grow dramatically through this primary process. If he's successful, and in the manner that I'm currently predicting, that core energy is much stronger. Now, there will be anger in the Biden base against Donald Trump, and for some people, something akin to fear about Trump getting elected again. And that will provide energy. But the core energy that Donald Trump would have after a nomination, where people already feel that they want a retributive result, in other words, to make up for what happened in 2020, is definitely going to be politically much stronger. And I'm just saying this from years of running campaigns. I'm not saying this out of hopefulness. That's just the way it will be.
You also got to keep in mind that what Trump does is also extremely important. Like right now, he's alienating anyone who supports DeSantis by using these false claims against DeSantis. Like today, he put out a really nasty thing, essentially taking a screenshot of Midas Touch, which is a leftist organization, falsely accusing DeSantis of being a child groomer. When you put stuff like that out, that loses a lot of people in the moderate center. It loses
also, I can see it. I can see this affecting him as far as donors goes. If he's indicted, if he has multiple indictments, if he gets one in Manhattan, gets one in Georgia, then if he gets one from the federal government, I think he's going to have issues raising money.
Why?
I think donors are going to go to
I'll tell you why right now. Since this is
that's your expertise. Exactly.
So
Perfect.
I will tell you, a year ago, 2 years ago, you would mention the name Trump, the NRSC, RNC, anyone would just throw the name in there, and it would do very well. Fundraising would just roll in. But sometime around March of last year, when things really started to go downhill economically and everything else there, and even right now, I've got several clients and several other sort of peers that I see sending out text messages and emails on Trump and potentially being arrested, and it's not going anywhere. There's just not a lot. There's a lot of fatigue, and there's a lot of it just doesn't carry sort of the excitement it did before. I think that, as I said on our spaces the other day, I think Trump's biggest weakness is just Trump fatigue. People kind of just say, look, I got bigger issues to fry. Why does this guy always have to be in the news, right? He was the right pit bull at the moment, the right bull in the china shop we needed. And now I think there's a lot of people who are ready to move on. It seems like, the two people who really want him in handcuffs are Trump himself and then the DA and other people. It's a weird circular firing squad going on right now.
Well, that's my question, actually. I'm just wondering, actually, what are the odds that Trump almost orchestrated this? Because this information wasn't, made public by the Democrats at that point. And like you said, it really benefits Trump to shout it from the hilltops because it energizes his voter base. And then on top of that, I'm just wondering, does this benefit the Democrats if Trump energizes the voter base, wins the primaries over DeSantis? Because I guess the question is, who's the bigger threat as well? Is it DeSantis or is it Trump to the Democrats? So
a lot of polling shows that moderates support DeSantis over Trump. So the Democrats want Trump to win the primary. They're doing what they did in 2016 before.
Yeah, I agree with Ian there. I agree with Ian. I think Republicans most Republicans right now want Trump, but I think if it got to the general election, I think DeSantis would have a better shot at beating Biden or whoever the Democrats put forward.
So it's a smart move strategically. Trump is buying, is actually walking hook and sinker because of his ego, I would say. And then the Democrats are kind of laying it out because there was no the odds of really convicting Trump are it's not as smart. It's purely politics from the sounds of it. And so, but it's from a strategic point of view, if they could get Trump in the primary, weirdly enough, it kind of benefits them. So is this all kind of just political strategy?
Well, one thing to keep in mind here, listen, all the points that Justin made, Ed and Ian, and even what you're talking about, Catherine, are all valid points, and I think will be part of this process. But let's game this out just a little bit. Take the only two cases that are likely to come out with indictments are the one we're considering for tomorrow and the one in Georgia. Now, let's look at them substantively. And I'm getting to a political point here. I'm just making a quick legal argument. Both cases are frankly very weak. So, for example, this one in New York is already being touted as something on the order of a process crime like they did against Peter
Let me, Jim,
Navarro
let me
against
interrupt you. Let me
Michael.
interrupt you quickly.
Yeah.
I'm just going to read out. This Reuters put out a piece a few minutes ago. A lot of this information we know, but let me just read it out for anyone in the audience that's just catching up with all this. And we'll see if Vivek can join us again. That would be great. Workers erected barricades around a Manhattan courthouse on Monday as New York City braced for a possible indictment of Donald Trump over alleged hush money payment to a porn star during his. So we know the hush money to what's her name?
Stormy Daniels.
Yeah. The barriers went up in preparation for what would be the first ever criminal case against a U.S. president, 2 days after he urged his followers on social media to protest, and he said what he said was his looming arrest. A grand jury was expected to indict Trump late on Monday or on Wednesday, according to Politico, for arranging payments to Stormy. Trump, who's seeking the Republican nomination, blah, blah, blah. But on Monday, the grand jury still appeared to be collecting evidence before deciding whether charges were warranted. So we don't know that charges that he'll be facing any charges. According to a source familiar with the matter, lawyer Robert Costello was due to appear before the closed-door panel at the request of Trump's lawyers because he might provide information that would challenge earlier testimony by Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer. Cohen himself was headed back to the courthouse, another source said, after the Manhattan District Attorney's Office asked that Cohen be available as a rebuttal witness. The investigation by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is one of several legal challenges facing Trump. We've gone through them on the weekend. We'll summarize them in a bit as well. So who can summarize? Who can give us a bit of insight into Robert Costello's role in all this?
So what I understand is Costello was an attorney for Michael Cohen. He was kind of like the go-between between Trump and Cohen at one point. He also, according to Cohen, offered a pardon to Cohen, but we don't know how accurate that is. That's Cohen's words. But Trump basically wants Costello to paint a poor picture of Cohen and paint him as somebody who's untrustworthy to the grand jury, so that maybe they don't take his words as much as they would, and maybe they don't issue an indictment. Like somebody else said earlier, I think the indictment's probably coming down regardless. It's people say, you can indict a ham sandwich. So I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. I think in New York State, you do got to give the defendant or the assumed defendant the opportunity to testify before the grand jury or send somebody on your behalf. I think this is what Trump's doing here. As far as whether it's going to benefit Trump or not, I highly doubt it. It might even benefit the prosecution in this case, because they can kind of get a sense of what Costello would say under oath to a regular jury, to a trial jury. So whether it benefits one party or the other, I don't know, but it is taking place today.
Okay, we do have. Go ahead, Jim. I'll give you the mic. Let me let the audience know that we do have a few special guests that will be joining us on this show to discuss the matter. We do have prosecutors as well coming in, as we had on the weekend, to kind of break down what we could expect. So we'll give you, we'll be introducing them throughout the show. But yeah, go ahead, Jim. Jim?
Sorry, I was going to share it to someone I was going to invite. I apologize, I didn't do it quickly enough. So anyway, there's already a lot of questions about the veracity of this case and why it's being brought as compared to would it be brought to an average person. I'm not arguing the merits of that one way or the other. I'm just talking about the fact that that's out there, and it is a substantive question. But you go into the Georgia case as well, and I've heard the audio of the conversation more in context, and I think there is enough reason to believe that that Donald Trump was having a conversation about what he felt were strong legal arguments on the advice of his counsel. Anyone can argue whether they're strong. The fact is that he was within his rights to check into that. That is going to bring that into dispute one way or the other. And of course, all these things are subject to grand juries and the ability to make a good case and what an actual jury trial would bring about. But the reason I bring those questions up, because they are questions, is that it's not going to reduce energy that might accrue to Trump's favor. And again, I'm saying all this in the rubric of someone who is a very weak candidate. There's already news reports today.
But look, Jim, I'm gonna let me jump. I'm gonna get back to topic, Jim. I just want to go. I'm just reading all the quotes by different senators, and maybe you can kick it off on this particular point, Jim, and then we'll go to other panelists. I'm really curious on how this will impact elections. So I'm going to read out what Jen Psaki said, the former White House press secretary. Yes, it's safe to bet that Trump will try to weaponize this for political gain. We have watched him do that plenty of times before. Does anyone disagree that this will benefit Trump politically? Disagree? Anyone who thinks that this will not benefit Trump and even harm Trump's?
I still think it could go either way. I don't want to commit to saying one way or the other. I could see instances where it will help him, but I can also see instances where it's going to hurt him. I think we have to wait and see as the case progresses. Like right now, once he's indicted, I think that's going to, at that moment, that will help him politically. But as it unfolds, it could go in many different directions.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt him in the end, only because it is a wrongful incident that is misjustice is being put upon him, but it's misjustice for paying off a porn star to keep quiet. And DeSantis made a point of calling that out today. And anytime that's brought to the forefront, it gives me icky feelings, right? It gives anyone icky feelings. And so it's the issue is, man, this is a real, miscarriage of justice, but the reason why he's being indicted is still just really gross and icky.
Well, just to clarify that, though, let's keep in mind that that would typically be the case. I mean, shoot, I've been telling people recently as I've been talking about this, that Donald Trump, I've never liked his moral character. I was not initially supportive of him in 2016. I came around because I felt he was a stronger candidate. But listen, that is only what you said, Justin, is only strong to the extent that every other factor is not positive for him. I still think Joe Biden, who they're very concerned whether he will have to put up a real campaign this time. Like, he's going to have to move around. Can he do that? He seems intent to run. If he does, then people see the alternative in Trump. They're not even going to look at the story Danielson, which isn't even as bad as the audio that of very nasty things that he said that came out in 2016.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so, right now we're very zoomed in to the immediate details around this, which totally makes sense for setting the table on it. But at some point, I think to actually answer some of these difficult questions, we need to zoom out and look at the bigger picture here. I was only able to join the last space on this topic for a couple of minutes before I had to jump on a plane. But we were talking then about the Soros financial backing of Alvin Bragg. And I know that there was some discussion. I think Ed had.
So, Mike, does anyone have the numbers on how much Soros backs Bragg?
$1 million. So Bragg was backed by Color of Change. Soros gave $420 million to the in the aggregate to the local DA races. 1 million of which was given to Color of Change. Color Change's campaign to back Bragg. So it's $1 million, which is a lot.
Okay, it is a lot. Because I just think, like, when you're talking about such big numbers, doesn't mean that people like Soros have pretty much their tentacles everywhere.
Right. Well, 20% of like the geographic landmass of the U.S. right now is currently governed at the DA level by Soros-backed DAs. It's a $500 million fund, and I want to. I don't. By the way, there's a few things I want to just sort of lay out at the outset here. I know that last time. Now, I'm not saying this even really in a judgmental way. I'm simply going to describe the facts as they are, and then we can sort of talk about and debate it. But one thing I just want to sort of knock out the way out front is that when this came up in a little bit last time, I think Ed sort of interjected sort of the vein of anti-Semitism or something into this thing.
That was Brian. That was
okay. Brian, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Ed, Ed, you're gonna get into it as well. Whatever Brian messes up, you're into it. Whatever you mess up, I'm joking.
No, Brian, I don't agree with Brian on anything he said.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike.
It's one of these things where I would love to hear what the response is to some of the issues, because this is going to eventually come out and become talked about at a larger level. So we sort of have a unique opportunity to get in front of it. So one of the things that's fascinated me just from my sort of State Department and foreign policy background is the role of the foreign policy establishment in many of the destabilizing events in the Trump term and in the Trump campaigns. For example, for all of the rhetoric about Trump's domestic offenses against democracy and against human rights, or you name it, the thing that he was impeached for in 2019 was Ukraine policy. It was that same sort of military, intelligence, and diplomatic spheres comprising the foreign policy establishment that is largely what people are referring to when they use terms like deep state. You have a unique situation here with Soros and the financial ties to the Ukraine war, which add a motive to a Soros-backed DA being the one to basically do, arguably, and we can debate this, trumped-up charges against Trump. Let me just paint the picture a little bit here, right? So, Soros has been the private sector civil society arm of the U.S. State Department and the National Endowment for Democracy since the National Endowment for Democracy was created in 1983. Soros was a huge part of the Central and Eastern European destabilization efforts and regime change efforts that ultimately gave rise to the U.S. winning the Cold War. In everything from Ukraine to Moldova to Poland, even with the Solidarity movement there. Soros has massive financial investments in the energy space. In particular, probably the number one most high octane geopolitical struggle in the world right now in the industrial level is around the access to energy markets in Europe and the story about Gazprom in Russia and naphtha gas in Ukraine and Burisma, which ties into this whole Hunter Biden thing. George Soros, you can even read the DC leak docs from 2015, but it's, you can Google any of this stuff, immediately to see everything I'm talking about. George Soros has provided hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars pumped into over years into Ukrainian civil society for influence over Ukraine's domestic political affairs. And the number one chief objective he's had at the financial level there has been chopping up naphtha gas. Naphtha gas is Ukraine's sort of equivalent of Gazprom. It's the public gas transit company that Burisma is a private sector company underneath it that feeds into it. So, Ukraine sits on probably the biggest gas play in all of Europe. They've got I think the third largest shale reserves in the Donbass. I think they have the second largest endogenous gas reserves after Norway in the entire EU. The play has been to break Russia off of, since the 20th century. Europe has been completely dependent on Russia.
Mike, I'm trying to get lost, man. It's like how's that related to the Trump indictment?
Well, here's the thing. Trump's foreign policy. Okay, let me just make this really simple. Trump's foreign policy on Ukraine massively threatens the Soros empire's financial bread and butter. Okay, Soros is massively invested in Halliburton, who does the oil processing the oil exploration all over Ukraine. Soros is massively invested in the Ukrainian energy story, both in Ukraine itself and in the feeder countries like Poland. If Trump wins the election and changes the current trajectory of the foreign policy establishment's Ukraine policy, the Soros empire is existentially threatened by that. Soros needs the battering ram of the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. State Department, and intelligence services in order to preserve the gas play happening right now in Ukraine. It makes total sense that he would subsidize someone to take Trump out of the equation. And furthermore, I should add, that's not unlike the rule of law predicate blueprint that Soros has run a dozen times before in countries around the world. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, well, I mean, George Soros, he's the biggest political contributor out of anybody in the whole world as far as U.S. politics goes. And he donates entirely to Democrats. So I mean, that can be expected. He's gonna donate money to all Democratic politicians, including DAs. But the same thing happens with the Republicans as well. I mean, there's Republicans donating $80 million every election cycle. So I mean, I
Yeah,
think
but Ed,
No,
there's a
I
big
don't see this
difference.
as being. Yeah, sorry, I don't see this as being a
There,
Democrat-Republican thing. Like I just mentioned, Soros is a major investor in Halliburton. Most people associate Halliburton with Dick Cheney. This is a foreign policy establishment story. It's much bigger than Republican Democrat.
yeah,
And in
but
fact,
I mean,
yeah,
Soros
but
invests probably how many DAs did Soros put money into? How many senators? How many
$40 million.
congressmen?
25 of them, $40 million.
well,
Listen,
420
people
million.
forget that George Soros is a hedge fund guy and an investor. Like he does have a political opinion, and I think it does tend to lean to the left in various ways.
Well,
But
I mean,
this is the guy.
he's never donated to. He never donates
No,
to
hold on
Republicans.
a second, Ed. Ed, let me just give you some context here. This
That's
is
not
the
true. He partnered with
guy.
the Koch Institute.
This is the guy all the way back in the 1980s, I think it was the late 1980s, that totally took down one of the major currencies in the world, the British pound. Like he did it all by himself. He did it by stirring discord and stirring problems. Like I don't think George Soros is primarily a political guy at all. He's all about what's going to work for him in the investments he has. He figured out a long time ago, which by the way, a lot of hedge fund people do, but he has just done it on a bigger scale. He figured out a long time ago how to tweak the political agenda in various countries where he has investments so that he can profit from it, whether he shorts it or goes long on it.
But it's really, right, Jim, it's relatively common for large hedge fund managers, hedge funds, to impact currencies of different countries, and there's been many instances in which they've been blamed. But I think the point,
Axelrod for billions is who
the point you're making though, Jim, is that he's more of a capitalist than political ideologies.
Well, I'm not sure I'd use the term capitalist. If you want to say crony capitalist, then yeah, I'll use that. But that's
like he's caring. So essentially, he cares more about money.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole premise behind hedge funds, as you know, Mario.
But again, like this whole. But just to come back to this New York case, and I know Jim,
It's more. I would actually disagree, Jim, and say that it's half political, half of it is capitalism.
Yeah, but if it's but Ian, what I want to say is, and Nick, I know you're going to have updates for us from the ground. You've got a correspondent there. And also for anyone listening, now this news, the YouTube channel is just streaming. It's lame. It's just this bunch of people standing in front of the courthouse, a lot of press, and people holding, one holding arrest Trump sign, another one holding, do you see Trump cheating? So you can check that. Go ahead, Nick.
Up top that actually has the video from our on the ground correspondent out there. She's got there's one protester and 50 journalists that are currently standing there. As well as
I just find it absurd. Someone's got to tell me why everyone's going to show up in New York City to support a Republican president. Like that's crazy.
Well, they would if it was closer to an election. But I think the thing is, look, there's Trump is the only one really declaring.
Justin, I want you to talk more about the fatigue, Justin. But before doing that, I want to go back to the whole Soros planning to do all this. I need to look into it further to get a better understanding. So I'm learning as we talk about it. But
what question did you have?
Yeah, so the question.
Let's go to the DeSantis clip in a second because
he
talks about Soros succinctly.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll ask my question and then we'll get quick answers and we'll go to the clip. But my question is, if this is a political strategy, if the indictment before the hearing starts is going to be a 2-year window, it's not going to harm. I'm just talking about this particular investigation, the New York one. It's not really going to harm. If anything, it's going to benefit him politically. So if it is a strategy to bring him down, so he loses the election, it doesn't seem like the best strategy. I'm referring on this particular case.
No, he'll win the primary. But then he'll lose the general election.
But we're not even sure. Right? But we're not even sure how. Like some of us say this will benefit him for the general election. Others disagree. I've heard more people say. Elon kind of tweeted about it. A bunch of others. A lot of people are saying that this will most likely benefit him in the general election. So I'm saying
don't forget the anger that his opponents have, like the visceral hatred that certain people in the Democrat Party have for Donald Trump. By the way, just as people on the right do for Joe Biden. Like you've got certain people in political places of power who are totally willing to do anything they can, scorched earth, to take down people that they have this much visceral hatred for.
They're going to drive him insane, and he is going to be extra vindictive against the Democrats, which will in turn mobilize a lot of Democrats to come out swinging against him. Right? They are going to back Biden all of the way, because they're going to realize that, okay, if Trump enters office, he's going to destroy the Democratic Party, right? He's going to absolutely ravage the Democrats, and they cannot have that happening. This, if anything, is going to mobilize the Democrats to actually vote for a flagging president who is destroying the economy right now. People will not be thinking, oh my God, the economy is going to shit. They will not be thinking about this. They'll just be thinking, Trump is going to turn into this massive fascist that we've been calling him all along, and we have to keep him out of office. This is what the Democrats are going to be gunning up, from day one, the instant he wins the primary. This is going to be the single message that they send out there, that he has to lose.
I also think this is going to interfere greatly with his attempts to campaign. If you're fighting an indictment, if you're under criminal charges and trying to, have court filings, have, court appointments while you're campaigning, that's going to be really difficult to do. And who knows, he might be convicted. He might be convicted, or he might be, exonerated by the time the election comes along. So it's really hard to say how this is going to all unfold.
Ed, I've got a question for you, Ed, and it's linked to what we've been discussing in terms of Soros. I mean, classically, liberals were against this, but isn't this like just zooming out a bit, isn't this a huge problem where you have someone like Soros who is basically funding DA officers, funding the DA, who in turn is able to indict the president of the United States, or the former president of the United States? Doesn't that demonstrate that he actually essentially has more power than even the president? Isn't that a problem in the entire structure of the United States right at the moment?
I don't think there should be this much money by any one person going into politics. I agree with that. But I mean, you look at Soros, I think he contributed over $128 million in the last election cycle. But there's also Republicans like Kenneth Griffin, who's a hedge fund manager as well, donated $72 million to the Republicans. And yeah, it's on both sides. And I think it's toxic. I don't like that much money being in politics whatsoever.
So it's not the money I'm talking about, Ed. Money is a separate issue, and you're quite right. It's all about whoever gets the most funding ends up getting elected, and I guess that's another more deeper issue, which I guess we're not going to discuss here, but at this point. But specifically, the fact that you can essentially pay for a DA to be in place, and a DA is there to prosecute, and he can prosecute the president of the United States, is almost giving someone who is unelected a large amount of power, and isn't that a problem?
Yeah, but I mean, he is elected. The DA is elected, so
no, Soros isn't elected. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. So I mean, it's been going on for years, where politicians from both sides give money to DAs, and those DAs are in place, and they can prosecute whoever they want as long as they can get a grand jury to agree with them and hand down the indictment.
Yeah, I think, Ed, the issue is that the type of AG that Soros goes after has this same vein of critique. They come in, they lower the standards for criminality, they lower the standards for jail time. They become basically a hands-off prosecutor for serious crimes. It seems to backfire as it has in many of these even blue cities. So we'll have to see how that goes. Let me play this clip real quick.
Yes,
a lot of people were hammering DeSantis for not responding this morning. He was asked by a reporter about this, and here was his reply.
Extradition to New York.
So I've seen rumors swirl. I have not seen any facts yet, and so I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know this: the Manhattan District Attorney is a Soros-funded prosecutor. And so he, like other Soros-funded prosecutors, they weaponize their office to impose a political agenda on society at the expense of the rule of law and public safety. He has downgraded over 50% of the felonies to misdemeanors. He says he doesn't want to even have jail time for the vast, vast majority of crimes. And what we've seen in Manhattan is we've seen the crime rate go up, and we've seen citizens become less safe. And so you're talking about this situation with, and look, I don't know what goes into paying hush money to a porn star to secure silence over some type of alleged affair. I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is that if you have a prosecutor who is ignoring crimes happening every single day in his jurisdiction, and he chooses to go back many, many years ago to try to use something about porn star hush money payments That's an example of pursuing a political agenda and weaponizing the office. And I think that that's fundamentally wrong. I also think it's important to point out when you're talking about these Soros-funded prosecutors, yes, they may do a high-profile politicized prosecution, and that's bad, but the real victims are ordinary New Yorkers, ordinary Americans in all these different jurisdictions, that they get victimized every day because of the reckless political agenda that these Soros DAs bring to their job. They ignore crime and they empower criminals, and that hurts people, hurts a lot of people every single day. These Soros district attorneys are a menace to society, and I'm just glad that I'm the only governor in the country that's actually removed one from office during my...
So that was his comments there. A little swipe there at Trump, just calling out the specific charges there, and then also just talking about. I think he pivoted instead of talking because the questions around are you going to refuse extradition, right? And he said, I really don't want to get involved with this, but I don't know what these details are, but I do know, and he pivoted towards the Soros AG angle as well.
I think that was masterful. I feel like that was actually a pretty masterful answer. He managed to address the issue. Managed to address the issue. I think he managed to get a subtle dig in at Trump, and he managed to give himself a pat on the back at the same time, while kind of not necessarily coming across as doing exactly that. I think that was pretty good.
Yeah. So Jim, let me ask you a question along those lines, because I know you worked in politics. You've done that for a long time. There have been a lot of people that have been absolutely just, hitting DeSantis on this statement today, saying that it wasn't hard hitting enough and that he was sort of backing away from his principles for political reasons, and it seemed to turn a lot of people off. Is that sort of the feeling you get?
I don't understand why people expect DeSantis to defend a man who has smeared him as a groomer.
Exactly.
It's absurd. I mean, if people are going to say, right, that because of one remark, the porn star remark, that DeSantis shouldn't be taken as a serious candidate, that he's disqualified himself, what about the stuff that Trump has said in the past 6 years? If you're going to set these standards, shouldn't they apply to everyone, not just DeSantis? It's kind of absurd how people hold Donald Trump in such a low standard that he can just get away with saying anything he wants. But the instant DeSantis lashes out just one time, and I agree he shouldn't have lashed out. I think he should have kept that remark to himself. But just the one time, and suddenly it's disqualifying. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think. By the way, this actually proves how touchy people are. I think his relating the issue, but he was bringing up the terminology porn star. What he was talking about, clearly, from my perspective, is how stupid it is that Alvin Bragg's all worried about payments to a porn star, and certainly it's a mild, throw at Trump to some degree. But I found it actually as supportive of Trump more than harming him. I think that Ron DeSantis is one of the most effective political communicators that we have on the scene right now, as nearly as effective as Donald Trump in his boorish manner, and in other ways much more effective. Like they each are strong in different ways. Ron DeSantis made a perfect response to this because it allowed him to stay above the fray and not get into it. It allowed him to defend Donald Trump in a manner, which, by the way, he rightly should have done because this is a political prosecution, and he knows it. Yep. And he knows as well as anyone. And then to also give credibility to things that he has done by pointing out how he took out a Soros-funded Tampa district attorney, which thank goodness he had the ability to do, because his point is correct that these most of these Soros-funded people are causing devastation in the communities where they work.
Right. Let me ask Mike. I want to bring you in here because obviously a lot of people do think that the porn star remark was a jab at Trump, just a little bit, just politically motivated. What about the grab her by the genitals comment in 2016 that didn't seem to hurt Trump at all in the general election for the most part? Hillary thought it was going to be the nail in the coffin. It was the October surprise. I think it came out like a week before the election. I mean, does this really seem like it would be anything more harmful than that?
And you're talking about me, Mike, I presume.
Yes, sir.
Is that – yeah, okay, sorry. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I see this as being very different in the sense that, that tape was a classic sort of political hit. It's in some sense it's dirty, but in some sense it's fair play. Here you have something altogether different, which is the invocation of rule of law. A rule of law predicate is that's a nuclear bomb. I mean, that's something you can't fight. You've got a state monopoly on on force and prosecution on those things. You can defend yourself if somebody says, oh, there's this tape that drops and you said grab them by the X. You can't defend yourself if you can defend yourself in the court, but if you're in a hostile jurisdiction like New York City, and as was noted at the outset of this call with that 99% indictment rate, that famous you can indict a ham sandwich. This is dirty on a level that our country, as I noted before, we've had presidents assassinated in this country multiple times. We've never had a president indicted by a representative of our own legal system. But again, I do think this discussion right now is very much at the retail level of politics. By looking at what, by sort of classifying this as sort of the odd eccentricities of a single aggressive prosecutor in, metropolitan New York. I think that is very retail. That's very downstream of what's really happening here. And I think broadening that conversation would probably benefit a lot of listeners.
Well, what do you think
Nick.
is really happening? I'm curious to know.
I think this ties into the DeSantis situation, and then I'll turn it over if you want to go to Nick. But you have a foreign policy establishment who is hyper fixated on stopping their loss of control over the domestic drivers of foreign policy. One of the reasons I think that you would not see this done to DeSantis, what's being done to Trump, and by the way, I'm not making a judgment about DeSantis versus Trump on this, but is because I think that given that DeSantis sponsored legislation while he was in Congress for support for Ukraine, even though he has made statements somewhat to the contrary recently, DeSantis would not materially interfere with the foreign policy establishment's play vis-a-vis NATO and the natural gas market. And I think that what's happening here is very similar to what happened in the 2019 impeachment. I mean, does anyone really think that it was the that the impeachment of Trump over the Ukraine call was just a single heroic act by Alexander Vindman and the rest of the process just played out in a completely dispassionate and no, I mean this Vindman was backed by the exact same. I mean, the Biden family ran the Ukraine policy for the Obama administration. They were in charge of that portfolio. Joe Biden was giving was winning like Leader of the Year awards for the Atlantic Council, which is the think tank of NATO, the political action arm of NATO. I mean, I can go into a million things on this to round that out, but you have grand strategy, decades in the making, frankly, since 91 at least, on this, which all get wrapped up into who is president and who sets the foreign policy agenda in, vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine. There's tens of billions of dollars on the line there. So that's a high ROI for $1 million to a prosecutor to solve that problem.
Nick, was your question about you just asked? You brought up, you referenced the grab 'em comment. Is your question the Stormy Daniels allegation, or is your question regarding the possible payment or corruption connected to the payment?
No, well, the question is the political implications. I believe somebody else up on stage here, don't remember exactly who it was, earlier said that about the fact that we're talking about a porn star and how just that piece alone would turn off a lot of voters. That's
I think that was Justin.
Yeah,
I think that was Justin, and I wanted to sound in at that point too, just to bring the counterpoint that I fully disagree. I do not think that people care about this. I don't believe conservatives give a damn about it. And I think that that's evidenced by the fact that they didn't care the first time around. I mean, the Stormy Daniels, that's why I was asking for the distinction, because the news story is not really about Stormy Daniels. The news story is about, was the payment that was made to her illegal? Nobody cared about the Stormy Daniels story the first time around. The Democrats tried desperately to make us care, and we didn't care. And I mean, if you go back and you look at the statement Trump made years and years ago about, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose any supporters. There's a reason why. There's a lot more at stake in our country right now, and people see Trump as the solution, or America First as the solution. People are not going to be like, oh, well, I'm going to let America go to hell because, Stormy Daniels. That's not a thing that's going to happen. And also, I just don't think that that's the conservative mindset anymore. I mean, the age of the puritanical conservative has kind of come and gone. People don't care about homosexuality. They don't care about what's going on in people's marriages. They don't care about what's going on in people's private. It's not an issue for people.
No, I think you're right. I don't think it's going to sway votes, but I think it lays onto the pile of just Trump fatigue, right? We're still talking about this. They're still bringing it up. It's still, shadowing him where he goes, right? And it's like, I don't care about this, but at some point it's like, gosh, can we get some fresh start here, right? I mean, it's kind of like competence over, the sort of things that we see there. Like you think about the one incident I always come back to is the Four Seasons lawn and landscaping, right? Where they thought they were booking the Four Seasons hotel and they ended up booking some landscaping piece outside of the city, right? That was called Four Seasons Landscaping. And it was just like, it was a complete error. Just there's errors and fops. You think about everything from, the revolving door of who's the press secretary from Scaramucci to whoever else. It's just, there's just it grates on people after a while, right? And I've defended him up until for a very long time. And, the COVID thing kind of flipped me, but you're right. I don't think the issue itself is going to turn people. But, this could turn up in his favor. We'll have to see. Maybe I could play a short clip. This is a short one from McCarthy. Go ahead.
Well, could I respond to the fatigue issue too?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brandon.
I had a question for you just before Brandon responds. But do you think that there is, I mean, I know you make a good argument for why there could possibly be fatigue, but isn't it also equally likely, and something I'm seeing anyway, is if anything, it radicalizes, not in an extremist way, but radicalizes his support even more so because there is some form of agenda against him.
I mean, if it radicalizes support, that's great. I'm coming from the point of view of, and I disclosed that I do fundraising for everything from small to large nonprofits, charity groups. I do fundraising for a lot of political campaigns on both the congressional level and on the Senate level and the national level. No one's giving any money. No one's giving any money anywhere. And that's the main thing. It's like these campaigns are going to run on a dime and not be able to counter a lot of the debate out there because there's just no energy to give your wealth. And maybe it's because there's no wealth to go around. But I think I always look at that, you always say follow the money. That's the deep, dark money and who's getting paid for what. But the other money you got to follow is who's actually, got the energy where people are giving of their time and treasure. No one is getting that money right now. And maybe it's the cycle, but it's tough.
I think the Republican Party can get a candidate that, has a lot of the same ideas as Trump without the Trump baggage. The donors are going to flock to that individual. Whether it's DeSantis or not, I don't know. I think it's too early to tell. But I think even the Republican Party, even the MAGA base will eventually get tired of Trump if there's a better candidate, somebody who they can say, okay, this is Trump without all of that baggage.
But the left created the baggage.
Well, that's what I
mean, you can't hold him responsible for the baggage that your side created. I mean, literally nothing that you guys have thrown. I'm sorry to make it personal, but nothing that the left has thrown at Trump has stuck. I mean, so it's like literally there's this targeted effort to make people fatigued based off of endless BS. And people see that it's BS. Like nobody believes it. A few people
but Brandon, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say,
it's okay.
Are there other candidates out there who have had their organizations and foundations shut down for fraud? Are there other candidates that said they can grab a woman by their pussy or they just grab a woman by their pussy?
But he's right. I mean, what he said is true. And people see that. I mean, when you're a rich and powerful man, there's a type of woman that will allow you to do anything. He wasn't saying that he has the right to go do that to any woman. He was saying that there is a type of woman.
But Brandon, I'm going to back your point there. It's like, Ed, don't you think this is a bit bit of a silly thing to really judge a president on. Like he quotes the following: "I don't even wait, and when you're a star, they let you do
No,
it. You could do anything. Grab him by the pussy."
no.
I'm not for or against it. Like,
Other people say
it's
that
not
too.
my
But I
it's
mean,
not
like,
my style. But
I mean,
it's just it's.
But wait, I
sorry.
want to finish my point though. No, it's okay. I want to finish my point because I take umbrage with what you're saying because you may not even be aware of it. But in what you're saying to me right now, you're essentially trying to bully me into voting for who you think I should vote for as a Republican candidate. What you're essentially saying is, if we make it difficult enough for you to support the person that you want to support, eventually we should have the right to break you down so that you support someone else that we think that you should support. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the average American voter and certainly the average Republican doesn't want to be pushed around by you guys.
No, I
doesn't want to.
I see your point of view. Brandon,
Yeah.
I see your point of view, and I don't mean to bully you into voting for somebody. I'm just
No,
saying.
I'm making an overarching. I'm not saying you are bullying me. I'm making an overarching point.
I'm a Democrat, and this is my point of view, and I'm sure I guess I'm an outsider looking into your point of view. So I definitely didn't mean to act like I'm bullying you because I'm not.
No. I'm not making this one-on-one. What I'm saying is the left is trying to bully the right by saying essentially, we're just going to continue to whip and beat your candidate to the point where you guys get exhausted. And then we're going to tell you which Republican candidate we think that you should be supporting. Like, you're creating the baggage. You're creating the atmosphere.
I mean, that happens on both sides, though. Both sides do this all the time.
No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely does not.
You're not saying Biden's getting whipped as well by the Republicans?
I think that Biden is getting whipped off of things that are actually happening.
No, but see, that's your point of view, and I have my point of view. Like, to me, what Trump has done is much worse than Biden. To you, what Biden has done is much worse.
What did he do? Lower your taxes and give you cheap gas? Is that what you're upset about?
I don't want to get off topic, but I mean, the whole corruption thing, all that stuff. Like, you're telling me that Trump didn't benefit financially off his presidency?
Then prove it. Then prove it. Prove one thing.
Did you?
So I mean, 6 years of investigation. Prove something. Prove one thing.
Yeah.
Like, stop telling us that about the collusion and the corruption and prove it.
Yeah, Ed, let me.
Hold on, Nick.
If it's so abundant, it should be easy for you to prove one thing.
Well, but doesn't the same go for Biden?
Nobody at this point is trying to indict Biden.
There's nothing in office.
I mean,
you try to prove out of office. The issue here is while Biden held political office, he was profiting off his son and influence peddling. Like, it's different priorities. You say this is unforgivable to you. I tend to care about the Iraq war, Linus, into that. I tend to care about the Afghanistan withdrawal. I tend to care about New York letting criminals run rampant and them trying to pursue a state-level charge that the federal government wouldn't even pursue that arguably is justifiable since his name is attached to his trademark and his buildings, so he has a viable reason for why he would want an NDA. And this is the same people, right? Hillary Clinton hatched the entire fake Russiagate hoax. You can look at John Brennan's note confirming it. She was given a fine, divided the country for years, has half the country ready for war with Russia over lies. And we're talking about priorities, what this, what that. You can't speak for Trump's base. The reality of the matter is we're not going to leave. Look at the polling. DeSantis is not gaining much. And I like DeSantis. We're not going to leave. You think we're going to honor and go back to business as usual after the COVID lies, the social media lies, surveillance? Like, you guys are stuck in a society, in a world that doesn't exist for a vast portion. And this is nothing but a witch hunt. It's always been a witch hunt. To have a Soros DA plead up a misdemeanor from years ago, right? And try to do this means shit. The grand jury, the defense can't even present evidence. This is the same state that went after the NRA and tried to
let's get a discussion.
Go ahead, Ed. General. I'll end with this.
Go ahead,
Ed. Attorney General that ran for
Protocol. Let's get a discussion going. So go ahead. Ed, you had a question?
So my question. Okay, yes, it's a Soros-funded DA. It's a Democrat DA. Probably about half the DAs in this country are Republican, half are Democrat. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my guess. Are you saying that only a non-rhino Republican should be able to prosecute a Republican? And are you saying only a Democrat should be able to prosecute a Democrat.
This is clearly a political
That's
prosecution.
not how the legal
To
system
argue
works. The way the legal
otherwise
system works
is a
is
complete
that an
lie. The
indictment is
discovery
brought.
rule may well
Prodigal,
apply in
I'm
2018.
gonna,
Let me
Prodigal,
just
I'm gonna
finish
let
my
him finish
point, and then you can
real
respond,
quick. I give
okay?
15 seconds, and then you can respond.
That's not how it works, right?
I
Daniel, can I
didn't.
just
Yeah,
finish
I
my
didn't hear
point?
anything you asked.
No,
Ed.
Bragg is doing
Oh,
good. Crackers
Prodigal,
is
can you stop? Can I hear the question, man, please? Ed, do you want to finish your question? Prodigal, I'd love you to respond, though.
No, yeah, protocol. Feel free to respond. Just let me finish what I'm saying. So, what I'm saying is, are you saying that only a non-rhino Republican should be able to prosecute Trump or any other Republican in this country? Are you saying that only a Democrat should be able to prosecute a Democrat? Because that's not how the system works. The way the system works is these DAs are elected. They prosecute based on their own opinions on matters, based on the facts, based on the evidence, based on what they think they can get a grand jury to indict, which is pretty simple, obviously. But it has to go to court after that, and it's a court, it's a judge, it's a
Let's talk
who
about
decides
reality.
if those charges
This
are
is a
accurate or not.
DA
If those charges
that wanted to make the case
hold
on the
up
real
in
estate
court or not.
case. They couldn't do it. So now they're clutching at straws, dragging this out of the closet just to hinder him. But it may hinder him as much. You're saying, I just want the law applied equally. When you talk about this, I don't know. I saw some grandmas trespassing on Capitol Hill, and they were locked up and sent to jail. You're talking about like these prosecutors are doing their job. You have one in Florida, DeSantis had to throw out because he's following Soros's order. You got Krasner in Philly. The city's falling apart. They're trying to impeach him because he refuses to uphold the law. This is the same people who said sanctuary cities. Which laws do you care about? You only care about your laws and your theory and your bullshit. And we're way past that point. They're going to indict him anyway. That's fine. The case is a loser. It's not going to go to trial for over a year or two. The election will be over by then, and it's not going to make a difference.
Well, then, if that's the case, then this is the biggest win for Trump ever. If he's going to be
I sort of
indicted
want
and then
them to, because I want
exonerated, that's a huge
Arkansas to
win.
indict the Biden family. I want the Democrats to be stupid enough to weaponize state courts, because the federal government will never chase the Bidens. There's a reason why everybody connected to Hunter goes to jail, and he doesn't, because he's a quote-unquote cooperating witness. There's a reason everybody falls around him, but the guy we know who's dirty as hell
just
is
a
still
question.
out there. And he's talking about the system that's been weaponized.
Prodigal, just a quick question. First, I appreciate you joining, as always, Prodigal. Quick question for you. If this is a political strategy by the left or by the Soros group, I've asked this for a few panelists and still trying to get a good answer. It just sounds like a stupid strategy, doesn't it, Prodigal? Like, if they're smart, they have all this money, they've had smart people. If it is a political strategy, it doesn't seem like the smartest strategy. If politically they have so many better options, not indicting him on something so silly that both people on the right and some people on the left.
It's one of two things, Mario, right? Either they have control, they have cemented their control of power, and they don't give a damn what anybody thinks, or they are so desperate that he may return to office and reveal their crimes. They have no other outs. They got nothing left. Russia failed. Ukraine impeachment failed. The first Stormy Daniels failed.
So another question, Prodigal. When we say, another quick question. When we say all these things failed, but if they've got so much power, or Soros has all these guys have so much power, all these things are failing, and that's kind of helping the narrative, helping Trump's narrative of the establishment going against him. I'm just thinking out loud. Do you know where I'm coming from? Like, if they really wanted to bring him down, I think in the last debate, some people called the U.S. a banana republic, which I think is way too extreme, way too extreme. But without getting down that rabbit hole, if they wanted to bring him down, one or two of these things would have stuck, or they would have made it stick, and he'd be in jail already by now. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, they were mostly fabricated.
Could I address that?
They redact and conceal evidence. The Mueller report still has major redactions. Every time it reveals, it's not good for them, right? They still won't reveal all the investigations that were going on against Trump and his family.
So now I'm saying like Brandon, I'd love you to answer, but so part of that narrative, I think someone mentioned it today or a few days ago, that hey, when John F. Kennedy was against the establishment and he got shot in the head. So, if they want to bring down Trump, I'm not saying they'll shoot him in the head, but the point I'm making is that they can bring him down legally. They would have done it by now. This is, hypothetical, but do you get my point, Brandon?
I do. So my answer to that question would be that I think no matter what they throw at him or whatever they go for, there's always going to be some win for them, even if they lose the overarching goal. So if the goal is to either throw him in jail or impeach him or whatever, of course there's a good chance they're going to lose at that. But even if they lose at the primary goal, they're further causing destabilization in our country, more division, more divide, and the country is becoming more and more unstable. And that is a win for them as well. They definitely want their base, the left, to be controlled, manipulated, and it furthers that goal, definitely. And to Ed's point earlier, I mean, Ed was the one, am I saying his name right, or is it Edward? Ed.
No, Ed,
yeah.
Ed's fine.
Sorry, fine. Yeah. To Ed's point earlier, Ed said, I think it'll cause people to be fatigued. I think it'll cause people to not want to follow him. It creates this baggage that wears people down. There's a lot of different reasons for them to try to do this. And if they happen to get a conviction or if they happen to get an impeachment, great. But even if they lose the primary goal, there's a lot of peripheral goals that they'll be. But
it does seem like a sure bet, because on one side, the argument that Justin made about the voters being fatigued, but on the other side, it's kind of bringing more credence to the narrative of Trump fighting the establishment. So it's like a lot of people that didn't believe that was the case, they're starting to see all these things of that narrative grow and grow over time. They're like, hold on, maybe it is true. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I'm just kind of going by the narrative. Maybe it is true. Maybe the establishment is trying to bring down Trump. Like, look at this case. It sounds really silly. So I just think like it's just not too obvious to say, hey, this is 100% going to hurt him, no question about it, and therefore it being a political strategy makes more sense.
But they are brazen. But they are brazen, and they do act with a great deal of arrogance and hubris. And I think that sometimes that blinds people on the left. Like, for instance, the question was asked before about the baggage and the fatigue, and I agree with Justin in what he had said before. But I agree with Justin in that I think the fatigue was setting in 2020 when they were kind of wearing him down with the COVID stuff. And after several years of these accusations and investigations and things like that. But now everything's at a completely different level. And I think that they need to really look at what they're doing and examine that. Because once you get to the point where you're essentially weaponizing the criminal justice system and if you can go after Trump, you can go after everybody. I mean, I've been saying this for 2 years with what they've been doing to J6ers. But if they're going to start treating the former president of the United States this way on a very unlikely misdemeanor charge, what you're basically doing is sending a very loud signal to tens of millions of Americans that they're no longer safe. And I think that's where the line is going to be drawn. And so that, Brandon, I think, is actually going to re-energize.
Brandon, can I ask a question? How is the COVID thing wearing down? That was just his own decisions. I'm not understanding that point.
Well, what I'm saying is that because COVID wore everybody down. I mean, from having to stay inside to have their businesses shut down, the way it affected people economically. And then on top of that, in many ways, Trump's hands were tied behind his back. He was constantly being told that this was all his fault. Meanwhile, it was actually all of the Democrats, but Democrat governors who were insisting on more lockdowns, more shutdowns, more authoritarianism. I disagree with that.
He pushed a lot of it, and he even attacked Brian Kemp for lifting the lockdown.
Yeah, that was after he tried to open for Easter, and everybody said no. He couldn't even fire Fauci. There's a Washington Post article on this. People are talking like Texas and Florida wasn't open, and they weren't calling him DeSantis. Trump did not have the credibility. They had tried the Russiagate hoax. They tried the Ukraine impeachment hoax. The UK failed the herd immunity trial. You think he would have been able to counter the CDC and medical experts when they were painting him as a madman to begin with the cabinet ready to invoke the 25th Amendment? A lot of states.
Well, guys, that's the question,
to be clear. Ian, to be clear, I wasn't defending him. I actually think he failed on COVID. I also think he failed on Black Lives Matter. The two,
you should have cracked down on all those, the people who tear statues in federal territory. But I'm not even talking about the cities not going after these people. Obviously, he can't do anything about that. With the federal cases, like in D.C. when they tore down, those various statues, he could have easily gone after them. He could have slapped them with, 10 years or whatever, like he was threatening to. But then his DOJ dropped the ball on it. They were like,
Miley actually, his cabinet refuted him, and there were people talking about the 25th Amendment.
No, it was just bothering me every time he would tweet law and order, and then you'd see a statue getting torn down, and it's law and order. It's
well, it is a really tough thing for a lot of diehard Trump supporters and everything else who I understand can feel very strongly about the guy, to say this is the only guy that can face down and drain the swamp, and yet for all the issues that we kind of throw at him, that was where the swamp got the best of him, right?
Justin, nobody's negating that. Like the issue is, and Mario said, well, why haven't they got him? The reality of the matter is before entering political office for the first time and winning the highest office in the land, he was powerful in his own right, not as a celeb, but as a billionaire owning property and having connections, everybody. He was well positioned to fend this off. Other people go up the political chain, either become dependent on outside money or have to sell out. There's a reason why they hated him so much, and so many in his own circle betrayed him. I mean, he went into office like, oh, you picked the cabinet. That's the party we let happen before Trump even got to office, right? This is who it was. I don't disagree. He made major mistakes. Ivanka, Kushner. I would have to know, just like the Supreme Court, his list for cabinet picks. But the reality of the matter is most of these people are gone. Pompeo's out. Elaine Chao's out. Everybody who was going to betray him has left him. So the circle around him is there. And the same fault everybody recognizes as his narcissism and ego is the only reason I want him in, especially when it comes to D.C. and the bureaucracy, because they have gone so above what is legal and going after him or anybody who supports his agenda, whether it's populist or not, that they have completely obliterated him to the point he has no choice but to correct this. Do I trust in his own ego and narcissism and vengeance to cut the DC bureaucracy to the bone, to clean up the EPA and the SEC and what's going on and deal with the alphabet boys and the intelligence community? Yes, I don't necessarily trust Ron DeSantis with that. He's not independently wealthy. He might get the same golden parachute we've seen every president take for years. What did Obama give his first speech out of office to? Gave a $2 million speech to a bank he said was too big, that should have been broken up. This has happened every president, and I don't know if DeSantis will do it. I have no problem with DeSantis running, to be honest with you, because he's going to have to answer questions about the bureaucracy that he's avoided.
Prodigal. What about what Robert Kennedy is saying about Trump, about how he's taken money from Pfizer? I mean,
let him answer it on the debate stage. Right? I have no problem with that. Let him answer it. I think Trump is going to have to answer some hard questions about COVID policies and other failures he had. And DeSantis is going to have to answer questions we want to know regarding, well, what do you think about the bureaucracy and the bureaucratic state and the agencies and the regulatory capture that has happened, where we have everybody from the Department of Education to the EPA and SEC destroying the small businessman and bankrupting this country?
No, I think Prodigal is right. It's going to be a very exciting and I think entertainment primary because there is a very, very strong bench of Republican candidates. DeSantis, even Nikki Haley. You look at Youngkin if he gets in the race. You look, over in South Dakota. I mean, there's a lot of with Kristi Noem, in North Dakota. There are a lot of great candidates on the bench who could really challenge Trump. And if they take down Trump, for the people that are in the middle, you're seen as the Kingslayer, right? So there's going to be a lot of fireworks. And just remember, this time around in 2012, let's see, in 2011 March, the candidate that was most ahead was Mike Huckabee, and that lead changed half a dozen times before Romney took the rung. So a lot of things can happen in the primary still.
I think we're going to have a lot of disagreement from Kim here, who's going to say, there's not going to be a 2024. And that we're arguing a moot point here when the world is about to be plunged into World War III. Am I right, Kim?
He's in the audience.
He's in the audience.
Let me
get him up here. Yeah, get him up
imagine
here.
Imagine somehow Kim manages to speak from the audience, and then mutes me, and then kicks me out of host.
Well, Ray Dalio said that about a year and a half ago, that he thinks no matter what happens in 2024, neither side will accept the results. I'll see if I can find the speech, but
hold on, Ray Dalio said this?
He said it about a year and a half ago. Yeah.
I think that's completely true because even if, let's just say, Trump or DeSantis manages to, win the general election, we're going to see a shutdown of the United States, and they're going to enact the same plan that they wanted to enact in 2020 when they thought they were going to lose. Right? I sat in on their calls, their Zoom calls. They literally talked about this. I'm not talking like low-profile people. I'm talking like high-profile professors, deans at colleges, and these various government organizations, even these unions. They're all getting together, talking about shutting down D.C. and pretty much shutting down all the cities in the country.
Go ahead.
Just a quick point. And Ian, I totally agree with you on Prodigal because we know that happened. Democrats questioned the 2016 election results. There just wasn't enough drama about it or they didn't highlight it enough. But it's true, the last two elections, there's been significant contention from both sides.
I do remember in 2016 when Hillary lost, I do remember watching or reading articles about how voting machines were rigged to change votes. I do recall that. It didn't hold water. I think it went to court and it was thrown out right away, and then that was the end of it. But I do recall that.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested in reading about I would say the far left campaign, I won't even call them Democrats, the far left campaign against Trump in 2020, just read a Time magazine article on it. They actually brag about how they had all these plans in place to shut down America in the event that Trump won.
Let me play. I've got the Bridgewater clip. The Ray Dalio clip. Let me play it quickly. It's a long clip, so I'll probably stop it throughout it. But that's where he's warning about the 2024 elections. I didn't know he said that. Fortune even calls the title of the stories "Hedge Fund Manager Ray Dalio warns."
He even talks about this particular geopolitical environment. He said that Russia and China will use this as an advantage. So, I mean, I tend to believe so.
So warns the 2024 election will lead to civil war. That's what the title says on Fortune. But let's see exactly what he says. I'm gonna play Justin's role and play a clip, and then we'll go to Tyra and other panelists. Let's do this.
The third part of the DeSantis, even Nikki Haley. You look at Youngkin if he gets in the race. You look, over in South Dakota. I mean, there's a lot of with Kristi Noem, in North Dakota. There are a lot of great candidates on the bench who could really challenge Trump. And if they take down Trump, for the people that are in the middle, you're seen as the Kingslayer, right? And so there's going to be a lot of fireworks. And just remember, this time around in 2012, let's see, in 2011 March, the candidate that was most ahead was Mike Huckabee, and that lead changed half a dozen times before Romney took the rung. So a lot of things can happen in the primary still.
I think we're going to have a lot of disagreement from Kim here, who's going to say, there's not going to be a 2024, and that we're arguing a moot point here when the world is about to be plunged into World War III. Am I right, Kim?
He's in the audience.
He's in the audience.
Let me
get him up here. Yeah, get him up
here. Imagine somehow Kim manages to speak from the audience, and then mutes me, and then kicks me out of host.
Well, Ray Dalio said that about a year and a half ago, that he thinks no matter what happens in 2024, neither side will accept the results. I'll see if I can find the speech, but
hold on, Ray Dalio said this?
He said it about a year and a half ago. Yeah.
I think that's completely true, because even if, let's just say, Trump or DeSantis manages to, win the general election, we're going to see a shutdown of the United States, and they're going to enact the same plan that they wanted to enact in 2020 when they thought they were going to lose. Right? I sat in on their calls, their Zoom calls. They literally talked about this. I'm not talking like low-profile people. I'm talking like high-profile professors, deans at colleges, and these various government organizations, even these unions. They're all getting together, talking about shutting down DC and pretty much shutting down all the cities in the country.
Go ahead.
Just a quick point. And Ian, I totally agree with you on Prodigal, because we know that happened. The Democrats questioned the 2016 election results. There just wasn't enough drama about it, or they didn't highlight it enough. But it's true, the last two elections, there's been significant contention from both sides.
I do remember in 2016 when Hillary lost. I do remember watching or reading articles about how voting machines were rigged to change votes. I do recall that. It didn't hold water. I think it went to court, and it was thrown out right away, and then that was the end of it. But I do recall that.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested in reading about I would say the far left campaign, I won't even call them Democrats, the far left campaign against Trump in 2020, just read a Time magazine article on it. They actually brag about how they had all these plans in place to shut down America in the event that Trump won.
Let me play. I've got the Bridgewater clip. The Ray Dalio clip. Let me play it quickly. It's a long clip, so I'll probably stop it throughout it. But that's where he's warning about the 2024 elections. I didn't know he said that. Fortune even calls the title of the stories "Hedge Fund Manager Ray Dalio warns."
He even talks about this particular geopolitical environment. He said that Russia and China will use this as an advantage. So, I tend to believe so.
So warns the 2024 election will lead to civil war. That's what the title says on Fortune. But let's see exactly what he says. I'm gonna play Justin's role and play a clip, and then we'll go to Tyra and other panelists. Let's do this.
The third part of the cycle. The third part of the cycle is somebody's rising up, and right now you would say China's rising up. Is that correct? There's just numbers, and you look at members of Congress not to print so much money. There are three big names.
So as he talks a few things. Let me find the clip where exactly I'm going to go to Tyra. Give me a minute to find the exact segment where he says this, so exactly what he says, and then I'll play it. Go ahead, Tyra.
Okay. Go
sure.
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Tyra.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Going back to the title of the room, I have said before, I do not think this would be a wise arrest or indictment because I think it's predicated upon a attenuated legal theory that requires a sort of complicated way to get at, right? So you're taking a misdemeanor charge and you're bumping it up to a felony because you're trying to find an underlying crime. The underlying crime would be state election fraud, but the problem with that is he is going to argue that he didn't pay off Stormy Daniels for the election. He paid her off because he didn't want his wife to find out, or it was, there are many things he can say. I also don't think that Donald Trump will ever come to trial in any circumstance because he will delay, as he's doing in Georgia now, as we've seen. Like just today, I think he filed some huge lawsuit saying, throw out any grand jury findings. Now, they will not accept all these things, but the purpose of Donald Trump's legal campaign has always not been necessarily to win, but to delay. And so I can't even imagine, we only have like 2 years left. He's never going to come to a trial. However, the New York case to me would not be the one that I would rely upon. Okay.
Tyra, just to add to your point, you're quite right. And actually, his argument isn't even that. His argument is that he didn't even pay Stormy Daniels. He's actually paid Cohen for consultancy fees, and he paid him at $35,000 a month over a year. So that's his argument.
I don't think that's going to hold water. I mean, to be honest, I think that's the weakest part of his argument. I think it's clear that he did because he paid the checks. It was in the right amount. Michael Cohen has, that it's not that. It's the underlying state election.
Tyra, is it? I mean, that's an important point. Is it the right amount? Because that's what I was looking at, and I couldn't see that there was any correlation. So
he's paid him about $400,000, something like that, right? Because Cohen had an additional agreement that if he did this phony payoff and said it was legal fees, etc., that he would give him more money. I think
even then, Tyra, does that add up though? Because I saw what Cohen's statement was. It was something like, "Oh, guess what? He paid me double plus another 60." It doesn't completely match up in the numbers. That's just what I'm saying.
Cohen is not reliable. This is a man who turned rat.
Wait, it may. Can I just
finish first? Yes.
Yeah. It may or may not add up, but I do think that is the strongest argument. In other words, I don't think Trump has a good argument there because he wasn't paying him for legal fees like he said he was, right? And we know that there are checks that go to Michael Cohen that are in the same amount as money that went to Stormy Daniels.
You've also said over and over it's a terrible case.
Well, but it's a terrible case, and I've said that mainly because, like I said, it's a state election. In order to make this a felony, right now, that's falsifying business records is nothing more than a misdemeanor. And then the statute of limitations, which is 2 years for that, would have run. So to make it a felony, which is 5 years, you've got to find it was done because you were trying to pursue an underlying crime. The underlying crime here is election fraud, and I think he's got some very strong arguments, Donald Trump, that it wasn't for purposes of the election, or at least there's reasonable doubt, right?
But so why didn't they charge him originally, though, when they charged Michael Cohen? Do you know that part?
I don't. Maybe they were trying to get Cohen to. I think. Look, I'm mystified by this. I've said this.
So
the district, Alvin Bragg has not exactly been the guy who you would have thought.
They didn't charge him because Michael Cohen committed tax fraud in a completely separate business connected to his New York taxi medallions. They took Michael Cohen down because Michael Cohen was dirty. But he never really had to pay the price
they
for
didn't
it
charge Trump
because they said, give us Trump, give us Trump. This is the last thing Michael Cohen has, and it's nothing. You're going to put on stand a man who repeatedly lied, committed fraud. The guy, it's
prodigal. Can I point out one thing? Most criminal trials involve informants of various kinds who have made deals, etc. So this concept of Michael Cohen's a criminal, etc., that doesn't really hold.
This rises above a reasonable doubt for you.
I'm just saying it doesn't hold a lot of water because you're basically throwing out multiple
reasons why.
Can I just finish, sir? It doesn't hold a lot of water with me because you have lots of trials where people have taken plea deals or giving testimony against their interest for a variety of reasons, right? So I don't really understand that as an argument because in the law,
the argument is a bullshit case. There's multiple other.
Can I explain something real fast? Hey,
can I ask here a question?
They didn't charge Trump because Trump was president, right? President at the time. And they weren't going to indict a sitting president.
Okay, but
they waited to a year before election.
So ethical.
Guys, one at a time here. One at a time.
They waited a year before election. That's what you're saying. After all the other investigations
failed, the investigation.
You know what? We have enough information to do this now.
The original investigation was
Could I ask Tira a question, please?
Sure, go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you. Tira, so to your point, you were saying in order to make it a felony, it basically would have to be in an effort to then engage in another crime. So two questions. Number one, can you repeat what you just said? You said the crime could be or would be election.
The
what?
underlying crime would have been state election law violations, which is a felony. Now, how do you get there? What you say is Trump was making this payoff for purposes of not having this information come out in connection with the 2016 election, and he did not put it down as a campaign contribution. Does that make sense? That's the fraud.
It does. And my second question is, and I understand we don't have all the details of whatever they're discussing or looking at. Is there any other scenario you could think of that could be another option for an underlying crime they could point to with the facts we have?
It's strange. I suppose there might be some sort of tax fraud that maybe, but I haven't heard anything.
Are they indicting Joe for paying Hunter Biden's escorts because they were going to file charges?
First of all,
just let her answer.
You care about the law, right?
Prodigal, first of all,
there's literally video of Hunter Biden going. I never heard.
Guys,
I was good to
come on. All right,
and they have.
Prodigal, I'm gonna let Tira answer. Go ahead, Tira.
Okay, Prodigal. First of all, as we know from Trump, a sitting president cannot be indicted. So this is all, this is not going to happen and shouldn't happen if you look at the Trump precedent, correct? Because that was the entire all 4 years where he can't be indicted. So you can't be having this conversation about that because it doesn't make any sense. Secondly, and I don't want to have a Hunter Biden discussion, but really you are just making up facts at this point. You're making assumptions. We would have to do these investigations, and honestly,
it's actually on video and it's been disclosed that they shared bank accounts.
Here's the thing. What you'd have to show is that Joe Biden took money illegally for purposes of, in some ways, violating or he did things that were against the interests of the United States, or he took positions that were not appropriate for us because of this money. That evidence really, I have not seen anything that would suggest that, truthfully. He took positions that were in our favor. He has done things that you disagree with potentially, but I haven't seen any evidence that he is basically taking money and then cozying up to Ukraine because of the money, right? And that's where you'd have to get it. And I don't see that. Now, we haven't
Aren't
seen
you the same person that said the laptop was Russian? You haven't even looked at the contents of the laptop.
I did not.
How could you credibly say that?
Excuse me.
You literally have Hunter Biden talking about LNG and how he's going to build terminals across the world, gas deals between Kazakhstan, where there was a soft coup, and Ukraine. And how's LNG doing it? It's weird that all the Hunter Biden investments seem to be doing well. Green tech, biolabs, LNG. I mean, I don't know. I'm making stuff up, right?
As a private citizen, even though Hunter Biden is a scummy human being, and
he was peddling his father's name. It's on the tape.
Of course, he's peddling, like everyone who is the scion of a rich and famous family. He is peddling his
unless
father's
your father
name.
Shuts down an investigation into
that was,
corrupt
of course,
oil
not
company.
What happened, sir.
Well,
you are wrong on your.
I have Poroshenko on tape saying, as you ask.
Prodigal. You need to let Tara answer.
But she clearly hasn't even studied anything.
He's right about it.
Like, can I just?
The Poroshenko did shut down the
investigation. And he said there was no reason for me to do it, but you asked it. We're really looking forward to that IMF funding. He said, "Don't worry about Privat Bank. We need to take care of this." Do you even know how many times the Biden family was flagged out of Eastern Europe? You can look up the articles.
This
is when he was president.
Man, okay,
Prodigal, you just never stop. It's sort of impressive that you have this much energy.
Well, after 6 years of bullshit, after a while you say enough. Is there any mea culpa about the lockdowns, about the witch hunts? Is there I'm wrong. Why do I keep pushing?
At the time that Biden made those comments, all of Europe also wanted that prosecutor fired. And that prosecutor was not investigating Burisma. He claimed Burisma was on the list of who he was going to investigate. It was actually the British who investigated Burisma. And they tried to get Shokin, this prosecutor, to investigate Burisma, and he never would. So that's not what happened. All of Europe, all of the Western world wanted this corrupt prosecutor fired, and Biden did as well, as did most Republicans in Congress.
There literally is audio tape of this. Confirmed, verified.
I know.
George
audio
Kent,
tape
who was
of
at
him
the State
saying he
Department
got
at the
him
time,
fired.
spoke
Yes,
about
because
Burisma.
he worked
You had
to get
Blue
him
Star
fired.
Strategies trying to set up meetings when Biden was VP to deal with some of the corruption blowout. They actually talked about it. It came up during vetting process. What are you feeding? What are you reading? I'm curious.
So Joe Biden, Ed is completely correct about this, and I'm sorry, Prodigal, and I really don't want you to interrupt. Can you just please let me finish? Victor Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Joe Biden went in and was basically doing the policy that Obama told him to do. He was saying, I'm not going to give the money unless you get rid of this prosecutor. He made it seem like it was his policy. It wasn't his policy. It was U.S. policy, backed up by Europe, backed up by all the Democrats and most Republicans in the House, okay, in the Congress. So Victor Shokin, however, was not investigating Burisma, which Joe Biden's son was on the board of, was never investigating Burisma. And in fact, when the investigation, such as it was, occurred after the fact, nothing was ever found about Hunter Biden. They were really looking into the actual guy who founded Burisma.
Yeah,
in the beginning.
the big
They
guy
were
got
not.
in. And,
They were
the
not
10%
looking
has to be
into
paid.
Hunter Biden. There is literally no there. I understand you want to connect dots, but you're basically putting dots where you want them and then trying to connect them.
I'm going to try to reactivate a banned account. I'll give you direct documentation, news sources from mainstream media. I'm not talking about Breitbart or anybody else. And then we'll talk again, because it's clear this has been covered in depth. It was there. He was investigating Burisma as a whole. You can look at George Kent's emails and his testimony. You can even look at the emails from the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, who was talking about these issues, and then she testified at the impeachment trial, and in my opinion, clearly lied under oath when she denied the corruption and other issues that were there. George Kent covered his ass a little bit better. He said, yeah, I know Burisma's corrupt, this and that, but it is what it is.
At any rate, just going back to what I was saying, I do not believe that I don't even know if Trump is going to be arrested. Truthfully, does anybody really know? It's not been clear to me if there is some weird possibility that Trump is saying this to sort of get ahead of it, and maybe it's not quite as clear that he will be arrested for this particular crime, which I think is a loser case.
Yeah, so Tara, if there is, because this is going before a grand jury, and we'll know whether or not there's an indictment either today or Wednesday, and as you very well know, I'm sure there's a 98 to 99% chance, based on statistics in the United States, that he will actually be indicted. What are the sort of outcomes that we could possibly see if he is indicted? I mean, does that pretty much mean that he's going to end up being arrested and booked?
Well, if they've gone to the trouble of trying to get the grand jury to indict him, then they will probably arrest him. Now, he will not be handcuffed unless he himself wants to be handcuffed, if that makes sense. If Donald Trump wants to make this into more of a thing than it is, no, they're going to have people there around him. He will be in jail just for purposes of booking, and then he will leave. There's nobody who's going to keep him in jail for this. This is
what the hell you mean more than it is.
What?
Never in history have we arrested an American president. What do you mean more than it is? You're so
what?
Like,
what are you talking about?
You talk out both sides.
No, I'm not, Grant. What I'm saying is Donald Trump.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because
How?
You just said, if he wants to be arrested in handcuffs and make it more than it is. We have never in 150 years arrested an American president. Number two, if they send him to jail, he will be elected in a landslide victory from fucking federal prison.
He will never be in jail.
And it'll be the greatest thing that ever happened. It'll bring our country back in 1776, what made this country great. And I want to be here every night to punish you, Tara.
Grant, he will never be in jail. This is a person who has literally delayed everything that has ever been brought against him.
This is a person who's literally never gone to jail, never been arrested for anything, and has no criminal record despite 5,000 attempts to do so.
There have been very few attempts, as far as I'm aware, to send him to jail exactly, but
he had 3,700 lawsuits going into the first election.
That is correct. 1,900 of which were brought by him because he sort of stiffs contractors. There are a lot of reasons for that, but those are civil cases, Grant. There are no criminal cases.
She's talking about where the federal government lied to the FISA court to illegally survey a presidential campaign. That's the one she's talking about.
Joel.
The one where you had attorneys changing emails to say Carter paid.
Hang on, Joel. Okay.
Hey,
yep.
I have to run. It's a fascinating discussion. I just want to pull back for a minute and just look at the bigger picture. in 2014 or 2015, I can't remember when, there was a rogue prosecutor in Texas who had Governor Rick Perry arrested. And at that time, he went to jail for the processing. He had a mugshot and everything. And even Democrats spoke out against the abuse of prosecutorial power. I remember David Axelrod in particular saying that we don't want to see the criminalization of politics. Fast forward several years, and now what was once unacceptable to do to Rick Perry is now not just acceptable, but is being widely cheered by Democrats, even though the charge, as far as anybody can tell, actually reached a point where half the country doesn't care whether there's due process or not. They just want to see the leading opposition candidate arrested for the spectacle, and they want to use the mugshot and whatever other images are associated with it in campaign memes, and they want to use it to smear him and people associated with him. The other half of the country is not going to accept any prosecution, even if it is legitimate, on other charges after this. This has the effect of undermining other investigations that may actually have some weight to them. And I think that's what some of the smarter Democrats are lamenting, that they think they have a case against Trump on whatever it is, January 6th, or the documents cases, but this is going to make everything look bad. So we're at a point.
That's a really good point.
We're at a point where the country actually needs to take a step back and look at where this is taking us, because this is undermining faith in the rule of law itself. If you look at other countries where things like this have happened, where former presidents have been arrested, it's usually for very, very good reasons. And even when the reasons are very good, the country tends to go up in smoke. Now, we're not a third world nation culturally, even if our institutions are in a state of decay, but we actually need to take a hard look at what this is doing. And people have to be very careful in where they take this, because you don't indict the leading opposition candidate unless it's for a very good reason. I think even Republicans would accept if Trump had done something really wrong, or if it was related somehow to his official duties, that there would be some tolerance for this. But this is not a case like the cases the Justice Department is supposedly looking into with influence and Hunter Biden and overseas business interests and so forth. You might say, as Democrats have said, well, there's nothing illegal there, but there is a question of influence over Joe Biden's policies and so forth. But this is a really flimsy thing, and I do think it's going to energize Trump supporters and people like me. And I've said publicly that I would like to see an alternative candidate emerge to Trump because of all the problems Trump brings with him. People like me are going to line up very quickly behind Donald Trump, because there's only one way to express that you're opposed to what is happening, and that is to vote for him, no matter what he does between now and November. And the country actually deserves a better primary process than this, but we're going to allow this rogue district attorney, who's under huge pressure from some of the prosecutors who resigned and the media and so forth, to take this step and to bring the country to a new level of internal conflict. I don't think they realize quite what they're doing, and I think we need to be careful. You know, we're arguing the ins and outs over the last 5 or 6 years of various Trump controversies, but the real issue is this. We have now come to accept in our country what was unacceptable to both sides just a few years ago, and that ought to worry a lot of us.
Joel, so you're the editor or senior editor in chief at Breitbart.
So editor at large, not editor in chief.
Oh, sorry about that. So I'm sure you track this stuff very closely. You say that 50% of the country might want him arrested. Is that really true? Because you have a large portion of the U.S. electorate that are independents, right? And I've even heard a lot of liberals say that they're against arresting the former President Trump. I mean, does it seem like to you that there is actually 50% of them that want him arrested?
I don't know. You'd have to ask people. They'd have to look at polls this week if it actually happens. I do think it will happen. I'm just using 50% as shorthand. I'd say that we haven't seen much dissent from the Democratic side. I haven't seen a lot of Democratic leaders speaking out the way Axelrod did when Rick Perry was arrested. So we haven't seen people saying, slow down, this doesn't make any sense. If you want to arrest him for something serious. I haven't seen any of that criticism.
I said it on this stage, and so did Ed. I mean, I'm a Democrat. I don't think he should be arrested for this at all. I think it's a weak case, and I agree with your points. I think it will, if there are stronger cases, which I think there are, it will weaken those cases. I totally agree with that.
I think it's short-sighted to say that he's being arrested on flimsy charges because we don't know what the charges are. If he's indicted on a misdemeanor, I mean, I think that's ridiculous. I don't think that's something that should be taking place. But we don't know. Like maybe there's maybe there's obstruction. Maybe there's other charges that are going to be coming that we don't know about. We're just getting reports from the media, and the media is not actually in the grand jury. So I think it could be more. It might not be. You might be right, and I would agree to some extent with what you're saying, but I think we have to just kind of sit back and wait and see.
Can I ask you a question, Ed? I mean, honestly, if he does get indicted on a misdemeanor, or if they somehow force this into a felony, I guess my question is and remember, I used to be a Democrat. You know, I voted for Hillary in 2016. I had a nervous breakdown when Trump got elected. Hated the guy. Hated him. So I've been where you are, and I get it. But I guess, and I'm not trying to be arrogant or start anything with you, but I just think that I dug in deeper and I was able to see the corruption of the media, which ultimately opened, I got out of where you are. And I hope that someday you do too. But is there a line that at some point you're going to be enough is enough? How many times can you keep getting on this train and losing? If they don't indict him, or if it's a misdemeanor and he gets off, then it's going to be something else. And so at what point are you this is insanity? I'm literally chasing insanity, and I'm allowing myself to be pulled around by crazy people.
Well,
that's what's happening.
I wouldn't say losing, because impeachment, that was never going to be a winning cause, because, you had to get most of the Senate, 66% of the Senate, to agree to kick him out of office. And that was never going to happen, regardless of what was brought up, what he did, short of killing somebody. And, you had the cases where his organization or foundations had been shut down, or his, Trump University was shut down and indicted on and convicted of fraud.
Yeah, Mario, I'm going to leave because I told you I'm leaving.
I wouldn't say they.
This is all political. What people need to ask themselves is, I used to be on the left. This is not a political issue. What you have to realize is America is exiting a high trust society. And look at low trust societies across the world. Right now, trust in institutions are at all-time lows. A lot of these people speaking on this stage wanted to institute apartheid, wanted to starve people in submission under the guise of COVID, and paraded themselves as heroes for years. You have the polls are showing trust in media, Congress, the presidency, multiple institutions at all-time lows. And you're still talking about this on ideological partisan lines when we've shown there's been multiple witch hunts. What you have to ask yourself is America going to be able to function when, especially geopolitically, when Russians and Chinese are more united than ever, and you're going to have a large portion of the population who makes up the military, who is blue collar, etc., losing more and more trust in our institutions and being less willing to make sacrifices for this nation. And if you're going to fill it up with the people on the left, God bless you. I wish you well. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to get hormone treatments in a trench in Ukraine, but they'll figure it out. But on that, I'm out. Mario, have a good day.
Thanks for coming, Prodigal.
I love that guy.
Yeah, he's great.
So, Ed, is your answer to my question essentially that you just feel like investigation after investigation, that these are just all valid, and that there's no amount of investigations that you'll ever get exhausted with because they're all totally worth it and totally legitimate? And this is just your life now. This is everyone's life now.
To be honest with you, this New York investigation, I didn't think he would get indicted here. And that's why it makes me think that it's more than just a misdemeanor. I think it's going to be more than what the media is reporting on. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Still, if it's a crime, it's a crime. Even if it's a misdemeanor, there's people who are indicted every day on misdemeanors. I don't think there should just be investigation after investigation. I just think if there's a crime, there should be an investigation.
But how do you not feel betrayed after a while? And I'm legitimately asking, because that's what ended up driving me away, because I was believing all this stuff too. Too. And then eventually it just got to the point where I was like, oh my God, they're just lying to it. The media, the left-wing media. I mean, that's who you should be angry at, not Donald Trump. Everything you think about Donald Trump is true of the left-wing media, not him.
And congressional impeachment is a political indictment. They went through that process. They definitely would have had a chance to bring FEC charges if they thought they were real. They're not real. And every congressman there's many congressmen would be in the same hot water for paying for reputational cleanup. Some have had affairs, right? This is something from 17 years ago. Are you kidding me? Let's really put the perspective here that we had not just reputation, some newspaper paying somebody to clean up a reputation. Let's look at the other side. Did 51 intelligence community officers, give a big campaign contribution? About all the the classic hallmarks of Russian disinformation. It's bogus. This is hoax theater. We're on our never-ending sequel of hoax theater here.
But see, I go back to the fact that, okay, so say he's indicted here, right? And he's exonerated. That's going to be the biggest win possible for Trump. That's going to make Democrats look terrible. It's going to make the DA look terrible. It's going to make Trump look like a victim.
The feds couldn't find it. The feds had nothing on him. They would have done it before. This is just another. Well,
the feds didn't prosecute him with Michael Cohen because he was president at the time. They're not going to indict a sitting president.
They did impeachment. Impeachment is a political indictment.
Yes, but I mean, indict from a criminal standpoint. Impeachment was that was all political. A lot of, that's separate.
It's mud throwing. What will it take? Mud throwing, and I think the people see through this,
What will it take, I guess, for your side, though? Because my opinion is, if he gets indicted, we go through this whole show trial, do all this crap, and he gets acquitted, certainly it's going to shave off a percentage of your base, because I know for a fact that more and more people on the left are getting so tired and having their eyes open to all of this. But it's like there's still going to be a significant portion of people on the left who are just going to bend over backwards and contort themselves to say, "Oh, he paid people off. Somehow he got away with it. The system is corrupt." And then we're going to start it all over again with another one and another one. And it's like, how many times does this have to happen before you guys get that? Donald Trump is not the problem. It's not Donald Trump. It's the media. It's the system.
A question for Brandon and Tira. You're in theater. If she's still on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you're in theater. What do you think is going to happen? Are we going to have like Antifa dressed up as Trump people in New York?
No. Listen, I hope that, we do not have protests. I think New York protests are sort of silly because most of New York does not really like Donald Trump. Certainly New York City is not a font of a good feeling about about Donald Trump. Let's just say, so if people come in, I think they will be unfortunately dealt with pretty strongly. Okay. And so let's hope they don't, because I don't know that it's going to go well for those protesters. Assuming, there probably would be some incident, I don't know who would instigate it, etc. But no.
Do you think the stage is set for this right now, for that kind of theater?
I actually, the funny thing is, I was heartened, and I don't like him, but I was heartened by McCarthy's statement saying, let's not do this, okay? Have your feelings, do what you're going to do, but please let's not have violent protests, okay? Let's hope. I don't think people are coming to New York. Are they massing? Maybe they'll go to DC. Maybe they'll stay in their local communities, but I don't see that there's any groundswell. But then again, look, I'm not on some of the platforms where people might be planning things, if that makes sense. I'm not on a Telegram or some place where you might see some people who are very, very upset. But no. And
no megaphone to say storm City Hall? You're not up there?
No.
I don't see Trump supporters going to New York.
Certainly I'm going to stay. I live in New York City, in Manhattan, in fact, and I am telling everyone I know to sort of stay home because I don't want to get involved in this. But no, it won't be Antifa. It would be.
We've seen this movie before. Everybody knows it's a hoax.
This is nonsense.
I don't believe.
You really think that Antifa is going to come in and pretend they're Trump supporters in New York City? Really? That's just okay.
Yes.
Robert,
I vote yes on that.
Okay, you vote yes on that, Brandon. Okay, but there's really...
But can I explain?
Yeah.
Can I explain, though? Because first of all, I agree with you. I don't think that Trump supporters are going to go to New York, and I don't think that they're going to go to D.C., at least not... you might get a couple of dozen diehards there outside of Trump Tower or something like that. I don't know. But there's not going to be legions of people going into New York City. It's not going to happen. But what I do believe is possible is that there could be, like I said, some small protests. And yes, I absolutely believe that Antifa or people on the left could disguise themselves to interact, to cause problems for media cameras or, to get those optics. But I don't believe there's going to be some mass brawl. I don't think it's going to be like January 6th, the New York City tour. Like, I don't think that's going to happen.
Brandon, you were actually involved in the January 6th thing. I believe you were on the Capitol lawn. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but you didn't actually enter the Capitol building. Do you believe that this is something like the January 6th events or something like this where, the feds actually maybe, you say Antifa, is there a thought that maybe the feds would also try to further something too?
I think anything is possible. I will say I object to the word involved, me being involved. I know that's not what you meant, but I was not involved in January 6th. I was arrested for being outside of the Capitol for 8 minutes. But, I think that I believe that anything's possible. If your question is based off of what happened on January 6th, do I think it's possible that some version of that could happen somewhere else at some other time? Yeah. Always possible.
Cool. Robert, I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind, real quick. Going back a little bit, we were talking about the political implications of this. You worked in the Trump administration. And so I want to ask you, if knowing your relationship with Donald Trump, maybe you're a little bit familiar with him, I would say, how do you think he would be looking at this? Do you think he would be looking at this as a net positive or a net negative?
I think he's been, the long time going through New York real estate development and all the politics of that. He's so adept and adaptable on the playing field, and he's a great president because of that. He's had decades of this nuisance. It's a nuisance, and he's just playing the games. Like you got to litigate, you got to put your message out there. I think how many times has he been sued, and how many hoaxes has he been thrown at him? It's just another one. It's going to roll off his back, and they've got nothing. Alvin Bragg's got nothing on him.
Yeah. So I just want to let the audience know two things here. Number one, so we're going to have a lot of special guests that are on the way. Legal scholars, various attorneys, prosecutors. We have one New York prosecutor, ex-New York prosecutor, that will hopefully be here tentatively. And then also people connected to Trump. But I also want to remind everybody to go to the bottom right-hand corner. Give us your questions for our panel and the special guests that we have on the way here. Let's see here. So, Ed, I want to ask you this. Why do you believe that NYPD has dispatched 700 riot cops? They've erected hundreds of barriers, and this is totally different than their response to the 2020 Black Lives Matter riots that happened in New York City, where they really didn't have a reaction at all. What are they worried about at this point?
Well, I think that it's a former president, so you definitely want to have him protected.
So the riot police too?
This is choreographed. This is totally choreographed.
Yeah, I think, it's a former president of the United States. You're going to take all the precautions necessary, whether it's to protect him or to protect other people who are in the area. I think, it's just a big situation.
No, Nancy Pelosi didn't take those precautions when 17,000 National Guards were after her in J6. She rejected it.
Yeah, so Justin...
Yep, Robert, just a question to you, though. Like, one of the main complaints we've heard on this space is that when January 6th happened, not enough police were there, there wasn't enough logistical support, and that's a big reason or a contributing factor to why things escalated the way they did. So therefore, isn't it a good thing that at this moment they're preparing for all eventualities and ensuring that they have the necessary logistics and personnel in place to ensure that things don't escalate?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, Suleiman, in D.C. at the time, I was working in the administration and down the street, and there were thousands of National Guard all over D.C. They just weren't at the Capitol, right? That was purposeful in my view. Now, I think this is theater to have, to try to pick a fight and get some media attention, get people riled up. There's nothing to it. It's like, again, reputational cleanup is not wrong. FEC didn't find it wrong, just because Michael Cohen had to basically save himself from a long prison term by trying to concoct some BS argument that this was a in-kind contribution. The FEC didn't look at it. Nobody found this. This is total bogus.
Yeah. So Justin, you have a clip from Speaker McCarthy earlier, who has been very vocally against this prosecution. He's been referring to it as a political prosecution up there by the DA Bragg up there in New York. So can you roll that clip?
Yeah, short clip here. I think this is from yesterday. It could be from earlier today, but I think he's pretty articulate on it. This is from his Twitter account.
It doesn't matter if this was President Trump or if this was a Democrat. It should be equal justice in America. And stop going after people because you have political differences. I see people all the time that I have political differences. I respect their opinion. I may disagree with it, but why would you ever try to use the law for it? And it goes directly against everything that this Manhattan DA has professed. He brags about lowering felonies to misdemeanors and not prosecuting. We've watched crime in New York where people are afraid to walk the streets. We watched campaigns, and I will tell you, one of the reasons we won races in New York is based upon this DA of not protecting the citizens of New York. And now he's spending his time on this?
That's the clip there. Yeah, I mean, the Republicans in New York did very well, just a hair shy of ousting the incumbent appointed governor there. And I think they actually have some great prospects for 2024. A lot of these states here where I am in California, especially in the Bay Area, down where I am in San Diego and other areas, people are just they want a little bit tighten of the belt when it comes to cracking down on this crime. McCarthy's point here, this seems to be anathema. This seems to be a bit of hypocrisy for someone who is lowering the crime on what would be something that would send a person to jail for many years, and now coming after Trump on this accusation that's a decade plus old.
So, Bree, you're a correspondent for the Daily Wire. What's your overview on this situation?
Hey, good evening from Rome, Italy. I've been paying attention on the international stage as well. I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike Benz earlier in the hour. He was discussing how this has impact on the international stage. And he wanted to detail on how Trump being such a wild card really threw in, a real question to how he was going to handle certain IR policies. And he kept many, many countries and leaders who wanted status quo on their feet for 4 years. And that was always very interesting if you're a student of foreign policy. But I will say that the results of that showed in recent elections here in Italy. I reached out to Giorgia Meloni's team yesterday after the news broke, on Saturday after the news broke, and received a message back that at this time, Meloni's team is not going to comment at all on what they have been observing, but they are observing what's going on in the United States. What's very interesting to me is that yesterday or the day before, we saw the Russian deputy of security come out and state his thoughts, his very poignant and very direct thoughts on the situation here in that Trump is facing right now. And he applauded and encouraged Americans to rise up to war, to battle, inciting and using more inflammatory rhetoric, which is known in PSYOP's world. And then I'm pretty sure people saw in the headlines today, but I threw it up in the nest anyways, who met today but President Xi and Putin. So as we are all focused on the theatrics that we are seeing, and realize that this is being watched in the international world, we are seeing two of the major adversaries of the United States meeting together where President Xi, who was until just recently, until really today, backing away from engaging with Putin on multiple levels. Now we're seeing him call Putin his friend, his dear friend. So I think that's really interesting, considering how we have seen China and other adversaries play a part in our elections, running up to the elections, manipulation that happens on all sides in international policy. But it is interesting that as we're seeing more and more division being stoked, we're seeing unity on our adversary side. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Bree. Millie, you have a relationship with Rudy Giuliani, which was Donald Trump's previous attorney. He actually worked a lot during the post-election in 2020. Have you spoken with him at all? And we're attempting to get him on here as well, because I'd really love his take. Where do you think that he would stand on this if he were advising Trump right now? Would he? He's a pretty hard-hitting attorney. Would he tell him to go forward with this, to go turn himself in New York when he's indicted?
Well, I've actually spoken to many of Trump's lawyers. I actually have a close relationship with not only Rudy, but also Peter Tickton. And the conversation of potentially Trump being arrested has come up on different occasions, which we actually were anticipating that Trump was going to be possibly indicted last year around this time. Possibly what they were going for was in regards to January 6th, but they weren't able to. So now, of course, they're going to try to find the next best thing. Now, what we pretty much knew was that they wanted to do this to essentially rile up and incite the Trump supporters, because although they might have enough evidence for an indictment, because you can pretty much indict a ham sandwich, that doesn't mean that you actually have enough evidence to get a conviction. So what would likely play out is, they would indict on hardly any evidence in these grand juries, which, we've heard over and over again that you can pretty much get anything to kind of go through these grand juries. It's not hard. And so once they have that, they'll arrest him. Here's the thing. I kind of asked some of the same questions, like, well, what about if we just, have him stay in have him stay in Florida or Texas, one of these red states with friendly governors, and they refuse to hand him over and he hunkers down, because that's where I think a lot of people's, especially Trump supporters' minds go, refuse to hand him over, right? And I think overall, I can't speak for Rudy on this, but what I will say is that any good lawyer would not recommend that you try to not adhere or be a fugitive on the run, meaning he's better off if he turns himself in and then makes bail or bond, and then is honorable to the court, basically maintaining honor with the court, so that then you aren't likely to be held, because that's the last thing you want. A lawyer doesn't want their client to be held. So that's probably the thing that I think, if Trump has good lawyers advising him, I don't know which lawyers he has advising him on this issue, but they're probably going to advise him to turn himself in, and it's probably just going to be one of those perp walks.
Yeah. So Dr. Gorka, welcome back. You did work in the Trump administration. You're a senior advisor to the president. And we did speak a little bit about this the other day. I'd like to get your take on the recent events here. I want to remind the audience that it could be very likely that Trump could be indicted tonight. We'll definitely be covering it. But in the meantime, Dr. Gorka, how do you think Trump feels about this? Do you think that this is something that, he sees as a net positive, or does he look at it as a net negative in terms, politically?
Well, first things first, I just had Tom Fitton on my radio show, and I want to make sure that guy Leggett, who inappropriately texted him on his private cell, isn't on any of these spaces. Is Leggett on this space? Because then I won't be part of this.
He is definitely not.
He's on?
No. He is definitely not on. And he's not been invited. So.
All right. Okay, good. Well, just for the record, Tom Fitton, who's a massive asset, will not return to any of these spaces if that person isn't barred. His actions on Saturday were wholly inappropriate, and I stand with Tom. Look, I've been talking about this all day. I had Joe DeGeneva, former U.S. attorney, in studio. I had Tom Fitton. I had John Solomon. I had Will Chamberlain back, who did a really good analysis, a legal analysis of just how utterly bogus Bragg's case is and spurious. However, I will, just for the sake of accuracy, share what John Solomon said today. The president will not be arrested tomorrow because the grand jury in Manhattan only meets on Mondays and Thursdays, and they were still hearing new witnesses. Today they heard Rudy Giuliani's former attorney, Bob Costello, today. So the timing is a bit off. It's not going to be Tuesday. It may be Thursday, maybe Friday. But everyone I've spoken to, which kind of blows my mind as an immigrant to this nation, is pretty agreed upon the fact that the arraignment, the arrest will occur. How that goes down, you should listen to what Dan Bongino discussed on the second hour of his show today, because there's a kind of there's a practical issue. The president is a detailee. He is a protectee of the Secret Service. The Secret Service, by law, cannot hand over the safety of one of their principals to anybody else. So how Bragg envisages the president with his Secret Service detail is surrounded by, whores, robbers, and rapists. The service isn't going to do that. So how this goes down is a very, very sticky question. But with regards to the left, they are determined to do this. They are hostages to their ideology, and they want to have President Trump in handcuffs and fingerprinted, which I agree with Elon Musk means he'll probably be the 47th president of the United States. But things are moving very, very quickly. Everything's a moving target right now, but it looks like the arrest will not occur tomorrow.
So, Dr. Gorka, I want to ask you, this has been a kind of a hot topic today. We heard Ron DeSantis make a statement. There are a lot of people that are saying that it was sufficient and that it was a smart statement by Ron DeSantis. You have other people that have been hitting him on that and saying, okay, he took a swipe at Donald Trump by talking about the fact that he had paid off a porn star. How do you think that is politically for Ron DeSantis?
I think he's done. I think after his statement this morning, he's toast. I mean, he showed himself for who he really is today. I mean, the idea that a man who is touted by some as the new head of the conservative movement, who's a responsible governor, who's a former fricking jag, who should know the law, doesn't make a statement about this. He responds to a question from a journalist, and instead of saying this is an utter outrage, that the rule of law is being threatened at its very core with a man who was in the Oval Office less than 30 months ago being charged with a fake misdemeanor that's been jerried up into a felony. Instead, he does this pathetic, childish thing of twice, not once, twice talking about hush money for porn stars. Well, I mean, it's just scuzzy. It's just absolutely scuzzy. It was an NDA. When President Trump met me in June of 15 and asked me to advise him on national security issues for the primaries, I signed an NDA with President Trump. What does that mean? Am I a porn star who took hush money? I mean, you saw the real DeSantis today. He's a politician, and I think his credibility with anybody who's seriously America First or MAGA is just shot after what he did today.
So, Robert, I saw you reacting to that. Do you want to follow up?
Yeah, Dr. Gorka's right on. This is DeSantis is just a sideshow here. He doesn't know what he's doing. And the fact that he's a jag, he should have been more strong on this. He was weak. So again, this is theater, and Seb's point about Secret Service, there's some real complications about the protectee. Are they going to clear if, however this scene plays out of this hoax theater, they're going to have to do, what are they going to clear out everybody in the booking station and send them back through mags, take everybody's guns away? I mean, it's insane. The whole thing's insane.
Yep. So we've actually just welcomed to the stage right now. We've got Trump's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, the ex-mayor of New York City. And so, Rudy, I just want your overall take on this first, and then I have plenty of questions for you. Rudy, you got to unmute, hit that bottom left corner there, the mic button.
Got it. You okay now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. Sounds like you sound great to me. I can hear you.
Perfect. So I just want I did a short introduction for you for the audience here so they know you're Trump's attorney and former mayor of New York. So, Mr. Mayor, I just need your general overview of the situation first, the developments today, the idea that Trump will probably be indicted on these crimes, potential crimes, we'll say. We don't exactly know what they are. And then I have plenty of questions for you. So jump in, sir.
Sure. Well, first of all, I have to listen to the prevailing views of the people that are leaking, since that he's going to be indicted. Of course, every single one of them is violating the law doing it, but it seems like an Alvin Bragg district attorney's office is really a completely illicit, illegal operation. Has been from the day he took over. Of course, it would be a real, I would say probably it would be one of the darkest days in American legal history if that happens. Because, first of all, it would be the first time a president, sitting or former, is indicted. Second, it would be for what is clearly an act that happens in a fascist government, an entirely political prosecution for either a non-crime or a very, very exaggerated misdeed of some kind. This is typical of communism, Nazism, authoritarian governments. It's also rather typical of a decaying civilization. It's one of the first signs of the decay of Rome was they started prosecuting their enemies rather than just debating with them. And anyone who's a classic scholar will know what I'm talking about. This is from Donald Trump's point of view, this could very well be the thing that puts him over the top. He's leading right now. Some very large percentage of the American people see through this. I mean, I've heard Democrats like Weissman, who was one of the Mueller prosecutors and probably the most aggressive, warn Bragg, if you do this, you could have elected him president. This is so far off the charts. And then, of course, not only is it not a crime, it's something that has been reviewed 3 times, and the decision was made not to prosecute it for that reason, including by the federal government, the Southern District of New York, right across the street, which at the time was very anxious to prosecute Donald Trump. But, they weren't going to prostitute themselves the way Bragg, I guess, is willing to do. And then it comes from a prosecutor who is a complete fraud. He's one of about 40 or 50 prosecutors who were elected based on the millions of dollars put into their campaign by George Soros in order to undermine the system of justice. He and his colleagues and Soros are probably one of the biggest reasons why so many people are being killed in the United States right now. I mean, there have been even articles about it last year, and all the jurisdictions that had record murders were Soros DA jurisdictions where nobody gets prosecuted, and the criminals are let out on the streets so they can kill people. New York is one of those. Crime is up dramatically since he's been DA. I mean, just one example, he has taken 52% of the police felony arrests and made them into misdemeanors or thrown them out. So here he's taking what is a phony misdemeanor charge, a false record, and making it into a felony because he says it supports an illegal campaign contribution to a federal campaign. Now, the government has already determined that it wasn't an illegal campaign contribution because it had at least two purposes. One purpose might be to help him during the campaign, but the other is the more important one that happens all the time, the personal purpose of a non-disclosure agreement to avoid, on the one hand, embarrassment in the case of a married man, and on the other hand, she was able to get her money without having to go to trial. Now, non-disclosure agreements, I mean, there are a million of them. As a lawyer, I've probably executed so many, I can't even remember. And they're perfectly legal. They're contracts. Person maybe gets less money than going to trial, but doesn't have to go through the expense of a trial, the embarrassment of a trial. It's a chance you would lose. You get real money up front, and anybody can lose a case, even Stormy Daniels, right? And the defendant, even if it's not true, is spared the embarrassment of having a charge made, which in this day and age, if a woman makes it, I mean, the idea is women don't lie, which of course is ridiculous. Women lie as much as men. But the prevailing political correctness tyranny says that if a woman claims there's a sexual abuse, there must be, even though there's nothing that indicates that women lie more or less than men do, particularly about sex.
Mr. Mayor, let me ask you a question here. As mayor of New York City, you have a little bit of insight to this. Back when you were mayor, how fair would you say a New York City court could be to Donald Trump? Because obviously you do have a jury of your peers, but they are going to be selected from the district. And I know things have changed a little bit since you were mayor, but I'd like your feedback on that.
Well, it's changed a lot since I was mayor. It was 5-1 Democrat, 6-1 Democrat when I was mayor. It's 7-1 Democrat now, and of course they've stoked up in New York City almost an insane Trump derangement syndrome. So it'd be a difficult place for President Trump to get a fair trial. Don't think as difficult as the District of Columbia. For some reason, there still is a large percentage of hardworking people. So difficult, not impossible. If it was the District of Columbia, I'd tell you impossible. The worst part is the district attorney's offices have changed. The district attorney's offices, when I was the mayor, I mean, I thought I ran the best prosecutor's office in the country, the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. But the Manhattan District Attorney's offices and the other 4 district attorney's offices in New York were very high-quality prosecutors' offices, with whom I co-prosecuted cases very, very often. They were not political. They were run by people who were elected Democrats and one Republican in Staten Island. But I can't remember a political, I mean, it'd be unthinkable that a Bob Morgenthau or a Mario Marola, they were 2 of the DAs, would have done something like this, as it would be any Republican or Democrat U.S. attorney, me or any of my predecessors or successors. This is outrageous what he's doing.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, we did see some pressure from the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, who campaigned on the idea of arresting Trump. It seemed like last year in March of 2022, the Attorney General of New York, the District Attorney Bragg of New York City, did not want to pursue these charges. There were mass protests. That's when Letitia James came out and actually started publicly pressuring him to change his mind and keep pursuing these charges. Why do you think that is? I mean, do you know what the charges are at this point, and do they hold any water?
I do. No, I think I know what they are, but they don't hold any water at all. The underlying charge is that it's a false record. Well, of course, non-disclosure agreements are very often false records, and they're not. This is not a criminal case, and they're not really filed with the government. They're between two parties, and if you want to use anonymity or other things, euphemisms to cover up what it is that you're agreeing to, it's the two of you that are affected by it. The whole purpose of the non-disclosure agreement is to avoid bad publicity for either the plaintiff or the defendant. I mean, one of the reasons a woman would enter an agreement like this is, again, she's getting a goodly sum of money without having to go through the embarrassment. And even if she wins, this damage to reputation of a trial. And in order to accommodate that, you can use euphemisms to kind of hide and to take the sting out of what I'm not saying they even did. So a false record misdemeanor count hardly applies to a non-disclosure agreement. So the underlying crime doesn't exist. I don't think it's ever been prosecuted. I mean, I can't find a non-disclosure agreement that's ever been prosecuted as a false record.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question.
Can we go to
in terms of looking at the specifics of the case, obviously Michael Cohen is one of the main witnesses. What's your thoughts on him and his actions?
Michael Cohen is incapable of telling the truth. He is a pathological liar who was thrown out of the U.S. Attorney's Office as a witness because they didn't want to use him. Every once in a while in a prosecutor's office, you come across someone who just can't be believed and they are banned from testifying. I had a few of those when I was U.S. Attorney. Well, Michael Cohen fits into that category in the federal prosecutor's office right across the street from Bragg. And Bragg knows that. And the lawyer who argued that and won that testified in the grand jury today. And they weren't going to call him. He had to force himself into the grand jury to give exculpatory evidence, none of which had been given to the jury. The jury had no idea that the guy had this. That was all covered up and not given to the grand jury.
Robert Costello actually just gave an interview to the media about 5 minutes ago.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Giuliani, I've got a question for you in terms of the response that could come out of this. So we have McCarthy who said, I don't think people should protest this. Senator Warren said there's no reason to protest. The White House asked supporters to protest peacefully. What is your message to supporters of Trump? And what do you expect to happen if Trump is indicted?
Well, first of all, I would say don't protest given the atmosphere we're in. It's a shame that I have to say that because you have a perfect constitutional right to protest. But Biden and the fascists who run our government have taken away many of our rights. And, for the time being, until we can have our government straightened out, for the good of the people not being framed like a lot of the January 6 people, I would say don't protest. Protest peacefully in the sense of write letters, make calls, hold prayer vigils, raise money for the pursuit of the case so that it can be handled properly and the collateral cases around this. I mean, they're not just doing this to Donald Trump. I mean, they did it to me for 3 years, except they couldn't invent a crime. And they had to send a letter to the grand jury saying I didn't commit any crimes after stealing my iCloud account for 3 years. The day I became Donald Trump's lawyer, the federal government went and took my iCloud account. Can you imagine that? And they kept it for every day that I was his lawyer so they could spy on his lawyer. That's what we're dealing with. This is probably not the only, but the most dramatic indication that when people say that Biden has made us into a fascist state, they're not exaggerating, unfortunately. This is the act of a fascist government to pursue an opponent on a case that's 7 years old, probably banned by the statute of limitations, a charge that's never been made this way before, which is just a misdemeanor, which they're trying to ratchet into a felony because they're saying it supports an illegal campaign contribution that most legal scholars say isn't a campaign contribution at all. This is the theater of the absurd 1984 Animal Farm, Soviet Russia, East Germany. It's not the United States of America. The sooner we pass this era, the better. And don't feel exempt from it, my friends. There are about 50 of these Soros prosecutors all over the United States. He spent $40 million to do it. They're the people who let all the rioters go free. And they're the people that'll come after a Republican if they want to quiet you down. Unfortunately, I've got to run right now, but I'm glad I had a chance.
I'll ask you, Mr. Giuliani, just one quick final question I ask every special guest that jumps in. I know it's your first time on Twitter Spaces. Sure, yeah. Very, very brief question. What are your thoughts on the way media is being distributed to the audience right now? We've had, from Hunter Biden to Elon Musk on the show here, various senators, direct, no censorship, no central entity through Twitter Spaces.
Should be done. That's the way it should be done. 8:00 tonight, I'm going to be on Twitter. I'm going to be on YouTube. It's called America's Mayor Live. And there should be a press conference. There should be an interview going on with Bob Costello that I'll be commenting on.
Thank you, Mr. Giuliani. I appreciate you joining. And thank you, Millie,
Thank you.
And Millie, thank you so much for inviting Mr. Giuliani.
Thank you, Millie.
Nick, thanks a lot for so just quick shout out first before we continue with any thoughts. First, I apologize for all the hands up. I thought we'll have more time with Mr. Giuliani, but he did have to jump off. That's number one. Number two, just massive thank you to Nick. And Nick told me, Millie, you've helped out with this. So great thanks to Nick and Millie for organizing Mr. Giuliani. Love him or hate him. It's a pleasure to have him here on
How can you hate the man? How can you hate the man? He's America's mayor.
Yeah, I mean,
either way.
Like, he brought America together after 2001, 9/11 was a global event. I don't care what people say, it was a global event. And what happened after is a tragedy, the whole war in Iraq and all that. But Giuliani brought America together. He brought the whole world together. I don't know how anyone can hate that man.
Either way, just want to say thanks to Nick and Millie for organizing this. But what are your thoughts, guys? I know a lot of hands were up. Brandon and Paolo were trying to come up and it was glitching as well. So we couldn't get too many audience questions, but would love your thoughts. My next question was whether the Trump team is in communication with the prosecutor's office. My highlight was his call for no protests, and a very peaceful call. So that was my favorite highlight of this discussion. Bree, I know you were trying to jump in earlier. What are your thoughts on the discussion just now? And then Nick, you'll take over again.
Really, really interesting. It was a great conversation, although short. I wish we would have had more time with him, specifically because I'm interested in the reports coming out of Georgia. We're talking right now about what we're seeing in New York, and it is interesting that today, like just about an hour ago, CNN and others have been reporting that Georgia prosecutors are now considering a RICO charge against the president, former President Trump. And so being that he, when he was a prosecutor, is very famous for prosecuting RICO cases, it would have been interesting to get his thoughts on that. But I'm sure there are other people on stage who kind of speak to this and whether or not it's even relevant. I mean, knowing that this first trial potentially could be coming forth, or the arrest could be coming forth imminently in the next 48 hours, 72 hours, whatever we're hearing right now in New York. Could this possibly throw all the other so-called cases or cases that are being built against Trump in jeopardy?
That's a really good question. I mean, I wish Giuliani was still up on stage because, as I don't know if you guys know, but in the 1980s, he led the RICO cases against the big crime families in New York City. He actually took them down. He was the guy to take them down.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the expert in RICO, really.
I think it's interesting because as Giuliani was speaking, Robert Costello, who was basically the guy who Trump's camp wanted to testify before the grand jury, came out of the courthouse and gave an interview to the media. So that was interesting because Costello was actually Giuliani's lawyer at one point in time as well. So did anybody get to catch that interview with Costello, or do you want me to recap some of the things he said?
I think you can go ahead and recap the stuff he said. I don't think anyone on here was paying attention to the news.
Yes, so he came out and he was visibly upset that the grand jury only wanted to see six of the emails that he had brought. I think he said he brought 300 and some emails, and the grand jury only wanted to focus on 6 different emails. He didn't say what they included, but he did say that he plans to release the rest of the emails publicly to the media. So it doesn't seem like if Trump had planned to, use him to kind of convince the grand jury that they shouldn't indict him, it doesn't seem like that worked. It seems like the grand jury had one sole focus, and it wasn't really much in terms of, trying to debunk the whole case. He also brought up an instance where Michael Cohen was contemplating suicide. He talked a little bit about that to the media. But other than that, it wasn't really too much interesting stuff that came out of his press conference.
Robert,
okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Danish.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I was going to say that, my biggest feeling whenever I hear any of these people join us on Twitter Spaces is it me, or do they sound completely different when they're not on the mainstream media? And are people not surprised by this? Like, it was like as if, either, depending on the narrative, they'll try to portray someone a certain kind of way. But I have to say that every single time one of these very polarizing figures shows up on Twitter Spaces, they sound like totally normal, which is so fascinating. I mean, I know that for some of you who have been following, Mayor Giuliani or former Mayor Giuliani, you may be surprised by this, but for somebody who primarily would see him on mainstream media, it is quite fascinating how coherent he was, and how, because you have to understand
Danish, question. Let me ask you a question, and I think I'm not sure what your stance is, Ed. I'm sure you're not a fan of Mr. Giuliani. So my question to Danish and
that's
Ed,
not true. I am a fan of his.
No, I didn't say you're not a. I didn't say you're not a fan. I said Ed. I guess Ed was not a fan.
You have to understand that on the mainstream media, you have 180 seconds to get your point
exactly.
across.
That's a good point.
On Twitter Spaces, there's no time constraint, so you can say what you want to say without thinking, oh my God, when is Hannity going to interrupt me?
Let me ask a question though. Danish and Ed and anyone else afterwards, what are your thoughts on Mr. Giuliani's answer regarding his message to Trump supporters? Because you saw Trump's tweet asking people to protest, and I think he said, take back our country. And Giuliani's asking people, protesting is, I think he said, correct me if I'm wrong, but protesting is, there's no need to protest. I'm paraphrasing what he said, and really opted for a peaceful movement. That for me was unexpected. I'm not sure about you, Danish or Ed.
I think at least what the implication was that even if they did a peaceful protest, according to Giuliani, the fascist government, right, the way he described it, would twist it and put those people in jail, make those people appear worse than they were. That was the implication that I received from that comment. It wasn't because he was like, they have a complete right to protest, but we know how it's going to be portrayed. And we know that, Ian and everybody else, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, go ahead.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
that's exactly the implication that I got from it. Because, if you're going to protest, let's say you're going to peacefully rally or something, do it in a red city. Do it in a red state. Don't do it in New York City, because they're looking for an excuse to turn this into January 6th. They're looking for, these Patriot Front boys or the Proud Boys to show up and then cause some ruckus. Either it will be instigated by somebody on the left, which is usually the case. Like we're seeing this with the Drag Queen Story Hour. They attacked people, right? They attacked people who are protesting the drag queen thing, peacefully protesting it, attacked them, and then called them Proud Boys. And then the media just carried that whole story, said that they had fought the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys went home crying and bleeding. This is what they want to put in the newspapers. This is what they want to put on television, where they get one guy, he's got a funny logo that he's wearing, and suddenly he's a Nazi, right? This is what they want. They want to paint conservatives as insane and unhinged insurgents, and how they're dangerous, and how we need laws to crack down on them. So don't give them what they want.
But one question that I had, sorry, Brandon, one question that I had was around the implication of this. And I'm really curious, and this is not me poking. Y'all have known me for some time. I'm not trying to cause trouble. But just the political nature of this, is it possible that the real goal here is to expose this scandal and keep bringing up this scandal to the evangelical and Christian right? I mean, let's just be honest. Even though this is a technical issue, sounds like a campaign finance issue that perhaps may be taken a little bit out of proportion from a misdemeanor to a felony. Is the real goal here to keep reminding people that Donald Trump paid hush money to a porn star, and he is supposed to represent like the moral center of this country?
Go ahead, Sebastian.
If it is, it's pretty stupid and pointless because everybody knows who he is and that he's been a playboy for 50 years. So it didn't work in 2016. Why would it work now? I mean, this is the whole absurdity of it. This is something that happened 8 years ago, and he still became president anyway.
But Dr. Gorka,
So
isn't that surprising to
you? I'm not saying it's out of the question. I'm just saying it's kind of stupid.
Yeah, but isn't that? I mean, he has to win, especially without Mike Pence by his side now. He's still, I mean, if he is going to be the nominee, he has to win a portion of this evangelical vote, which he has lost clearly because of Mike Pence. And, now that the abortion issue is off the table, this could really hurt him, like actually hurt him.
I'm not sure because then you're focusing all this on one case. It doesn't, deal with the January 6th case or the Georgia case. It's like I think you're imputing too much, three-dimensional chess to these people. It's just hatred. It's just personal animus. If it has a knock-on effect with the evangelicals, so much the better for them. But the idea that there's some master plan and they said, okay, this is how we peel off the evangelicals. After the last 6 years, I just see a constant attempt to take him down however they can. I don't see this as some super nuanced campaign move.
Agreed. And we kind of touched on this earlier, too, before you got here, Danish. I basically said exactly the same thing that Sebastian just said, which is like, I'll take it a step further and say, I don't think they care. I do not believe that the evangelicals, I don't think that there is even a sect in the Republican Party anymore that's going to weigh their options and say, well, we're in the middle of a socialist communist takeover of our country, but Donald Trump may or may not have cheated on his wife. So I think I'll just, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with Seb on this because this seems
in this situation.
I'm sorry. If anything, this is TDS.
He actually
the whole thing is TDS.
It's just we're trying to figure out whether he used campaign money. I mean, he did actually pay a porn star. Sorry, I don't mean to be like difficult here. It's like it's just like if if the other side, if the shoe was on the other foot, you guys would be saying the same thing about Biden. So it's kind of interesting that. Yeah, I mean,
sorry, I just got to jump in really quick. Mario, I just wanted to say thank you because I have to jump off. I apologize. I have a meeting now. Thank you for inviting me to the space. I really wish I could stay with you guys. This is awesome, but I've got to run. Thanks, so have a great day, guys. Thank you.
All good. Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Danish, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, again, this is, I promise you, this is not a political statement. It's more around, I'm just trying to understand, is it going to be very difficult for especially religious Republicans to be able to go down this thorny road of saying, hey, we care about, again, remember the abortion issue has now been.
Well, it didn't bother them in 2016. Why would it bother them now?
Well, because in 2016,
I mean, Trump, a lot of them are hating, he's the best.
It was about Roe v. Wade.
He's the best. He's the best chance that you have against the crazy left. I mean, they're going to see him. They'll be like, yeah, you know what? He's not perfect. He's not even. He's barely religious, right? Trump is barely religious. Famously, not really a churchgoer. Plays golf on Sundays, right? Nobody cares. This is not an issue that bothers them because they see someone who can win. Now, I'm not even the biggest Trump supporter. I'm a DeSantis supporter. I'm a DeSantis guy. But this is how the majority of Americans see him. They see him as being the most effective man against the crazy far left.
Guys, just before...
Just to add to Ian's point, from the religious perspective, obviously they knew the type of person he was before. But what they see is he's upholding their values from a policy or from a policy perspective or from a ideology perspective. So he's come out quite vehemently speaking about LGBTQ and the woke left. So religious people can identify with that. So irrespective of he follows these religious values himself, they're seeing him as a policymaker uphold their values. And so therefore that will, in my view, get him the vote.
I want to quickly ask a question to Ed, and then Millie, I know you've got your hand up, so I'll give you the mic right after. But Ed, first, can I assume that your stance on Giuliani is not positive, correct? Before I ask my question. Ed?
Got unmuted.
Yeah, you should be unmuting Ed. Well, I wanted to ask him his thoughts as a person who's not a fan of Giuliani, his thoughts on the chat, because it goes back to Danish's point that the Giuliani you see in the medias, at least in the mainstream media, is different to what we saw now.
You can ask Gabe. I think Gabe might.
Gabe, yeah, what's your position on Giuliani before I ask you that same question?
Yeah. So, I mean, like Giuliani, as we know, right, he's the man who essentially ruined two women's lives, right?
So just on the question, so I understand. That's a good argument. I think I want you to make those points after Millie speaks for sure, and to balance the discussion. But just now I know your stance on Giuliani. What do you think of the Giuliani you see in the media, and then the interview we just had now? Did it catch you by surprise, the things he said, especially his response to when I asked him what his message is to supporters, or is it what you expected and nothing surprising?
No, I thought I think anyone in a position of power or influence right now, if they're being smart, they would say don't show up. And I think that's obviously the smart decision because, you look at what happened on January 6th, but also you look at the whole weekend, Saturday and Sunday, Trump is telling supporters to protest. Today in New York, we see them setting up barricades, enforcing the area, making sure that no one does anything unruly or riots tomorrow. Do I think he's going to get arrested tomorrow? No. We had Cohen and Costello inside the grand jury today. So Trump's, assumption he's going to get arrested on Tuesday is totally frivolous. But what Rudy did say, I commend him for saying that. But I also think he's taken it from a perspective of I have to be careful. And I think if you're anyone, Kevin McCarthy or whoever, you're going to tell people not to try to protest and be, aggressive or violent or whatever. That's the smart thing that you should be doing. I know that we all have the right to protest, but I mean, again, we saw what happened on January 6th.
So you think they're being a bit more careful with the narrative after January 6th? Is that your take?
I mean, there's more than one way to protest, Mario. You don't have to go onto the street to protest. You can just withdraw money from your bank. That's a form of protest. Do that.
Right. I mean, you can protest however you want, right? But however you interpret protest in all caps, crazy screaming on Truth Social will say, take that as you will. But I think, like I said, anyone who's in a position of power influence is probably going to play this one pretty close to the chest and tell people not to show up, or at least not to be violent, right? Because I think
Gabe, I just wanted to say Michael Cohen actually didn't testify today. The grand jury didn't need him, so he never actually had to appear before the grand jury. And Mario, I know you asked me a question. My power just went out in my house, so my internet's really spotty. What were you asking?
The question again, the same question I asked Gabe, and I do want to go to Millie. She's been waiting for a while. So just very briefly, Ed, knowing your position is not too positive of Mr. Giuliani, what are your thoughts on his answers today on the discussion we had, especially the answer to my question about his message to Trump supporters?
I think he spoke more well than I thought he was based on what I see of him on TV. I think he brought up some interesting points. At the same time, we don't know what the charges are. We don't know what all the evidence is yet. So I think it's hard for anybody to really jump to any foregone conclusions.
Millie, thank you so much for waiting.
Thank you, Mario. So I think it's really interesting, and I'm actually really glad that I had Rudy jump in here, because oftentimes the persona that we get about somebody from the mainstream media's coverage or the news coverage is often not what somebody really is like in real life. And oftentimes they're portrayed in a lot more negative ways. And that's even goes for celebrities in Hollywood. We've seen that time and time again, where the tabloids don't always match up with the real person. What I can say from knowing Rudy personally is he's a very kind man of good moral value. He is a Catholic. He's literally like a walking legal dictionary. He's very intelligent. He's got it on lock, memorized everything. So he has a wealth of wisdom and knowledge. And oftentimes the mainstream media would try to portray him as somebody like a bumbling alcoholic or somebody who doesn't have their stuff together. And that's just not the Rudy that I know. Like I said, I think it's good for people to actually have real conversations. And that's why these type of spaces are so valuable, because it actually, it gets to the heart of issues. And I think it humanizes each other, because there's so much division between left and right. And we get caught up on hating public figures based on what the media says, and not always what the media says about somebody. If they're a leftist, if they're a right-wing leaning person, that's not always necessarily true.
I'm messaging Vivek before anyone jumps in. First, Millie, I think your message, I agree with it 100%, and I think it's a message that applies to both sides of the aisle. I am messaging Vivek Ramaswamy again, because his take on Trump's potential arrest was really interesting 2 days ago. So it'd be good to get his thoughts again today. But otherwise, Bree, please jump in.
I just wanted to ask Dr. Dinesh to follow up with the question that he was posing on evangelicals and their response, or Christians in general, and their response to Trump and this report or these allegations of an affair. First off, I would say Stormy Daniels, and this was presented to me in a DM. Stormy Daniels has admitted that this was not an affair, and then came back later and wrote a tell-all book and said it was an affair. So I think the credibility on her claims are out there in general public for people to just Google real quickly and see that there's a mixed bag there in the allegations. And secondly, I'd also say I don't quite buy into the narrative that evangelicals only voted for Trump, or the majority of them voted for Trump because of Mike Pence. I'm just interested on where that came from.
I think it came from this belief that they, just like Dr. Gorka had mentioned, a lot of them knew.
And Dr. Gorka, by the way, sorry, Danish. Dr. Gorka, you glitched out. I've just DM'd you an invite so you can come back up. I know you messaged Nick that you glitched out. Sorry, go ahead, Danish.
So my main point was that people know where Donald Trump truly stands from a religious perspective. I don't think anybody is sitting there saying, oh my God, this is the most religious person out there. So there's a few things that he had going for him.
Except for that one guy from Australia. That guy seems to think that Donald Trump is like the second coming of Jesus, which is really cringe.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm not gonna comment on that person.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But I was gonna say that ultimately, what's interesting is most people knew that there were a few incredibly important to these people, to that group. It was around overturning Roe v. Wade. It was around, supporting evangelical goals, faith-based initiatives. There's a few things that they wanted to continue to grow on, and that faction of the Republican Party, he very much shored it up by having Mike Pence as his running mate, and also being very clear on his opinion on what he would do. And by the way, I would say that there were three things that got him the evangelical vote. One was Supreme Court justices. Number two was Roe v. Wade and his position on Roe v. Wade. And three was getting a evangelical running mate. I think anybody looking at this from an objective perspective would say that that is likely what brought him that vote. And so my point is, now that Mike Pence is not next to him, even in the primary, which who knows what's going to happen in the primary, but even in the primary, that is a chink in his armor. And in the general, it's definitely a chink in his armor. I think a lot of people do have questions around his character. And the point that you were making about Stormy Daniels,
So, Dr. Danish, can I interrupt just briefly?
Go ahead, Ian. Sorry.
Yeah, I just actually want to add to what you're saying. I don't think this Stormy Daniels thing is going to go anywhere, at least with regards to the pro-life right, the Christian right, because he kind of alienated them all by himself when he blamed them for the way things turned out in the election recently, right? Like a few months ago, right? Like last year. he actually blamed them. He was like, "Yo, all you pro-life people." Like he made a truth about that, and that pissed off a lot of people. Actually, drove them to DeSantis because they see DeSantis as being their guy now. Like I talked to a lot of them, and they see him, right. I mean, many of them are still torn on Donald Trump. They see Trump as being perhaps more electable, because he's got more fire. There's no denying it. He's got more personality, more character, and all that stuff. But he has pissed off a lot of these people who, where being pro-life is like their number one issue. So when Trump kind of dunks on them and blames them for the way things turned out, that doesn't make them very happy. And I don't think the Stormy Daniels thing, I don't think that even factors into what they think of him. Like they were previously, they wanted Trump because they saw him as the best guy to go up against the left. And now, there's a sizable number of people who would prefer DeSantis or someone who is more aligned with them morally, right, or religiously, instead of Donald Trump. But that's just a handful of people. Maybe not a handful, but it's a sizable portion of people. But I don't think they're swayed in any way by all these proceedings. So I don't think the left or the Alvin Bragg is playing 3D chess or 4D chess with this whole situation. I think it's just TDS when it comes down to him.
So let me mention some statistics. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office wins a conviction just 51% of the time when it prosecutes serious felony charges. The office's conviction rate for misdemeanors is down as well from 53% to 28%. So just wanted to mention some statistics here that were shared. And already, hold on, we've got a little protest going on. So the Young Republicans Club of New York City are holding a peaceful protest now outside Trump Tower and the courthouse. So just wanted to mention a quick piece of it. Thank you, Luis, for sharing this with us.
I like those guys. They're fun.
What's interesting is there's also a bigger question around, how does it all get handled if things do get violent? And the question is, what is the right response here? Since we've had, some violent protests.
We're going to see what we should have seen in 2020. We're going to see a lot of police brutality, and the media's going to cheer it on.
And that's my question. It's, we saw protests in the street in 2020. Are we going to see lax, because again, unless, they're doing a ton of property damage, I wonder if
it'll just be like, when people are protesting COVID, they got the shit kicked out of them, right? But when BLM people burn down cities, cops are just like, hands off, I guess we can't touch them.
No, that's not necessarily true.
I agree.
People, I will say this, you have to admit that the New York City Police Department, the history of them has been violent. Under Rudy Giuliani, stop and frisk, but also in 2020, people who are walking down the street.
Gabe, let me ask before, because you mentioned stop and frisk, and that's kind of important. Was that not a Michael Bloomberg policy? Just before we start blaming Rudy Giuliani.
There was a Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg kept it going.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm trying, and yes, I mean, you have both of them, but what I'm trying to say right now is the claim that in 2020 it was only people who were protesting because of COVID or mask mandates or what have you. You have people who are protesting in the streets in New York and getting pulled off and put into vans.
Yeah,
and those are
BLM
people who are
was
just protesting.
really prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and Kamala Harris didn't raise funds for BLM. Seriously, just try the propaganda elsewhere.
I mean, there's literally, you could Google this, or you could go on to Twitter and you could find the video footage of this happening. And it's people it's not mask mandates, it's not vaccine mandates, it's not the people who are trying to fight Fauci and whoever else. It's people who are literally walking down the street or in a group of people that you might identify with left, who were, nabbed by the cops, arrested, put in cuffs, put into a van, right? I'm not saying that treatment is equal, but I am saying let's at least admit to the fact that it wasn't the way the which the narrative is being put right now is COVID and vaccine mandates or people objecting. It was the people that were protesting the injustice that was happening. And even in New York, on the streets in New York, again, I can find video on Twitter of this happening right now.
Well, actually, I just shared up in the Nest something that's very interesting because Heritage Foundation, their oversight project, they obtained records from the FBI. after January 6th, there were 16,000 more hours investigating that than there were in 2020 for BLM riots. So, the fact is that people on the right have been the ones who have been most challenged by federal authorities, certainly, but we know that this has happened on state and local level too, treated much worse. And the stop and frisk policies just are not even a good way to look at this, because stop and frisk was not about throwing people in vans and putting handcuffs on them. It was about checking out people who were in certain situations that were clearly laid out by Bloomberg and Giuliani. To figure out, how can we stop some really bad crime before it happens? They didn't go throwing people in vans unless they really had something that was a warrant or whatever that they could pull out of it. It was a very restrained policy. It was a very successful one. But what's happening right now is we have shifted. The way that we do criminal justice in this country has shifted to target people on the right, particularly Trump supporters, but people on the right in general who have any knowledge of something going on and want to protest about it. We are putting prior restraint on valid political activity in this country, and it has got to stop. And just this whole thing about we're going to, try to stop violence in New York City is just absurd. You got peaceful protesters now. Mario just talked about of the New York college Republicans. That's about the worst you're going to get in New York right now. It's just a total farce. The real agenda right now in this country is the weaponization, particularly of the federal government, against Donald Trump and against his supporters, using the pretext of what was at worst a minor riot that took place on January 6th. It's absolutely absurd.
Wait, hold on. Just a question. So you're going to say that January 6th was a minor riot? Because I heard other things today from Brandon and others that we were saying that it was Antifa, when there's literally tweets from Brandon who says it was us patriots, we were there on January 6th.
Well, but I don't know the degree to which Antifa was there, and I don't make that claim, but I will tell you this. I know that Capitol building inside and out. I spent 8 years there, and I can tell you that all the video that I have seen and what has been revealed also lately shows that there was a minor group of people who were rioting at the Capitol, breaking windows. And by the way, at times with USCP pulling away and allowing it. I love USCP. I know USCP officers. I have nothing negative overall to say, but there were certain groups of them who were pulling out of the way and allowing a minor riot to take place. But the video shows that the vast majority of people were not doing anything violent there. They were just outside protesting what was going on. And you also had USCP, some untrained officers, unprovoked, shooting tear gas into the crowd. So don't give me this. It was an insurrection crowd.
Just 1 second.
See, my issue with January 6th is this was the Capitol during one of the most important acts of democracy that we have in the country. And people weren't supposed to be in there. What if this was the White House and protesters got into the White House?
Hey, Ed, that is absolute falsehood. It's an absolute falsehood to say that these people were not allowed to be in there. That is an absolute falsehood. Americans are allowed in the Capitol building consistently. That happened. That was the way it was prior to January 6th, and they totally overreacted. Yes, people are allowed to be in the Capitol. It's our building. Some of the people did it in an absolutely wrong way. They had no right.
They're not allowed in the Capitol during that time.
It's not true, Ed. It's not true.
There's people allowed in the White House too. If you get it.
No. The White House is a far different situation, as Sebastian can tell you.
So you're allowed to be in the chambers, you're saying?
I didn't say they're allowed to be in the chambers.
So, Jim, I'll ask you the question. Jim,
let's stop the propaganda bullshit. Any American citizen, actually any foreign national, can walk into the Capitol before Nancy Pelosi. You can't do that in the White House, you cretin. You have to be on the secure detail. You have to be cleared by the Secret Service to enter the campus of the White House. Krasenstein, cut it out.
And there's a reason for that, because you do have one individual who must be protected. But we have always held it in this country that Americans were allowed to have access to their representatives. And I have been in that Capitol over and over again. Yes, you do have metal detectors, and that is useful, and it helps screen people. But we have always allowed Americans in that Capitol building, and Nancy Pelosi changed it to put fear and FUD against people. That was a radical change.
So,
Gabe, you wanted to say something?
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead, Gabe.
So, walking into the Capitol, tours are free, but you do need a tour pass that are required, right? So there is some sort of approval process.
That's not true, Gabe.
Not true. Oh wow, what an expert Gabe is.
Yeah, Gabe, I'm going to tell you this. I have managed and monitored and worked with people in 2 different congressional offices to take care of tours. There are certain places in the Capitol you cannot go. And there were people who breached that, and it was wrong. And in fact, I have said, even though I think Ashley Babbitt was murdered, there should not have been people in that spot doing what they were doing, breaking the windows down. That was absolutely wrong. But I'm going to tell you this. She was murdered. It was wrong. And the fact is that people are allowed in that Capitol building all the time. They are only restricted from certain areas. I know
But
every
not
nook
on
and
that
cranny
day,
of that.
Jim. On that day, they weren't allowed to be in the
No,
Capitol.
that is not true,
It
Ed.
is
It's
true
not
because
true. No,
the police
Ed.
were telling people they weren't allowed to be in there.
No, Ed. The reason that they were doing
I
that is
think,
because
guys,
Nancy
does it
Pelosi was
matter,
trying to
Jim?
put on a
Jim,
show.
does it matter though whether they're allowed or not in this case? I'll tell you why before Seb gets angry at me. What I mean is that it was a protest, and while some people were there with peacefully, I think people are allowed, but not hundreds of people walking in at the same time, and the security not being able to deal with the situation. So I think both of you agree on more than what you disagree. But I want to go back to the discussion today, moving away a bit from January 6th.
Well, real quick, let me clarify something there, Mario. When people started to act in the ones who did act, the limited number who acted in a violent manner, then yes,
Can I ask you, Jim? Can I ask you another question? How's the sentiment? In your circles in Washington, how's the sentiment regarding Trump's indictment? Is there concern? Are people overreacting? Because for me, I'll be honest, I'm worried about the outcomes of what's going to happen. The response from Trump's supporters and the further, I'm not saying that they're going to be violent, I'm saying the response in general and the further polarization that's going to happen with these events. I'm genuinely concerned. It's like every year, every couple of years, things get worse for the last few years. What's the sentiment like in Washington?
Right now, yeah, go ahead.
No, that's the question. What's the sentiment like in Washington?
Yeah, so really, Democrats are stirring up fear regarding it, and Republicans don't think that there's going to be any problem at all because they know there won't be, because they know that Trump's support. Listen, we have so overblown January 6th into some massive violent protest when it was not. It was only spotty violence that was taking place, and it was building destruction, by the way, where you had people walking through, even the violent ones, by the way.
I'm asking more about the the possible indictment of Trump.
Yeah, no. I don't think people I'm talking to aren't worried about it at all. I mean,
let me jump in again just quickly. We do have Vivek. Could be joining us again in a bit. We had him a couple of days ago. I think, Sebastian, you enjoyed that interview. Also, I forgot to mention, me and Nick forgot to mention the newsletter we were supposed to mention. I just pinned it above. I retweeted it on my account for anyone that wants.
You never mentioned it, Mario.
I forget now. Yeah, my team's going to kill me. But yeah, I've just pinned it.
You have a newsletter. You don't even put it in the
yeah, I've just put it now. Yeah. So make sure you subscribe if you want to get summaries of the spaces, but also get notified of future spaces. I know we've got how's our correspondent, Nick? Are they able to jump into the space, give us an update? Is anything happening or nothing at the moment?
That's what we're working on here. She's going around. She's talking to police officers. She's talking to reporters as well as various, because I mean there are, like I said, there are riot police that are on the ground there. They don't have a very visual presence right now. They have been mobilized, but you don't see all 700 of them standing in the street right now because it seems like there literally are only 2 protesters there at the moment. So she's trying to gather some more information. She'll be on in about 10 minutes.
When's the indictment expected? Is it still most likely on Wednesday, or is it more like? Because there's a lot of press already sitting there waiting.
Thursday. It's probably going to be Thursday, if anything.
What are you hearing?
What I'm hearing is, the cameras haven't gone anywhere. There's still
about 50 of them there. I know Michael Cohen was there recently. Costello, who Ed was bringing up earlier, who I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, was sort of like the in-between Cohen and Trump. And he is there currently at the moment at the courthouse. And so basically I'm waiting on some more information from her, but she did say that it is still possible that there will be an indictment that comes down tonight because this is still ongoing at the courthouse right now. So I'll keep
It does, but for the riot police to be mobilized today, even though there's no protesters on the ground, there's no indication of protests yet. For the press to be sitting there, I'm not an expert in this. Doesn't that imply that it is relatively likely it's going to be tonight, or are these preparations common to be days in advance?
Yeah,
there's nothing common about
notified
this.
That it'll be tonight, probably. I mean, you have to because they're doing the preparations now. But what's amazing about this?
So what did you say? Sorry, what did you say?
Like
I didn't hear you, Jim. What did you say? Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear the first part. What you said?
I said, they're probably planning it because they do recognize. I don't know this for a fact, but they do recognize that this indictment's coming out tomorrow. So surely, if you're looking to do security, you're going to start that process tonight. You're going to see what happens along the way tonight and then be ready for whatever comes tomorrow. But here's the thing. Nothing's going to happen. There's not going to be protests. It is entire fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD crap to say that they're going to be violent.
You don't think there won't be? No, not violent, but you don't think there'll be even? Because if there's large, so Jim, there people
tiny protest.
You don't even think there'll be it's okay. So I expected larger protests from this because
no way. Now listen,
I don't think we're going to see protests in New York City.
Okay, one at a time here.
Millie. Yeah, I was going to jump to Millie. She's always so nice, Millie. Always so respectful, never jumping in. Mike is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mario. So a couple things. One, I know that Rudy didn't get to stay very long because he had to run, but he'll be doing more in-depth analysis on his show on Twitter and on YouTube at 8 p.m. tonight. So I just want to put that out there. Also, in regards to protests, I do think this is somewhere where the left and the right can actually come together on somewhat. Meaning, I don't think that it's intellectually honest for conservatives to just rule out police brutality against protesters, because we have seen instances where police have gone way overboard, shooting, rubber bullets, water cannons, pepper spray, beating with batons. We saw even with January 6th, the shooting of Ashley Babbitt. That's another example. So there are instances of police brutality with protests. But then we also have to think about, okay, well, we have instances where somebody's not necessarily engaging in a peaceful protest, but they're actually verging on rioting and just taking an opportunity to loot or burn or destroy buildings, which if you're the owner of said building or business, you're not going to find very fun. And so you're going to hope that law enforcement go in there and shut that type of situation down. So both sides, I think, need to kind of come to the table on these issues where we can acknowledge that, yes, there are real instances of police brutality, and we should fight for our rights as citizens to not be abused by the system or by police, just as much as we should fight for our rights to not be politically persecuted in this instance where Trump seems to be being abused by the prosecutorial situation that's going on here. So I think both sides can kind of come together, and really what's happening here is there's kind of like a pincer move that's taking place on both the left and the right at the same time. And they're really just targeting all American people and all of our rights. I'll give you a quick example of this. So in Ohio, actually Republican legislators were trying to pass legislation that would criminally charge and financially hold liable the protest organizers of any protest that resulted in any type of vandalism or criminal acts or rioting. So that would mean that would hold anyone who set up a protest or organizers who set up a protest. If bad agitators or agents came to commit criminal acts, you could get those organizers criminally charged. So that could be a really sticky, bad situation. See, the conservative Republicans are pushing, this is how we would shut down these BLM riots. But either which way, our rights are going to be violated, and it could be used to target Trump over J6, right? But it's not a good situation.
Thanks.
So I guess that's kind
I
of my
want to bring
point.
I want to bring Brian in here. Welcome to the stage, Brian. I'm not sure you've been here before, but you're a trial attorney, a former prosecutor. You have a lot of experience in this field, so I kind of want your overview on what we're looking at today. You know, with the Trump indictment that is very likely to come down either tonight. That's what I'm hearing currently from people on the ground. That's what they're preparing for. So what are your thoughts on here? And I have a few questions for you.
Oh, you got to unmute Brian,
Brian,
just
you
bottom
gotta
left
unmute.
corner.
Yep. You were just unmuted a second ago, and I think you muted yourself. So, okay. Well, we'll get Brian in here shortly.
Let me
Let's
message him.
Let's get your.
Yeah, you just got to click on it once. It's on the bottom left corner. It looks like a red.
Yeah, I got you.
There you go.
All right.
Perfect.
Let me know when I can help you.
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now, Brian. Can you hear Nick's question? So just check with him, Nick, see if he can hear you. Nick, do you want to speak?
Brian, I just kind of want your opinion on what you've heard today. You know, the idea that it's very likely for Trump to be indicted, possibly even tonight. And then I'm definitely going to have some questions for you.
All right. Well, my opinion as to what? As to whether it's a good idea or whether or not he's going to be convicted. I mean, where's the conversation going?
Well, we're just looking for a general overview from you because you do have a lot of experience in this prosecution as a trial attorney and such.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, listen, it's obviously a very unique situation. It's never happened before. So in terms of, regardless of what the charges are, which we don't know yet, but I'm assuming they're going to be, fraud, obstruction of justice types of charges because they're local. But we've never had anything like this. So it's very hard to draw on any kind of real life trial experience and say, what's it like to try a president? Because it's never happened before, right? So, the dynamics of trials are they're very much a human function. You're talking about trying them in New York City. I think there's a couple interesting angles. Would Trump's lawyers necessarily think that New York's a good venue for this? Might they move for a change of venue? If I were his lawyer, I probably would do that, initially as a trial tactic. But in terms of the charges, I don't know what they are yet. I'm assuming they're going to be based on obstruction of justice and those kinds of theories. The question is could he be found guilty? Of course, but there are a lot of things that have to happen first. If you have some specific questions, I can maybe address them, but it's, without knowing exactly what the charges are yet, I can only kind of speak sort of broadly and generally,
Yeah, well, Brian, this is not the only investigation that Trump is facing right now. There could be other indictments. I don't know. We do know a little bit more about the Georgia case that where Atlanta area prosecutors.
That's different. Look, I can speak to this because this is in front of me, and this is a local prosecution. So you're dealing with the DA's office. They don't have the level of sophistication or necessarily the tools that say the U.S. Attorney's Office does. So that might be a challenge, in terms of the resources that Trump could bring to bear in terms of a local prosecution. When you're talking about, the Georgia campaign stuff, you're dealing more with federal stuff, which is going to be sort of bigger ticket stuff. And potentially, theoretically, I believe, you're going to be dealing with federal charges and federal defenses. So they're different ball games. And he may have very well, different defenses in a federal case, because of his executive privilege than he might in a local case. And that may be very well why they're trying to prosecute him locally to try to avoid some of those, potential privileges and federal issues. But, again, I would be speculating on that.
Hey, so Brian, I got a question for you. What do you think? I know you don't know the specific charge and probably not run in New York City law, but let's take this down to what we think we know right now, which is that he had done a payment to Stormy Daniels with a non-disclosure agreement to keep her quiet. And I know Mark Levin had been out saying, that's absurd. No one, prosecutes over non-disclosure agreements. What's your sense about that nexus? You're not trying to comment on New York City law.
Well, listen, general criminal law is general criminal law. It's going to be state law. On that issue, you're kind of splitting a legal hair, and that's going to be an interesting issue that I think the jury will take up. Is this really a civil non-disclosure, an NDA, in which case that would be a potential legal defense, or is it something along the lines of obstruction or extortion? and that'll make for interesting trial arguments. I mean, if that in fact is the issue, there's no real mechanism for Trump to sort of dismiss this case. Well, I suppose there could be. I mean, I suppose he can make these arguments early since these are felony cases, and he could say, "Listen, my defense is this is a civil settlement, and it doesn't belong in front of a jury." I mean, that's something that can be argued early on, in what's known as a preliminary hearing, at the state level. But I mean, if it gets past that stage and gets to a trial, that'll make for an interesting trial issue. What does the jury think?
Do you think there's anything odd? Because like when Stormy Daniels had come out, seemingly after this deal had been made, saying that it wasn't a big deal to her, or that we should let it go, and maybe she's changed her mind, and I don't know. Does that aspect of this seem to play from a legal argument standpoint?
Well, it's not really a
Does
legal
that seem
argument.
to play here?
Yeah, I mean, if that's what she said, and I'm assuming that the indictments can be based on the allegations relating to her. I mean, that's trial stuff. I mean, it's trial stuff is, you get the witness on the stand, you impeach them with their former testimony or whatever they said to the press, and it goes to credibility as opposed to a legal issue, which is, what is the law? What's the law that governs a case? I mean, if in fact she said that, and that's the issue in the case, then if you're Trump's lawyers, you want to get her on the stand and get her to admit that and see what the jury thinks. But that's really a trial issue, as opposed to a legal issue.
Yeah. Right.
Jim, Brian,
so to the larger issue, or what are
you
you concerned about when it relates to this being a president? So as you're sitting back, this is historical. This is something we've never seen before. Yeah. What does that look like to you?
I mean, you've got legal issues, but more importantly, you've got political issues. I mean, I can certainly give you my opinion on the political issues, but you're asking me to comment as a lawyer. I mean, I've seen some other people comment, and I'm just kind of, reading up on this. But, certainly politically, this could be a disaster for the entire country. I mean, that's my opinion, without any political bias in it, because it's inherently a political issue. And, certainly, I mean, I saw John Bolton comment, in the last 24 hours about, what could happen if he's acquitted. And that is, his opinion was, he gets reelected. So you've got those kinds of considerations underlying this prosecution if it happens. And, I mean, imagine you're the Manhattan District Attorney that brings this case, you lose, right? And then Trump goes on to rally the country and becomes president again. Was it a good idea? Well, I mean, if you don't support Trump, it was a terrible idea. So, I mean, here's my opinion. I mean, politically, with best.
So, Brian, bringing it back to the legal issues, one issue that I think's been highlighted in this case and is generally a concern of a number of people is this idea that basically you sign an NDA, there's an agreement, there's a payoff, and then essentially NDAs are being broken. I mean, what's the wider implications of that? And for this case, and the wider implications.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't. We still don't know what the factual allegations are going to be. I mean, we're assuming that's going to be it. But, again, an NDA is really something that comes up in a civil law setting, right? So this is a criminal law setting. So, I mean, again, to kind of repeat what I said earlier, I mean, that may in fact be the factual defense that comes up if this case goes to trial is, what really is this conduct? I mean, is this a non-disclosure, which is, a very common practice in settlement agreements? Or is this in fact, a buy-off, an act of extortion or obstruction? I mean, it's.
Hey, Brian. Brian, my question to you would be: we all know that Trump is really good at delaying things in the courts. Mm-hmm. How long do you think something like this could take? Would it take us until the next election? Would it take us past the election?
Oh, sure.
Would it be within a year?
I mean, criminal felony trials at the local level can continue for, I mean, I've had cases in the state level consider go on 2, 3, 4 years. I mean, it really depends on the volume of evidence, the amount of briefing that goes into the case. I mean, certainly if I'm his lawyers, any criminal defense attorney, it really depends on the facts of the case. If you're a criminal defense attorney, and I've been that, if you don't have a good case, your strategy is always to delay, right? Conversely, if you believe in the strength of your case, you may not want to delay it. You may want to move it directly to trial, but overlaying all of these legal issues are the political considerations, which don't generally drive criminal jury trials. They just don't, so that's what's going to be unique about, how the attorneys address this, because you've got, a presidential election that is hanging over the heads of this case. So it's new. We don't really know, and I can guess at it, but I have really no idea how that, which strategy is going to be employed here. Depends on the facts of the case,
Brian, could I ask
Brian,
a quick
another
question?
sorry,
sure.
Kira, just like one last thing.
Sure, of course.
We just heard from Ed earlier on that Michael Cohen was available to testify in front of the grand jury today for 2 hours, but didn't do so. What could be the possible reasons as to why he was not used?
He wasn't called. I mean, I'm not familiar with it. He wasn't called or reelected, or he.
Basically, Cohen was kind of being held. He was basically waiting in case the grand jury needed him in response to Robert Costello, who was basically the person who Trump wanted there to testify and I guess provide contradictory evidence to the grand jury. And Cohen wasn't ever called to give his rebuttal.
I'd be speculating. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about the witnesses or what they would testify to. I mean, I would just be guessing. So,
Brian, could I just ask a question? My understanding was that the initial charge, which was which would be a misdemeanor unless you can bump it up, was falsifying business records. It's not really the NDA per se. It's that he basically said this was a legal agreement. This was pursuant to a legal agreement pursuant to which he paid Michael Cohen, and there was no such agreement.
Right.
So that would be a misdemeanor, but then you bump it up to a felony if you can find an underlying criminal act, which you were doing that with. And the underlying criminal act would be, and this is hard to prove, would be of state election law violation. I think you were talking about the NDA, but isn't the initial charge basically just the falsifying business records? And that's the reason you can get to the 5-year statute of limitations if you can make it a felony.
Yeah,
because
I mean, you're over my head in terms of dealing with the specifics of New York, state law.
Okay,
I
sorry.
don't, yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I just don't want to be speculating for the people that are listening. I mean, generally, I mean, when you say the initial charge, he hasn't been charged yet, right? So, maybe you're talking about the premise of the initial investigation.
Yeah, sorry. Of course he hasn't been charged. I just meant that was what I was reading. That would be the potential initial basis theory. Yes.
Yeah, you don't really know. I mean, because we're not listening to what the grand jury is hearing. But, I'm presuming that the New York DA's office is not going to invest itself in the prosecution of misdemeanors of something that has, this potential impact on the country and their own credibility. So I'm presuming that if they don't think there's felony conduct here, they wouldn't be investing the resources. But that's my guess. So I don't see this going into some kind of misdemeanor prosecution. I just don't see what sense.
No, I guess what I meant was what they were doing was taking an initial misdemeanor, but you can make that a felony if you can say that the falsification of records was in connection with the commission of a crime.
Got it.
And the crime is federal election, would be state election law violations.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to take your word for it because I haven't gotten into the weeds on it. So sorry. Did you lose me?
No, I don't know what happened right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Jump in.
Hey, so a couple of points, and I'd appreciate it if I can just finish them before people interject. But yeah, firstly, just on the, level of protest.
No, we're not going to let you.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. But no, I think just on the level of protest, I mean, look, I was at January 6th because I live in DC and I could see it with my own eyes. This was a pretty scary time for a lot of people, and it's had a marked and understandable imprint on the minds of many Americans going forward, which is why, this space is not surprising to see. I don't think there will be large-scale protests or demonstrations, at least in the scale of Jan 6th, and I'm not surprised New York being New York City, of all places, is going to be the place that we do see maybe a pretty large-scale response from law enforcement. But again, does that mean that there's going to be a large-scale turnout? Probably not on the scale of Jan 6th. And then as for the actual indictment itself, I mean, I'm not an expert in this. I'm not going to talk about stuff that I don't follow very much. But, what I would say is just, again, from the foreign policy or foreign affairs perspective, keep a lookout for how other leaders are watching this.
because I think it's going to be very interesting. You know, you've got Xi and Putin in meeting at the moment. Do you really think that they haven't scheduled this deliberately? I think it's quite interesting that it's happening simultaneously. Maybe I'm being a bit sort of conspiratorial.
They
but
scheduled this 2 weeks in advance.
it's quite interesting that they are meeting at the same time. And
They scheduled this 2 weeks ago, so I don't think so. Is it a coincidence?
So I think. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I think it'll be interesting to see what they say about it, if there are any comments. That's pretty much all I'll chime in with at the moment. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, let's get...
I mean...
That's what I meant.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
No, go ahead.
I mean, I was going to ask the same question to Ed, because I know you brought it up, Ed, and I did ask Brian the same question. He didn't want to speculate. But what do you think the reason is why they didn't use Michael Cohen for as a rebuttal witness?
I think maybe they did. Maybe Costello didn't provide enough contradictory evidence, or I guess he didn't debunk enough. Where the grand jury is like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't indict. Maybe we need to get Cohen in here to get his side of things. I think it was a precaution in case Costello's testimony made them feel like maybe they shouldn't be indicting him. And then the fact that they didn't invite Cohen in, to me, would signal that, and I'm not a lawyer, so, my opinion probably doesn't really matter here, would signal that Cohen wasn't needed because Costello didn't provide enough that would convince the grand jury not to indict.
Could it be the other way as well? Because sometimes you don't use a witness because you think that they're too problematic.
Yeah, I mean, so you're saying like maybe Costello's testimony gave the grand jury enough information to say we're not going to indict, so they're not going to even call Cohen in to get his side of things. I don't know. I think that would be the least likely scenario. I think the other scenario would be more likely.
Let me go to Jets. Jets, how are you, man?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me on.
Good, man. Good. You were a bit upset with a few things mentioned earlier. A bit of information that's incorrect, man. I'll give you the mic to kind of set the record straight and give us.
Let me say, you're a New York Police Department officer working right now.
Yes, in New York City. Yep. Yes. I don't think that this is going to be a January 6th thing because I was let out on time today. Also, the picture that's in the post of the cops in the riot gear is not from today. They're all wearing short sleeve shirts. The down there today, it was very minimal. We were mobilized, but also there's nothing going on. And also, go back to your point, Gabe, what you were saying before when I was in the listener section, how cops are throwing people in vans during the pandemic. That absolutely is completely false and did not happen. So I'd appreciate if you just do not disparage my profession.
So you're saying that just a quick question, Jets. Just a quick question, Jets. So you're saying that it's Nick. You mentioned that riot police were mobilized. Is that correct, Jets?
No, I'm a patrol cop. Regular cops were mobilized from precincts. There is a unit. It's not riot cops. It's called the SRG, a Strategic Response Group, and they go to handle protests.
And what is what is the process to mobilize riot police? How quickly can it be done? And do you know what criteria needs to be met for them to be mobilized? I'm not sure if these are questions you can answer.
It's just whatever the department, they always, departments everywhere, they always overplan.
Cool.
Even though it could come out to be nothing, it could, they always overplan for the worst.
Fair point. That's actually a good point. I appreciate it.
Can I jump in with a question for Jack?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So how much do you think, thanks, man. How much do you think that this is, because we've seen a shift in, the approach from the UK towards rioting and response to protests. There was a bill called the police bill in the past 2 years, which basically clamped down on what the UK government. I'm using this as a pre-case, but do you think that culture plays into the particularly because of Jan 6th? Do you think there's a heightened tension from US law enforcement groups as well as the public, or not so much at the moment?
I think, personally speaking, I think this is a political attack on conservatives. I felt this way because while every single city was burning for 4 years, nobody did a damn thing about it to help us.
Mm-hmm.
And for when they're going to come after this guy for any little thing. But meanwhile, the disaster that we have in the White House is financially killing people every day. I have to do 80 hours a month overtime because of this guy. Three-quarters of my department has left due to unlawful mandates. And not one person did a damn thing. This guy's not even president anymore. And they keep coming after this guy. And it's a goddamn shame because this attorney general, this Bragg, he doesn't prosecute anything. And we have murderers out on the street in New York City, and you're going to come after a guy who's paying for a hooker. It's disgusting. It really is. And people need to start calling it what it is because we're not going to be silent anymore. When people stood by and burned and looted every city, and now you're going to come after this guy for this, it's disgusting.
Yeah, so Jets.
But meanwhile, 2 days ago, there's people leaving my precinct that have committed multiple felonies in 6 months. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Jets, let me ask you, how is this response different from what you guys saw in 2020? Because it seems like there was a lot of damage done during those riots down there. Has there been a change in NYPD policy, in responses to this? Or is this just a totally different circumstance? Because it doesn't look very similar.
Well, how do you mean it doesn't look similar? That it was more, you're saying that this is less aggressive?
No, it's seeming like that you guys were kind of held back by Bill de Blasio or the chief of police or such. And I know you probably can't say too much about this because you're still an active NYPD police officer, but does this seem...
Sir, to answer your question, the laws are preventing us from doing our job. Mr. Gabe brought up stop, question, frisk from 2013. Look at the complaints and of course they were complete, and a lot of them were illegal. A lot of them were against the Fourth Amendment, against search and seizure. But a lot of them were legit too. And you look at the shooting statistics since Commissioner Kelly left with the 250 thing and the banning of the 250. Now, New York City is not the same. Anyone that lives in New York knows that it's not the same.
Yeah, so let me jump in here. We have a little bit of news here from a pretty well-established reporter, Brian Enton from News Nation. It looks like there were stairs down at Trump's 757 down there in Palm Beach International. It looks like there's no activity right now. He mentions that their sun visor is still up in the cockpit. I pinned it to the top because one of the questions that we're seeing here, I guess he glitched off here. So I can't really ask that question. But what
I'll
I
bring
want
him
to
up.
know, and somebody might know the answer to, is I have heard from multiple people on the ground there that a lot of officers in New York that are stationed there at the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse do believe that Trump still could be coming tomorrow. So I don't know if anybody knows anything more about that, but that's from officers on the ground. So, Meme, welcome to the stage.
I Meme?
Yes, sorry.
How are you?
You know what? Hey, everybody. Thank you for hosting us. Always appreciate it. Listen, Jets, is Jets still here or he left?
No, let me just try to bring him back up. Let me do that now.
Okay, I have a question actually for him as a New Yorker.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that now, and he's listening, so you could ask the question.
So
I'll bring him up to ask him.
While he's coming back. Listen, Jets, I'm a New Yorker. I've been living here for 30 years. Is this my feeling, or did you feel the same way? Like during COVID, the response police more severe. While during the riots, you guys were held back, because I felt like police presence were required in every freaking restaurant or places where people would not wear masks and not comply with the mandates, versus when when the stores were looted during the riots. You know what I mean? Do you feel the same?
So while waiting for Jets, I want to get like Gabe, Ed, just that narrative, Tyra as well. I'd love to get your thoughts on the narrative in terms of the situation in New York and the blame that's being placed on the administration there. What's your position on this?
I don't think. I mean, look, there are places in New York that are incredibly dangerous, and I don't live in it.
Has it gotten worse in recent years? I haven't been to New York.
That's what I was going to say. I don't live in those communities, so I really don't. I cannot speak for that. What I will say is I was on the subway today twice. I was in the Times Square area. I'm constantly out and about. I do not feel unsafe. Crime has gone down for the past 2 to 3 months, year to year. It's up from where it was in the Bloomberg, let's say, era, et cetera. It was down a little bit in de Blasio, and then it went up during COVID. But it's nowhere near what it was in the 1970s and the early 2000s, et cetera. So I think that narrative is a little overplayed, let's just say, as to how dangerous New York City is.
Jets is here.
There's multiple viral.
Wait a second. Can I say something?
Maybe Ian and me. Maybe we get Jets to respond to you, Meme, and to respond to Tyra.
Yeah, we'd like to have Jets respond.
Yeah, he's on now.
But I was going to say, one of the biggest viral videos that's going around right now on Twitter, millions of views, is a man getting beaten and stabbed in broad daylight over what appears to be a parking dispute.
So if you look at one thing, Nick, in any city, you're going to find stuff like that everywhere, including in Florida, including in Texas. You're going to find that stuff, right? We have mass murders. We have lots of shootings. I guess what I'm saying is I do not consider New York to be anywhere near as dangerous as it was in other periods of time, although I recognize that it is more dangerous than it was pre-COVID. Thank you.
Well, I can tell you Los Angeles is more dangerous. I can tell you what's happening here to help the officer out with the New York perspective, if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm sorry. But you know what? Your perspective, living someplace else, compare, grass to grass, it's not the same.
What was your
question? What the officer had to say, and I know that the issues that have impacted law enforcement in New York are exactly the same things that impacted law enforcement in Los Angeles. And politics aside, things happened in democratic cities that didn't happen other places. So it's just not true. And I can tell you from my own experience as a photographer during the Black Lives Matter protests, and also as a defense attorney and prosecutor here, Los Angeles Police Department shut down completely in 2020, and the divisions were closed here for a full year. And the same dynamics that have made New York more dangerous have made Los Angeles as dangerous as I've ever seen in 55 years. From a combination of lack of prosecution and mandates and vaccine mandates, along with the political apathy that's in our police department here in Los Angeles, is as dangerous as I've ever seen it in 55 years. So I think the dynamics are the same, and we've got cities that are vastly under police, and the risk of this in New York and in other places, in a country that is vastly under police, I mean, we can't underestimate that. And there have been a lot of factors that have caused law enforcement not to take any risks or any chances in the profession anymore. And I think that's a factor that we have to think about as this goes forward,
And let me get Jets to weigh in on this before going to Millie, and I think we have all source up as well. Go ahead, Jets.
The question was in regards to the feeling if the police department was held back during the 2020 riots.
I think that was Meme's question.
Yeah, I felt that as a police officer, because these laws are taking away the profession. Of course, is there shitty cops? Yes, we saw it down in Memphis. Of course, is there shitty cops with George Floyd? Yes. It's a stain on our profession. But these hindrances where people, even if you're doing the right thing, are scrutinized. And the thought of losing our job over something that we're trying to do right is really gives every cop a step back where you're like, wait a second. These people are going to come to my house and burn my mother's house down just over a body camera video or because I said the F word on body camera. It's that kind of stuff, the scrutinization that is coming after us. And listen, we don't condone anything that's happened in the media. With the whole thing with Memphis, not one cop that I know agreed with what happened was correct. And that's the narrative that's painted on us, that we're all the same like that, and it's really got to end.
Just got to mute my. Appreciate that, Jets. Any other questions for Any other questions for Jets, guys? All good. All good with questions. So I'll go to Millie then also. So Millie, jump in.
Okay, so I find it kind of interesting that there was the similar situation where Hillary Clinton's campaign was fined by the FEC. If you guys remember, for money that went towards the Steele dossier from Fusion GPS, which was essentially the consulting firm that they used to drudge up this dossier. And in that instance, where you have a situation where they respectively mislabeled payments that were, some would argue, campaign contributions because it was a thing that would be used to hurt her political opponent. My question actually is kind of directed towards Tara, since she's an attorney, but do you think that Hillary should have been criminally charged then for that similar situation as what we're seeing Trump being charged for?
I honestly don't know too many of the details of that. So I can't answer that specific. I'm not.
Yeah, it's hard. I think no, but it's hard because we don't know what evidence there is with Trump, right, with Hillary, with Hunter, with everyone. Like, it's just difficult for us to kind of come to maybe the case. I know a lot of us are kind of leaning towards this being politically motivated, and there's a lot of reasons to point for that. But there is still a possibility that there could be evidence. I know Sebastian's here because he won't like this, but there could still be evidence that we don't know about. I know it's not looking likely, but from what we know in the cases, the allegations that we know of are not really that serious. Even opponents of Trump jumped in.
Misdemeanor.
Yeah, exactly. Even opponents. From what we know, but again, Ian, what I mean is from what we know. Unless there's some new revelation that no one knows about, it doesn't look that serious. That's all I wanted to point out. We don't know what we don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look serious at all, right? I mean, he's unwilling to charge any other misdemeanors, and he's bumped down a bunch of felony charges, so people who commit murder, for example, into misdemeanors, calling it, manslaughter or something, whatever, right? I'm just using it as just a random example. So for him to go so hard against Trump just kind of shows his lack of actual sincerity when it comes to prosecuting someone to the letter of the law, right? He can talk all he wants. So Alvin Bragg can talk all he wants, but how no one's above the law. Well, it seems like a lot of people are, except for Donald Trump.
Also, let's get your take on this. It's been a while, man. How are you?
I'm good,
bro. You took a week off, and look at the world is exploding, man. From banks falling apart to Trump potentially getting indicted. Welcome back.
Much needed vacations, man. I'm glad I took it during that week.
Yeah, man. Did you hear the interview, the chat we had with Rudy Giuliani earlier?
No, I actually just logged in, and I just saw that you had it live, so I apologize.
What's your take? I know you've been watching the Trump situation closely. What's your position on everything?
Yeah, so I would just do 2 points. I think there's the first on the whole. I think there's this generic theme that we kind of hear consistently first on the crime and urban stuff. And I just wanted to provide just the counter what I've said in the past that, the homicide rates, crime rates, I think we focus a lot on blue cities, but I think it's important to highlight that, crime in general in America has gone up. It's not just a metropolitan blue city area, rural America's. If you look, there was a great article in the Wall Street Journal in 2022 that kind of highlighted that even rural America has seen a similar increase in crime and homicides as similar to the blue cities America. And I think that's just an important context that we have seen just increase in crime in America in general, and that could be tied to a multitude of issues. I don't think it's fair just to say prosecutorial decisions or law.
I'll also speak. I forgot. Can anyone? I haven't had time to check it. Can anyone get me the crime rate in New York over the last few years? I want to really get the facts and look at them together. But go ahead. Also, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, for sure. But again, I think you just need to look at it a holistic picture across America, and you will see that there has been a general rise across America, rural, urban, red, blue,
etc. So you got to look at the change relative to other states, other cities.
Correct, and I think you'll see just a generic. They all kind of overlap just in general, right? And then the second thing about Trump, I think Mario, you hit it really correctly, and I think we just don't know that much details. I think it would be interesting to see once if an indictment gets out, what are the charges, what are the evidence. I would actually, ironically would say that if a lot of this is kind of what's in public reporting, then clearly I think this is going to be a very hard case to try. And I think one of the things that we forget is, John Edwards, the former vice presidential candidate for John Kerry, was indicted on federal charges on a very similar case. And he was found not guilty, and then there was a mistrial and other charges because the jury couldn't reach a verdict. Right? These are not easy crimes for prosecutors to reach to and to convince a jury of a guilty verdict. Right? So I think we just have to analyze all the predominance of the evidence to see. But I mean, these are generically very hard things to really trial unless it's seals shut. But I think if you look at John Edwards and the trial that he went through in a federal court, and I believe it was in Virginia, he was either acquitted and most of the jury could not reach a verdict, and the federal prosecutors did not decide to charge him, and the other ones with the jury verdict, where the jury just couldn't reach a consensus. So these are hard crimes to prove, and I think everybody here is nailing it, and we just have to wait what the city and the prosecutor in New York, this is different because it's a city trial, right? So there might be different standards in that aspect, but this is not an easy thing to prove beyond.
No, let's get. Let me. You're gonna go to Sonia. Sonia, you're a New York City lawyer. So since we're talking about New York City, go ahead, Nick. Sorry,
let me add this in here real quick. It looks like, and I'm still looking for the full picture here since like say 2000. That's what I'm looking for. But it does say the New York Times reported that major crimes rose 22% in New York City, fueled mostly by robbery and burglary.
But how does it compare? Do you have a comparison? Yeah, but do you have a comparison to other cities? It's unfair to mention numbers without mentioning numbers of other cities.
It's like I mentioned you in private, Mario.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
you can mention that.
Like it's gone up all across the different cities, and this is largely attributed to the defunded police movements that have been taking off. I think New Orleans very recently, I think the crime statistics there are horrendous, and I think many cities are losing their police officers. Like people are quitting en masse. For various reasons. Some of it's political, some of it's related to the vaccine, some of it is simply due to the fact that they're just not getting the kind of support they expect, right, from the cities themselves. For instance, in Portland, I mean, if you try to bust one of these Antifa guys, like you're going to get in legal trouble for it. So a lot of them are just quitting, leaving to even live in different states. I think Ron DeSantis very famously invited a lot of these cops to come and work for precincts down in the state of Florida. So. If you look at the cities, like it's going to show an increase all across the board. So it's not, you can't just say, oh, it's a general trend. I mean, it's a trend caused by, I would say, the 2020 BLM riots.
So if I just to Ian's point, I think one important aspect of it. Again, we have seen an increase across America in general, but I think Ian brought up an excellent point. If you look at New Orleans. I mean, this is something I track. I mean, New Orleans homicide rates are just astronomical. It's an outlier in the U.S. of just the homicide rate. It's in many ways, there was a study of the 10th most violent cities. A lot of them were actually in Mexico, and New Orleans actually fit that mold. I mean, New Orleans has a definitive problem in homicide rates that is a complete outlier that is more comparable to the most violent cities that we see in South America. So that's something definitely that should be heavily looked upon and scrutinized.
Also, I just wanted to add, in addition to what Ian said, that will be a factor, but in addition to that, another factor will be, we've seen from lockdown, people are struggling, there's been financially people are struggling, and so when people are in that type of situation, crimes such as burglary will go up. So you've seen that the crimes that Ian is referring to, those are specific crimes which, generally speaking, go up during poverty, so that will be another factor towards the increase.
Oh, no disagreement for me, Salman, on that. And I think, again, This is going to be something that needs to be studied, but 100% in agreement in what you're saying. I think financial poverty is a huge reason for that.
Another thing too, and there's a couple of things I'd like to bring up. One is that we have to look at the crime resolution rates, right? For instance, in Portland, I believe in particular, the solving homicide-related crimes is very low, right? Because of the shortage of manpower when it comes to homicide detectives. So that's a big issue over there in particular. This may not be true of all cities, but it's definitely true over there, where homicide division has been, restricted. They are not even trying people for sexual assault, for example. They just don't have the manpower for it. So we have to look at those statistics as well, not just the outright rapes and robberies. We have to actually look at how many of these things are prosecuted properly. And in some places, like, for instance, in San Francisco, if you look at just the grand larceny, which is basically shoplifting and so on, you'll see that the numbers have not really gone up, but that's largely because people simply stopped calling the police due to the fact that it's been kind of decriminalized with, the law that's in place where it says that, if you steal less than $800 worth of merchandise, then you're not going to be prosecuted, right? So there are instances where the statistics don't necessarily reflect what is actually happening on the ground. What you have to look at in those instances is how many businesses are still operating there, why have they left, and if you do a survey of this, you'll find that a lot of businesses have shut down, not because things have simply gotten more expensive, which of course they kind of have, but also because the crime there has just gone unmitigated. So that is also an issue we need to look at.
Let me go quickly to Sonia. Sonia, pleasure to have you for the first time. You got to unmute bottom left corner, Sonia. Sonia Shaikun.
Yeah, I'm here.
How are
Sorry.
you?
I'm very well, thanks. Yeah, it's not the first time I've been in one of your spaces, but since I'm in New York and I'm on the ground, I'm not a criminal lawyer, so I really cannot speak to the case, the case against President Trump. Right. Yep. But I do have some comments about what I've heard so far. I am a Republican who's about to re-register as an independent, just because I'm about to do some work with some other independents to try to change what's going on. So we collectively decided to re-register from our current status to independence. But I still am probably conservative or Republican at heart. So I'd like to speak first to the point about that. What's her name? Atia. I can't find her on the list.
Tyra. Tyra.
Yeah, I think
it's Tyra.
Yeah,
Tyra. Sorry, Tyra.
Tyra. I beg your pardon, Tyra. I'm so
whatever,
sorry. No, it's your.
Whatever.
Yes, I beg your pardon, Tyra. So I think I go out and about a lot too. I lived down in Wall Street during some of the riots. It was very empty. I didn't always feel safe. Now that the city is coming back to life or has come back to life, I think it's a matter of luck as to how safe you feel in the city. The streets are very, very dark, especially in the residential areas at night. We do have crimes that some high profile crimes that if you're not living in New York, you might not pay attention to, but they would dictate how you would live your life. So the girl who was raped in the Lower East Side a few months ago visiting her friend, she went out for a run and she was brutally raped by a homeless guy. Subway pushings have been up some ridiculous number. I can't remember, but there were like 220 subway pushings this year, I believe. And then local shootings in my area. I live in the Upper West Side. And silly things like that are not silly, but add to this feeling of lawlessness, which are quality of life issues that are not being monitored. Traffic crimes. People are just driving any which way. And when you stop and talk to the police, they say, well, we can't do anything about it. So I would tend to
appreciate sharing this.
Support Jets's confirmation that they're not allowed to enforce the rules. And there seems to be a kind of conspiracy between the local council members who are very radical, many of them, and the police. So if you try to solve a problem, a crime
I'm just going to jump in, Sonia. I appreciate you sharing this, but I do want to jump in. I want to bring the topic back to the story with Trump. And Nick did tell me he's got a few updates that he's been collating. So is that okay, Sonia, if we just read out a few quick updates from Nick?
Yeah. But I'd just like to say one thing, that when the Associated Press declared Biden president on November 7, 2020, I was up by Columbia University, and the whole, all the streets cheered loudly, although AP didn't have the right to declare him president. So I think you'll find that if there is a jury trial here, it will be very anti-Trump. So I think if I were his lawyer, I would try to get the venue changed. And that's all I have to say about
Thanks, Sonia. Thank you. Nick, what updates do we have from the ground, and how's your correspondence going?
So she is still there, still waiting. The vast majority of the media is still there as well. The problem is they don't know a lot. As I said earlier, there are police on the ground that still assume that they might hear something tonight, and they are also assuming that Trump will be there tomorrow. That's what a lot of people, a lot of police officers within NYPD that are stationed there are saying in front of the Manhattan Criminal Court. Michael Cohen's former legal advisor, Robert Costello, who appeared before the Trump grand jury today. And reminder, Michael Cohen was Trump's attorney all throughout, I think for like 15 years before there was sort of a falling out over the Stormy Daniels situation, and he ended up being charged with a campaign finance violation. So this was Michael Cohen's former legal advisor who testified before the grand jury today.
One who decided to do this. A lot of people cautioned me against it because I had nothing to gain. The only thing I'm doing is trying to tell the truth to the grand jurors because I read all these lies in the media that are being promoted by one side. If you see the full picture, listen, if they want to go after Donald Trump and they have solid evidence, so be it. But Michael Cohen is far from solid evidence. This guy, by any prosecutor's standard, and I used to be deputy chief of the criminal division in the Southern District of New York, I wouldn't have touched a guy like Michael Cohen, especially if he's a convicted perjurer. Not to mention, as I said, the 50 to 100 lies he told us that are in those 330 emails.
So it does seem that, and Trump actually put out a statement on this earlier today, talking about that Michael Cohen is a disbarred and fully discredited lawyer, and that he should be indicted for perjury. And if he is not, perjury does not exist. Tira, as an attorney, you heard earlier that Robert Costello, who we just heard from, was actually sent there, apparently, by the Trump team, recommended that he would testify on behalf of Trump. So does this sway the grand jury at all? Does it help their case?
Tira, are you there? Tira, she's going to kill me. Tira?
Well, darn. Okay. Ed.
I haven't been able to. I didn't hear anything that Nick said. Was it Nick talking?
I'll bring you down and back up to you. Yeah, she is speaking. I'll bring you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All good. I've just brought you down. You're in the audience right now. Accept the request to speak.
Luckily, Ed unmuted, so I'm sure that he's got an opinion here because you were the one bringing up Costello earlier.
Yeah, well, now I forget what I was going to say. What was the question again?
Asking whether or not, based on what you just heard, this was a statement that Robert Costello gave after he exited the grand jury.
And can you repeat the statement again, just yourself, Nick? Summarize it for Tira because she couldn't hear whatever was coming out of your mic, so she didn't hear the video.
Okay.
Well, I usually don't hear videos, but okay, I see them.
Yeah. So essentially, and again, this was Michael Cohen's former legal advisor, and he went to the press and called Michael Cohen a convicted perjurer and said the evidence that was presented against Trump is far from solid evidence. Those are two direct quotes. Do you think that this could possibly change anything in terms of the possible indictment that we see coming out? Or, does it look like, based on the point that we're at, that this is probably a done deal?
Well, we are speculating. We are going to be speculating wildly, but in the realm of speculating wildly, I don't think those two statements mean anything, truthfully. He is convicted. He might have been convicted of perjury. I can't remember, right? Number one. And what was the second? That second statement said nothing about the facts of the case, right?
Right. Well, it said that the evidence has been presented so far.
But here's the thing. He would not have heard any other evidence other than his own statement that he made today, right? So I don't know what he thinks he's talking about, but he's not privy to everything the grand jury was privy to just because he's a witness, right?
Well, and the other thing is that, they're not going to just solely rely on Michael Cohen's testimony, and especially given that he's, perjured himself in the past and he's a convict as well. They're going to use what Cohen says and then corroborate it with documents or corroborate it with other testimony from other witnesses who may have heard the same thing or may have been in on other discussions. So I don't think if the prosecution is trying to rely on Cohen here, it's a dumb move.
Just on that, in this statement that Nick played, he claims, obviously it's just a claim, and he's going to try and put his side more favorably than the other side. But in there, he claims that even the email evidence, which is about 300, there's about 130 lies or contradictions. So again, it seems like there's some kind of weakness in terms of the evidence weakens him in terms of his credibility as a witness. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think absolutely his credibility is pretty bad right now. But also at the same time, when he lied before, he was lying to keep himself out of jail. If he's lying here, he's lying knowing that those lies could put him into jail. So that's definitely a difference.
No, do you think though, Ed, couldn't the lies now be to get him out of jail to reduce the sentence?
Well, Cohen's already out. He's done. He's done with his sentence.
No, but sorry, I meant Ed because, and this is actually, if you can clarify, maybe I've got an incorrect assumption. My assumption from what I've read and from what I've heard in this space is that basically he was charged for illegal actions that he partook in himself, but in addition to that, because he turned on Trump and gave evidence against Trump, possibly his sentence was reduced. Is that not what happened?
Yeah, well. So I mean, I'm sure he has agreements where he is going to testify in the case against Trump and provide any information that the Manhattan DA wants from him. And so
that's what my question was previously. Then does that not then say that there is a benefit for him to lie now because
it doesn't rely. Any agreement wouldn't rely on him saying bad things about Trump. It will be him testifying in a case against Trump or him testifying in any case that the DA needs him to testify in, but testify honestly.
So if he'd have to testify against Trump, his testimony would have to be to put Trump in a bad light. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, there wasn't much information that portrayed Trump in a bad light. Would it not be in his benefit, as somebody who you said that has lied in the past, to continue his behavior, which allows him to reduce his sentence?
He can't reduce his sentence anymore because it's already a done deal. Now,
right? He served his 3 years.
No. He can't reduce it anymore now, Tira. But what I mean is, at that point, there would have been an agreement that he's going to testify, and within the agreement, they would have probably known from my knowledge of this that they would have known what he's going to testify to in terms of what his claim is going to be, what specificities he's going to testify about, and based on that, his sentence was reduced. So that would have included whatever he's going to say against Trump now.
Well, yeah, okay. So
that was 3 years ago.
Basically, though, what you're saying is anyone who agrees to testify against anyone else in connection with a plea is suspect, right?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that can happen, of course. But when it's somebody who specifically, as you guys have stated, is somebody who's known to lie, I think it depends on what the specific crimes are in the past. But if somebody's known to be a liar, then it is, for me, it's an easy move to make to say that, guess what, he's willing to also lie to reduce his sentence. Let's say somebody else had done a robbery. It doesn't necessarily follow through that person's going to then lie. Lying's a different actor.
You're making the defense argument, which would be, Michael Cohen, isn't it true that you had a plea agreement, and in order to get that reduced sentence, you had to agree to say these things about Donald Trump? That's the defense argument.
Yeah, of course. The defense argument would be, Michael Cohen, you are
right. You perjured yourself. But isn't it true you got a lesser sentence because you agreed to all these lies about Donald Trump? That's what they're going to say, right?
And in addition to that, sorry, I agree with you, Tira. But in addition to that, Michael Cohen, isn't it the case that you have a propensity to lie, and you've done it in the past, and hence why you were convicted, and now you are just merely continuing your normal behavior, which is to lie in this case, and the benefit you get in this case is, as you said, a reduced sentence.
But there is no benefit because he was sentenced in 2018. So I think you're confusing two things here.
No, Gabe. What happened was he was sentenced in 2018, but as part of that 2018 sentencing, he agreed to testify against Trump, and that's what we're talking about now.
I don't think he agreed to testify against Trump. He agreed to cooperate with the investigators. But if
Yeah,
this
but
is
Ed,
brought
cooperating with the investigators and now he's testifying. It's just. I know it's picking at straws, but essentially that's what it is, isn't it?
well, I mean, there was no we're prosecuting Trump 3 years ago. There was just we're investigating other matters, and we would like your input. We would like your testimony on it.
Ed,
But
Ed, the fact that they wanted information on Trump in 2018 means that their eyes were on Trump. It's completely illogical to assume that in 2018 he gets charged for his previous, whatever criminal acts he was doing previously. As part of that, they then tell him to help them, let's use your word, help him to prosecute or help him to say things about Trump or get information on Trump. It means at that point they clearly were looking at Trump. They were looking at him, investigating him, and hence why they asked the questions. It's just illogical that they would ask about him if Trump wasn't on their radar.
But I mean, there are other investigations as well that they were looking into at the time too, such as Trump Organization and going after Alan Weissenberg for that. So I mean, yeah, you can probably assume that he knew that they wanted him to testify against Trump by saying we need your cooperation. So yeah, you're right there. But if this goes to trial, they're not going to say, Michael Cohen, tell us what happened. And Michael Cohen says, Trump asked me to get Stormy Daniels to agree to this NDA in order so that we could cover up whatever. And that's not going to be enough. They're going to need documents. Maybe Michael Cohen has a document with Trump's signature on it that will corroborate what he's saying.
Ed,
or maybe they'll go ahead.
They just seem to resurrect this case that honestly they've been pursuing, that the DA and other prosecutors around the country have been looking at since when? Since 2017 or so? And was it?
Yeah, and it was that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Finish.
No, yeah, you're right. I think it's gone back to 20. I don't think it was as far back as 2017, but it goes back a couple years. And one of the prosecutors ended up leaving, and they said, we don't have it. They didn't believe they had enough evidence to go after him for this, or they didn't believe it was a strong enough case. Mm-hmm. And apparently that changed. Some people might say it was political. I think it's probably because they got more evidence. They got more people to
partially
testify.
On the fact that Michael Cohen decided to testify? Because at that point, you have him come in. Obviously, he was close to Trump at one point, but there does seem to be a vendetta now against Trump by Cohen. Now you see Cohen's legal advisor come in here and try to tear apart and totally discredit Cohen and his testimony. So could this have been a game changer for the Trump team?
Absolutely, Cohen has a vendetta against him. I think Cohen probably feels like Trump got away with stuff that he didn't get away with. So I absolutely agree with you there. I think there is a vendetta, and that's going to be something that the defense is going to be able to bring up and be like, you have a vendetta against Trump. We believe you're lying, and it's going to be up to a jury and a judge to decide whether he's lying or not. But I think there's going to be more evidence other than just Cohen's testimony.
Yeah. So I just want to let everybody know we are still awaiting the possibility of Trump being indicted tonight. Apparently, there are still ongoing meetings at the courthouse there, the Manhattan Criminal Court in New York City. And I also want to mention that we've reached out to congressmen and senators on both sides of the aisle, and some of them have tentatively agreed to possibly come on here shortly, within at least an hour or two. But All Source, I want to bring you in here and get your feedback here. You have your hand up.
Yeah, no, I think just to expand on something Ed said, I think one of the misconceptions is and I forget his name, but the previous prosecutor in New York who was investigating the hush money payments, and this kind of got lost in the reporting, he did not bring up charges against Trump for this. What that led was two of the prosecutors as part of his team resigned in protest, saying that in fact, if you kind of read the resignation letter, and I'll see if I can find it, Nick, and I'll DM it to you. But basically, the prosecutors resigned because of the decision argued against it, that's saying that there was a predominance of evidence, that there was enough evidence back then to charge Trump with this case, and that they resigned in protest. And then when the election happened and the DA election occurred, and this new prosecutor came along, then that's when the decision went down. But two prosecutors did resign in protest of the fact that charges weren't brought up earlier. And Nick, I'll see if I can find that specific letter and I'll send it to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
I
sir.
think you're wrong about that, all source. I think they resigned in 2022. I actually am very aware of one of them because Alvin Bragg had been elected and said he wasn't interested in pursuing the case. It was not the previous prosecutor. That's why I'm very confused about Bragg's role, because they resigned because they thought Bragg wasn't pursuing it enough.
Incorrect.
Oh, well, thank you. But I think the gist of it is that they resigned because they weren't going to charge him. I think that's what I was
That's right,
getting
but
at.
it was
I'll see
the
if I can
same
find the
guy who
resignation
now
later.
is the same prosecutor and now apparently thinks he's going to charge. We think he's going to charge him. So it is his role. Alvin Bragg is confusing to me.
Dr. Gorka, you're back, and I'm sure you have some opinions. I think you were in the audience, so I'm not sure if you were listening or not, but what are your thoughts on Michael Cohen's legal advisor testifying against or trying to discredit Michael Cohen's testimony to the grand jury?
Yeah, look, the fact is that was completely an incorrect statement. Both of the prosecutors resigned because of Alvin Bragg's trying to push the issue. One of them actually wrote a book about the travesty of justice that was being foisted upon them. That's why they left the office. Cyrus Vance, likewise, in the Southern District, refused to bring this case. So this is the absurdity of it all. And if you look at the actual case that's being made, this is meant to be a false business statement, meaning that they said this was a fee paid to Cohen as a legal fee, and then he paid Stormy Daniels as part of the NDA, and that shouldn't have been a business expense to a lawyer. That's the case they're trying to make, which had a 2-year statute of limitations as a fraudulent business statement. Now they're trying to tie it either, as far as we know, if you read the reports in the last 72 hours, to a tax argument. They're trying to make this a federal tax argument, that the Trump organization paying that fee to Cohen that was then given to Stormy Daniels somehow benefited President Trump, and as such, he should have been liable for tax on that payment, which is the most outre and absurd argument ever made, only trumped by the second theory that it was somehow related to campaign finance, which makes no sense because there's no free contribution made. This is the Trump organization's money paid to a lawyer. It's not the Trump PAC. It's not the Trump campaign. So all of it stinks. It's a garbage case, and it's not going to stand. It's about Bragg wanting to be reelected. It's about people wanting to take down President Trump, whether it's in Georgia, whether it's in D.C. with regards to January 6th, or whether it's regards to something that happened 8 years ago with an NDA. This isn't, as DeSantis said, hush money for his porn star. It is a non-disclosure agreement, exactly the same as the one I signed with the Trump organization in 2015 when I became an advisor to candidate Trump. So, on whichever angle you look at this, this is a garbage case.
So Dr.
Not to mention the fact that they're trying to stir up the fact that there are going to be big protests and it's going to be violent, and they want to bring up the January 6th narrative. I mean, this thing is entirely coordinated in that way. They're taking advantage of a situation where they have been able to build a narrative that's a false narrative for months, and they just want to keep dragging it on. They want to drag everyone into it. They are hoping that they can cause and stir up trouble for this week and moving forward, and arrest people if they can, and all this kind of crap. And this is such a farce. I mean, it doesn't matter what you think about Donald Trump. What this is showing is that we've got a situation right now in this country where there are a group of people, Democrats in particular, who and not only Democrats, so some others too, who would love to take us down this third world path of justice that is not justice, and twist things to build political narratives. There was a time in this country where we had even stern, firm disagreement, but we still had a justice system. Alvin Bragg does not represent justice. The 25 prosecutors that George Soros spent $40 million on are not about justice.
Jimmy,
They're
just
letting criminals go free, and they
let
want
me
to make
just
Donald
jump
Trump
in, Jim.
president.
We've just got a couple of new panelists to introduce. Nick, I'll give you the honors.
Okay, sure. Doc, welcome to the stage. You are an attorney, and we actually
We've
had
got
a
both.
little bit of a conversation earlier.
Sorry, I was going to tell you, Nick. I've also sorted. Nick, Kyle was having a few issues, so managed to get both Doc and Kyle Becker on stage.
Okay. I want to ask Doc a quick question here, and Kyle, I'll get to you right after. Thank you for being here. Obviously, we don't know the exact charges yet, but we're hearing that there could be misdemeanors or felonies, and I'm not exactly sure why that felony possibility is floating around, but do you have any idea what we'd be looking at in terms of a felony versus a misdemeanor? I mean, what kind of implications would they have? And
well, once there's one criminal charge filed, then prosecutors can add future charges, and we see this frequently as evidence is developed. New charges can come forward, but at least in terms of the New York case, this is a state-based case. So there's no federal involvement per se yet. So there aren't any additional crimes being charged in the state of New York. So the conflation of the Georgia grand jury potential charges or any other investigations, including the Mar-a-Lago document search, I don't think is a potential here. In terms of what I understand about how they get to a felony charge here, I think it relates to a fraud charge. Fraud typically has a 5-year statute of limitations. We're beyond that statute of limitations. The statute would have been run or started to run, I think, when the Stormy Daniels case was first charged. That's the same case and controversy as we have here. The controversy in case being the allegations that Trump paid off Stormy to be quiet in violation of an FEC regulation, typically never charged, and if it's charged, it's only a misdemeanor.
Yeah,
So to answer
but
your
Doc,
question,
that seems to be because the FEC actually dropped their investigation into this in 2021, and this is a federal issue, no?
yeah, it's one of the reasons why if this is even if Trump is even charged, it should be dismissed right away. Because you really only have, under notions of judicial economy, that the court only wants to hear the party's complaints one time, that all charges related to that one case or controversy, here the case and controversy again is Stormy receiving money from Stormy, should have been charged, if in fact they were ever going to be charged, in that first prosecution. That raises the fact that it wasn't, raises the specter of double jeopardy here. Double jeopardy can be avoided, and I'm sure this will be the argument by the prosecution, by stating that there are separate sovereigns. The separate sovereigns doctrine states that federal prosecutions don't preclude state prosecutions on the same or similar conduct. But the problem here for Bragg and this prosecution is the witnesses that participated in the investigation with Stormy Daniels, notably Michael Cohen, and now his attorney, not attorney, depending on whose story you believe, have come forward to present evidence that apparently the federal prosecutors considered and agreed with in the initial case, which was Michael Cohen is not credible. He's a liar. He's an admitted and convicted liar. And so if that's all they have, and we're all speculating because we haven't seen the charging documents, we haven't seen what he's going to be charged with, but if that's it, it is purely a political prosecution. It's lawfare.
Does that make any difference when he comes in and testifies, Michael Cohen comes in and testifies in front of the grand jury that he is a convicted perjurer, he's been disbarred, and, obviously there's a little bit of a political vendetta. Can that be mentioned at all to the grand jury?
Well, see, the grand jury has already heard testimony from Michael Cohen. The grand jury issues an indictment. It's basically the process of a grand jury is to make a probable cause determination that a crime has been committed. So depending on who you believe, I think that indictment was already issued and was in the hands of Bragg when he or someone from his office went to the New York Times and said, hey, within a week, we need the assistance of law enforcement to help us secure a high-value prisoner. And so I think that's the time that they had the indictment. Once the indictment is issued by the grand jury, the district attorney can hold it, can issue it, can withdraw it, can do whatever he wants with it. He's the prosecutorial authority, not the grand jury.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And so he needed one
Could
more
I
thing.
ask you a question about your double jeopardy argument? Why are you saying double jeopardy might attach? Because Trump was never charged legally.
Because it was the same case for controversy.
But there's never been a trial. So why would maybe I'm wrong. I thought double jeopardy only attached if there had been, like Manafort, for example. They didn't allow Cyrus Vance to charge him on things.
The matter has already been considered, and federal authorities decided there wasn't enough evidence to charge him. So I think double jeopardy applies. Also, what applies is something called claim preclusion and res judicata. Both doctrines state that you can't bring the same case against a similar or similarly situated defendant if you had the opportunity to adjudicate it before, to litigate it before.
But that's normally when you had the opportunity in a trial. That has nothing. If you considered something and decided not to bring the trial, I don't necessarily agree with you, but I appreciate what you're saying. Thank you.
Okay, so
okay. Are you in?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, she is an attorney. So I want to mention real quick to the audience, reminder, we're going through audience questions here right after this, so we're going to get to them here in a few minutes. So drop your questions on the bottom right-hand corner, hit the purple button. We have a pretty good panel here of attorneys and political experts and such.
Pin the newsletter as well. Pin the newsletter as well. Just did it now. Yeah. It's pinned above for everyone listening. Yeah, go ahead.
So CBS News is reporting now, just now, like 3 minutes ago, that all New York Police Department officers, including plainclothes detectives, such as undercover detectives, have been ordered to wear full uniform tomorrow ahead of a possible indictment of former President Donald Trump. And that is, again, from CBS News. Kyle, welcome. You've got a lot of experience in news, and you've been following the story pretty closely. Sure. Is this a show of force? Is this something that we see normally, or is this totally political?
I think this is a provocation. From my perspective, we're dealing with Trotskyites. They want a state of perpetual revolution and upheaval. And this is as much a distraction as you could possibly go for their playbook. It's a Hail Mary. I don't find it a coincidence that the J6 narrative had just collapsed. And then we have a J6 style, or what we're going to find to be like an M21 type of operation tomorrow, it looks like. I hope that's not the case. I hope cooler heads prevail and that MAGA Nation can smell this out and they stay far away from this, at least in the cities, at least in Manhattan, because that's a trap. I'm sorry. I don't want to sugarcoat it. This has been going on since we had Trump-Russia collusion, and that massive scandal ran for years. The first impeachment hoax, second impeachment hoax, J6 narrative, then the classified document scandal that seemed to have gone away as soon as we figured out Biden's was much worse, and then this is just cooked up like almost out of thin air, because if you look at what Trump is being accused of, there are very similar violations in the past. Hillary Clinton's, of course, where she mislabeled legal expenses for her campaign. Barack Obama, of course, was slapped with a $375,000 FEC fine for campaign violations. I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but calling this a felony, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I think if the lawyers that I respect, like Jonathan Turley, for example, says that this is a reach, and they make a pretty compelling argument from my point of view. So from my perspective, this is a provocation. We can expect to see this from the Democratic Party moving forward. Although the left in America likes to complain about tyrants like Putin persecuting their political enemies like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, for example, they are really apparently all supportive of a Khodorkovsky style indictment and potentially arrest of Donald Trump tomorrow. Of course, it's much worse because he was a former head of state, and it seems like there's going to be no appeasing them. They want to cause a reaction to show
Well, let me ask.
the American people that their political enemies are as bad as they say they are. It's about framing their political enemies, and I think that's part of what's going on here.
So you say that they want to spark some sort of reaction. Who do you mean by they?
Because Soros and his, radical activists and Soros Spear. And I worked for a liberal think tank that had George Soros on speed dial. So I know who these people are. Of course, it was brought up earlier that Soros has funded, at least 24 district attorneys who have caused chaos in cities, including Manhattan. And I think like the Southern District of New York and Manhattan courts have been among the most political courts in the United States in recent years, and since Trump came to office especially. So yeah, I think that's who I'm referring to. And whoever may be connected to this, of course, the House Committee on the Weaponization of Government is, of course, looking into any potential ties. Jim Jordan, of course, he had this letter, but between Alvin Bragg and any, federal politicians.
So we have reached out to Jim Jordan and James Comer, two congressmen that actually signed that letter going to Alvin Bragg, the district attorney, sort of pressing him on what he is doing and whether or not federal funds are being used for it. All source. I want your feedback on that. And do you believe that this is actually a provocation?
I don't personally. I think we just don't know, and I think it's easy to just kind of jump into speculation. But I think, Nick, I did DM you, and I did want to read this because it kind of goes to the sentence. I mean, the letter of the resignation from the prosecutors, and actually, it was brought up, and correct. It was actually Alvin Bragg originally was very skeptical of bringing charges against Trump, and because of that, it led to the resignations of prosecutors. And one of the prosecutors, Pomeranz, he submitted a resignation letter to the New York Times, which was published. And I just want to read these quotes directly from it. And I think it's provide.
Did we lose all source, or was that me?
Yeah, all good. You jump.
No.
Gabe John, jump in while waiting for us to be back. Would love your response to Kyle's points.
Yeah, the whole idea of provocation, like no one. I mean, I'm speaking for myself here, so I don't want to, make anecdotal assumptions of other people and their opinion, but I certainly don't want violence. I'm not provocating for violence. I'm not. I'm not sitting in anticipation. Look, if people, MAGA Nation or whatever you want to call them, feel that their appropriate response to Trump getting indicted and arrested and brought to New York, that's on, that's completely on you guys. No one is asking you or hoping that you do. If you do that, again, that is on you guys. But no one is trying to be like, oh my God, the right and MAGA Nation, they're gonna protest and they're gonna set everything on fire and they're gonna do. No, we don't want that. Just like we didn't want January 6th. We didn't want people smashing windows, smearing shit on the walls, stealing. None of that was what we wanted. But
that's why Nancy refused the National Guard, right?
I respect your point, but I think we, very moderate, level-headed people, if Barack Obama had said he was going to be indicted and arrested by a Trump-funded DA, they would be burning cities down across the nation.
No, I don't believe that.
And the media would be telling us
do not believe that
for
to be
over
true.
What is essentially okay. All right.
No, I honestly, because
you must have missed the George Floyd fallout. I mean,
as much as Republicans or MAGA. Look,
okay, I'm sorry. Let's watch different news, Gabe. It's okay.
Let me just finish and I'll
agree. Go ahead, Gabe.
Right, but what I'm going to say is I could tell you right now, if you were I hope cooler heads prevails, what you said earlier, I cannot think of someone who has a more very cool-headed response. I can't imagine that, because you brought up Barack Obama, that Barack Obama would be yelling in all caps on some social network about how he was being wrongfully persecuted by Alvin Bragg and the Injustice Department. So the idea that you want to use Barack Obama as an example to be like, well, what about
Obama harangue, get in their faces, and all of this, you've never seen him in full community organizer mode then, apparently, because I have. I lived through that.
But what I'm trying to get at here is the assumption you're making is that Barack Obama would be so outraged if someone were investigating him. I mean, we know during 8 years there were no investigations in him. And whether that's upsetting for you or not, but this whole idea of like whataboutism
I
for
think
Trump,
it's a travesty. I'm not upset. I
yeah.
live in
But
reality.
the thing that we're discussing here is you immediately went to it's George Soros funded. I mean, if we want to talk about funding
I'm sorry,
political
wasn't it
campaigns
Color of
inside,
Change?
you can bring up the
He
Koch
is
brothers,
funded by
right?
George Soros. That's a
Color of
But
fact.
the
Change.
idea that you guys want to automatically assume it's George Soros or it's the deep state or it's some conspiracy or whatever it
Don't
is.
go there, Gabe. Don't go there. Hey, don't go there. We're talking
I'm
specific.
just letting you know. I'm just letting you know that
No, because this is all you guys do.
immediately.
You like to grab onto these epithets. Stop grabbing onto epithets. You're reaching. I'm talking about something specific. Bragg was funded by Color of Change, $1 million, and they are heavily funded by George Soros. Those are just facts. I'm not, you may think that I'm claiming that George Soros is some boogeyman, and that's like what I'm trying to pull it out as some sort of, I'm trying to weaponize his name or something. But George Soros is one of the biggest funders of the radical left in the world. It's just fact. I mean, you guys talk about the Koch brothers and all of this other stuff. It's just the flip side of that. Okay. So I'm just saying, Gabe, I mean,
but his
fingerprints look at crime in the cities, Gabe. Do we want crime? No, we don't. Do we want district attorneys who are responsible and care about justice? Yes, we do. Do we want any politicians who are above the law? No, we don't. If we think they committed a misdemeanor, we want them to be fined, like in consistency with other politicians who have had similar violations. So like a Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, if you look that up. So, we're talking about head of state. It's a very sensitive thing. A lot of people, he has millions of supporters. We have to make sure justice and due diligence is done very cautiously. So I think it's up to Bragg to really be cautious about this case, Gabe. And that's all I'm saying. And if he overcharges it, then it's a provocation in my book.
I'll admit this. Being careful, because I said this on Saturday during the space as well. I don't think this is the strongest case that they could bring against Trump. I think that there are other ones that are stronger.
That's fair.
For whatever reason, they're going through with this one.
Gabe, does this
Can it be
discredit the other investigations, though?
Well, the way that I would look at it is it can be. I believe that if this doesn't go the way that the DA's office expects it to go, right, with an indictment or a conviction on trial, the idea that it could say everyone who supports Trump would now be like, well, look, see, he was innocent there, ergo, he's innocent all these other ones. I think it could weaken the sentiment. Now, I don't think that brings down any potential case or evidence they have in these other investigations, but I think at least the political climate from our society as citizens, I think there are people who will use this as a defense and be like, because this was, he was not convicted here, then he won't be convicted in these other ones. Now, I don't find them. I feel like there's a conflation that happens between those.
Yeah, we've gone through years of even far more serious investigations that have been undertaken against Donald Trump. Far more serious than this or anything that is still being considered. Like the 4 investigations that are out there, the Atlanta case and a few others. Listen, they really are nothing burgers compared to what he has already been up against. And I'm not saying this because I'm some Trump acolyte. I'm just saying this because we're in a politicization of justice in this country that is beyond the pale. And this particular case, like Alvin Bragg, I don't even think cares about a conviction. This is about harming someone that they want to take out. I refer back to that Time magazine article, which I put up in the nest a little while ago. This is an ongoing, broad-based, coordinated attempt to take a presidential candidate out of being able to get to the White House again. They took him out in 2020 in a coordinated, by the way, never Trumper and Democrat effort to get rid of this guy. This is what's going on here. This case is incredibly weak. Really, the whole basis and concern that's here. Like, who is concerned, other than the moral issue, who is concerned that he gave money to someone to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which, by the way, they voluntarily signed, and is really concerned that that is something that is so so critical to our national discourse. Like, this is all about creating a national discourse. That's exactly what's going on here. There's no other reason for this case, because there certainly is no serious issue before the law taking place here.
Yeah.
So why is the laptop an issue then? That
It
was
hasn't been
hidden.
adjudicated. Has Hunter been put on trial yet? Has there been any evidence released to the public yet? It's completely. There's a special counsel, Merrick Garland, the guy who's trying to stab Trump in the back, has appointed a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. Look at what the evidence that's coming out in the House this week against that. They're not comparable situations. This is an abuse of process. This isn't a weak case. This should not be a case. And I've listed several defenses that I think are reasonable defenses that kicks this thing out of court. It should never be brought into court in the first place. And you've got people that have absolutely no interest in supporting Trump saying the same thing. Vivek Ramaswamy has condemned this process from this space 2 days ago. He then posted the video and tagged every other presidential candidate. And it's crickets. Crickets from the guy in Florida who is endorsed by Trump, who won his election in 2018, credited Trump with his victory. And he turns right around, a fellow Floridian, and meets with Merrick Garland 2 weeks before the Mar-a-Lago invasion and says nothing, and goes 3 days dark on this process and says nothing. And when he finally comes out and condemns this abusive process today, he takes a swipe at Trump, saying, I don't know anything about porn stars and affairs, when Stormy Daniels herself has repeatedly disclaimed. I put her declaration up on the Nest where she said she never had sex with Trump. They lost the case. The attorney went to jail. She lost $300,000. And you want to talk about these things like they're comparable situations. This is ridiculous.
And this is evidence of a bifurcated justice system. There are certain people who are qualified to not be touched. So, for example,
that's it. I mean, Jim.
Jim.
Sorry, Jim. I'll give you the mic right after. Do you mind, Gabe? I want you to respond to Jim and Doc, because just to kind of balance out the discussion, and then we'll go back to Jim right after, and then back to Kyle as well. But Gabe, I'll give you the chance to respond just for balance.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because they both spoke. But if I remember, Jim said, can you repeat what you said, Jim?
No, I just said that this case, and Doc just was basically supporting what I said. He was building on it, which is this case is not even in the least important. Like, there is nothing criminally really at risk in our society that would bring about this case, because you have an NDA agreement that was signed with money transferred, and the only problem here is maybe the moral one between whatever happened with Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels. Beyond that, our campaign finance laws are not at risk because of what was done here. This has been done before. We already had a case with Jonathan Edwards that was shown to be really ludicrous. I mean, this is the kind of thing that when we get into these sorts of issues, it's clearly an effort, and this is just the back end of a multiple year effort to take out a guy that some people hated. And so this is a political case. This is not really a criminal case at all.
Jim, if the shoe was on the other foot, you're going to tell me the Republicans wouldn't be losing their mind that Biden paid off a porn star so that he could win an election? Are you kidding me?
Their minds would be blown because, and
exactly.
By the way, we had that very thing. I mean, we already have a person that he sexually assaulted who claims that, and nothing was done about it. Nothing is being done about it. So, yes, everyone was upset about that because of the moral issue, not necessarily the legal one.
Yeah.
I think they're keeping Tara Reade's a request for documents that withheld by Biden's order at his university. I forget what university it is. She can't even proceed on her case and find evidence.
It's the University of Delaware, by the way, is where it's at.
All source. Let's hear your feedback.
No, sorry, I dropped earlier. I just think that the key issue that I wanted to bring up again, and this goes to the heart of what is the claim, what is the prosecution trying to do? Because the prosecutors who resign and the letter that lays out is a lot more broad than just this issue of financial state. I mean, of Stormy Daniels. I mean, it's a broad condemnation of Trump and his business practice and his financial statement. And the prosecutor who resigned when it was Andy Biggs, who was kind of hesitant to bring up these charges in the past, he made it sound like it was very much more on the just how Trump ran his business and financial statement and fraud, et cetera, not just this one particular instance, Stormy Daniels. I think that's why we have to wait until what are the cases brought against. Let's not forget that the Trump organization lost multiple cases against the New York state attorney's office on business practices. The CFO, pleaded guilty to multiple same financial crimes, and he pleaded guilty. And then he was a key witness in a lot of the testimonies against the Trump organization, right? So again, I think this goes back to, I don't think this is just a Stormy Daniels. We have to wait. I think how the prosecutors who resigned laid it out is much more broad and just basically saying that Trump and the way he managed his business and how he gamed the system was crimes. And he specifically mentioned in his resignation letters, felonies. Multiple felonies. And so the question is that what's going to be brought up against Trump? And is the Stormy Daniels just a piece of it? Or is there more? And I think that's why we just have to wait. But I think it's a lot more broad than what just this one campaign finance violation.
Yeah, but we already know that CFO was his actual activities behind Donald Trump's back. At least that's what we know about the case, the way it was laid out. Like, we do not know, and there's no indication that Alvin Bragg has any of this. Like there's none of it. I can guarantee you Alvin Bragg's already come out and kind of pitched something at this as it is. If there were more, we would know. Now, we may know. There might be something else. But listen, this type of a process has been so – I mean, you had the Southern District of New York doing investigations into all the same things, and yet Alvin Bragg is able to find one little thing that he thinks he can bring up, and again, you can indict a ham sandwich. All this was pulling the trigger because right now is the time to try to take a guy down, period. That is it. And that is where we have been for years. As I'm going to repeat, many years of much worse allegation coming out against this president, none of which was criminally prosecutable.
Yeah, let's bring in.
So I would push back. I would push back on a little bit. I think people, when they bring up the issue was the reason why a lot of the crimes and charges were not brought up against Trump was because he was a sitting president. So if you look at the Russian investigation, the Mueller investigation, the premise he was going after was that the DOJ cannot indict a sitting president.
Well, we are 2 years
so I think a lot of this is this,
and no one has taken any further action since. And these things are not outside of any, they're still prosecutable crimes, and nobody's doing it. So no,
well, they're not going to be
just
related.
Not there.
Jim, they're not going to be related to his taxes or his business practices. How many years did we wait with the Democrats' bated breath going, oh, wait till we see his taxes. Wait, why is he hiding his taxes? What happened when his taxes were released?
Not a thing.
Nothing.
There was 17 counts against the organization.
What was released?
You guys are
what was released?
Oh, his entire tax returns are in the Ways and Means
public
Committee,
record.
The Democrats.
Now they have criminal counts in the state of New York against Trump org.
Yeah, we
right. They've been adjudicated. That's not against Trump, the person. That's against a business.
Right,
How
but
many
you're
people
talking
do you
about
are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Joe,
they're crimes.
CFO, by the way.
Joe, I'm gonna let Tony respond to that. Welcome to the stage, Tony. Go ahead, jump in.
I just wanted to come in because there's all kinds of things going around. Like Michael Cohen's case is getting misrepresented in here because his was a federal case. This is a state case. It's two different prosecutors, two different jurisdictions. And the other thing, too, that everyone's missing in here that you can't speak to or you can't not speak to. You don't know what the statute of limitations are because you don't know what crimes have been committed since he paid the hush money to the porn star. So you people acting like he stopped criming when he paid
You people.
Can I finish? When he paid the hush money payment to the porn star, which is all the focus of the right, because I find it great that MAGA is in a complete civil war with themselves over, is this a good thing with the porn star? Is it a bad thing with the porn star? I don't know. I mean, it's great for us here on the left, us liberals. But I'll tell you what is absolutely insane is that you people are so dedicated to the cult that you absolutely don't understand that, yes, there probably are crimes that he committed after the hush money payment. Probably crimes that happened while he was president of the United States that was happening for this case. Probably even after he became the president, or after he lost the presidency to Joe Biden. So just because there is, I'm almost done. Just because there's not a crime in clear sight now, you don't know. And he clearly knows. He clearly knows he's in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in all caps telling people to protest, saying I'm going to be arrested. He wouldn't be doing it if that was the case.
I think
a lot of probably that.
Doc, you're laughing. Can I ask you something, Doc? If you paid $32,000 for your daughter to go to a university and got
Don't
a
make it
fake-ass
personal.
diploma,
Don't make it about my daughter. You can.
I don't know if you have a daughter, so I'm just saying hypothetically. I'm just asking how you would feel if you would pay for a fake diploma and not think that guy's a criminal.
That matter's already been adjudicated. It's been in court. It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
It's a
and he
straw
could have
man
been
argument.
charged. And he could have been
Why don't you
charged.
stay away from the sophistry?
Doc,
it was a charge. Anybody
not
can make
soft.
a charge. I can come into California court and file a lawsuit for $350 and accuse you of anything I want. Okay? Charges, allegations don't mean dick to me, and they shouldn't mean dick to any other, excuse my language, I'm upset. It shouldn't mean anything to anybody else. They're allegations, unproven, unsubstantiated. It's nothing, Berger. If you're going back to Trump University, that's 2014, dude.
I'd ask you a question, but I already know your answer. I'll say why he settled. Like, because he's a rich man and he settles. No, actually go look at it. He typically goes to trial and he loses 1/3 of them and he settles.
That's
okay,
a lie.
But he goes to trial. That's not a lie. And I can give you the numbers.
It is a lie.
He had 3,500 times in court during the past 3 decades. Right? This is one of the men that are most litigated ever in the world, even prior to being president.
Target
right?
in the world.
The university charge could have been. Can I finish? Can I finish now? I let you finish. Right?
Well, stop
the
lying.
Trump University charge. He could have been charged for a crime. He wasn't because he was president.
One second, let Joe finish, and then Doc, you can go in. Joe, finish your point.
Yeah, the university thing. He could have been charged for a crime if he wasn't president. Right, and he probably would have. He committed fraud on a big scale, multi-million-dollar fraud.
Presidents can be
and
charged
that's only
with a crime.
One case.
They just cannot be dragged into court before the end of their presidency. You're lying again, or you just don't know the facts. He could have been charged with a crime, but he could not have been prosecuted during his presidency. That the statute of limitations would not have ran, would have paused because he was in office, and it could have been filed immediately upon January 21st, 2020. It didn't happen.
Well, that's why things are happening now, my friend.
No, we're not friends, and that's not why things are happening now. Things are happening now because they want to revive the narrative that they desperately tried to demagogue and insult MAGA people, supporters of the president. The narrative about that we're insurrectionists and we're traitors and we try to take over the White House and install Trump. That's all.
I think you are traitors. I think you are traitors.
It's all gone by the wayside with these videos released by the Speaker of the House. Nancy Pelosi for 4 years hid that video from the public, from the public's house. That evidence was key, and they're doing all they can to drag MAGA out in the street and hope that they get something on video they can prosecute another 2,000 people for. If you want to know what MAGA's thinking right now, people that have been through it, people like Dustin and Jennifer who were arrested, invite them into this room and ask them what their responses are to this new provocation. Nobody's going out in the streets for MAGA. We're protesting.
This is what the right does: changes subjects anytime they're pushed against the wall.
So I'm going to bring the other thing I want to point out.
There is no wall except it's a magic, my friend.
There was something that was brought up. I think it might have been Doc. He said the Democrats waited 6 years for the tax returns, and what did they show? Nothing. I mean, clearly there is this aspect of projection that we see from Trump, especially whenever he will, complain about something. There tends to be some truth to his own issues, right? So if he says, "Oh, Joe Biden has business connections with China," he's the one who's corrupt, who's taking foreign money. You hear it. I mean, you heard it at CPAC from Lauren Boebert and other people. But I mean, can we admit the fact that he had a Chinese bank account, that he didn't divest from his company, that he was using his presidency to promote his businesses? Okay. I mean, these are things that you cannot deny.
Gabe,
but
they both should be investigated. Both of them should be investigated.
I'm going to get Kyle in here. You've been trying to jump in. I want to hear your response.
No, I mean, I think the timing of this is just, it's just fantastic. I mean, Biden is essentially nailed to the wall. His family has been grifting off of CCP connected energy companies. And then, oh, wow, we have some, Trump's going to be indicted over a campaign, misfiling legal expenses in his campaign to hush up a porn star. I mean, this drama, this theater, it's just going to keep going and going and going. The Democrats have no real things that they do to help Americans. So that's all they have is theater. And this is just theater of the absurd. Once again, I agree with what Doc said. They would love to arrest another 2,000 political prisoners and throw them in the dungeon and just hold them there over what? Parading without a permit. Trespassing, and I'm not talking about the violent ones. The violent ones, they can go to jail and they can sit there. I don't care. They can be in solitary. I don't care. If you assault an officer or if you do some violent crime or something, at the Capitol, fine. Go to the dungeon, after you have due process. But what we're seeing there is a lack of due process. So these people who are in office now, they don't respect the law. They fundamentally don't respect the law. It's just a means to their end of their agenda, and that's why tomorrow anything could happen. I hate to say that in America. I never used to feel that way about America, where anything could happen. But you know what? With Democrats in charge, anything can happen. So I hope all you Biden supporters really enjoy the show tomorrow. I hope you're really cheering for MAGA supporters to get thrown in the dungeon as some kind of cooked up chaos happens around this stupid arrest, which is basically Banana Republic level nonsense. Because if you look at what happened to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, it just the campaign stuff. I'm not talking about the serious stuff like, Fast and Furious and all this nonsense. But just the campaign level stuff, it's pretty much equivalent. So just fine Trump, give him the same as Obama, 375,000, whatever you want to do. But don't create this huge spectacle so you could drive this narrative and create more theory or theater instead of doing your jobs, which is helping the country be more safe, secure, stable, prosperous, and staying out of foreign wars. I have to go. I appreciate all your perspectives. Yeah. Gabe, I like what you said about, it doesn't have to be either or. We don't have to do a team sport thing here. If somebody's proven to have committed a crime, fine, give him his due process. Yeah. And, I appreciate that you're willing to say the same thing about Biden, that he should be investigated too. And that's fine. I respect that. Yeah, so anyways, I've got to go. I really thank you. Unless somebody has a very pertinent question.
No, Kyle. I'll ask you a final question before I go to Joe, if you don't mind, Nick. I'm just going to ask you a quick question, Kyle. And Doc, I'm just going to bring you back up in a bit. But Kyle, lastly, what is your message to Trump's supporters if Trump does get indicted tomorrow?
Stay at home. Stay calm. Be informed. I would just say document everything. Be peaceful, but document everything. Be respectful of police officers. Be respectful of anybody in authority. Yelling and shouting at people who are just doing their jobs is not going to help the situation. So I understand that people are angry, and the legal system seems to be broken in Democrat-run havens a lot of times. So. But it's not going to fix the problems to get really angry about this. Trump may very well turn himself in and go through the due process. If hopefully there is one. So we have to wait for the due process to play itself out. We have to give it a chance. We can't. People should not jump to conclusions and should just try to remain cool and have perspective about it all, because this may be nothing burger in court as well, right? So let's just see what happens.
All right, let's say pleasure to have you. And I think both sides of the aisle will agree with this message. So I think it's a great final message. And I just want to introduce as well Joe. Kyle, pleasure to have you back anytime. Joe, pleasure to have you. Mr. Walsh?
Good to be with you. Good to be with you, guys.
Pleasure is ours. I know Nick's got a list of questions ready for you. I thought I'd jump in. I was taking a break and I saw you come in.
Joe.
So
hey,
you got your friend Jim here. Joe, general question. I'll ask a pretty broad question to kick it off. Your thoughts on where we are today? Your thoughts on Trump potentially getting indicted tomorrow and what you've heard so far before we get in with more specific questions?
Well, first, a broad response, I think, to what Kyle just said, and I loved Kyle's passion. I think he said, when Democrats are in charge, anything can happen. I would just respond to that with, there was a violent attempt to overthrow an American election back in January of 2021, and the Democrats weren't in charge then. So we are living in kind of crazy times. About the potential arrest, look, I don't know. Nobody on this call knows what they might arrest him for. It's either going to be bogus or it's not. There's either a case there or it's not, or there's not. And we'll wait and see.
Nick, I'm sure you got a few questions
Joe,
for Mr. Walsh.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joe, you're pretty deep in here. You were a former congressman, so you know your way around Washington a little bit. You follow politics pretty closely. Do you think this was a political prosecution, as we're hearing a lot? And a follow-up to that, do you think this is a net positive or a net negative for Trump if he were to win the 2024 primary and go head-to-head with Biden?
That's a great question.
Look, I think, great question. I think there's a little bit or a lot of bit of politics in every prosecutorial decision. I generally, though, believe the vast majority of prosecutors on both sides of the aisle in this country generally play in good faith. If Trump is arrested and indicted, I think it will help him immeasurably in the Republican with the Republican Party. I think it will strengthen Trump, and I think Trump will be the Republican Party nominee. I think he's on his way to becoming that either way, but I think an indictment tomorrow or this week in New York would absolutely help him.
So do you think, Joe, just on that particular point, Joe, we've heard a narrative that this is politically motivated. Would love your thoughts on this particular narrative. But also, I want to add to it as well. If this is politically motivated, it doesn't seem to be, I've made that point early on in the show, doesn't seem like a really good strategy considering that most agree this will likely help him in the election.
Well, again, I don't know Bragg. I don't think anybody on the call knows him. I generally am going to believe, and call me a fucking naive dude, but I'm generally going to believe that Bragg, even though he's a Democrat, is going to do his best to stick to the facts and the law. I believe that. But look, yes, you can't, both things can be true. Maybe Trump committed a crime, and maybe it will still help him. I do think with every potential indictment Trump is looking at, this is the least serious. I mean, I think it's pretty clear what Trump did down in Georgia. I think it's pretty clear what he did on January 6th and with the classified docs down in Mar-a-Lago. To me, those are all much more serious charges than this New York charge.
So, Jim, you have a little bit of a relationship, maybe a past with Joe. So let's get your thoughts on what you just heard here. Oh, wait, you're not you dropped down.
No, he's still there. No, hold on, Joe, you're still there, yeah?
Well, Joe,
I'm still there.
Oh, okay, sorry. Who dropped down? Who dropped down,
Jim.
Nick?
I was
Jim dropped down. Yeah, I'll bring Jim back up. Don't worry.
Okay. So let's hear some feedback from Prodigal first, and I'm going to follow up with Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of insanity over the last 15, 20 minutes. That one kid who came up and said, Michael Cohen was a federal case. Yeah, when you agree to a plea deal, you have to proffer all your crimes. He was based out of New York. Most of the crimes were in New York. They weren't just federal. He broke more state laws than federal, so the deal encompassed both state and federal. And they also fed the info. They had to inform New York regarding this. So to say otherwise is just dumb. In regards to January 6th, an uprising. Well, if that's the case, then I would love to know how we got to this point, right? I want to know why the government sat on this when they had assets embedded in these alleged rioters for months. We know they had the number 2 at Proud Boys. We know not the number 2 at the Oath Keepers. They had 8+ in Proud Boys. Ray Epps, who knows what happened there? I want to know how the magnetic codes that can only open those doors were given. These are things we should question before we remove everybody's right for free speech and tell them that their lives need to change, and we need to embolden the Capitol Police into another basic intelligence agency to spy on Americans. Like, this is to hear this stuff and say this is there's more on the way. Mueller was appointed. He was staffed with an army of Democrat loyalists, heavy funders, people who actually openly talked about an insurance policy to hinder his presidency. People fired in shame, right? You're talking about this being serious. Hillary Clinton, all she did was pay a fine for funding and pushing the Russiagate hoax. That is confirmed by former CIA Director John Brennan's own note. So to speak about this and say, no, there's more on the way. Even the bank case was crap. Anybody who's in real estate knows you have your appraisal, the bank has their appraisal. They have their whole underwriting department. These people are talking about this stuff like they want you to feel sorry for these same banks that are collapsing, having bank runs, get bailed out left and right. Just listen to these people and say, is my life going to be better following this person?
Yeah.
Because these people have talked like that for years. And were they right? Were they right under lockdowns? Were they right keeping kids out of school? You're going to kill grandma. You can't even live your life, work, go to a store unless you take a jab every 6 months. Why are you listening to people who don't have your best interest at heart? Most of them are being paid to shill or everything else. Yeah. Just ask yourself, is your life better? For some, yes, it is. And if that's the case, then go along with it. But if you see American civilization deteriorating before your eyes, San Francisco, a massive budget, California, a massive budget deficit after a record surplus the year before, and they're considering reparations while the flow out of the state is astronomical. You people, you're literally watching the country burn before you.
No, let's get Joe. Let's get Joe to jump in. Let's get Joe. Yeah, Joe, jump in. And this is by the way.
Hold on.
Please meet Protocol, Joe.
Hold on, Prodigal. I got to sit down, man. I can't keep up with you, man. You're talking American civilization. The world's coming to an end. A comet's going to hit us. Look, I'll just respond to one thing, Prodigal. Just fucking prove it. Prove it. If
you're the one with the allegations. You
Prodigal.
You're the one
let me
screaming America's better. I'm looking at the
Prodigal
of World War III, and you're saying it's good?
Prodigal.
How are their wages doing? How's their cost of living doing?
Can I just respond to just one thing? Then you can fire at me. I don't care.
We don't have to prove innocence in this country. We have to prove
Prodigal.
Doc, we're gonna let Joe speak for at least 30 seconds, and then you can jump in. All right?
Just 30 seconds. I promise. I'll just respond to one of Prodigal's things. If there were FBI dudes embedded on January 6th, just prove it. If Ray Epps was an FBI informant, just prove it. It reminds me of all the voter fraud everywhere in 60 cases. And if there was massive voter fraud in 2020, just prove it, guys. I'm open to anything. Just prove it. That's all.
All right. So I want to bring in.
Just to say Prodigal's been dropped down, or he's dropped down, so he doesn't get a chance to respond.
I think he's dizzy, man. I think he's dizzy. He needs a drink.
Yeah, jump in, Doc.
Doc.
Doctor,
I'll say something real quick. Let me just say something really fast.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on.
I want to get to Jim real quick because he does have a relationship with Joe Walsh. They both worked in D.C. for a time. So, Jim, jump in.
Hi, Joe.
Jim, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, brother.
Yeah, Joe, they're pinned up top. I don't know if you
Prodigal
News, the New York Times, or
I don't know, Prodigal. If you're going to keep doing this, you're never going to be on stage again, please. I don't know, last 3 days you've been really upset. I don't know why. So, Jim, I'd love you, since you guys know each other, Jim, Joe, you guys have a relationship. I'd love to hear you guys, debate this topic. I'd love to see both perspectives. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, a few years ago, we diverged in where we go. And by the way, I just want to repeat for everyone, I'm not some MAGA Trump proselyte. I'm very glad for some of the things he did. I think that the outrageous government spending he should have resisted. I was working for Thomas Massie as his chief of staff when I'm rolling my eyes about the massive spending bills that he was signing. So I don't sit back as some Trump acolyte. That's not how I do politics. I think Joe even knows that. But the reality is this. Listen, January 6th was not an insurrection. Like what we're doing here is as I've said many times, and I'm repeating in part for Joe's benefit, what we are looking at here is a multi-year effort to get rid of a guy that some people hated. Now, we used to do that through a normal political system. We used to have elections. We used to spend time having debates. Most congressmen don't do town halls anymore. They run away from that. They ran away from it because of the Tea Party movement that originally brought Joe into power in his district when he came out of nowhere and won and used to be on that side of things. And he decided to leave it. But the reality is that we're on a witch hunt. There's nothing less than a witch hunt against a man.
How can you, so Jim, but Joe,
Hey, Jimmy.
Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Jimmy, I don't want to stop you. I just want to make one correction.
Yeah.
I got elected in 2010 as part of the Tea Party wave. I'm still a proud Tea Party conservative. I'm no longer part of this Republican Party. But don't say I've switched sides, man. No. Brother, I haven't switched sides. I just oppose Trumpism.
Joe, you've seen me interact with you on Twitter. No, I mean, I know that you're not like some radical left-winger. I get that. But
thank God.
Yeah, but the reality is this. No, you've gone the David French way. And this is not healthy for where we need to be. It's okay to not like Trump. I always greatly was disgusted with Trump on his personal moral behavior. It seems like he settled down with Melania. The reality, though,
Jim, can I ask you? Sorry, Jim. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, I'm interrupting you a lot today, but question just to kind of on something you said earlier. When you said this is a witch hunt, and that's a common narrative, and rightly so. How can we come up with this narrative when we don't know we haven't seen the evidence yet?
Well,
we don't know what the charges are.
We're on the back end of the full force of the federal government, even while he was president, working against him to try to find something that never existed.
So would you say it could be a witch hunt, but we just don't know yet. You know how we had, you remember the Andrew Tate case, how we covered it live here, and I know both cases are not incomparable, but one of the main arguments everyone would make is like, guys, you can hate Tate, but we just don't know. We haven't seen the evidence. And then later, over time, as evidence leaked and we knew the charges, then we could come up with a narrative of, is Tate being framed or not? So I'm just saying, like, why can't we apply the same thing here? Because if we jump up and say, because I'm kind of taking the other side for a bit now, if we jump up and say immediately from now, hey, this is a witch hunt, but that kind of discredits and the evidence that could come in, because people could be there say, this is fabricated, because they made up their mind.
Well, but we've already had a million things come in that direction towards him, and none of them have been able to stick. And the reality of this particular case is, as reprehensible morally as it would be if he had a relationship with Stormy Daniels and tried to pay her off, the fact is that if he's within his right to do that. By the way, campaign finance, he has a right to contribute as much as he wants to his own campaign. That's federal law.
But just
briefly, Jonah, so I'll give you the mic. I just want, Sebastian's about to attack me. It's been a while. Sebastian, I'd love you to respond to me, and then we'll go to Joe. Sorry, Slaman, and I'll give you the mic, Slaman, to take over. But Sebastian, I know you were a bit upset from what I said, so I'd love you to jump in on this, and then we'll go back to Joe.
Well, I just don't know if you're being a devil's advocate for the sake of being devil's advocate, but you're saying if there is, you had problems with the phrase witch hunt. I mean, Mario, you haven't been asleep for the last 7 years, have you? I mean, is there an individual in American history who's been more investigated and politically attacked by the establishment, by the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, from Crossfire Hurricane in 2015 to the Mueller probe, to impeachment 1, to impeachment 2, to January 6th, to the Southern District of New York? This is called a fact pattern in a court of law. And to have, clowns like Joe Walsh, who still haven't deleted their tweet about Obama being a Muslim, say, prove it, that there were, FBI assets, when the director of the FBI cannot answer the question under oath in Congress as to whether there were FBI assets on Capitol Hill in the crowd. That is your dispositive proof, you cretin. I mean, prove it. When Ray Epps is on the top 10 most wanted list after January 6th for the FBI, and then magically disappears, but doesn't get prosecuted, doesn't get charged with anything, I'm supposed to say, it's just an accident? Guys, I mean, seriously, it's called a fact pattern. This is a witch hunt, and it's been a witch hunt since he came down the escalators.
Joe, I'd love you to respond to Mr. Gorka.
I have to
hold
say
on, Joe. I'll give you.
Sorry.
Joe,
you got to let Joe respond.
Yeah, of course. Joe, jump in, then we'll go back to Mr. Walsh.
I'll give a quick response,
and then we'll go to Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Quick response to Seb, and I won't insult him. On Ray Epps, Ray Epps was taken off of the most wanted because, according to testimony under oath, he didn't riot and he never entered the building. End of story.
No, he just encouraged some kids.
Seb, the other thing that always
neither did Brandon Straka, and he got 2 years suspended sentence. You're a hack.
Congressional hearings are not judicial proceedings. They're political proceedings. Whether it was under oath or not, there's been no follow-up from the Justice Department. There's been no charges.
No, I'm saying I guess
there were no Republicans on that committee to balance out. There were no rules of evidence. Relying on the January 6th commission is a joke.
I'm not. I'm relying on the Justice Department's investigation regarding
what testimony.
Let Joe finish. Yeah, let Joe finish. Go ahead, Joe.
Regarding Seb's broader point that poor little old Donald Trump is the most helpless, persecuted person in the history of mankind, it always
who cares about the rule of law?
It always slays me that Trump supporters always, who say they believe in personal responsibility, they never apply that to Trump. Like Trump didn't pressure Zelensky to dig up dirt on his political opponent.
No, the dirt was already there.
Trump didn't lie about the 2020.
I think someone called Joe. Sorry, Dr. Gorka, you were responding?
Yeah, it's amazing. What do you mean personal responsibility? I'm not going to waste more time
Seb,
on Joe Walsh. I'll ask him one question. I'll ask him one question. Name me another person.
Is he responsible for
any
anything,
politician
Seb?
on either side of the political spectrum? Name one, just one, who was attacked by a tri-service intelligence operation. It's called Crossfire Hurricane. Look it up if you're not familiar with it. Whilst he was running for president, joint NSA, FBI, CIA operation, and then was impeached twice as well. And let's add in the Mueller probe. So let's say, find me another individual, okay, who was targeted by a covert intelligence operation by 3 agencies, then investigated by a special counsel for 20 months. And impeachment 1, impeachment 2. Give me another one, Joe. Come on, you great historian. Give me one other person.
Joe would love you. Joe would love. Hold on, Doc and everyone else. Hold on, Joe. I'd love you to respond to Dr. Gorka.
Hey, Seb, I don't know. Let me ask you a question, Seb.
Oh, well,
Seb,
isn't that interesting?
Seb,
so your narrative breaks down.
Seb, I gave you an honest answer. Let me ask you a question. Is there anything Trump's been investigated for or is being investigated for that he bears any responsibility for? Anything?
What does investigating mean?
I'm here to debate whether we have rule of law. Do you still believe Obama's a Muslim, Joe?
Anything? No, and I've apologized for that publicly. But
so why haven't you deleted tweet, Joe? Why? That's really racist.
Hey Seb, why is it racist if somebody's a Muslim? What is that?
You think he is a Muslim? Thank you, Joe.
No, I don't. But why is that racist to say that?
If you're attacking him politically, if you say he can't be president because he's a Muslim, you're a racist.
Hey, Seb, did Trump lie about the 2020 election?
Hey, Joe, I can do that too. Hey, Joe.
Did he?
Is that what you learned in Congress? Hey, Joe.
Hey, Seb, did Trump lie about the 2020 election? Yes or no?
What's been proven in court, Joe?
I think everyone just wait. Everyone, Doc, hold on. I would like a discussion between Joe and Seb.
Seb went really quiet.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm not going to answer your questions, Joe.
Did Trump
You're a
lie
hack
about
who
the
thinks
2020
Obama's
election?
a Muslim. I'm not interested.
Did Trump lie about the 2020 election?
Do you think Obama's still a Muslim?
That's all you're going to do. I've already answered that, but you
No, you haven't, because you haven't deleted your tweet, you racist.
Trump thought he was a Muslim too.
Hey, Seb, I don't
Hey,
delete
Joe.
any of
Hey,
my
Joe.
tweets.
Hey, Joe. Keep
So just on the
keep saying
I know. So,
I got a question,
Seb,
though.
no, hold on, Jim. I just want to get so Seb, do you want to move on from Joe's question regarding the 2020 election? Don't want to put you on the spot.
Did Trump lie? Yes or no?
I'm here to talk about the Trump. What's the title of this space?
Understand.
Mario?
Understand.
Is it about the 2020 election, or is it about the indictment?
I know that Joe was trying to jump in with a point, if you don't mind, Joe.
No. Hey, no, Seb. I thought this.
Hey,
space
Joe.
Hey,
Joe.
I will go.
Hey,
Joe.
This is
go ahead, Joe.
This is what I mean about the hypocrisy, right? Trump also called Obama a Muslim, but he won't talk to Joe because he called him a Muslim. This is what I mean, like where we can't get to like an agreement.
Are we here to discuss the 2020 election?
Oh no, wait a second, but you brought it up, Seb. You brought it up, Seb. Not me.
Joe, you're not seeking agreement, Joe. You're not seeking agreement. You're seeking to hammer people.
I'm not finished yet, Doc. I'm not finished yet. This period of time in Trump's life has been the lowest amount of lawsuits or trials he's ever had. He had 3,500 suits or cases the last 30 years prior to his presidency. Does anyone know how much that is? That's one every 3 days. That's one every 3 days.
When you run a global,
let's give Prodigal the mic, because I gave him a bit of a hard time. Prodigal, I'd love you to respond, just sticking to the points if you don't mind, and keeping it short, please.
I'll stick to topic because Joe, he made a point, and I'll ask a question. I'll speak in good faith. You're asking me to trust a DOJ and FBI that had Hunter Biden's laptop in 2019, verified as authentic, hid it, allowed the president of the United States to be impeached, asking about the corruption contained in that laptop, and withheld it as exculpatory evidence when he was being impeached and put on trial in the Senate. And you're saying, trust the people who have been weaponized against Americans, who are against illegal lockdowns, who restricted our free speech, debating, and you're saying, no, trust these guys. They have earned your trust. And I disagree. So I want to know, how have they earned your trust?
Joe, you're muted.
Prodigal, that's a
go
question
ahead.
for me.
Yeah, that was yours.
Yeah, still here. Yeah, Prodigal. Generally, I do believe the vast majority of people who work at the FBI and the DOJ are good, patriotic.
I'm talking about the brass. I agree with you. There's bureaucrats who outlast every president.
Let me finish, Bud. And generally, I believe the brass is as well. I believe that we should always be on guard when they're not. When the whole Russian thing broke, I said, investigate what Russia did. And if you want to investigate the investigators, do both. Investigate everything, both sides, all of it. But to say that Trump isn't responsible for any of this that's been brought down on him is
I still haven't heard a crime.
I got a question. Any of what, Joe?
No idea what you're talking about.
Be a bit more specific, Joe, about what he, for example, should be taking responsibility for.
One specific example, and I don't know if he'll be indicted for this, but the president of the United States, when he was President Trump, used the powers of his office to call, not once but twice, the head election official in the state of Georgia and pressured him to overturn the election results.
That's a lie.
Okay, that's a lie. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, so
then that's
Joe,
a lie.
Hey,
Mario.
Hey, Joe.
Mario, Rick, everybody. I don't know why you want me on if I'm just putting out lies. Trump didn't call.
Joe.
Ratzenberger then? Did Trump
He
call
did
him?
not
No.
call and ask him to overturn the
Guys, what I'm
election.
gonna do, guys, hold on.
The election happened.
Just Gabe, I'd let you jump in just because I know Jim, Doc, Protocol, and everyone just disagreeing with Joe. So Gabe, I'll let you jump in because I'm guessing you're gonna agree with Joe, and then we'll get Doc to respond. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I will agree with Joe. I mean, even though we don't, sit on the same side of the aisle, I will agree. And also, for Sebastian Gorka, we're not cretins. We're just asking a simple question, right? We're just asking a question of, did he lie about the 2020 election? Has he used his power and his office at the time to try to overturn the results of a free and fair election? Yes. Did Rudy Giuliani work on just theories, not actual evidence? Yes.
Absolute crap.
Time again
Bullshit
that we've seen
crap.
here.
Bullshit
Seb,
crap.
Seb, let me finish before you call me a cretin. So what I'm
No,
going to say,
it's cretin, by the way.
Cretin. Sorry. What I'll say is that there is overwhelming evidence that what Trump did while he was president is he used his power and influence for not only the 2020 election, but numerous other crimes. Right? And again, I've said this on Saturday. I said it today. I don't think this is the strongest case against Trump. I think there are stronger cases that he's currently looking down the barrel for. But,
like what?
It's we've got the Fulton County case. There's the Mar-a-Lago documents case. The incitement of the insurrection at January 6th. I mean, whether you guys want to deny it or not, I mean, let's look at the actual facts here.
So let's just take a look
peacefully.
At this. Let's take a look
Protest,
at this very
march peacefully.
clearly.
Insurrection.
Take a look at what's happening in Atlanta. Now, Gabe, I would like for you to answer this question for me. How do we elect presidents?
We have.
He doesn't even know how you get into Congress. He thinks you need to be in a tour to go to Congress. So don't
okay,
Gabe,
how do we elect presidents? What's the process of electing presidents?
Just really quick. Seb,
Gabe, answer my question. How do we elect presidents?
I think the answer is right there. There's an election, is there not?
No, that's not how we elect
the
presidents.
ability to
vote. We have elections. Jim. We have elections to determine what electors will be offered up for the actual election, which happens in January of the following the November elections. We do not elect presidents in November. We elect them in January. Now, when did Donald Trump make this call in Atlanta and to the Raffensperger and also to the Speaker of the House there? When did he make those calls?
He won't know. He won't know.
He won't.
Do you mind if I jump in here and sort of elaborate on that?
In a bit, Max. In a bit.
They're going to move around, but I'm going to stay on this. So, Gabe, those calls were made in, I think, November and December. Now, we are in a process in our country of electing presidents through what we call an electoral system. Now, some people want to get rid of that. Fine. Go amend the Constitution. In the meantime, we use an electoral process to elect presidents. That process takes this.
Does that include the fake electors?
That process
Let him finish.
Takes this form. The legislatures determine how those electors are chosen. In the first two elections that we ever had in this country, there was never a vote in any state to give the electors that elected George Washington. Every one of those electors in every state was chosen by a vote in processed to the president of the Senate period, made phone calls to people because he heard and saw, as every one of us did, by the way, that there was goofy things going on in Atlanta where people were pulling boxes out of under tables when observers, particularly Republican observers, were told to leave a building when there was supposedly a flood taking place, which, by the way, I don't know if we've ever verified even happened.
Just let them respond.
Yeah, it was a water main break.
I'm going to finish my point here.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
That's why Donald Trump, and a few other things, that's why Donald Trump made phone calls to the people in that state. Because if there were true irregularities related to those things, again, and some of the other ones I won't go over right now, then he is well within his rights as President of the United States or some post office employee in Roswell, Georgia, to make a call to the legislature to say, we got a problem here. There is nothing illegal about that. That is, and we have done this many times in American history.
So
okay, can I speak
go ahead,
about
Tara.
this?
Go ahead, Tara.
Jim? Okay, so Jim, couple of points. First of all, the call to Raffensperger was made January 2nd. Georgia actually certified its electoral results on November 20th. Secondly, so it was very late in the process after the legislature had already acted.
So
number
doesn't
two,
matter.
Trump.
Doesn't
wait,
matter as a. It's
wait,
not,
Doc,
it doesn't
please,
matter
because
as a
Doc,
matter
you were
of law.
completely wrong about
Doc,
no, I'm not.
Doc,
Yes,
let Tara finish.
Doc,
we'll let you come in.
Doc, let me finish, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Number two, there is evidence. There is significant evidence, whether you believe it or not, and I've only read what I've read, so as we all have, that Donald Trump was made very aware that the claims he was making in that call about dead people, about the suitcases, about all that stuff were wrong. Okay, he was told repeatedly, there's a report given to him saying none of these things are correct. So when he made that call, he was making it in, quote, bad faith, or he was delusional. I can't answer that, and I don't know what the grand jury has looked at, but you are ignoring the fact that he knew or should have known based on evidence that his call was nonsense. Number three, he asked for exactly 11,780 votes, one more than he needed to overturn the election. Now, if you think that's good faith and if you think he is totally within his rights, fine, but I could see someone else considering that as bad faith, attempting to interfere with electoral results for no reason. Thank you so much.
You're making a basic fallacy in this whole deal. See, the actor involved in that election is not the people who I haven't seen the confirmation of it, but I'm just going to take for argument's sake here that people told him, yeah, no, that stuff is not correct. So, but they're not the actors. They're not the ones up for election. Donald Trump is. And they can tell him that if they want to, but that doesn't mean either that they are right or that their advice is valid. Donald Trump is still, at that time, the person who was on the ballot and has every right all the way up to the point when it's certified in the Senate to make his case for why things were wrong. There is nothing illegal about that in the least. Nothing. Not even a scintilla of illegality. And the only time
if he was trying
is if he had been after the certification trying to get people to, go harm people, none of which happened. Plus, it's so evident on January 6th that he was telling people, I don't know why we have to argue this over and over again, but he told people to go peacefully and patriotically over. Come on. It's not even a little bit of incitement. What he did incite something, and you know what that was? His First Amendment right, and encouraging others to use their First Amendment right to offer a redress of their grievances in front of their elected representatives, which is a fundamental right because and it's constitutional too, by the way. It is fundamentally constitutional for Donald Trump to have desired that because the preamble to the Constitution does not say we, the government, are going to form a more perfect union. No, it said we, the people. And it is a constitution of negative rights against the government that are granted in that specific, well-defined way to the government from the people. We are the sovereigns. The people are the sovereigns. And when Donald Trump's up for election, he, in effect, is just a normal citizen, not a president. And we'll have
I got to jump to...
All right.
Okay, Jim, can we just get Doc in because he's been trying to jump in for a few, and we stopped him from talking. So go ahead, Doc, add what you want, and then we'll go back to Tira.
So we've run past a couple of points, but to Joa, I want to say past lawsuits that related to the multitude of businesses that Trump ran are irrelevant in this circumstance. To those that are pointing to, and I think it was Joe Walsh, that we have all this evidence of what Trump did on January 6th. We don't. That wasn't a judicial proceeding. Trump was not allowed counsel. No one was allowed counsel in front of the January 6th Commission. There were no rules of evidence. They were not a judicial body. They were a political body. And their goal was a political one, right? And it was biased. How was it biased? They didn't release the video, not just to the public. They didn't release it to the rest of the freaking committee, right? So, and as far as electability and Trump's ability to challenge, even at a late date, late being by your definition by some, deep state administrators who prepared a report. A report. He was a candidate, right? And as Jim pointed out, he had a right to fight for the right to seat proper electors all the way up until January 6th. And that was the purpose of his call. The purpose of his call was not, right, to find fake votes or tell someone to find fake votes. As far as the Georgia grand jury, how anyone is taking that seriously at this point after they let the grand jury foreman, the judge supervising the grand jury, allowed her to go out in public before an indictment was had, before an indictment was published or any arrests were made, to go on MSNBC and CNN and talk about her infatuation of being able to see President Trump and swear him in. And she giggled after that. That's the person. She works for a court reporter firm that has ties to the chief judge in that court. It's a joke. And the reason they trotted her out was because they knew and they know that there's nowhere to go in that case. So they sabotaged their own case. They sabotaged that grand jury. They may go and seat another one and take another bite of that apple. But referencing these past political prosecutions of Trump to defend what's happening now in New York is beyond the pale. Joe, you took an oath to abide by the Constitution, man.
Thanks for that, Doc. Doc, I just wanna go to Jessica because you came up before and we didn't get a chance to give you a chance to comment. We'll come back to this, Doc. But yeah, Jessica, thanks for joining us. What's your thoughts on what we've discussed?
I guess just in reference to what I've just heard, I want to point to two things. One, you're talking about, all of these claims that Trump made. He had, 62 court cases that were heard and dismissed because there was no standing in any of them. And I also want to ask or
Which
address
means they were
the
not
comment.
heard.
They were heard, that the evidence was seeked and looked, and they said they had no grounds for standing. They had no evidence.
Yeah, that's procedural nonsense. If you've ever been in a court.
Go ahead, Jessica. You're muted, Jessica, bottom left corner.
Sorry, I just want to add to.
Excuse me, let me just respond to that.
Yeah, quickly, very quickly, please, Doc.
Now. Yes, so when a case is dismissed because it's not ripe, as cases were dismissed before January 6th, and when cases are dismissed for lack of standing, when cases in the Supreme Court, which really ended the adjudication process, when they said it's moot, meaning it doesn't matter now because the Electoral College had met and elected the president. Evidence is not looked at in any of those circumstances.
Wait. Rudy Giuliani stood in front of the court judge and stated, "I have no evidence. I have nothing. No, there's no here." So I don't understand how you're ignoring.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what case you're talking about.
Why don't you give her an opportunity to speak? Why don't you give her an opportunity to speak?
I agree. Thank you, Renato. 100% agree. Jessica, go ahead.
I'm just going to say that there was more than two occasions that Rudy stood in front of a judge and basically was like, "Well, I don't have any evidence to prove the statements I'm making." And he's like, "Then get the hell out of my court," basically is how it went down. But there was multiple instances of different judges in situations just like that. They came in, they presented evidence. I'm using air quotes, and there was nothing. Did not. There was no there. Okay, there was no there. But I also wanted to just quickly reference that one of the statements that I heard. I can't remember who said it, but they said, it's about we the people. And I totally agree. We the people. Do you guys not recognize that those elected officials are part of we the people as well? I think sometimes that idea or that concept is forgotten.
But in their office, and I'm the one who said it, and in their office, while they are operating as government officials, We the people still have a say. Like what you are asserting when you make that statement is that somehow we have to subjugate ourselves as people to that process and just say, okay, well, go ahead when there are actual restrictions. So, for example, do you deny that Article 1, Section 2, Clause 2 of the Constitution says very clearly that the legislatures choose electors? I mean, did you hear me talk earlier about the fact that there was not one elector given to George Washington when he was elected that was ever voted on by a citizen. They were all voted on by legislatures. And therefore, the legislature can change its opinion if it sees irregularities, just like Donald Trump was seeking.
But that's the system that we created, Jim.
What?
So, like, I get that. But, like,
what?
I said that is the system that we as a government created. But regardless, do you know what the full term of "we are the people"? Like, do you know the whole kit and caboodle of that statement?
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare,
justice?
do ordain.
Jim,
we know
you know it, Jim. We know.
Jim, you could say it's a yes.
No,
go ahead, Jessica.
I'm making a point. No, do ordain.
You made the point. Jim point. All right, guys.
You made my.
Can you guys stop it, please? Hold on.
Jim was going to go to I think Jim was going to go to the important point that he was going to emphasize.
Yeah, but I want Jessica to finish her point. She asked a question. He said yes. I want Jessica to finish her point. She's getting interrupted.
Question. Listen to the point, Mario. Just please let me say this. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. The government does not ordain and establish it. This is a principle we have lost in this country. It is the people of the United States.
Who establishes justice? Who establishes justice? Who ensures domestic tranquility? Who provides for the common?
Well, Soros funds a lot of prosecutors. He funds.
Brodegal, can you stop, Brodegal? Please, we'll go to you in a bit. Sorry, go ahead, Jessica.
Let me answer your question, Jessica. You asked it. You want me to know who established? You want to know who establishes it?
Yeah.
Okay. The people in a
Jim, just quickly, hold on. Jim, hold on, guys. No, I want you to answer. I just want to tell you, Jim, I'm going to let you answer it. I'm just going to tell you, Jessica's first time on the panel. I'd love her to join again. So keep that in mind as you answer, please.
Okay. So, Jessica, we the people establish justice through a constitution of negative rights against the government. The government is proscribed by the people, not prescribed. We proscribe the government. We hold them within a certain range of boundaries that they must obey and are accountable to us. The people of the United States are the sovereigns, not elected officials. Elected officials serve a function underneath the grant of power, a restrictive grant of power.
The Constitution in real time, and they are referencing themselves as part of the people of our government. And that's all I was trying to point out. And you can't deny that the people that are representing us also are inclusive in the "We the People" preamble.
So therefore, you believe that Article 1, Section 2, Clause 2 is also a proscription and in that case, a prescription for how we choose electors. You would agree with that, right?
Renato,
I'm not taking con law again. That was over a decade ago.
Yeah, so just, Joe, I'll let you jump in quickly, and then I'll go to Renato, get his thoughts on this. Mr. Mariotti, it's a pleasure to have you. Go ahead, Joe.
I'm going to be really quick, and please, nobody ask Jim any more questions. I've heard enough from Jim. Jessica, you're spot on. Just 2 points. I hope everybody on this call believes that January 6th was a very, very bad day in America. I hope everybody on this call believes that. And I think the reason January 6th happened is because for the first time in American history, a sitting American president lost an election, and he wasn't big enough to accept the will of the people. He
didn't lose it.
Final point. Yes, I don't want any president to call an election official in a state and tell that election official to find him 11,780 votes. That is an abuse of power. I don't know if it's a crime or not, but damn it, everybody on this call should believe it's wrong. I'm done.
Don't.
Is there
He
a way
was
I can jump
he
in?
was a
I'm gonna
candidate.
put spot.
He was a candidate.
Just quickly, sorry, Doc, I didn't mean to mute you. Just a lot of people are speaking, but I do want to get Mr. Mariotti to jump in as well. He hasn't had a chance to speak. Renato, it's a pleasure to have you.
Well, thank you, Mario. I joined mostly to hear what people were saying. I mean, one thing I will observe about this space is there's a few people who seem to be doing most of the talking and interrupting others. I don't think that that's conducive to a good discussion. But I guess, it seems like the topic is January 6th. Regarding that, I mean, I think Joe mentioned a moment ago sort of, say, the moral case about January 6th. I think there's a difference between that and the legal case. I think it's fair for people to say that there has not been a court that has examined the role of former President Trump regarding that. I think that's fair to say. I think we don't know all of the facts regarding that, and it's very possible that a crime won't be charged in relation to January 6th as to President Trump and the people around him. I think no one can deny that the people who stormed the Capitol and assaulted people and defaced property and things of that nature committed crimes. And a lot of them went to prison for them. And frankly, I just think if there are people in this space who disagree with that, that's fine. But that's sort of outside, not only sort of, I think it's not only outside sort of how our legal system works, but it's outside the proper understanding of what the law says.
So 2 years without being arraigned.
I'm sorry, but I didn't interrupt you, sir. Right? Don't interrupt me.
2 years without being arraigned.
Oh,
wow.
Dr. Gorka, I will let you jump in right afterward, but I want to hear Renato.
So...
Renato.
We're not going to have that, though.
I'm sorry, but it is to interrupt people when they're speaking. That's the whole point of us having a conversation, is for us to listen to each other. And so, I guess from my perspective, as I said, I think that no one can deny that crimes occurred on January 6th. I think the question is just who bears responsibility for them and how much. I happen to agree, though, with former Congressman Walsh regarding the moral responsibility. I think that's a different thing than legal. So and now I'm done for anyone else who wants to join in.
Okay. This is Seb.
I rest my case. Somebody who on his Twitter bio calls himself a former federal prosecutor has no problem with American citizens sitting in solitary for 2 years without being actually charged. That is the proof of why we have political persecution in America. Well done. Thank you, whoever you are. I rest my case.
Well, the reason I have that in my bio...
They're dumb because
Renato,
they should have just set up Chop Chaz and made their own autonomous state.
Yeah, so the reason I have that in my bio is that is in fact what I am. I was a federal prosecutor for over 9 years. But just to be clear, all of those people had trials in the United States. They were represented by counsel, and ultimately they were sentenced. Now, you're talking about people who are... If you're talking about people who are awaiting trial...
There are some of them who haven't even been arraigned. You lying hack.
Dr. Gorka, go right to you afterward.
If you're talking about people who are being detained pre-trial, they had detention hearings, just like my clients do, and just like all sorts of other people across the United States.
For simple trespassing, 2 years?
Trespassing is actually interference
yeah,
with an
I saw the grandma
proceeding.
hold the red velvet rope up.
That's how our system of laws works in this country. So you may dislike it, but then we should talk about reform across the board, and not just for people who assaulted the Capitol, but for people who are, for example, committing crimes in Chicago, New York, and LA, and everywhere else. Ultimately, people who commit crimes in the city of Chicago have the exact same pretrial detention. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people sitting in the MCC in downtown Chicago because they committed crimes, or at least there's allegations that they committed crimes, and they're awaiting trial. That's just the reality of our system of justice. If you don't like it, reform the system.
Proga, I know you want to jump in right after Seb.
You're a liar and a hack. It's very simple. There are people who have been charged with misdemeanors for impeding an official proceedings and trespass for 22 months in solitary. That is not the judicial system. The only reason it's happening is because they are Trump supporters, and you know
I
it.
don't know that, and you can call me names, but what I'm telling you is how the system of government works, how our system
Yeah,
of
because
justice
that
works.
happens to BLM rioters, right? 2 years in solitary for a BLM rioter. Yeah, you're lying again.
I'll go to Ronaldo. I know it's a bit heated today. First time on the panel as well, you and Jessica. But I want to go to Protocol. I know Protocol has been trying to jump in for a while.
Yeah, no, listen,
Being
I
like a
don't,
law,
I don't
finally
disagree.
left.
Anybody who committed a crime should be charged. But to argue this is not politicized, when it clearly was, you can argue there were no assets there. It's pinned up top. They won't answer the questions. They admitted the number 2 oath-keepers. They knew months in advance. So if they knew months in advance, why weren't they telling Congress that they have assets embedded there? Why is Pelosi refusing these people? Why can they find a grandma from Cincinnati who walked into Congress, but they can't find a pipe bomber in one of the most heavily surveilled cities in the world? It's just crazy. And I'll end with this. I don't want to rehash 2020, but I'll say this. We've been around. And to say that was normal, I'm sorry, Georgia, if I recall correctly, in a case, it was admitted, the plaintiff basically settled out that Dominion did have multiple vulnerabilities. CISA actually tried to postpone it before addressing the issues. I remember being told that a water main or there was a big flood, and it turned out a bathroom overflew. I've never in my life seen where counting was done, people put up posters like in Detroit to block it. And then to have all 5 states close at the same time. This isn't Florida in 2000, where it took 30 days to recount it. They all shut down at the same time in racks, and we never wanted to solve it. Nobody had the courage to ask the questions. This is just irregularities. This is ignoring that they use COVID to fundamentally X out the legislatures who control election laws in states like Pennsylvania. That's where the real case was for a number of these issues. They wouldn't hear it because most of these judges, people talk about theory and law. When you're from Eastern Europe or from other countries, you deal with reality. Most of these judges in the bars are leftists, regardless of who they are appointed with, and they're scared to death. They've literally seen America burn for an entire summer. And you think they're going to pick up this political football? There was one lower court judge in Pennsylvania who did, and then she was struck down by the partisan Supreme Court, which divides based on party lines. So to say that this was settled, especially in 2022, when I saw Harris County in Texas, 20 plus polling stations, all in heavily Republican areas, and we know Republicans vote on the same day, not have paper, have less paper allotted to them than the midterms from 2018. To see what happened in Maricopa County, regardless if it leans Democrat, we know the right tends to vote on election day. It's a problem. They should address it. They should do early and mail-in voting. But to say these things didn't happen, and to say anybody who asks these questions is a psycho, is just unfair. And it's clear you don't want to engage in discussion, even though you pretend you do. There are a lot of questions. We still don't have answers for Harris County, period.
Yeah.
Can I speak?
Yes. Go ahead.
All right. Prodigal, you've raised an awful lot of issues. In Pennsylvania, for example, it was the Republican-controlled legislature that established a law that allowed anyone to vote.
Yes, I understand. A lot of people were under COVID paranoia.
I understand. Finish, please. Okay. They established a law that allowed anyone to vote by absentee ballot, basically. Then they came in after they lost the election and said, oh, wait, we didn't really mean that.
What about the other battleground states? You picked one. What was Georgia?
Please, sir. It's unconstitutional. And the highest court in the state ultimately ruled that it was not unconstitutional. But the people who made the law actually complained because they lost. Now, as to your point, let me just talk one more point going back. As to the point that all of the 62 cases that Trump brought were all decided on standing, that is not true. Go read Judge Russell in Nevada, 35 pages in which he systematically demolished each claim made. In most of the cases, the Trump lawyers who were
how much discovery was actually obtained in those cases?
Or were they dismissed on proceedings?
Some said it's too early. Some said it's too late.
We're going to give Tira 15 more seconds, and I'm going to let you. I'm going to unleash you again.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, when you look at election fraud, you have to understand the laws of each state, which are complicated and different in each state. The reason why voting it looked like the Republicans might have won certain states the night of, and then it changed, was because Democrats tended to vote, as you pointed out. Democrats tended to vote absentee.
Yeah, I read Bloomberg's think tank's piece case about the red barrage.
Entirely in accordance with the
He
law.
disbanded it after the election. I wonder why.
It was not fraud. It was following
But it was
election
15
procedures.
seconds.
Okay? So what I'm trying to say is we can have a nuanced conversation about each state. We can discuss anything, but you're making this broad brush. It's not true. There was no significant election fraud that has been uncovered by anyone. And now you're stuck going to, 2,000 mules because you got nothing left because every other claim literally was shot down by courts, by affidavits, by people who actually knew about the election laws in each state. Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay.
I said there were irregularities and security issues. You said anybody who said that was crazy. That's a big different thing.
Go for protocol.
No, that's
he's just finished.
She could read the Georgia case about Dominion. Everything we said happened to be true, but they said no, it didn't affect it. I mean, I trust CISA, headed by a former Microsoft executive and lawyer, telling me it's the most secure election ever. And then I found out a month later that SolarWinds, Russia and China hacked the whole country. Like, come on. Like, are we living in reality or are we just living off the Washington Post?
But you have looked, I presume, at the Fox tapes or the Fox depositions about Dominion, in which it's
I don't care what Fox News anchors say.
Even brought the
Rachel Maddow said the same thing. They said the same thing. Look up the case for Maddow. I don't care.
But the people who were making the claims had no evidence. That is obvious.
I've made my claims. I don't care what they said. I speak for myself. I'm a big boy.
Jesus. Gosh. So the people who brought the claims say it's illegal, but you say they were wrong, but you yourself know that they were correct. That's interesting. Thank you.
I don't think we'll ever know. Like I said, procedurally, most were dismissed without discovery.
Ways, man. All right, Gabe. Gabe, go ahead. Go ahead, and then we'll have somebody else.
There was a ton that was said. What I really quickly just want to emphasize is the fact that, I know that Jim, and I don't mean to tag you in to do a whole monologue on the Constitution, but we do have to admit that there's a fake elector scheme, Eastman and others. It was total plot. We've proven it. It's there. It's documentation. The other thing is you've got Rudy Giuliani, who works on, and Jessica's gone at this point, but Rudy Giuliani in court says, I don't actually have the evidence, right? We go to Rusty Bowers. I don't have the evidence. It's all theory. Then you look at the fact that the D.C. Bar panel found that Rudy Giuliani violated his attorney rules in his attempt to overturn the 2020 election, okay? These are the ability to look
what
at
did the D.C. Bar give the DOJ attorney who altered an email to launch the Russiagate hoax? What did he get?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know
put him
what
back
far
in good
right
standing 6 months
Let me just make my point here.
Well, if we're going to have rule of law, it has to be applied objectively.
You have a tendency to interrupt. Let me finish and actually just have some etiquette here.
Let the comedian finish.
Sure. Thank you. So what I'm trying to say is that when you really look at this, the ability, and you even said it yourself, probably like, I don't care what happened with the Fox files, right? The fact that you have deposition, you have actual testimony, emails, text messages from Fox employees admitting to the fact that they knew that it wasn't real, but they continue to push it, right? Again, depositions, these are actual documents proving in court that this is what they did. They intended to do this. They knew it was wrong, yet they continued to push it further.
What does it have to do with my point?
And then, hold on.
Nothing I brought up was inaccurate.
Well, just wait. You've also got Rudy Giuliani. Again, the guy doesn't have actual evidence, doesn't have any proof. When asked, do you have proof? He said to multiple different people, Rusty Bowers talked about when he gave testimony on the Jan 6 committee. He also said in front of the judges, he said, I don't have actual evidence. I don't have proof. It's all theory. And you can't work on just theory if you're trying to present a case of the election was stolen. Because then it's all like, well, I think it was stolen and I saw this and I didn't. You got two female election workers in Georgia who had to relocate, and they can't even go by their own name for the fear that when their name is said out loud that what they did, meaning Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump, defame them, claiming that they were helping to steal the election when it was a gingerment, not a USB drive, right? So let's just admit to the fact that there are many things that they did intentionally knowing that they did them wrong, especially when you look at Trump where he's like, come on, guys, I just need 11,000 votes. I need you to find 11,780 votes. I mean, these are literal quotes from recordings. So the fact that you're able to dismiss this and not even look at this like, oh, there's a possibility there was wrongdoing is hilarious.
Okay. Well, you've made a lot of points here, so let's get Doc to respond, and then I'm going to have some questions here.
No, I don't have a specific response except to Tara. Tara, you're an attorney. I have respect for your opinion. But you're categorizing one decision by one judge in Nevada as being applicable to every other decision on the election challenges in 2020. It's simply, you must admit, there were cases that were dismissed on standing. You must admit there were cases that were dismissed because they were moot. You must admit there were cases that were dismissed because they were not right. And in those cases, in every case where standing, rightness, or mootness is at issue and is the basis for the court's decision to dismiss the case, they do not look at the evidence.
That is correct, Doc. But what I will say is, when you sort of make it seem as if, standing, who cares? That's terrible. Standing is at the basis of our legal system. People have to have an injury in order to sue, a discernible injury. So that doesn't bother me at all. Those concepts, you make it sound like they're bad or wrong, but they're not, okay? They, in fact, keep our court system running, because otherwise we would have case after case.
They also keep cases with merit out of the court system.
Let me just answer something you're saying. We also had audits. We also had people, and I assume that many of these people were telling the truth, okay? People would come in and say, I saw this, and it was terrible, like Sharpies in Arizona, when they did not understand that Sharpies in Arizona were okay. A lot of people came in to help with the election because they were excited about Trump, presumably, and they did not know the procedures in that specific state. So they came in. I mean, there was a person who, was it in Ohio or somewhere, Michigan maybe, who complained bitterly, oh my gosh, out-of-state trucks were seen taking ballots from one place to another. Well, it turns out that in that state, they collect the ballots and they bring them to a central counting place. And you know what they do? They rent trucks who happen to have out-of-state license plates. So I'm not saying everybody was, just trying to make up stuff, whatever. I think they did not know the procedures. The procedures, for example, the baskets of votes, the suitcases of votes that I think Prodigal mentioned at one point. Maybe it was Prodigal. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't say something. People are putting words in my mouth, but continue.
Okay. What I'm saying is, these suitcases of votes in Georgia, they were not suitcases. They were the baskets. What happened when they took out the ballots, that's where they put the ballots when they separate them eventually from the envelopes, okay? They were not taken in. They were not dragged. There's 24 hours. You can look at the video if you choose to. It's incredibly boring, as you might imagine, but you can look at it and you can see that those were just kept in the room because that's the procedure. And so you have to understand each state's procedures in order to have these discussions, and a lot of people just don't know them. I certainly don't know every state. I read as much as I could, but at the end of the day, it's almost impossible. But there was not evidence of anything
for you to claim. Wait a minute, I need to respond here. For you to claim that procedures were religiously and competently and not negligently in every circumstance is ridiculous, and you're pointing at facts that no one can contest because they're so minute, they're so individualistic, they're so 3-4 years ago that no one's going to take this discussion seriously. I'm going to walk back to your admission where you agreed that cases that were moot, cases that were not right, cases where there were no standing, that evidence wasn't considered, and that includes the biggest Supreme Court case when they said it was moot, the Texas case. 6 states came forward, each agreeing that fraud affected their electoral votes, and the court wouldn't hear it. Because it's the political doctrine. It's the political doctrine. Okay, the political doctrine says the courts do not want to resolve a dispute between the legislature and the executive when it's wholly political. So this is for us, the voters, to wrestle out amongst ourselves. Right?
The Texas case, Doc, you were wrong about. That was a case in which states came in with literally no interest, saying, we want you to throw out all the votes from these other states because we're like sort of pissed and we don't think they were right. Now, as a matter of law, the Supreme Court basically laughed at this because it would be incredible to sort of suggest that Texas has any particular interest or any even knowledge of what's going on in another state, okay? That, in fact, was a completely political case. So when you talk about political cases, the Texas case, which was signed on to by how many state legislatures, I don't remember how many, but a number, was a ridiculous political case. It was a Hail Mary by Trump and his supporters that had never had any sort of chance. Now, look, we can debate things. I have never said there was no electoral fraud. Of course there's electoral fraud, but go back to the Heritage Foundation, a conservative foundation, right? They went and they looked at electoral fraud, proven electoral fraud over like 40 years. They found 1,500 cases. I'm sure there are many more than that. But at the end of the day, it is infinitesimal. You know why? Because it is something that makes no sense for most people. Individual electoral fraud is subject to a 5-year criminal penalty, and you get nothing out of it. You don't get much out of it. You get to go to jail for 5 years for one vote. So that doesn't really happen. People make mistakes. There are felons who think they can vote who can't. People have second homes. There's a lot of stuff that happens. But it is not a crime that people do. And if you're trying to tell me there are all these mules, go in and ask these people, because that has been
I don't think anybody brought up mules.
Okay.
What are you talking about? I mean, you're talking about 2020. You could do something very simpler. It's called voter suppression. When you know a certain political party has a higher turnout on certain days, like in Texas, make sure all those precincts run out of paper so they have to leave early. In Maricopa County, when you know it's going to heavily vote for one party, have there be issues with the ballots. I mean, you have a plausible deniability, and it helps you.
But and there is no evidence based upon a court case, and it was a 2-day court case, that anybody was other than somewhat inconvenienced. What happened was when the
just
ballots
keep voting
were given
Democrat.
to them,
New York's
they were
doing
able
good.
to put it in box number 3 underneath the voting machine. You do understand this protocol, right? Maybe you don't.
I don't know. Do I need to
right,
put in the actual citation?
Right, I just want to get in Bernard because he's had his hand up and he's just joined us, and I'm sure he's got some. He had his hand up when Tira was speaking, so I'm sure there's going to be a response. Go for it, Bernard. Thanks for joining us. Bernard, you need to.
Can you hear me?
Unmute. Yeah.
Hey,
go for it.
yes, I mean, thank you, man. Look, I like to go at things from a different perspective, and we need to go back to what's going to happen tomorrow. But I wanted to chime in. I was a former athlete. I've been in 2 Olympic Games, and one of the things about being an Olympian, especially when you're good, it only takes a little bit of cheating for you to win an Olympic gold medal. And most times people will get away with that. And people will say legitimately, hey, they won an Olympic, they're an Olympic gold medalist. Maybe 20, 30 years later, you might find out, hey, they did cheat. They just needed to just get just that little bit, just enough in Pennsylvania, just enough in Wisconsin, in these heavily minority areas where they can just walk in and convince someone, just vote for this guy because he's going to do these things for you. The facts are there was nothing wrong with sending back the electors holding off on the election certification so we are not where we are today in saying what really happened, what really transpired, whether trucks or whatever the situation is. The facts are we're talking about like everybody think that everything was on the up and up. Come on, man, that's bullshit. Just call it what it is. Something went seriously wrong on election night and the days after election night. And to hear Joe Walsh saying he's a Republican, he's a MAGA guy who doesn't feel like people need to investigate, or if you raise objection or dissent, that means somehow you don't want the system to work. What would have been wrong in saying, hey, send the vote back to the state by Mike Pence, do a thorough investigation? It was done in 1876. And in fact, Thomas Jefferson election took forever. There's precedence for this. But back to mail-in ballots. In Lincoln's second re-election, they tried that. Thank God they caught it. Anyway, they ended up killing Lincoln. And you know what? I don't like to say this, but these people are behaving just like those Democrats of old. They will do whatever is necessary to gain power, including killing their opponents. So when I hear these cute talks and these nice rosy talk, well, nothing didn't happen, the 2,000 mules and all this other stuff that they're talking about, we haven't been able to prove. Rudy Giuliani didn't say, hey, we didn't have any evidence in court. Man, get off of y'all high horses. That's not how cheaters operate.
Joe,
now, back to...
Oh, sorry, Joe, you unmuted your mic. I think you wanted to respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond really quickly, and then I got a hot. Bernard, good to hear from you. I'm not a mega, and I'm no longer a Republican. This has been great to be a part of, but I got to be honest, it makes me really sad because this is exactly what Trump wanted. I want to remind everybody that Donald Trump began lying about the 2020 election months before the election. It was June of 2020 when he first told his supporters that one of two things is going to happen. Either I'm going to win or the election will be stolen. Trump said that in June of 2020, and he repeated it right up to the election because this is exactly what Donald Trump wanted. He wanted chaos and violence. And Bernard, he wanted you and everybody else to believe that the election was stolen. That's a damn shame.
Joe,
Thanks,
that's
guys.
not true. Joe,
It's not
I
true.
wish you would stay on. No, let me tell you, you said June of 2020. I was on my way. I think I was driving back from Iowa or somewhere going towards, I don't remember where I was coming from. And I listened to a guy who called from California. And you know what he said? He said President Donald Trump is going to lose the election because of mail-in ballots. Because the Democrats already had a plan in place. The facts are the Constitution does not allow for election to go beyond the date that is specified. We stick to the Constitution. That's why I like Jim's argument. We stick to what's written in the Constitution. The facts are they're trying to say Donald Trump did something
He
wrong
left.
in Georgia.
He had to go send some more American taxpayer money to Ukraine.
Yes. So the fact that they're saying Donald Trump shouldn't have called in, Jim, great point. Because again, when Thomas Jefferson's election was a miracle, it took forever, to happen. So what I'm saying, we're dealing with something tomorrow that we've seen in the Soviet Union. When you read the Gulag Archipelago, they will try to make anything seem legit. Anything. Show me the man and I'll find you the crime. That's what we're dealing with. The facts are, if you don't have explicit crime and you have to check tax, the man toilet, the man wherever he pees, wherever he lays, if you have to be digging while ignoring clear evidence. Vice presidents don't have access to classified information. The fact that you have a man on camera on multiple different occasions smoking crack and getting high with hookers and strippers, that's not a problem. Oh, Donald Trump paid off a hooker. Let me tell you something. I look at things when people try to say you're a Christian, you're raised, and I'm going to land this ship. I just want 2 minutes to hear what I have.
Make it 30 seconds, but I just because we've got a lot of hands up,
30,
please.
Okay. David was a man that did a lot of good things. He had his issue. I always look at things. But, when you talk to Christians today, they'll say David is a great man, but he made mistakes. Donald Trump upholds the American Constitution. He did what was necessary to protect Americans' interests, to protect my interests, to protect your interests. And that's all that matters to me. That is his job title, his description.
Thanks.
He wasn't using the
Thanks
White
for that,
House
Bernard.
like a brothel.
So I just want to give Max. He's had his hand up throughout the space. Max, what's your? I'm sure you disagree. So what's your response?
No, I actually see. Here's the thing. I think there were quite a few people on here that had some fair points. You got to look at the Constitution directly. I think, as he mentioned, where it mentions that it is the Tuesday after the first Monday in November, and that is the day of election. So the idea of having election month is an absurdity, regardless of what you believe about election fraud or whatever. And election day should really be a holiday. People should be getting election day off work. And I think that it's a tradition and it's a value that we've held over the years, and we completely lost it, especially with the 2020 election. Now, regardless of whatever you believe in about fraud, it is true that a lot of states and local municipalities advanced legislation changing the election laws months prior to the 2020 election. A good example is California, where Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N6720, which made the 2020 election a purely mail-in ballot election. On top of that, the state legislature passed a bill, AB 860, which made us a permanent mail-in ballot state. Now, not taking the irregularities into account, it's not an effective model because it hasn't even gotten the turnout up. Our turnout's not up, even though we are doing this mail-in ballots. But even with that, we've had reports of ballots that have gone missing and things like that. Never mind just the 2020 election. We've had this happen even in the 2022 election. And multiple sources have actually reported this, and I think it's wrong for people to go and vote and to not know if their their vote is actually being counted. And I think both sides need to be held accountable when it comes to election denying. I mean, you look at like the Democrats in 2016, that was also a form of election denying that occurred, or Stacey Abrams in Georgia. Okay, so this is not just like a one-sided thing. But I do believe in patriotic American conservative values. You know, there was a bill here to make ballot harvesting illegal. Now, here's the thing. Conservatives, while it's legal, you might as well do some ballot harvesting. You know, it's legal in a lot of states right now. But there was a bill to ban ballot harvesting, make election day on just one day, and to return to the going to the poll to vote, which I think was a pretty base bill. But with the Democratic elitists here in California, they want to make California a model for the rest of the nation. So what they did is they killed that bill. They squashed it. What happens in California eventually ends up happening in D.C., and that's what I'm here to stop.
You know,
Lev, thanks for joining us. I know I just read your bio, and it says you're post-cult of Trump. So I'm sure you've got some comments about what's been happening. So yeah, go ahead. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, guys. First of all, Bernard, I'm in shock to hear that as an Olympian you agree to cheat to win the Olympics. I don't think that's right in any matter to cheat and do anything like that. But second of all, as far as Trump goes and Giuliani goes, they tried to steal the election way prior to 2020. It all started off with a whole thing with Ukraine and the first impeachment. And the only reason we had January 6th and the only reason that even occurred is because the Republican senators didn't want to hear any witnesses and didn't want to have a fair impeachment trial, because he should have got impeached for what he did with Ukraine by forcing Zelensky into racketeering him into starting up an investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden when there was no evidence of it. And now with this laptop business, the truth will come out soon where that evidence came out, because Giuliani knew all about that way before it was ever discovered in Delaware. And I do know, and I do have the receipts. So I think it's a lot of bullshit that you're saying here, saying what Trump did or didn't. He's a crook, and he's a liar, and he'll go to any extreme to be able to steal the election. And Giuliani will help him do it.
Mario, can I respond? Weren't you the guy who was sentenced to 20 months in prison?
Yeah, because of Trump. Exactly. Politically, because of Trump.
Can I respond to that lie, first of all?
So now you have a vendetta.
This is no vendetta. I have the receipts. I don't have a vendetta.
Receipts.
Yeah, the receipts.
You know, you sound like an 18-year-old
I have text messages.
mean girl with a receipt.
Yeah, go ahead, Bernard. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Bernard.
I have to respond to that lie. First of all, I've never taken drugs or anything. See, you can't trust liars. This is the first thing. Listen, man, listen. Open your ears and listen. I said there are people who cheat. They know exactly what limits they have to take or how far they have to go to make it look legit. And that's exactly what the Democrats are doing. They know exactly how far they can go, what all they need to do to cheat.
Ignore him, Bernard. He's a convicted felon.
He's Michael Cohen 2.0. He's blaming Trump for the crime he committed. If you had any receipts, Adam Schiff would have took him a long time ago.
Yeah,
that's why
100 pages are in the impeachment. Why don't you go read the impeachment?
Take a look. The walls are closing in. That's why they have to pursue a bullshit case in New York and plead up a misdemeanor at best that has legitimate reasons for it. His brand is Trump. His personal reasons. We're talking about beyond a reasonable doubt if you're charging criminally. We already know two reasons everybody can understand why he would do that. Yet they're still going to pursue it, and you're going to lecture me. But go ahead.
Go for it, Lev.
So you're talking about holding back military aid during a war to a country that was legitimate. You agree with that?
If I recall, he sent the javelin.
We're not
if
at
I
war.
recall, he actually was the first to arm Ukraine. If I recall correctly.
No. What did he sent them? He sent them some missiles. Yes, he sent them some missiles.
Was that the first American president to offer military aid of that kind?
Wait a second, and then he stopped it all because they wouldn't do a fake investigation. That was the first American president.
Maybe he stopped it because he didn't want to start World War III, which we seem to be sleepwalking in right now. I know you have your interest there, but many Americans don't.
World War III. If you knew what you were talking about,
I heard Zelensky crying, "Oh, look in Poland, it's Russia, Russia." He looked like he was trying to start it then until some people on the internet figured out what he was doing and a reporter on the field.
Yeah, and what was he doing?
Listen, Zelensky's all over the Panama Papers. You know it. I know it. It's been reported. But sadly, the reporter who reported on that was killed in a car bomb. Don't talk to me about corruption, please.
No, corruption? You don't know what corruption is.
I'm from
Zelensky,
Eastern Europe. I know
You
corruption
do,
well.
because you
I'm
went
from
to
the former
prison.
Yugoslavia. I know corruption very well.
so then you are corrupted if you're from
I'm
So
corrupt
guys,
because I'm there. No, I'm corrupt because I could spot your lies. I'm the one. My
we'll
family's the
stop.
one that went to the
lies.
communist
We'll stop
camps. I don't know where
the
yours were.
guys. We'll stop the personal attacks. And Lev, I just got a quick question for you. What do you expect? So first on this particular case with the particular indictment in New York of President Trump. In your opinion, there's still a likelihood this is a politically motivated campaign. Is that a fair statement? I know your stance. Is that a fair statement? Because I know there's 4 investigations into Trump, probably more. I know of 4 main ones. This particular one could be politically motivated, or no way, in your opinion.
Listen, I think this is all politically motivated. I think Trump turned this all into politics. I think my arrest was politically motivated. I think a lot of things are politically motivated going on here. But it all started with the way Trump wanted to win the election at any cost. He sent me to Ukraine to get that information. I was the one that went to get it, and that's why I went to jail. That's why they dropped the charge. They arrested me on.
What's the story actually, Lev? Why'd you get arrested? I know obviously we're going to hear the story from your side, so it's going to be biased. But just I'm curious, what's the story?
I was arrested for supposedly getting rid of the U.S. ambassador, and that was dropped. And all of a sudden, then I was charged with some
Getting
kind of
rid,
fraud.
as in getting rid. How? What do you mean getting rid?
Well, that was the charge that I infiltrated the Trump campaign and I was influenced him to get rid of the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. And then we all know what happened there. We all know how she got taken out from her post, not by me, but by Trump and Giuliani.
So you think this is politically motivated, but it's not unfair because the same happened from the other side as well.
No, I didn't say I think it's political. I said I think all of this is politically motivated. But as far as his crimes go, I think he's being prosecuted for a crime. I think he should have been prosecuted by the feds, but Southern District dropped it because of Bill Barr corruption. Bill Barr was one of the corrupt AGs we've ever had, and he ran that AG office like it was his back office, because him and Trump had nothing to do with each other. Bill Barr never liked Trump. He just did it for his own motivational things. He tried to protect Trump from himself. They never got along. He did what he wanted to do, and that's why it all backfired on him. But he should have been prosecuted by the Southern District of New York. He was named in Michael Cohen's as number 1. Why wasn't he prosecuted? You tell me that wasn't politically motivated?
Joel?
I'm here now. Yeah, I mean, look, Lev, I think you should listen to someone who worked with Giuliani and his point of view. I have my own grievances, construction stuff with my father, and almost anyone from New York will tell you how much of a crook that man is. And now you're listening to another New Yorker who's telling you the same thing, who worked along with him. You know, I hear a lot of people talk about him who, except for Seb, I respect Seb's argument. He actually worked with him.
I grew up in New York. I remember the Dinkin days, and I remember what happened after Giuliani that Bloomberg extended, right? That's what I remember. I remember riots. I remember Brownsville. I remember the Rotten Apple. So it is what it is. We have different memories. I'm from the area.
Nobody's saying Giuliani didn't do a lot of good things back in the day, but that's not the same Giuliani that is now. I was with Giuliani every day for 2 years straight. It's not the same Giuliani that you remember what happened when he was mayor of New York.
Yeah, look up top. They didn't charge him. You think if Merrick Garland could have charged Giuliani, he didn't? Just like Gates, they didn't. So if you believe you have the receipts on Giuliani, apparently the DOJ didn't seem to believe so. The article's up there back in November.
Now that's a political why he didn't get charged. That was way political.
Why was it political?
That's not political?
Lev?
No, why?
Go look at the transcripts. I went to trial.
No, but just to explain it, isn't it? And briefly explain it to us while you're on the stage, because a lot of people probably won't have time to look at the transcripts. You're here on the stage, so if you can just explain it succinctly why you believe it was political. There were political reasons for why Giuliani wasn't charged.
Because Giuliani was the Southern District of New York. He helped build it. His picture was on the wall. When you walk into Southern District, his picture is all over the place.
So, Lev, do you believe
that why
Donald
Biden
Trump's,
is not charging Hunter?
Potential indictment is political?
Excuse me?
Do you believe that this potential indictment tomorrow is political?
That Hunter is not being charged by
Doc.
Biden?
100%. 100%. Why wouldn't it be? Of course it
There's
is.
There's an investigation going into Hunter Biden. He still might get charged.
Lev, I want to repeat my question to you. Do you believe
Hillary
that
Clinton
this
might get
potential
charged for having those emails, top secret emails in her bathroom server.
Doc, give me a moment.
Be real.
Lev,
you know where the
Doc,
corruption's at.
Doc,
You just
hold
want
on.
to deny it because you've been personally harmed, and maybe you have, by Rudy and those and his cohorts. I don't know.
Give me a moment, Doc.
But look, you've got an agenda here, and you may have every right to pursue it.
Doc, my agenda is just to get the truth out.
I got a question.
Just to get the truth out, Doc.
I got a question.
I have the
Lev.
text message, the Proton emails, and it all is going to come out.
Okay.
And when it comes out, you'll see, Doc.
Lev, I got a question for you.
Well,
Lev.
when it comes out and evidence comes into court, not in front of a commission, a political commission in Congress, then yeah, I would pay attention to that. But
Well,
my problem is
Doc, I
that
was at the Senate hearing.
It'll be
Why
out
didn't
with
they call the
Omarosa's
witnesses?
tapes. Remember those? That's when it's going to come out.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Even with evidence, you guys deny it. Like, you can't hold a politician's feet to. You can only hold one-sided politician's feet to the fire. Why can't you hold both? I don't get it.
What evidence? What evidence are you talking about? About which case? He's saying that there's evidence in his case. I'm willing to look at it.
Yeah, there's evidence in my case. There's evidence.
January 6th yet. Other than that's been presented in court at trial.
Doc, can you just argue invisible evidence of trial of election fraud?
What's the definition of evidence? How does a declaration? How does a photograph? How does any of those substance of an allegation, right? How does that come into evidence? It's only in court, right? Evidence has to be proven to be reliable. Right, it has to be proven not to be too prejudicial.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened with the election fraud? There was evidence that was proven reliable. Because that's what you argued.
I talked my head off about the fact that evidence wasn't considered. Mountains of evidence wasn't considered because the judicial system does not want to settle this problem politically, and that all comes from the history of the Gore 2000. Right? How much criticism did the court get back then for weighing in and deciding on the abuses of the Florida judicial system? I mean, look, I go back here. I've been involved in politics longer than you've been alive, probably. And I respect you, but you can't throw terms around like evidence when they don't apply. Evidence is something that a judge approves in court due to the rules of evidence, the federal rules of evidence, or in my case, the California rules of evidence. They're very, very detailed. They're very specific. They're tried and tested by case law over and over again, right? And we know that even when you get into court, that all evidence isn't considered because it's deemed unreliable. And that's what the attorney who went in front of the grand jury in New York said today. Is the evidence that you're considering from Michael Cohen to accuse Trump of a crime is unreliable because he's a liar. He's a
100%.
fraudster.
100%. It is unreliable. He's been noticeably a liar. But by your definition, you can't call this a political witch hunt because that wasn't evidence that was presented in court that is reliable, right? So you can't call it evidence that this is a witch hunt. So you need to stop doing that by your own definition.
Well, I haven't called it a witch hunt. What I've called it is political. And the reason I call it political...
That hasn't been presented as evidence in court by your definition.
Well, ignoring the president, has anybody actually looked when this issue has arisen in governors or senators' races, what's typically, but you cannot say this is normal unless we know it's normal. And from everything I've read and seen, this is not normal, even eliminating the prosecutor and his background. So I don't know how you're saying this. Like, it's confusing to me. I'm going to look into this issue, but I'm sure I've looked at multiple campaigns. Just pay a fine. Just pay a fine. It's usually through the federal government, which did not choose to pursue this. And now, after the tax, the investigation into his organization, now everything else is done. Let's do a Hail Mary. We got nothing left. Who cares if it divides the nation? Oh, we're marching towards war against Russia and China? We're not going to need half the country to fight that one. Like, forget all the politics. Like, do people not realize what's going on? Like, come May, the emergency's over. That means, by the way, 30, 40 million people are going to get less or no food stamps. Your student loans, regardless of what comes onto that case, is coming back. Cost of living is not going anywhere, right? Unless Ukraine it.
By the way, I want to...
Like, we're in a very unstable situation, and people are still trying to play political points and not say, okay, who can I ally with that sees reality and what's going on, and maybe we could turn this tanker before it sinks us all.
So, Prodigal, I want to throw something out here, guys. Have we not? Why are we not considering the fact that if we
should all be
allow,
on the same side on this.
if we,
Whether you like Trump, love Trump, don't care about Trump, this is about a fair process, and it hasn't been fair. And all of your denials and dissemblies about that come from your political persuasion is short-sighted in the extreme.
Doc, I'm
The
not
mob comes from
Democrat, by the
everyone.
way, Doc. I just, when I see a politician, regardless if it's Biden or who should be investigated for that money, or if it's Trump, I hold both of their feet to the fire. I think they're both two sides of the same coin. And what irks me to death, and why I get upset and why I raise my voice on here, is I can't believe that the American people see evidence that there's possibly a crime and have a problem if it gets investigated and automatically it's disqualified as a witch hunt, or Soros is funding the DAs, or God knows what other excuse gets presented, and they can't just let an investigation happen because apparently the
the
federal
Attorney
government.
General ran on investigating and trying to throw Trump on jail without claiming what he did wrong. I mean, that was actually what she ran for office on, Joe. Or do you forget that?
Prodigal, you're talking about one
respond to
case.
Joe.
You're talking about one case.
Yeah, Joe. Let me.
Well,
I like to believe that you're a rational debater in this, and I have friends of mine who don't think very highly of you, and they're DMing me in the background. This is the first time I've heard you speak. But look, if you're upset about what's happened so far, here's what you're really going to be upset about. Even if Trump is indicted, even if Trump is convicted, even if Trump is thrown into jail, he can still serve as president if he's elected. Think about
100%. Plus, I don't think he'll ever get charged. You know why? Because a third of New Yorkers voted for Trump, and it's going to be very hard to not have a holdout on anything you try to charge him with. So I don't think he'll. I don't think he'll do time.
Charge him.
Yeah, but Joe, does it make any sort of difference to you in here? Because, Prodigal did bring up a good point. You have the chief law enforcement officer in New York that campaigned on putting Trump in jail. And when you saw that the DA, Bragg, the same DA last year, declined to bring charges against Donald Trump, along with countless other prosecutors in New York, she came out, pressured him. Okay, there were protests outside of his office. Does that not make you feel a little bit like this could be politically motivated?
100%. Just like that Secret Service guy, I think he was Secret Service, that then got the FBI guy, who then got dismissed for making those. He was caught making, I don't remember if it was phone calls or text messages or what it was, but he was dismissed, and he should be, just like this guy should be. Right? Look, I'm for the rule of law, but people should be able to be investigated if there's a crime without making 1,000 excuses. I have my own grievances with Trump, what he tried to do to me and my family. But look, I'm not trying to bring the whole story here. I'm just saying crime should be able to be investigated without making excuses. That's all I'm saying. And people shouldn't be able to run if they have a huge their main election point is to take someone down, unless it's someone that's been proven to be a criminal and they're trying to hunt them down, like Osama bin Laden or something like that, not a political opponent.
Okay, so Joe, I'm going to ask you a question that and then I'll let you jump in after this because I always love your opinions. The other investigations that you have, they bring charges against him for this. There are a lot of people on both sides of the aisle, as well as, in the middle, actually, that don't agree with the fact, based on what we've heard and what the potential charges could be, think that they're, maybe ridiculous, we'll say. Does that devalue the significance of the other investigations and potential charges?
Yeah, I work in marketing, have worked for some of the biggest brands in the world, positioned Airbnb. I think this helps Trump. I think we should not be charging him for this at the moment. I think it does weaken the other cases. As I said before, I don't think he'll be charged, for the reasons I gave before. It's not good. It's really not good.
Nick, there's one thing that I just wanted to add to that. I agree with what
Joe had just said, I don't think this should be brought, and I think that he will get stronger as a result of it. But I don't know about the other charges because he's never going to, he will not go to trial, if at all, right? He's going to ask for a change of venue. Then he'll say he can't get a fair trial anywhere in the country. Constitutional issues. He'll go to the Supreme Court. He won't be tried by the time any of these other charges are brought. So I don't know if this is actually going to specifically weaken the other charges, if that makes sense, because it's not like something's going to happen in this case. The worst is he gets arrested, indicted, and then he delays.
Yep. So, Trash, I want to bring you in here in just a second because, we had a little bit of a conversation about this earlier, but it's, we've had a lot of information come out since then. We now know that Fox News is reporting that the courts will not allow a virtual arraignment, which means that if Trump is charged, which is very, very likely, because just to reiterate for the audience, if a case goes before a grand jury, you have a 98% chance at a minimum that the grand jury is going to indict it. So that's where we're at right now.
And Nick,
and so that would mean that he has to actually appear in New York City and be arraigned in person. So
Nick, let me make a case that you can see for yourself. You've been a host here many times, so has Suleiman and Mario, of course. Have you seen so many people so passionate about a subject and people who support him be so passionate? I haven't seen Seb like this in a while. I haven't seen Prodigal like this in a while. To think that this doesn't strengthen his base when you have evidence right in this space that it's going to strengthen his base a lot. You see it already just in this space.
Right. Yep. No, you're absolutely right. That's a great point. And so we'll bring in Trash here. Let's get that opinion.
Yeah, so I did not know that I know that they had submitted to have a virtual arraignment, so I didn't know it was turned down. I mean, that seems pretty obvious, right? That this is pandering to their base, in my opinion. I'm not so fired up about it, but I am fired up about a fundamental problem here. Just like with Letitia James, just like with people in Georgia, just like all of these cases have been brought against Trump, there was not a crime committed and then they did investigative work to determine who the suspect was. They said, we've got a person, let's find a crime. That is not how our justice system works in this country. It is fundamentally flawed to operate this way. And if you wonder why people are so fired up, it is because of this. It's saying, hey, I'm going to find something. Letitia James ran on it, right? We see this with Bragg. It's like, hey, I'm going to find something and charge him with it. It's not the opposite way around. They're like, hey, this happened. We better find a suspect. So it is a fundamental change in how we operate within justice. So it's 100% political, and it is incredibly dangerous for the foundation of this country if this kind of stuff continues. And I know that some people are fired up because it's Trump, right? And they're always like, God, one more thing about Trump. And I am saying the same thing too, but I'm looking at it through a different lens, saying fundamentally, I don't want this to happen to anybody. I don't want somebody on the left to be like, you know what? Maxine Waters is bad. Let's find a crime. You know what? Nancy Pelosi's bad. Let's find her crime. Right? We find crimes and then we find a suspect. I don't want that happening anywhere. And the argument that I've constantly had about censorship, about this weaponization of our federal agencies, about the corrupt way that they're handling this in New York and Georgia, that gets turned around on other people. It's not just people on the right or disaffected liberals that are affected. Yeah, they're affected by it right now. But if people think for 1 second that the people in charge are ever going to give up this power and the political winds switch, and then all of a sudden there's power within the House and Senate and Congress on the right, you don't think they're going to utilize those same tools? See, what's happening here is it's politically expedient to go after the right now using these tools, the censorship tools. It makes sense. We need more censorship. We need CISA. We need DHS. We need all these things because of Russia bad influence, right? Okay, well, when that goes away and that's no longer popular or useful, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to go after the other people who thought that they were protected and the useful idiots. So fundamentally, whether it's Trump or Biden or not, I cannot in good conscience, and as an American that believes in this Constitution, I'm willing to put up with, find a person, I can find a crime. It's just unacceptable and it's dangerous.
Yeah. So, Lev, you're up on stage here. You've actually been pretty involved in presidential or White House administrations here, especially recently. It seems like there was a case maybe where Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry. A little bit of background noise there, Lev.
Sorry about that.
I think there was a charge for pumping Russian money into U.S. elections. You worked for Rudy Giuliani for 2 years and also Trump. And I believe you claimed that you were used by Trump to pave the way for Russia to invade Ukraine. So is this sort of give us your general feedback on that, because I don't want to make accusations without actually hearing your side of that, and then I'll have questions.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. I mean, Trump and Giuliani used me to basically disable the Ukrainian government. He threatened Zelensky to make a false investigation that they had no standing on. They pressured Ukrainian prosecutors to make false accusations that they later recounted, all in the effort to be able to win the 2020 election. And that's where it all started. And by doing that, and by taking away their military aid, and by turning Zelensky and lowering him in the world stage, he allowed Putin to be able to invade when he did. And that's not taken into account what he did with NATO at the time. And that's not, an opinion. I mean, if NATO is good or bad, but it was all a combination of things that Trump did.
Yeah, and NATO should have increased its funding. It looks pretty stupid now. They didn't, right? Maybe Germany shouldn't have been buying so much Russian gas. Looks pretty stupid now.
I don't disagree with you on that. That's a totally separate subject. But the way he did it, the way he did it as a madman, the way he did it as a mafia boss, basically threatening by forcing to dismantle NATO, by also going in and basically destabilizing the whole Ukrainian government, by lowering him, Zelensky, in front of Putin.
Was this the same Ukrainian government that apologized after the 2016 election for being involved? That Alexandra Chalupa was working there. She got the black book on Manafort. Is this the same where the ambassador of the U.S. of Ukraine to the U.S. She had a celebration party for Hillary Clinton planned that night, right? Is this is this the Ukraine where Koffer, Black, former
you're spreading
terrorism?
You're spreading disinformation. You're spreading disinformation because the Black Ledger was real. Okay, yes, Chalupa was for Clinton, but that had nothing to do with what Trump did. It had, Ukraine was not the one
brother
involved.
got off nice. He's lobbying for Huawei right now, right? Biden released their executive. He let Canada let him go. Yeah, this is interesting. Teach me some more.
Teach you some more. I mean, you guys want to prosecute Hunter Biden like he was president of the United States when Hunter
Trump
Biden
made his money in private business. Hunter and James Biden made their money seemingly in a lot of countries we have problems with now. Kazakhstan,
but Hunter Biden is not.
Ukraine,
but Hunter Biden does not run our country. Hunter Biden is not a congressman or a senator. Why is Hunter Biden the main subject of the conversation?
I'm confused. Was his father a senator? Did you read the BlackBerry text about 10% for the big guy?
Trump was the president of the United States.
Was that office key they were cutting? Was that for Joe? Who were they making the extra key to the office with the Chinese company?
What
was going on with CEFC? Why was he so concerned about Patrick Ho disappearing? The richest man in the world, he said.
Again,
he's the spy chief of China. Why is our president's son or our vice president's son or
if you want to take a look at
son doing this?
So why is Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner taking $2 billion from the Saudis? Is that okay?
I want to ask you a question.
You can't show the quid pro quo. It's sad.
I want to ask you a question real quick because look, Trump has been investigated so many times, never been charged with a crime. You are alleging that there was a crime committed, a very serious crime committed. But we haven't really heard anything about it. There don't seem to be any investigations. I mean, does it not seem like the Department of Justice, the Biden Department of Justice, would be, really pushing this issue if there was actually an issue here and illegal activity?
Between me and you, I'm in shock that Merrick Garland is not pushing the issue. Because when Trump committed the crimes, it wasn't Merrick Garland there. It wasn't a Biden administration. It was a Trump administration. It was a Bill Barr.
Well, he's too busy. He's too busy chasing, mothers at school.
So, Lev, I've got a few questions for you, right? So, I've read a couple of articles while you were on here just to get a bit of background. But you basically said that Trump sent you there in order to essentially blackmail Zelensky to start an investigation on Hunter Biden. Is that right?
Correct. 100%.
So I got a few questions about that. So what did he specifically tell you to do?
Well, it first started off with Poroshenko before even Zelensky was in office. I had a 3-hour meeting with Poroshenko where Trump promised Poroshenko that he would support him in the elections if he would come out and start investigation into Biden. Poroshenko refused him. That's why he stayed back. Then when Zelensky won, he sent me there to find Zelensky and to be able to deal with Zelensky and tell him. And the first quid pro quo didn't even come because of that. It came with the inauguration. On May 12th, when I met with Schaefer, I had to tell him that Giuliani called me up and told him to give him a strict message that Pence wouldn't show up to the inauguration, which was planned for him to go there, unless he announced an investigation. Well, when on the 12th, Zelensky decided not to announce an investigation, on the 13th, May 13th, and this is all fact that you could check out, Pence's office called back and canceled his inauguration and sent Rick Perry instead. And when Rick Perry went there, I was in Paris, France with Giuliani when Perry called from the plane because Trump told him to call Giuliani and ask him what he should talk to Zelensky about. And I was on speakerphone when Giuliani told Perry that unless Zelensky announces an investigation into Joe Biden, he's not going to get a visit to the White House.
Hey, Lev,
guys, this is what the impeachment was about, by the way. For those of you who said this was not serious.
Precisely when did you turn, Lev? Was it after they charged you in federal court or was it before?
I turned when I didn't turn. I mean, I just realized I was a Trumper all the way. I was drinking the Kool-Aid.
No, so when did you have this epiphany?
I had this epiphany when I was sitting in an isolated cell in Virginia, Alexandria, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, I got a postcard from the White House slipped under my door from Giuliani and Trump, which I will produce when the time is right.
I'm interested
with
to
a
see
message
that.
for me.
Wait. We're going to make an accusation here. When is that time right? Wait, what's
that's what you asked me. You asked me when the time was when I was sitting in when I got arrested, and I was sitting there waiting for Trump to come because I didn't understand why I was even being arrested. And instead of the cavalry,
right? But you said you got a postcard that you were going to release when the time is right. Has that already been released?
It hasn't been released yet, but it will be released when the time is right.
One more question.
I'm still hoping that certain investigators want to look at it before I start releasing.
One more question, Lev, and then I'm going to be quiet because I'm probably one of the only people on this space that read your entire case from start to finish. What made you decide to record that meeting at Mar-a-Lago if you had your epiphany sitting in a cell?
First of all, I didn't record that. It was recorded by my partner, which I wasn't aware of, and it wasn't in Mar-a-Lago. It was in the Trump International Hotel when we were having dinner. And I wasn't even aware that I had that recording until I found it and my lawyer released it.
Tracy, because you read the case, if there's any questions you want to ask, just go ahead and ask. Because obviously,
please.
I've just read a few articles, you see, so I'm just basing it on that.
Yeah.
Yes, please, Tracy.
I've never had the opportunity to speak with you, Lev, so it's interesting. Look, we know how the justice system is weaponized. I mean, you've experienced it, correct? I mean, your business partner, everyone around you, they were basically raked through the coals. What I found most interesting, though, was the absolutely complete 180 that you did. It was literally you're indicted, and then all of a sudden they're trying to whisk you into Congress to testify at the impeachment, and it just seemed like a very interesting turn of events. If you think about the impeachment and what happened with Shokin and all the stuff coming out from Giuliani, is it because they charged you? Would you have kept your mouth shut if they didn't?
No, I mean, you got to understand, when I was arrested, I was a Trumper all the way. I thought that there was a deep state. I believed everything that I was fed, and I believed that the Ukrainian government was corrupt. And I thought I was doing a national service. I thought I was being an American hero. I thought I was helping out. But then when I was sitting in prison and waiting to see to get out because, I didn't even understand what I was getting arrested for. And then I get a postcard slipped on my door to tell me to be quiet. And then John Dowd, an attorney that Trump hired for me to represent me, with Downing visits me the next day and tells me to be a man and keep my mouth shut. I understood that something's wrong because I never did this to keep my mouth shut. The reason I was arrested was because I was going to testify in Congress from day one. But what I thought I was testifying is what the truth I was finding out. I didn't understand that a lot of it was conspiracy theories that I was finding out, and a lot of it was bullshit until I realized it and started really doing my investigative work while I was sitting on home confinement waiting for my trial.
So what part of the story is not true?
was fed drugs, given prostitutes in Kazakhstan while he was there supposedly to meet a minister in Kazakhstan, and his computer was taken to use as compromise against him. Now, I don't know, by the FSB and by Zlochevsky, his boss at Burisma. Those were the two different entities that had that hard drive. Now, I don't know what was on that hard drive. I don't know what was planted or not planted on that hard drive. I can't say. I don't know if that's the real hard drive, but I know for a fact that Giuliani knew and Trump knew about that hard drive way before it was found in Delaware, if it's the same hardware.
No, but then the one in Delaware, there's actually a signature of Hunter Biden when he goes and gives it in. So I'm not understanding. Am I missing something?
He's saying
what?
What Lev is trying to say is that Giuliani was working with a Russian asset to get dirt on Hunter Biden when Trump was president. And he's unaware if the laptop in the Delaware repair shop is the same one or if it's different. But Giuliani allegedly sent Lev to get this hard drive, from whoever in Kazakhstan or wherever it was, because they wanted it.
No, I get that.
Correct.
I get that.
And also, don't forget.
What I'm trying to indicate is that this clearly has to be a separate laptop because the stories don't match up. But anyway, continue.
Well, not really, because if you take a look at the laptop, could be the same laptop, but who's the first person to receive that laptop? It was Giuliani. And who had the laptop in this position until all the information started coming out? Giuliani. So if Giuliani had that computer and had the hard drive, who knows what hard drive if you're really even looking at the same laptop, same hard drive. What I'm saying to you is that there was a hard drive we were searching for that was supposedly taken by the FSB and Zlochevsky. Then all of a sudden a laptop is found. Now I'm not saying that laptop is not Hunter Biden's if he didn't leave it there. But the chain of command, if you take a look at, went directly to Giuliani, the person that was looking for that laptop, looking for that stuff, and all of a sudden after that.
So Lev, I just want to basically state what your basic argument is, because essentially what you're saying is Giuliani is the one who basically got the laptop. He then essentially he went to the Delaware shop and concocted that whole story and gave the Delaware shop the laptop, who then gave it back to him essentially, and then he told everybody I've received it from the shop. Is that what you're saying basically happened?
That's a very good possibility, my friend. I wouldn't put it past Giuliani.
And Lev, the Russian asset, is he the one that got him, that compromised him? Like, was it done on purpose?
The Russian asset's been working with Giuliani for 15 years.
Yeah, but is he the one that got him the drugs and the hookers or whatever?
No, that was
of his own doing.
No, he wasn't there, but it was. We were told it was FSB agents.
So I have to sadly hop off, but Lev, could you do me a favor and follow me so that we can continue this conversation offline?
Absolutely, Trish.
Trace, but that's okay. Thanks, guys, for the stage.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trace.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. Wait.
Bye.
Okay, so Doc, I'll let you ask a question in a second, but I think this is quite an important one. Lev, I know there was an impeachment. One of the Trump impeachment was over this issue here. Apparently, as you said, there's all the supporting evidence and such about funneling money from Russia to the Trump campaign. Why has Trump not been criminally charged? Is there actually an ongoing investigation that the mainstream media is not reporting on? Because I don't believe I've heard anything about it.
I mean, I don't know, I'm in shock till this day that nothing happened of it. Because it's like I went to jail for Russian money being funneled to Russia to Trump's campaign, correct? So then that's your evidence right there. I got indicted for that. I went to jail for that. Then you got all of a sudden in the impeachment coming out. If you take a look at there's 300 pages of impeachment. 100 of those pages is my evidence.
So sorry, I just wanted to answer this because you said obviously I know that you got indicted for allegedly Russian money going into Trump's account or Trump's organization or Trump's party, or But my question is this: how did that?
And not only Trump. There was other politicians like Pete Sessions, Ron DeSantis. I mean, a lot of it's going to come out. I have.
Okay, so what is the specific Russian money that went there?
Whose specific money? Andrei Muravyev.
Why?
Why? to be able to have contacts in the government, in the United States government.
Lev,
Okay, I want to go
how
back to
much money
something
was
that
it?
you said.
How much? Sorry, Nick, just then you can answer. Just a quick one. How much money was it?
I don't recall altogether, like $500,000 altogether. I think it was like something like that, close to $500,000.
Okay, so you mentioned earlier a physical postcard that was slipped under your door while you were in jail, telling you to be quiet. I guess it was some sort of threat. At a minimum, it was pressuring you not to say anything more. But you said that you can't release that because there's an ongoing investigation. But it seems like you're not sure whether or not there's an ongoing investigation, correct?
Right now, my lawyer.
That's hard evidence. That's hard evidence, right?
No, I'm going
for
to
some
release
reason,
it.
they wrote it
No,
down.
let me. First of all, I was in prison. I couldn't release it. Before I was in prison, I was under investigation. That my lawyers wouldn't let me release a lot of stuff. But shortly, I will be releasing it. Very shortly.
Lev, sorry, I must have missed that. So what was specifically on the postcard? Because the way I understood it, I thought the lawyer came and said to you that basically, man up. But what was in the post? Oh, so it was in both.
It was in both. First, there was a postcard slipped under my door. Well, I didn't even have a piece of paper allowed. I was sitting there with not even a piece of paper they wouldn't give me. And then also in the middle of the night, I get a postcard from the White House, postmarked, stamped from the White House, from Rudy Giuliani. Okay? And then the next day, I get a visit from Manafort's attorney Downing and my attorney Dowd that Trump got me, screaming at me, telling me to be a man, and this is the president of the United States, and I better shut up and not do anything and keep quiet. And that's why I fired him that day.
So this is the bit, and I think Nick actually asked this question very early on. I understand that there was an impeachment about this, but if you've actually been indicted for specifically Russian money going into Trump's campaign, why has this not had, other than the impeachment, but from a legal perspective, why has this not had any ramifications on Trump?
Your question is as good as mine. That's why I keep asking. How come the super PAC didn't get indicted? How come Trump didn't get indicted? How come Congressman Pete Sessions didn't get indicted? How come Ron DeSantis didn't get indicted? How come Rudy Giuliani didn't get indicted? Why don't you ask Bill Barr that? Why was Bill Barr at the Southern District of New York the day of my arrest? And then
what is stopping the Biden DOJ from doing anything about it? Because you're saying Bill Barr didn't prosecute. Why doesn't Joe Biden?
Well, you tell me that. I don't know. I'm not Merrick Garland. I don't know. I don't have that power.
I know.
Why? Yeah, go ahead.
Who said that, Doc? Who said that?
Because I'll assume for the purpose of the conversation that everything Lev is saying is true. No one wants to look at this, Lev, because there's corruption on both sides, right? Corruption on both sides. Biden has been involved in the Ukraine one way or the other for more than a decade, right? So they're not going to want to look at Trump because you got discovery, right? It becomes public. Nobody wins politically in that situation. So
I agree with you on that. That's why I wasn't called as a witness, because both sides were just discrediting me, trying to call me. But you know the funny part? That with all my tweets and every interview I've done a lot of interviews on TV, and I've done a lot of tweets, and I've done a lot of, there's over 1,000 articles from the New York Times to the Washington Post. I'm the only person that Trump does not respond to. You know why? Because he knows that I have the receipts. And once he does respond to me, like he did one time by saying he doesn't know me, I will blast everything.
So let me ask you a question in terms of timing. Please, Suleiman, let me just ask him one more question. I just got the mic, and I wanted to follow up on another issue. I'll let him respond. Look, I hope what you're not waiting for is to drop this on the public to damage the election, to damage Trump. I hope that your lawyer is not telling you to wait and sit on this because that's your intention. And if you do intend to do it, please do it soon, because I want the discovery on the Biden side of the equation in the Ukraine to come into public view. Let's see all the dirt.
I agree with you. I've been asking, and I would love to testify in front of Congress, raise my hand under oath, and tell the truth and bring the receipts.
You can call a press conference and do that at any time.
I've done plenty of press conferences, but you know what? Kevin McCarthy's the biggest liar. because I gave him $125,000 and then he pretends he doesn't know me. Well, I have text messages from him telling me how much he loves me. Okay,
Are you
so
saying
he
a
doesn't.
bribe? Was that a bribe?
It wasn't a bribe. It was. What do you mean? I donated $125 to his campaign, protect the house, him and Pence.
Okay, when you gave, I didn't know the context of that. So,
Yeah.
So let's
I
another
think that would be
question.
the
One
day
Why
he
second.
don't you?
presents evidence.
Why don't you ask Kevin McCarthy to call me up to testify, or Jim Jordan?
So
They all
Lev, I
know
got
me.
another question for you. Because you also stated that part of the reason why Trump did not like Zelensky was because of his, let's say, relations with Hillary Clinton. So
No,
was it?
no. Zelensky didn't have relations with Hillary Clinton. Zelensky
Sorry, the Ukrainian
was.
government's the Ukrainian government's relations with
ew,
Hillary
It
Clinton.
was
relations with Hillary Clinton.
it was two different governments. The first government was Poroshenko's. They were pro Hillary Clinton, and they were very pro. And I agree. Chalupa was sitting there with a bouquet of flowers at the what's it called, Javits Center, crying when she lost. And all of the politicians, from the Minister of Interior to every single one of them, was a pro Hillary Clinton, and that's why Trump didn't like him, and that's why they sent the first Ukrainian tax mission, Roman Nasirov, which I introduced to Brian Ballard, to be able to start the relationship back with the Ukraine, because they had no relationship. Trump wouldn't even speak to them. But then when Zelensky got into office, it became totally different. It had nothing to do with Hillary Clinton. All it had to do with Zelensky announcing an investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. And because he wouldn't do it, he became enemy number one.
I really hope, Lev, the day you drop this evidence, this nation finally unites and realizes that both sides need to be put out, not just one side, and we stop fighting with each other.
But Lev, I don't know. I don't know if you answered. I don't know if you answered that question already. But I'll ask it again. Why was the evidence not dropped already?
Because with my charges, Southern District dropped the charges where the evidence should have been dropped into court, and they narrowed the case and superseded me on the campaign finance and fraud charge instead of the charge of Ukraine. What I got arrested for is not what I went to trial for. Those charges were dropped, and that's why Giuliani never got prosecuted.
Lev, which Democrats are you aware of who were also receiving foreign money?
I was not dealing with any Democrats, so I don't know. I can't tell you. I was a Trumper all the way at the time. I lived in the Trump International Hotel. I watched Fox and only Fox. I mean, I was fully as mega as they would come. So, I mean, I can't tell you.
Trash, have you got a question?
Trash, jump in.
Yeah, I do, actually. So, Lev, I'm going back to kind of what you were saying earlier when things got a little heated about, Hunter's not the president. Why should we care? Well, I mean, he was committing crimes. We know this. And so I know that you haven't seen the laptop, but a lot of us have. And matter of fact, I've gone through deep dives through that laptop with Garrett at Marco Polo, looking at certain things. And then recently, Gateway Pundit put out an article, Jim Hoff actually, that was actually showing the 22-point plan that they had in Ukraine in 2014 before Poroshenko was even in, of how they were setting up all of these conversations. It was a 22-point plan of what they were going to do, A through Z, of how they were going to set this up, how they were going to, work with the IMF, do their guidelines through London to make sure that the right subsidies were put in place so they could actually supply, energy from Burisma into Europe. So this is the whole plan. How they got that information to be able to put together specifically what was in there, it appears to be the documents that Joe Biden had at his various different residences that Hunter Biden had access to. And they were saying specifically in this email from that laptop that you said everything was a conspiracy theory, but you've also never looked at the laptop. But that's fine. But if you haven't looked at it, you can't say it's conspiracy theory, because I'm telling you that the receipts are in there and it does match up. And when they did this, the only way that they had access to that information that is laid out in this 22-point plan is if they had information from Joe Biden himself. Now, we can talk about the big guy stuff. We'll wait to see who that is. We'll wait to see what the Treasury alerts that are going on right now in the committees. We'll see how that all shakes out. I have my thoughts, but I'm only going to speak about details that I can know about specifically today. And so whether there's a second laptop out there, which I like where Tracy's going with it, I'm going to be paying attention to that. But specifically what stands out to me is you dismissed all of this as conspiracy theory, but then also said, I've never seen the laptop. And so this is a problem. I understand you don't know which one it is. I get that. I made sure that I understood what your argument was. But this stuff is out there. And if you look at it, it absolutely lines up, and there is corruption there. We also know Joe Biden on camera specifically saying at the Council for Foreign Relations of the quid pro quo that he intended to levy if they did not fire the prosecutor that was looking into Burisma. So all of this happened. And to say that Joe Biden's not implicated, number one. Number two, just because Hunter Biden's not the president, that he shouldn't be looked into, including this stuff. And then dismissing his conspiracy theory is really concerning to me, given the information and the position that you're taking now, especially changing once you were actually incarcerated. All of
Well,
this
the one
doesn't
thing
make...
I'd like, with all the respect, and I appreciate, and I'm sure you did look at the information on the laptop. I don't believe that all that information on the laptop that wasn't planted on the laptop, because a lot of the stuff you're saying doesn't make sense. Because I was there with Giuliani when he first saw the interview with Joe Biden saying, "Get rid of the Shokin." I'm the one that found Shokin for Giuliani. I spent more time with Shokin, and Shokin admitted to me that he never investigated Burisma. The only reason that he was doing it was because he was pissed off he didn't get a $5 million bribe from Burisma. He never investigated Hunter Biden. Lutsenko never investigated them. And as far as Hunter Biden goes, he had no idea about any energy or anything going on. He was picked by this Russian asset that got him the job. That Giuliani was working with Giuliani for 15 years, and he was given that job. Okay, to be able to protect Burisma from going after, because Zlochevsky was a Russian supporter, and after 2014, before that he was a minister of ecology, and he was getting himself all these fine contracts, and Poroshenko was trying to take them away, and he was trying to protect himself, and he was offered to put not only Hunter Biden but also Heinz, Secretary, what's his name's stepson. But Heinz refused the job. But Hunter Biden was obviously not in the right mind or state, and he accepted the job. So I don't disagree with you that what you've seen, because I haven't seen it, and I'm not going to debate that. But what I'm saying to you is you've seen that information only after it came out of Giuliani's hands. You didn't see that directly right out of the shop or even on the computer. All that information that's being disseminated is being disseminated after Giuliani took that computer and hard drive away from that shop. He was the first person to get it. So you make up your own mind. Giuliani is the same guy that went and tried to go to Georgia and all these other states by saying that there is that the election was stolen. I was with Giuliani when looked him in the eye and knew when he forced certain prosecutors, when they called him up and said, "We don't have the evidence," and he told them to go find it. So I know the Giuliani that we're talking about. So I don't put anything past him.
Lev, let me ask you this, because you're talking about, did you say that this was a total of around $500,000 that you're thinking about that was, pushed to the Trump campaign?
Give or take, yeah.
Okay, does that seem like a significant amount that would be worth all of this, these possible charges and impeachment and such? Or, I mean, it's kind of a difficult thing to grasp, because in terms of a campaign, as you know, a presidential campaign takes about $1 billion to run.
I don't think it's about the money. And first of all, I think there was a lot of other Russian money that poured into his campaign from a lot of different sources that is not even known. But I don't think that's the problem. I think it's Trump's actions and reactions and what he did to be able to get dirt on an opponent. And again, I'm not saying Joe Biden is a saint or not a saint. It's not my job to sit here and discuss who's right or wrong. All I could say is what our president did at the time when he was president of the United States was wrong.
Yep. Melanie, let's hear you.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unproductive in a way to be just kind of taking the word for someone who hasn't presented any evidence or documents to back up the claims in which they're saying. I think it's great that he's coming out with something, right? But can we actually verify and validate anything he's saying when none of us have actually seen said alleged evidence or documents that Lev is claiming to have? So, Lev, are we supposed
with all due
to
respect,
take your word for it, or are you going to share some of the
don't take my word for it.
journal?
Go read the impeachment report. 300 out of the 300 pages, 100 pages is my evidence that the Republican Senate chose not to call witnesses and chose to just throw under the bus. Go read it. Go take a look at the evidence. It's all out there, black and white. You don't have to take my word for it, and more will be coming. But what I'm saying to you is that if they're so sure, why don't they call me as a witness? I can't wait to see, when they start this Hunter Biden investigations, who would be a better witness than me, right? I'm the guy that was supposedly running around Ukraine getting all this information. So why wouldn't they call me?
Well, you already explained that, Lev, that when the opportunity arose, when they wanted to impeach the president of the United States, at the most crucial point where you would have been the most crucial witness, they decided not to call you. So they must, there are reasons for that, and there could be what Doc said, or they could be because they considered you not a very reliable witness. But there's definitely going to be reasons why you weren't called, and that was the situation where they would want to call you more than anything. Isn't that right?
They didn't call any witnesses. They called 0 witnesses. What are you talking about?
No, so that's fine. They called 0 witnesses, but in that scenario, you would have been a prime witness.
I was presented as a witness. I was there in Washington. They even tried to make a big deal that I had an ankle monitor and wouldn't let me into the chambers. Take a look at the press releases. I was there. I would have been a witness. They chose not to call. There were supposed to be 2 witnesses, me and Bolton. And they chose not to call either one of them.
Who do you mean by they?
The Republican senators. They voted against calling witnesses. It's simple as that. They didn't call 0 witnesses. They didn't want to hear this story.
Do you know if the DOJ is investigating what you're saying right now?
I have no idea what the DOJ is doing.
So, Ed, you've been following the Russia story for a while. Based on everything that we know now, I don't know how long you've been listening into this segment with Lev. And Lev,
yeah, I left. I just got back about 10 minutes, probably 5 minutes ago, so I missed a good portion of what Lev was saying. I wish I was here, but I caught some of it.
No, but I think it'd be good. We had a lot of people join as well, so maybe Nico Sleman, you're going to give a quick overview of what we found out so far. I missed a small part of it as well, we had the audience go up by 30%. So John, just give us a quick overview so we can continue asking Lev questions.
Yeah, Sleman, you probably have a better profile than I do.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we've got a scenario where let me just make sure I say everything. So basically, Lev was sent to Russia and Ukraine from Donald Trump's perspective to make
Not Russia, just Ukraine. I never went.
Oh no, but in the article I read, you stated in that article that you were under the proviso that you were there to make sure to maintain relations between Russia and Ukraine.
Your mic is muted, Lev.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've never went to Russia.
So in your mind, what was the reason why you were sent to Ukraine then? Because you said in this article that I read, you said I was under the impression that my primary task was to be a go-between Russia and Ukraine, but in retrospect, I found out that my real job was to undermine and destabilize the Ukrainian government. So that's what you said in this article. That's where I got it from.
I don't think if you could read that article to me quoted because
I will quote. I had no official position, but my primary task was to be there, go between with Ukraine and Russian oligarchs and government officials.
Right.
In retrospect, I conclude that my real job was to undermine and destabilize the Ukrainian government.
Correct, with Russian oligarchs, not with Russia.
And government officials. That is a government
Ukrainian government officials.
I'll just read what it says here.
I've never met any Russian.
Okay, you need that article, and you need to have that corrected. Then in that article, it literally says I was a go-between with Ukrainian and Russian oligarchs and government officials.
Okay, well, I'll take a look at that article, but I was never dealt with it.
Time magazine.
Okay, I never dealt with any Russian government officials. The only officials I ever met with was Ukrainian government officials.
Okay, so what was in your mind? Because obviously then this article's not right. So in your mind, what was your job role?
My job role was to find out the corruption that was going on, that I felt at the time that was going on by Democrats and the deep state in Ukraine that were trying to hurt Donald Trump and our country here, the United States, and to be able to bring back whatever evidence that they needed, whatever Giuliani sent me to get.
So my only issue with what you're saying now is, and I don't want to sound mean or anything, because I guess
No, please.
Yeah.
So my only issue now is that this article is from 2023, February 13th, which is essentially only 5 weeks ago. And what you're saying now is distinctly different from what it said is in the article. And what you're saying now is actually
I'll
more
bring up the
explosive.
article. Hold on a second.
Yeah, it's more explosive.
Hold on, I will get the article.
Of course, it's called How My Work for Trump and Giuliani Sought to Make Ukraine Defenseless.
Give me a second.
Because the whole proviso of that,
By the way, Suleiman, that's not uncommon to happen. I've given interviews to the press, and it's almost never word for word of what I said. There's almost always a mistake.
Oh yeah, I accept that.
I get this quoted too all the time, Simon.
That I understand. But what is distinctly different is where it says that the job was to be a go-between, and the job actually being to go to investigate.
I think the sentence, I'm reading it right now, I think the sentence ran on because it was supposed to say Russian oligarchs and Ukrainian oligarchs and Ukrainian officials. I don't think they put in the word Ukrainian. And okay. I understand where you're reading it and it sounds like Ukrainian Russian officials, but I never dealt with any Russian officials. Okay. I never spoke to any Russian officials.
Yeah, what Lev is saying is that he dealt only with the Ukrainians, the Ukrainian oligarch and the Ukrainian government. And that, he found out that his position there was to kind of undermine the Zelensky leadership when it just, took power. Because previously, with the previous government was, firmly quite under Victoria Nuland, right? We know this now.
Correct.
And both sides are, whether it's Zelensky or whether it's Poroshenko before him, both sides are pretty fucking corrupt. I mean, this is Ukraine we're talking about. This is not some clean country. It's like, so basically my understanding of this is that Trump sent in there when Zelensky had taken over thinking, okay, maybe I can get a guy in my pocket, right? Because the previous guy was in the Biden's pocket, Victoria Nuland's pocket, right? Whoever you want to consider the mastermind, the architect of that situation. And, it's pretty plain to see that, Trump was outplayed in this situation, right? Because as it turns out, they kind of like working with the people who are already in place. I think this, when you have the Trump administration trying to go up against the deep state, whatever you want to call them, whether it's a State Department or, whoever's in charge right now, the people in charge, the very people right now perpetuating this conflict in Ukraine, then of course, he's outmatched, right? But Lev here got caught in between.
They're career politicians.
Yeah, so Lev here got caught in between.
Career politicians are going to have those connections.
And then Trump basically threw the bus.
So let's get. I want to go back. I want to go back to the story. Just so we're up to. So Simon, you're just summarizing it for Ed and the audience.
Yeah, but I just there's some important questions. You see, Lev. So I understand that. So what year did you initially go to Ukraine?
I've gone to Ukraine several times.
No. I mean for this specific objective.
My first trip to Ukraine was in December of 2018 after I had a meeting with Giuliani and Trump at the White House.
Okay, and who did you meet in Ukraine?
I was sent there to find Viktor Shokin.
Okay. And the thing is, sorry. Zelensky became president in 2019.
Correct.
That's correct, yeah? So
Correct.
You actually didn't go to meet Zelensky. It was before that, right?
Correct. As I previously stated, I met with Poroshenko for 3 hours privately.
That's fine. That makes sense. It's just this is the bit of the story that I feel like it doesn't add up. And if you get a chance to explain it, you see. So what you're saying is that basically you went to Ukraine in 2018, right? And in 2018, your job was... And so according to this article, we've discussed where the issue is, but then you don't say in this article that your job from 2018 to 2019, before Zelensky comes into place, is to find dirt on the Bidens or whatever it may be. Do you understand my point?
Right, but that's just one article. There's 1,000 articles out there. If you take a look at all the articles, you'll see plenty of information about 2018 also.
Okay, that's fine. So so that may answer it, but I'm saying just based on this, that's not what comes across.
And Suleiman, I want to add one more thing. So the reason why Biden administration doesn't want to dig into this and pull up Lev as a witness against Trump is because they themselves would have their corruption exposed. So both Trump and Biden have a lot to lose by pulling Lev up as a witness of anything, because he kind of has the ins and outs of what's going on, right? When we're talking about Trump, I know that a lot of Trump supporters on here, or maybe even on the stage,
But look, the guy is also a politician. He's going to play dirty.
No, but Ian, sorry, carry on. But just to remind, because you weren't here, he never just said Trump. He said Ron DeSantis and a number of other Republicans as well. But anyway, continue.
No, I think he's finished his point. Ed, did you yeah, I want to continue. So Ed, anything you wanted to ask before we go to Doc?
Can I add one important piece?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the laptop. Hunter Biden was compromised. He was basically given drugs and hookers in Kazakhstan by certain agents. In Kazakhstan, and then the laptop. The first person to get is Giuliani, and per Lev, he doesn't believe any of that information. Well, he believes that information can also be compromised and put there by Giuliani.
Well, Giuliani
I think that's
he
very
was the
important.
first person with access to the laptop. I think a lot of people seem to not understand where the laptop came from, where it surfaced, right? When the New York Post got it, they actually got it from Giuliani, who had prior to that been trying to shop it to the Wall Street Journal and a bunch of other outlets, which kind of didn't run it because they were pretty suspect about where it came from, right? They couldn't really verify things on their own. It took them a lot of time to verify it, which is why they learned the stories later. But that's how Giuliani got it. And the official story, what we understand now, whether it's true or not, that's up to you guys to talk about, is that the laptop was with the Delaware store, the store owner. It's unclear how he really got it, and Hunter Biden, during interviews, says that he has no recollection of sending it there, but he also wouldn't dismiss it because he was on a lot of drugs at the time, right? So apparently he had given like 2 or 3 laptops to them, and one was recoverable, and this was apparently the laptop owner guy claims that he sent it to the FBI, and they didn't look into it at all, and then somehow or other it got to Giuliani, right? It's kind of murky.
Let's go back to Lev.
To give you Lev's
I want to stick to Lev's story.
So Lev, what Lev is
I'd like to hear Lev repeat again, if you don't mind.
Yeah, he's already explained. Oh, sorry, who was that?
Yeah, go ahead, Slam. Can you just give it a go?
So I'm just giving you as a summary of what he's saying. So his view is, and in his story there is a possibility of 2 laptops, but I think that in my view that's highly unlikely. So what happened was, in Kazakhstan, Russian sent agents essentially to drug Hunter Biden and basically took the contents of the laptop and gave it to Giuliani. When Giuliani received the laptop, then most likely, according to this story, what happened was the whole Delaware story was concocted, or he took it to the Delaware stop and then took it back out. But it was actually Giuliani who actually attained the laptop directly from Hunter Biden through Russian agents.
And the reason he knew the information was there is because Giuliani knew because of his Russian.
Look, Giuliani knew about the hard drive and that there was a laptop or a hard drive with damaging information on Hunter Biden. Now, how that information got on there, I have no idea. If it's real information, if it was planted information, if it's true information, I don't know. I've never seen the laptop. The only thing I am saying is that Giuliani knew about the laptop prior to the laptop ever being recovered.
Lev, a question on that. What did he know about the laptop, and what did he believe was the compromising information? And the reason I'm asking that question is this. If he believed that there was a laptop and he believed that there was compromising information, that gives us the indication that he didn't plant it, because he's believing that there's a laptop and there's compromising information, and then he gets agents to go and get it. Does that make sense?
Well, the only thing that doesn't make sense is, like I said again, the information that we received, the compromising information, was that there was pictures of him with hookers, with him taking drugs and stuff like that. Now there's reports of supposedly that in 2014.
Hold on, Sam. Can you hold on? Sorry. Before I ask a question, continue. Lev, accept.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Because I'm going to forget, and it's very important.
But keep it broad.
Okay, go ahead. It's so important. So, Flip, I forgot it. You said, go ahead.
Okay, Lev, finish your sentence.
What were we saying?
Sorry, my question was this, Lev.
No, guys, hold on. But Sam, just write it down the question, bro, because Lev also forgot what you're saying. Can you finish your sentence, Lev? What you're saying? Sorry, Salman. That's just because I know both of you have really good points, and Salman, great questions. But Lev, sorry, I don't know if you remember the sentence you were saying. It's just that the initial what Giuliani thought was on the laptop was the hookers and the drugs, and then you were continuing that sentence.
I was saying, and then there's a lot of other information that's coming out there that I don't know where that is. That real information? If it was planted, if it was.
And which information? Which information are you referring to?
I have there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of information. I haven't seen the laptop, so I don't know. I can't talk in particular to which information. Like I said, I'm not defending or going pro or against one or the other. All I'm saying is that the laptop, that we knew about it a year prior to it being discovered. Giuliani knew certain stuff that was on it, that there was going to be damaging information. The laptop was then found, given to the FBI. The FBI gave it back saying there's nothing on there. Then the laptop's given to Giuliani, and then all of a sudden, all this information comes out. That's all I'm saying.
You already explained this before.
Kind of like a runaround, right? Basically.
You know the bit.
Hold on, go ahead.
Okay, this is the question I've got, because what you're saying is what Giuliani believed was on the laptop was compromising actions in terms of him being with hookers and so on and so forth. But then what he does is he sends hookers to drug him up and to get that information. Now, why would he need the laptop when he got women to do it anyway? And he could
No, that's not what he's saying at all.
Giuliani didn't say. I didn't say that.
That's not what he said at all. He basically the information about the laptop's existence had existed a year prior to even showing up.
What year is that? So you said
no. But then how did he get the laptop? Because he explained that
I don't know
nobody
how
knows.
He got
it was never
laptop,
explained, right? Like only Giuliani knows how he got the laptop, right? And it's speculations on how he got it. Like I think his own claim would be that somebody from Delaware contacted him about the store owner or whatever, basically reached out to him.
No. Because so Lev, is this your argument? Your argument. No. So Lev explained.
That's exactly. I don't know. I don't know how Giuliani got the laptop.
One second, guys, please. So your argument is, because this is what you said. You said that basically, was Giuliani had his Russian contact for 15 years, and part of what he did was he made sure that he sent hookers to basically drug Hunter Biden up.
No. Listen again. That's not what I said. What I said was that Hunter Biden was invited to Kazakhstan to meet a minister.
Right.
While he was in Kazakhstan, his laptop was compromised by two entities. One was the FSB. This is what we were told. And the other was his boss at the time, Zlochevsky from Burisma. And the reason it was compromised was to have compromise on Hunter Biden to use against Biden if they needed it. Okay, so that's what we were told.
You said this is what you were told. Who told you this?
As I told you previously, I can't divulge the name,
I'm sorry, I wasn't here earlier.
Lev, just a personal question. Do you fear for your life giving this information?
Of course. I mean, look at the country we live in nowadays. I mean, anybody could do anything crazy. But listen, at the end of the day, I'm going to say the truth, and it is what it is.
What motivates you to get past that? I'm just curious
What motivates me is hopefully we get a united country again, and everybody gets along again, and we get past this. Excuse me for my French bullshit, and it's been going on too long, and unfortunately, a lot of people are getting hurt, and I'm just like one of them, but the families that nobody cares about, the kids that are getting hurt of these people, like nobody cares about what happened to my family with my kids and everything, because I was used as a pawn by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Because the people that started the first investigation to me were Democrats. It was a letter written by Kamala Harris. So it's they didn't want me investigating Hunter Biden. But then, what I was investigating, the way Giuliani was going at it with Trump, they were doing it illegally to the way they were trying to get the information, because when they wouldn't get the information they wanted, they pressed and they threatened. So, I mean, you tell me.
I'm tired of the bullshit too, and I wish people would see that both sides are corrupt. And I think your evidence is the most damning evidence I've seen to both sides.
I'm a Joe on this.
Slyman, did you have more questions? Slyman? Are you going through a good line of questioning? Do you have the story straight, Slyman?
Yeah. I'll just let Doc go ahead. I'm just gonna gather some questions together in my head.
Lev, let me say something to you. What you're saying, my bullshit detector says there's no bullshit, that you believe it. So as anyone who knows me, I'm a hardcore Trump supporter. I want you to know that I have that open mind. And my objection as an attorney and someone who loves the Constitution is that we honor the intent of that Constitution and the strict writing of the Constitution. So I hope you get your day in court. I
appreciate that, Doc.
So, but I had a question about the 2 laptop story.
Sure.
So my understanding, and to this day, Jack Posobiec has still blocked me because I understood that he got a copy of the drive from Rudy back in the day. And he promised that he was going through it and he was going to disclose this, that, and the other thing. And it never happened. There's another associate of Bannon who at one point said he was going to release everything. He disappeared to Europe. I forget his name. Nothing ever came of it. But Matt Gaetz, admitted the hardtop into the public record in Congress. That's probably available through FOIA records for anyone who's interested in going down that rabbit hole. But my question is, from what we've seen or what's been alleged as material from the laptop, including well, I don't think it includes the evidence that Congressman Comer has brought out before the House this past week. But is there anything that's been released that you have any reason to believe is not true or the product of Russian disinformation or Russian hacking? And I'd also, one further thing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
When these things occur to you, you don't always have the chance to speak, is my understanding is a lot of the data on the laptop is there because it's connected to the iCloud. And the iCloud also has access and downloads data from his Apple phones. So as I understand the people who've had access to that information, including Congressman Getz, the reason that he submitted it was because he believed in it, so he must have reviewed it. Do you have any reason to doubt any of that information?
I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into Congressman Getz because I know Congressman Getz, and I don't believe a lot of stuff he does because I think things motivate him different than motivate other people. And so I'm not going to get into that conversation today. But what I will tell you is, again, as far as all the China stuff and all of this business stuff, I have no idea. I wasn't privy to it. I could only speak about the stuff that I was looking into when I was dealing with the Ukrainian officials and what they told me and what I've seen. And the only thing I could tell you is nobody in Ukraine, even the supposed corrupt prosecutors, they had nothing on Hunter Biden. There was never an investigation opened into Burisma. Viktor Shokin used it for his own personal tool because he was fired and he was trying to he had a lawsuit with the World Court to try to get re-established as the Attorney General of Ukraine. And the other thing is, this all came about after sitting in the Grand Havana room in 2018 when Giuliani seen the videotape of Joe Biden saying that he's going to fire the investigator. And he got so excited saying that this was corrupt and this is what happened. And basically, instead of finding the evidence to prove it, he had the story, and then he was trying to put the stuff to make the story fit. And that's all I could tell you. So,
Lev, I just got a couple of more questions. And first of all, I just want to thank you because you've actually answered questions really well. We've asked very probing questions, and you have done a really good job.
This is better than the grand jury.
Yeah, I appreciate answering questions like that. That takes a lot of courage, so I appreciate it. Now there are a couple of more questions. I'm just going back to 2018 again. So in 2018, it says now, I'm just reading a few more articles. You said that, look, don't just rely on that article. So I started reading a couple of more quickly as fast as I could. So in there, what it seems to indicate is that your job before Zelensky was to basically, there was some kind of understanding from Trump that there was some kind of connection between the Biden family and Ukraine. And your job essentially was to find out what that information was. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And so what that indicates to me is that clearly from the perspective of President Trump or former President Trump, he actually really believed that there was some kind of underhanded thing going on between the Bidens and Ukraine. And he gave you the job to find out what that was.
But then he said that he didn't know who I was and sent me to prison to keep my mouth shut.
Okay. But now, so that was your job. That was your job.
Put him on the burn list. That's what happened.
Yeah. So anyway, Lev, that was your job to go and find out what the connection was. Did you manage to find anything? Because I'm going to ask more questions after this. But did you manage to find anything, or what happened?
Well, we found a lot of stuff, but the problem was it was all later on turned to be conspiracy theories because the people that was giving us the information were using it for their own personal advantage for the elections in Ukraine. And when we were debunking, and once we started debunking the information, because in the beginning, even Fox News wouldn't put anything out there. That's why you had John Solomon constantly going on there and talking about it. Even Hannity wouldn't talk about it until towards the end when Trump and Giuliani made a hardcore push on it.
Okay.
So,
Initially,
whatever we were finding that we believed was true would later get debunked by the same people that were giving us the information and be, the turning out to be false. So,
can you give me an example? Can you give me an example? So an example of something that these people in Ukraine told you that was actually indicated.
Okay, that there was an investigation opened up into Hunter Biden, and that Victor Shokin was looking into Hunter Biden, and then Joe Biden fired him not to look into Hunter Biden and into Burisma. That was totally debunked. That was not true. It was a coincidence that Joe Biden came out and made that speech, and basically that his son was working for Burisma. His son was working for Burisma, and hired there. I know because of the person that hired him told us why they hired him, and why they needed him, because all they needed him for was to keep Poroshenko and the Ukrainian government not to go after him because they were scared of American and Joe Biden because of the relationship they had with Joe Biden. So it was the Ukrainians playing their own game, using the Bidens basically for themselves. And that theory was completely debunked. But till this day, I mean, it's being pushed by Giuliani and Trump. So that's...
Yeah. So I just want to make sure I understood this properly. So what you're saying is that how you found out this was a conspiracy was, in reality, what happened was, and just correct me if I'm wrong here, in reality, what happened was the Bidens were being used essentially by both sides of two parties within Ukraine in order to gain dominance within Ukrainian politics.
Without the Biden's knowledge, correct?
Right. Okay. And why would they want to be using the Bidens in that case? Like what? So what I mean is, like, for example, you wouldn't be.
I mean, it's common sense. I mean, you guys understand. If you get the vice president's son on your board, and Poroshenko and them are corrupt themselves, why are they going to go after them? Thinking now they're scared they're going after the son of the vice president of America that's helping them out, with aid and all that stuff. So it was just basically a protection.
I get that.
I have a question here. Would you say that Hunter Biden used his dad's name as leverage to basically perform a protection racket for the Ukrainians? Would you say that?
I wouldn't say that. I think Hunter Biden was messed up. I mean, I don't know Hunter Biden, and I didn't know him at the time, but just from the stuff that I found out and from hearing from other sources and people that through the years that dealt with him, I mean, he was just in a very, very bad situation.
What about
personally.
What about his business partner? Could they have used him as a means to run a protection racket?
Well, one of his business partners, the guy that got the job with him, slips my mind right now. The guy from New York that was under indictment for some Wall Street stuff.
What's his name? Bobolinsky or something?
No. Young guy. It just slips my mind.
He's Devin Archer.
Devin Archer, yeah.
Devin Archer, yes. Devin Archer, yeah. So Devin Archer was the one that was approached by the Russian asset and was told to bring on Biden and Hines. And he's the one that brought Biden on. Hines declined the offer, but Biden accepted the offer to go work. And that's how Archer got his salary and job over there at Burisma also.
Kim, yes, some of you have questions. Go to Kim.
Kind of mind-blowing, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Lev, for telling us and sharing your story with us. I've just went through your Twitter profile and I saw some pictures of your family there, and I'm happy for you to be reunited with them. Clearly,
thank you.
Clearly, you have been a pawn in political games. But one thing that I didn't understand is a tweet that you replied to, and that tweet said Biden should be in Ukraine, brokering peace and not stoking World War III, and American strength should be used to end the killing and not financing it. So call to end the war. Do you know what you said about that?
I don't have the tweet in front of me, but if I recall correctly, is that I truly believe that we need to continue supporting Ukraine. And I know people think that there is corruption going on, and there probably is, and I'm not here to defend Ukraine and defend certain people there that might be corrupt and might not. But at the end of the day, Putin is a devil, and if Ukraine falls, it's just the beginning of a lot of problems for the whole world to have. And right now, Ukraine is a proxy for the whole world, and I think, in my personal opinion, the more support we give them and to be able to stop Putin from keep going forward is the only way to stop this criminal.
Yeah, but that's where you're losing me, because the proxy war is there after a U.S. coup in Ukraine in 2014. And, Putin literally just came into the east because the Ukrainians were shelling the separatists there that are of Russian ethnicity, didn't want to be part of this new Ukraine that was created after the coup. It's so.
That's not what happened. That's what's written in certain newspapers.
Well,
but that's not what really happened.
It's not.
In 2014, when Ukraine went down, all the money was taken from Ukraine. Ukraine didn't even have any money. The government didn't have any money, and Russia came in and took what they could. That's why they took Crimea without even a shot being fired, and they took other places. And when you talk about Russian-speaking people, most of Ukraine speaks Russian. I'm Ukrainian and I speak Russian. We were all considered brothers back then. It didn't matter because we were all from the former Soviet Union, where Ukraine was part of, and Russia were all the same. You have uncles that live in Ukraine and aunts that live in Russia that don't speak to you. You have kids that live in one part of in Ukraine back then, and then you had parents that live in Russia. So it wasn't a matter of that. But after 2014, and when the fall came down, Russia took over certain parts of it, and then the war became over there. But what's happening right now is he's trying to take over all of Ukraine, and not just parts of it.
Okay, but
Alex, jump in with a question.
I just want to
there's
finish
just a few questions.
I just want to finish my point really quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
If I may, right? So here's how I see it, Lev. Putin offered to the United States that there has to be no invasion whatsoever if Ukraine complies with the Minsk agreement. And if the U.S. government makes an assurance that there will be no further effort about including Ukraine into NATO and then placing NATO missiles into Ukraine 400 miles away from Moscow. The U.S. refused that, declined that, and basically gave no security guarantees to Russia. Why are you calling Putin evil in this context? I would like.
So I'll let you respond, Lev. I'll let you respond, and then I'll go to Alex and Millie for more questions. Go ahead, Lev.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's the same thing as if Putin took over Florida and Georgia and then decided to deal with the United States and said, you know what, this is what I want you to do, and I'm not going to take over more of the United States. He took over Crimea, was part of Ukraine. Donbass was part of Ukraine. When Putin in 2014 took over that, he didn't turn around and say, I'm going to give you back your land and then give me those reassurances. He wanted to keep it. And Ukraine didn't want to let him keep their part of, what country would?
So, but what about this?
Oh, go, Kim. I want to go to more. We'll go back to the discussion.
The last sentence.
Please, quickly, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
What about the right of self-determination of those Russians in Ukraine, especially in Crimea, that voted 96% to leave the Ukraine and to join Russia? How about their right?
So what you're saying is that if all of a sudden 96% of Florida decided that we wanted to be part of Venezuela, we would have the right to do that? That's not how it works. If they didn't want to live there.
Well, that example makes no sense, Lev, because there's no association between Florida and Venezuela, but there is an association.
What association?
There's an association with ethnic Russians.
You can say a Cuban. You can say Cuban. Most of Florida is Cuban.
Cuban. Okay,
you can say Cuba.
Cuba. Okay, I just.
I'll go.
Still stands.
But I don't want to move off the story too much. Lev, I've got a quick question. Sorry, Kim. I've got a quick question for Lev, and I know there's a few hands up. So my question, Lev, you did mention about the postcard that was given to you in jail by Giuliani, post-stamped by Giuliani. Correct me if I got this wrong. Can you tell us what this postcard said exactly?
I'm not going to go into it until I reveal it, but basically it told me not to worry, everything is going to be okay if I keep my mouth shut.
Millie, go ahead, and then Alex.
Okay, since we're going to entertain these allegations, I have a couple questions for you, Lev. First, why'd you take the job? Did Trump evict you from a condo 10 plus years ago? Can you confirm whether that's true, yes or no? Also,
absolutely. Wait a second. Stop. See, are you a conspiracy theorist? What Trump? Where did he evict me from? Trump never evicted me from no condo 10 plus years ago. Let's start off with that. Second of all, I took the job because he was the president of the United States, and I believed in my country, and I was a Trumpist all the way. I was loyal to my country, and I thought what I was doing was proper.
Were you ever working with the FBI as an informant to implicate Trump and to help your son get an appointment with Pence's administration?
Never. This is more conspiracy theory. I've never worked as an informant for the FBI, and my son never worked for Pence's whatever. He never worked for Pence to begin with.
You act like this is just something I'm finding randomly on the internet. I have closest very source to this supposed situation that you're making allegations on.
Your sources are completely. Why don't you name your sources then, or why don't you show me facts?
We all know who our sources are.
Why don't you fake? I mean, I could sit here all day and say I have sources that said this or this. Show me facts. You're saying
journalists don't reveal their sources. Sorry.
Well, you're right. And journalists don't make up stuff. Also, correct. I mean, I've been around a lot of journalists, okay, and some good and some bad, and some write whatever they want, and some that don't get the story that they want, they make up the story.
Alex, questions.
Hi,
New York Times journalists, get Pulitzers for lying and making up stories.
Alex, go ahead.
I'm not sure if I heard you correctly earlier, but did you say that somebody else obtained Hunter Biden's laptop and dropped it off at the repair shop, or did I hear that incorrectly?
Well, before we go into that, since she's a journalist, why doesn't she show proof of that Trump evicted me from an apartment? Since she made that comment.
Question. If you can confirm or deny that, did he ever?
I denied that, but obviously your sources are completely off the wall. Because you can't show any proof to that because it's wrong. It's totally wrong. It never happened. So that's what I'm denying.
Well, notice I'm asking you the question. Confirm or deny.
I'm denying it. But what I'm saying to you, you're asking questions from conspiracy theorists that are just making up stories. Before you ask a question, do your due diligence as a good journalist would do to make sure that it's even valid enough to be able to ask that question. Because I could make up any question. You could sit here and make up any question and make up a story and deny it and implant thoughts in people's mind. But that's like a total outrageous story. You just asked the question, and of course, and I'm denying it. So what? But you just already planted in people's mind.
Well, you seem to be planting a lot of allegations in people's minds today, which aren't seeing the evidence for. Where are the text messages? Where are these communications? Where's the postcard? Like, you're making all these allegations, but you don't actually see the evidence of this.
See, the problem is I'm willing to go testify. Why don't you go call your congressman? Why don't you call your congressman? Tell Kevin McCarthy to call me up there. Tell Jim Jordan to call me up there. I will. I'll show you all of it. They don't have the balls to do it because they know I have it. See, you don't, but they do. That's why they don't respond to my allegations. How come Trump doesn't respond to one? He has no problem responding to a 16-year-old girl that will say something to him. But you never heard one time Trump come out there or Giuliani come out there and say something about me. Right? Why? Because my allegations are... Exactly.
Sorry,
so I'm willing. So like I said to you again, you want to hear the truth? Speak to your congressmen. Let them call me up there. And I'll go under oath and I'll bring the evidence.
Alex, in terms of your question, Lev has actually answered it a couple of times. He said that it was Giuliani who basically had possession of the laptop. That was the. But Lev, if you want to repeat the answer, that's up to you.
I never said Giuliani had the laptop. I have no idea how he got the laptop. The only thing I know is that I'm repeating it again, that in 2019, in June, in the summertime, we had a meeting where we were told that a hard drive exists, that Hunter's laptop was taken from him while he was in a drug state in Kazakhstan. Now, I don't know if there was information planted on that laptop. I don't know if that's the same laptop. I don't know where Giuliani got the laptop. All I could tell you is that he knew about this in 2019 before this ever came out in 2020 or 21, whenever it came out.
Yeah, but
October
what you said, Lev, was that the FSB.
Correct. There was two sources, the FSB
Yeah.
and Zlochevsky,
And
had the information from there.
Yeah, but you basically indicate that they're the ones who procured the laptop in Kazakhstan.
Correct. I said to you, there were two sources, the FSB and Zlochevsky.
Yeah, that's the point. What we're trying to say. What we're trying to say is this: you said that the laptop was procured in Kazakhstan, and then from there it ended up with Giuliani. Now it could have been it went directly to Giuliani, or it could have been that they sent it to the Delaware laptop and then he gave it to Giuliani. But that's basically the two possibilities. Or there could be some other ones as well.
It also could have been that Giuliani got the laptop and then implemented the hard drive. It could have been Giuliani switched. I don't know what could have been. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It could be a million things. Those are all guesses and theories and speculation. I can't speculate. I can't speculate on what's on the laptop. I can't speculate how he got the laptop. I wasn't there. I can tell you the truth.
The reason why we're speculating, Lev, is because what everybody understands, or everybody thought, that this laptop ended up in a Delaware shop. Hunter Biden signs for it, and then that person gives the laptop to Giuliani. Now, what you provided is a significant backstory that basically almost dispels that notion if your story is correct. And if it does, then one tries to understand that how did Giuliani end up with a laptop. So do you get the thought process?
No, I understand, but those questions should be asked towards Giuliani, not me, because he's the one that ended up with the laptop. He's the one that ended up with the information. He's the one that disseminated the information. Somebody on here previously made a very good statement saying that there were several people that were like Bannon and Posiak that were threatening to come out with the information, and then they never did. So, I mean, there's theories on both sides. And, again, I can't speculate on what's on the laptop. I can't speculate how the laptop got there. I mean, that's up to you guys to, each one's going to have his own opinion of it. And I'm not going to debate those opinions because that's what they are. They're just opinions.
Hey, Lev.
People that know the truth, Giuliani knows the truth about it, and he's the one that should be asked about it.
Lev, you said you knew about the laptop in summer of 2019. I think it went to the New York Post in October of 2020, so probably about a year and a half or so before it went to the Post. When you found out that the laptop existed, was there any plan by Giuliani to do anything with it? Did it seem like he wanted to do something with it, or was he just letting you know that it existed, or did you just find out that it existed from somebody else?
No, we were told by several sources prior to our meeting that this information existed, but it was just a conversation until we had the meeting, and it was confirmed that it did exist. And after that, we were told to try to get and find it.
And who was that meeting? You can't say that, right? You can't say who the meeting was with.
Not at this point.
Miz, you got a question?
Yes, I do. Hi, Lev.
Hi.
I just came up because I heard you say that the investigation that was kind of tossed to the curb because Biden threatened to withhold money. You said that was proven to be debunked.
Correct.
Okay, and how was that proven to be debunked? I'm just curious.
Because I heard it from the horse's mouth. Both prosecutors, Prosecutor Shokin, told me that it was not true when he was drunk in a bathhouse, and then also from Prosecutor Lutsenko that told me that it was not true because that's why they never investigated, never went after Hunter or Burisma.
Oh, so I'm actually
there was no actual investigation into Hunter Biden and into Burisma.
That's what I was going to say is that's not true because I'm looking at it right now. So, I'm going to show you what I'm looking at. So this is, Mario, can I put it in the nest? It's Okay, so I'm about to put this in the nest, but it's the Congress directing the Committee of Foreign Affairs, the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform, and the Committee of Financial Services to begin investigations regarding the certain business dealings of Robert Hunter Biden. And then so when you scroll down to the bottom, like 3/4 of the way, you'll see where it totally lays it out in like a lot of detail. And so let me just put that in there because
Who's this? When was this investigation open and by who?
it was October of 2019.
Right. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about when Joe Biden told to fire Victor Shokin. The
Right.
reason why this whole thing happened was this was in 2016 or 15.
Right.
And at that time, there was no investigation into Hunter Biden or Burisma. So it couldn't have been the reason why Joe Biden wanted to get rid of Victor Shokin, which the claim was from Giuliani, and the claim was from Trump, and the claim was from Shokin at the time. Because what they were claiming was he fired him and withheld back the $1 billion was because Shokin was investigating Hunter Biden and Burisma, and he did that to stop the investigation, and that's why he got him fired. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, just check out the document that I put up there, the govinfo.gov, and yeah, I mean, I guess when you scroll down, you can see, I mean, it's in detail kind of written out, and it says that Shokin admitted it. They interviewed him later. Hold on, let me actually go to that part. So it says, so Mr. Shokin has allegedly sworn under affidavit that I was forced out because I was leading a wide-ranging corruption probe into Burisma Holdings, a natural gas firm active in Ukraine, and Vice President Joe Biden, Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was a member of the board of directors. And press reports indicate that Robert Biden business partners brought in Blue Star Strategies, blah, blah. But right, even before that,
The funny part is that's the information that I discovered. That I'm the one that was the intermediary between Shokin and them. And why don't you you don't look at all the time that passed on the pressure where Shokin denied that until Giuliani got him to finally write that letter, because that came in 2019. He started dealing with Shokin in December of 2018.
I want to clarify.
How about this? I'm gonna release very soon a video that I have taped of the interview, the very first interview that Victor Shokin gave Giuliani on Skype. That I have taped. Okay, and then you could make your own judgments on that.
Okay. So this this video's never been released before, correct?
Never.
So what's this video going to show? What's going to depict?
It's going to show that there was no investigation into Hunter Biden at the time.
That Giuliani knew about.
Correct. That's why he had the fights with Lutsenko also, because he was forcing... Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the prosecutor wasn't looking at Hunter Biden, he was looking at Burisma. So I think that's a false equivalency.
No, he wasn't looking into Burisma. There was no investigation into Burisma. If there was an investigation into Burisma or into Hunter Biden, then they would have no issue about stating that and issuing that there is investigation. That's why nobody in Ukraine, till this day, opened up an investigation into Hunter Biden, Joe Biden. Well, and there was 4 or 5 different prosecutors that we dealt with that said the same thing.
Lev, because you don't have direct knowledge, or the people that you were in contact with don't have direct knowledge that there was or was not an investigation. You can't state that as a fact. You can state that based on your limited knowledge. But there could have been investigations, and investigations aren't made public before there shouldn't be.
Yeah, but so many people are saying there was an investigation. Can you say there was an investigation?
There was not an investigation. They were made public. The prosecutors themselves stated. That's why they stated to Giuliani. I have text messages that I translated to Giuliani from Lutsenko that saying that there was no investigation and he can't open one, that it's against Ukrainian law. And Giuliani pressured him to still do it.
Lev, if the document that I have is after the fact, do you think it's possible that they could have just changed their mind and decided to push for an investigation?
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. You have to be fair with what you're saying. On one side, you guys are saying that Ukrainians are corrupt. and then on the other side, you're saying that we need to listen to what they're saying.
No,
So
I
you gotta make
never said.
Victor.
I never
I'm
made
not
a
saying you.
claim.
I'm not saying you. I'm
Okay.
saying the general public. So Victor Shokin was a corrupt prosecutor. He was on the take. Okay, so he was trying to get his job back. They were all getting paid by Burisma. The prosecutors there would get paid by Burisma bribes to continue not looking into them or looking into them their own internal stuff. It had nothing to do with us, the United States, Joe Biden, or Hunter Biden. What blew this up was Joe Biden going out there, coincidentally making that statement, Giuliani seeing that statement, and then placing the stories to make that statement fit. It's simple as that.
Okay, Lev, I want to pivot just a little bit here. Can you remind us again, who was the money? You said that the Russians had given funneled what $500,000, was it into the Trump campaign? Is that what you're saying?
They didn't funnel it. They were partners with me and my partner Igor, and certain business aspects that we had that had to do with cannabis. That money got commingled with certain money that me and Igor had that went into donations to several politicians and into the Trump super PAC.
Okay, but can remind me here? Can the super PAC? It can't work directly with the candidate, correct?
Well, this one was working directly because of.
Okay,
So Nick,
legally coordinating.
I mean,
Nick, legally they're not allowed to work with a candidate, but
They do it anyway.
I'm sure
I mean,
so
look
many
at the attacks
do.
on DeSantis right now from the Trump campaign.
Okay,
Being funded by the super PACs.
how do you think Tommy Hicks became co-chair of the RNC? Okay, that's another thing. We never speak about that. Tommy Hicks was running the super PAC, and then all of a sudden he becomes co-chair of the RNC. Don Jr. was in the super PAC. Okay? So that super PAC, and the only reason we donated to that super PAC is because we were told directly by Joe Ahern that it's Trump's super PAC, and that's why we were at dinners with Trump, and that's why we had VIP access to everything.
Okay, so you still believe that Trump should be prosecuted based on the fact that you guys illegally funneled money into a super PAC?
No, I think Trump should be well, if we got indicted for that, I think the super PAC should be indicted for that. I think all the politicians that took money from there should be indicted for that, even though I truly believe that it wasn't all Russian money. It was just commingled with our money. But if I had to go serve time for it and I got indicted for it, I mean, doesn't it only make sense? If it's a crime, it's a crime.
Right, but if the crime wasn't committed by the president...
Well, he accepted the money.
In it at all. No, his super PAC accepted the money. And it's not even his super PAC. It's a super PAC.
Well, okay. Well, then the super PAC, leave him out of it then. If that's not the guy, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, so, but you were literally calling for his prosecution earlier.
No, I was calling for his prosecution not because of that. I was calling for his prosecution of what he did in Ukraine. The way he put pressure and illegally tried to force Zelensky, Poroshenko, and certain other people in the government to announce an investigation into Hunter Biden. Otherwise, he wouldn't give him aid. He wouldn't give him a meeting at the White House. He wouldn't give him any support. He wouldn't even take his phone call.
None of that's criminal. None of that's criminal when it's the president doing that. He's in charge of the executive branch. He's got the power of foreign power, right? That's his bailiwick. If he wants to go investigate the Ukraine, that's not evidence of criminal conduct. That's evidence.
That's your
I think that's Doc. I think saying that's not criminal conduct is very borderline. So you're saying anybody in office is able to use their power to hold on to office? I think that's kind of a ridiculous statement you say.
Lev just asserted that the very use of his foreign policy power, right, his foreign relations power, was itself criminal.
No, that's not what he said, Doc.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. Well, you said you wanted him to be prosecuted because of that.
But let's wait for Lev reply quickly and then Clement jump in.
Like I said again, what he did and how he did it, I think was criminal. That's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a prosecutor. So, I mean, I'm going to leave it at that, you know.
But a lawyer and a prosecutor has to consider what the word criminal means, right? And it has to be defined, and it is defined.
Right, but
the violation of a statute, of a penal code, right? Or a federal penal code statute, administrative law, something. Okay, you
Well,
can't
at the
just
worst
say
case
that his
scenario, he
use of
should
his
have been
executive
impeached.
power was criminal. Those
Okay,
words
well,
have
maybe it
meaning in
wasn't.
court.
Okay, maybe it wasn't criminal. Maybe he
We'll
should have
leave
got
that
impeached
for
for it.
we'll
I
leave that
mean,
for
however you
lawyers
want
to
to.
decide. So I want to go to Slayman for another question.
Yeah, it was actually the same question. I think Lev essentially answered it because I was that was it. That it was the same thing that he was gonna be impeached for, right? So,
Correct.
Doc, are you saying that something? Well, I guess yeah, something could be you could be impeached for something even if it's not illegal, is it? So that's the
No,
way.
yes, an
Yeah,
impeachment is a purely political process.
yeah.
That's it. That's it. You have to have articles of impeachment and their definitions for the scope of those articles, reasonably speaking, right? The language is in the Constitution, but yeah,
And that's what I'm saying, Doc. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a prosecutor, so I can't say if it was criminal, but I definitely believe that at least the impeachment process should have proceeded more than the way it did, and their witnesses should have been heard. All the evidence should have came
well,
out.
that's up to the Senate, who was controlled by the Democrats at that point, to decide
No, it
who
was
was on.
controlled. It was controlled by. It was fifth. The Senate was controlled by the Democrats at
Yeah,
the time,
but
but they couldn't
you
get.
need
But they didn't have enough
66%
votes.
vote.
Right.
You need half the
Correct.
Republicans to support it. So it's not the Democrats that get to decide that.
No,
Lev,
it's the entire body that gets to decide that, and there's a standard, Ed, in the Constitution for what's required to convict, essentially, for this political process, a president and to remove him from office, to remove him from the seat that millions and millions of people voted for him to be in, and are very upset and think
Yeah,
that it was
it
taken
doesn't
away
make it
from them.
not an abuse of power, though. It still can be an abuse of power, even though the Senate doesn't decide to convict him.
Right, guys, that's
Well,
fine. I just want to.
if you just want to be
Doc,
argumentative, you can say that, Ed. I can't
Doc,
stop that.
Doc, it's fine. We just want to focus on some of these questions, and then we can discuss the specifics of that.
Can I ask a question real quick about the Russian money before we move on?
Of course you can, Joe. Just a quick one. I've just added you. If you can just add me back, because I'm gonna message you about a couple of things about after this space, if that's okay. Joe, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's no real news on this except from Angola. Is the Russian money you're talking about coming from that? I forget his name. The Russian oligarch that's tied to his partners with Isabel dos Santos from Angola, doing the diamond deals. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know if who he's partnered with. His name was Andrei Muravyov. So I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know if he was who he's partners with.
But he was part of the money.
Right. I met him only one time. He was basically partners with my partner Igor.
Yeah, he makes his money. He makes his money off diamonds from Angola and oil for the presidency there. Okay.
Kim, you got a question?
Yes. So first of all, again, thank you very much for answering all these questions so openly. You're very helpful, and I find it very intriguing. My understanding is you were sent to Ukraine by Giuliani in 2018 to investigate potential Biden corruption, correct?
Correct.
And did in your investigation ever come up the conversation that was released, secretly taped and released between Joseph Biden and Petro Poroshenko about Privatbank, where Biden did not want Trump to get sophisticated about their business dealings, and where Biden basically threatened Poroshenko's physical and financial security if he doesn't take care of Privatbank. Have you investigated that, and what have you found?
I never heard about that. I mean, I didn't get any information about that.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking about
the video with that recording is available on Rumble. Anyone can look it up. Just go to Rumble, search for Biden Poroshenko, and it's literally the only result that pops up. And it's an audio recording that is quite intriguing.
Oh, you're talking about the audio. You're talking about the audio clips of a recording that was given to Giuliani after my arrest from the Russian agent Derkach.
I don't know what the source of the recording is, but
that's when they came out. Derkach put out. Those were the only recordings I remember that came out later on when Derkach started putting out recordings.
So that was already after you had done your investigation.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, because when I was there, I told Giuliani that not to deal with Derkach or Telezhenko or Tyomenko. Those were people that were well known to everybody that they were, basically working with the Russians at the time.
but have
Just
But
quickly,
have you
Kim,
listened?
before you continue, just for anyone on stage that doesn't have any more questions, please do drop down because we do have more people that want to come up with questions. Anyone that wants to come up with questions, we cannot see requests, so you have to DM me so the team can see your question. Make sure you DM me with the question so we can bring you up to ask Lev. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead, Kim.
Yeah, but
Mario, I'll
since
gladly
just real
step
quick, I
off
was
Yeah,
making
just
if
step off
a point
without
that
just step off
let me
without
just.
telling me. Just step off without telling me you're gonna step off. Let's
I
just
just
keep it
want to
focused on
say.
question.
I just want to say one
After
thing.
Kim, Joe. Go ahead, Kim.
so. Again, Lev, very helpful. Thank you so much. You must have heard or seen this recording then after your return from Ukraine and after everything unfolded. What are your thoughts about this? What are your thoughts about what Biden says to Poroshenko there? Because it's quite threatening. It looks like a cover-up of some illegitimate dealings. And why do you think he didn't want Trump to get sophisticated about what they were doing in Ukraine?
again, these would be pure speculations on my part because I never saw the recording, knowing if it's the same recordings we're talking about, knowing where they came from, I have no trust in those recordings because I know with the sophisticated technology that they have over there, that with voice technology and all other kinds of stuff, they can make any recording that they want. So, I mean, again, you have to look at the source who got that recordings. And if those recordings came from Andrei Derkach, who's a wanted criminal right now in Ukraine and, sanctioned by the U.S., I mean, you want to listen to them, great. But I'm looking at the source that gave those recordings.
You say
If those are the
deep
same
fake.
recordings we're talking about.
You say this could be a deep fake, yeah?
I like I said, I don't trust or believe anything that came out from Andrei Derkach, Andrei Telezhenko, or Andrei Artyomenko. Those were the people that Giuliani went up with OAN to Ukraine to do the investigation, and when they came out, you could see what our own government sanctioned all those people and considers them criminals. So,
all right, thank you, Lev.
Lev, could they make up a fake postcard and put it under your door?
Anything could happen, but you know what? We had it authenticated that it was postmarked and stamped from the White House, so I don't think so.
Okay, so you said you were going to release a video. Can we get the postcard at the same time?
Probably. It's all coming soon. I just, I was released on home confinement, and I'm just getting my bearings straight, and I'm going to be releasing all the truth. But like I said, my hope is not to release it to the press. My hope is to be called to Congress under oath. So this way there's no, conversation one way or another where the whole world could see it and then make up their own decisions of what the truth is. Because, unfortunately, when you release things to the press, you have some people that will, judge you one way or the other. And unfortunately, that's not my intention. I'm not looking for any media fame. I'm not looking for any type of excitement here. All I'm trying to do is get the true story out because, unfortunately, what happened in Ukraine and what happened to me and what happened to a lot of people during that era just got swept under the rug. And a lot of people don't know the truth, not only because of the media coverage, but also, unfortunately, we got hit with COVID. That changed the news cycle. And basically, then came the elections and then January 6th. So I think the big story of what transpired in Ukraine is still yet to be told.
Millie?
Sure. So I'm looking at an article right here from the Palm Beach Post in which it shows that you were evicted multiple times. Also, I see here also
No.
that
By
there was
Trump, you said that
a
Trump evicted me.
litigation
No,
between
stop. See, you're
you and
trying to
another
smear.
individual,
See, no,
which they
see,
alleged you took money from them.
see,
So
you're
earlier you said that
you're
you
using.
were
No,
not
see,
evicted.
Millie,
You're conflating, Millie.
Millie, you're trying to do a smear campaign, and if that's what you're going to do, I'll just leave this site. If you want to talk truth and
we're not
talk
going to do that.
reality,
Millie,
I have no problem doing that. But if you're going to try to smear me with some nonsense that's not even proven, or and then you bring up one thing and now you're bringing up another thing, get your facts straight, Millie. Be a good reporter. And then if you want to talk about facts, I'll talk to you about facts. But don't bring up there was thousands of articles. People wrote articles that I put a gun to a person's head. You're going to say that also is true? Bring me facts. Don't just write because some.
Are you also still under federal supervised release?
Yes, I am.
So Millie, just to be clear, he did. It was. I mean, we want to be fair as possible. You asked him previously that was he evicted by Trump, and he said no to that. The evidence you provided isn't about Trump, and so that's where the issue is.
Well, I supposedly misspoke on that. There's a laundry list of evictions from him.
Oh,
and
here
also
we go again. Here we go. You want to?
Millie,
it's not pertinent to this
I'm
issue.
going to be honest.
It's not pertinent to any of this
half
conversation.
Of this space has been evicted at one point or the other. I'm just going to be honest. We've all gone through some bad financial times. I mean, I don't really want to use that against half the room here.
Mario, how often have you been evicted, huh?
Let's not go there. Ed, go ahead.
Hey,
Ed?
Before I get evicted, I'll ask my question. So, Lev, when did your contact with Rudy Giuliani stop? I know the Post article was in October 2020. Was it before or after that?
I stopped speaking to him. I refused to speak to him after I got out of jail the first time. He kept trying to reach out to me through my attorney, and then we stopped all communication with him when he left a butt dial to my attorney stating that he's going to get rid of the burner phone that he's in.
Do you know approximately when that was that your communication stopped?
November of 2019.
Okay, so it was before the Post story. So what will your story? You say you're going to release all this information. What do you think, if you could summarize what your story is going to show, what would that be?
The corruption that Giuliani, John Solomon, Victoria Tunzing, Devin Nunes, Kevin McCarthy, and maybe there's some other people that I'm missing and leaving out at this point, Lindsey Graham and other guys that were aware of what was going on, were part of the pressure campaign, lied to the American public, denied it, covered it up.
Okay, so let me ask you, this is kind of an important point. You may have gone over it a little bit earlier, but I had to drop out for just a bit. What was the actual accusation by the U.S. government, the Department of Justice, against you? What were they saying that you did where you deserve to be imprisoned?
Originally?
Yes, and I mean, yeah, we know what the final result was, I guess. But
originally it was supposedly that I paid off Pete Sessions to write a letter to Pompeo to get rid of the U.S. ambassador.
Okay, and what did the U.S. attorney end up coming out and saying?
They just dropped. They didn't say anything. They dropped the charge.
Okay, well, so here's
they superseded me with a fraud charge from 12 years ago and election fraud, basically, because it was my first time donating money and I checked some boxes the wrong way.
Okay, so that
instead of personally,
and so the unanimous federal jury has found that Lev conspired to manipulate the U.S. political system for their own financial gain. In order to gain influence with American politicians and candidates, they illegally funneled foreign money into the 2018 midterm elections with an eye toward making huge profits in the cannabis business. Do you deny any part of that?
I deny a lot of it, most of it. I mean, did we give donations to Republican Party to have friends and power? I guess that's why you give donations, to be able to have relationships, to be able to be looked upon favorably and stuff that you're doing. But I didn't think we were doing anything illegal and doing anything else anybody else was doing. And if you take a look at it, the FEC refused to charge me on those charges. The FEC started the investigation a week before I got found guilty. They dropped all the charges. So, I mean, it's funny, like the FEC doesn't charge me on it, but, I ended up getting convicted.
Slyman, if you can check your DM, please. Joe, I'll jump in.
Lev, why you? Like, why did they choose you? Were you just a New York businessman that was friendly with them? Do you have some expertise in politics or Ukraine? Like, why
No,
did
I
they pick
mean
you?
it was a perfect storm. I was doing business with Giuliani at the time, and at the same time, I was
What kind of business, if you can elaborate?
I had an insurance company. I came up with I know you guys might think the name is funny, fraud guarantee, but it was basically supposed to be an insurance policy. We call it the anti-Bernie Madoff policy against fraud, to be able to have some kind of recuperation for investors, because usually when there's fraud involved, the person goes to jail, but the investors usually get no money in return. So we tried to set up an insurance policy. Unfortunately, I wasn't an insurance guy, wasn't able to do it. One day I get introduced to Giuliani through John Sale, another former ASU lawyer out of Florida, telling me that it's a great concept and Giuliani would be a great fit for it. Pitched the deal to Giuliani. He fell in love with it, wanted to go with it, told me he's going to be the face, wanted to be partners with me. And then before I knew it, he was hounding me for money because of his divorce, which at that point I didn't realize it because I was smitten by him and I couldn't believe that anything could be wrong. But he ended up taking $500,000 from an investor in the company and did nothing for us, never got prosecuted for it. Nothing ever happened of it. So that's how it started.
Yeah, you should do that for crypto, by the way. We could use it. In crypto, we could use an insurance like that.
I mean, unfortunately, I couldn't get an underwriter to underwrite it. Maybe I wasn't the perfect businessman when it came to insurance policies. There was a lot of technicalities. And listen, I don't claim to be an angel. Did I lie to some of my investors? I did.
Your mic, hold on. No, if it's from my Lev, you're back. Yeah, your mic. Make sure you kind of muffled up.
Oh, I was saying to you, I don't claim to be an angel. I was trying to run a business and trying to get ahead. And, sometimes, I didn't tell them the truth, thinking it's in their own benefit. That doesn't, I regret it till this point. I should have never lied to them, and I did my time for it. And, I'm still paying for it. But as far as this political stuff, I did nothing wrong. I never tried to influence any elections. I never tried to funnel any Russian money. What I tried to do was help the President of the United States and Rudy Giuliani to try to debunk the deep state and to try to save our country, supposedly that was being, infiltrated by the Ukrainians. Correct.
I'm gonna. Yeah, go ahead, Slaman. Go ahead. I was going to read one of the comments from the audience, but you want to choose one? You go with the first one.
There's one really good one, and I missed it, but I just think it's really good. One of the points that you mentioned was that it was your partner who recorded the meeting. Do you remember that when we received it?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the question is, why would he want why would he want to record the meeting? Like, normally someone does that if there's some kind of like manipulation going on. So what was the reasoning?
I never spoke to him about it because after we got arrested, we never spoke ever again. And unfortunately, I didn't know about the recording until basically I was told about it by the Southern District. So, and then I found it and he sent it. It was we had a mutual phone. It was in the, what's that called? Apple, I'm not technologically inclined, but it was in the cloud. And my lawyers were able to find it. So I was surprised that we even had the recording.
Okay, thank you. That was without your knowledge. Mario, you had a question?
Let me get my question. You've got more questions from that group from the audience, Sleiman? While I try to find my one from the audience. There's a bunch of good questions. I've got here from Christopher Davis. Can you ask Lev this question? Why Hunter Biden's now suing the computer repair shop? Not sure if this is something you can answer.
I don't know. I have no contact with Hunter Biden, but I'm sure Hunter knows very well himself, I guess, what really happened with his computer and stuff. So I guess we'll have to wait to see what happens with that.
So
I've got a question for you personally.
Go ahead,
Sleiman.
The reason they're asking that question is because if the laptop was in the computer repair shop, then the only logical conclusion, although there is a wide possibility that basically someone could have took it from the hard drive from Kazakhstan, then sent it to then put in the laptop in Delaware, and then that was given to Giuliani. But that seems more unlikely, and so therefore that's the reason people are asking that question. Is it kind of
that I mean, again, we're speculating. I mean, and that could be the reason, but it also could be the reason where he might have, again, speculation, left some laptop there, and then when Giuliani got it, the hard drive might have been replaced or switched with a different laptop. Or it could have came from Kazakhstan too. That, again, there's a lot of speculation, but I'm sure, eventually the truth was going to come out.
Possible, but
just real quick, any reason why you think this laptop is not just from the store owner where Hunter Biden dropped it off? And, just yesterday or the day before, Hunter Biden sued the store owner for invasion of privacy and for having released his data to the public. So how does that coexist with your statement?
Well, again, my statement is that, Julie, we knew about a hard drive and a laptop existing in 2019. How, if I never made a statement saying that that's Hunter Biden's laptop or it's not Hunter Biden's laptop. I have no idea what laptop that is. All I'm saying is it's just, if you believe in, coincidences to that degree that all of a sudden the laptop gets discovered and the first person to get it is Giuliani. And then the information get disseminated after he had a chance to have the laptop. We all have to make our own, decisions on what we believe or we don't believe.
If I had photos of myself circulating naked, I would probably sue the computer repair shop too.
No, but Ed, that's not the point. That's not the point. The point isn't about whether that. The point is this: that when you're looking at what Lev said, and his story does make more sense if we didn't know about Hunter Biden, to be honest. To me, it makes more sense. But the issue is that what makes it harder to believe is if them chain of events occurred based on, and we're just trying to speculate on what happened, but we're just doing it based on the data that we've been provided in this conversation. One assumes, based on what we've been provided, that this laptop went from Kazakhstan, somehow end up in the Delaware shop, and what one assumes is that it was planted there and then somehow was given to Giuliani.
But couldn't this also be the case? Couldn't this be the case where the laptop was compromised, Hunter Biden was drugged up in Kazakhstan, the hard drive was replaced, the laptop didn't work anymore because it wasn't hooked up, so Hunter Biden took it into a repair shop to get it fixed, and the repair shop owner turned the hard drive over to Giuliani?
No, but then why there's a flaw in that argument is because Hunter Biden is suing.
Yeah, well, because there's naked photos of him. There's photos of him smoking crack, and those are real photos.
No, but those photos are there based on the hard drive that was available in Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so
right, but it could have been manipulated.
Sorry?
What we're saying is that there could be things that are real, and there could be other things that were implanted on there. Like, again, some of those things are true. We were told that there's pictures of him with prostitutes, smoking crack and all that stuff. And I'm sure, that's one of the reasons Hunter is suing them is because that information was disseminated. What I'm saying actually is I don't know what other information.
No, I get that, but why would he be suing them? Because what his argument would be is when he's suing them, guess what? I gave you this laptop, and then you gave it to the public. But in reality, and he signed it saying that I gave it to you.
And that is exactly the case that he has filed. So there's no question about the origin of the laptop, and that's why I'm raising this, because there are two very flunky pieces.
That was the point.
Let me just quickly finish. There are two flunky pieces that Lev is putting out here. One is that the data may have been hacked in Kazakhstan. There's no evidence for that. And the other is, and that is even more concerning, is that the FBI was given a laptop, that the FBI then returned the laptop to Giuliani and said that there was no data on it.
No, they didn't return it to Giuliani, and I never said that. That was said by somebody else, saying that I think that was printed in the newspaper, that he first went to the FBI and that the FBI gave back the laptop to him, and then he contacted Giuliani.
So that wasn't your claim then? You just read that in the news somewhere?
No, somebody said that on the space when they were talking to me. That's what they said. And I said to them, that's why that makes even more sense if then the FBI did nothing about it.
What we do know today, though, is that the FBI had the laptop, was analyzing it, and is still in possession of it. So it's just not correct.
Well, no, but the FBI got the laptop already after the fact. After Giuliani had the laptop, and they're analyzing it. Giuliani was the first person to get the laptop, correct?
No, Giuliani got a copy of the hard drive. The laptop was given directly to the FBI.
So what you're saying is that the shopkeeper made a copy of the hard drive, gave a copy to Giuliani and a copy to the FBI?
He gave the laptop to the FBI and he gave a copy to Giuliani.
Well, you know,
Tim, the FBI would never give Giuliani laptop.
We're going to need some time frames here. It's very hard to parse exactly.
Well, I mean, so the copy was given to Giuliani, and Giuliani gave it to the Post, and that's what we're basing everything on. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous, basing on what.
No, Ed, you're not understanding the point. That's not what the argument's about. The argument is nothing about what the shopkeeper or that. What the argument is we are trying to understand what Lev told us, and actually when we don't, if Hunter hadn't sued the Delaware shop, I would have actually thought Lev's story is actually the strongest story. But when he sued them, and you look at the content of it, now the problem is that there is some flaws in Lev's argument.
I don't see the flaws, because if the computer repair shop owner released a hard drive with photos of me naked,
Ed,
photos
how
of me
did he get
smoking.
it? Ed, you don't understand the point. How did he get the laptop?
Well, we don't know that, but how do you know it wasn't?
Well, I
planned
can
on his
explain
laptop?
it to you, Ed, because it's very well documented.
Exactly.
The store
No, but
owner,
it's not,
wait,
Kim.
it
It's
is.
not.
I will
It's not
explain
well
it to you. If
documented.
you let
Nobody
me,
knows
Ed, you
this.
can just listen for a minute and then you know the facts. Okay, the store owner had Hunter Biden sign an agreement that if he doesn't pay for the services, that the ownership of the laptop, including the data on it, becomes the property of the store owner.
Kim. I know this.
Yeah, so that is how it happened. That is the chain of custody.
Yes, I know, but that doesn't mean that. So here's a scenario, and I'm not saying this happened. I'm just giving you a scenario. Hunter Biden goes to Kazakhstan, like Lev Parnas says. He's compromised by the FSB, drugged up. Photos are taken of him smoking pot. Photos of him with hookers. Those photos are put on a hard drive, put into his laptop, or copied onto his hard drive. The computer breaks. Maybe the FSB did something to the computer, so it's broken. The laptop ends up in the repair shop. It needs to be repaired because Hunter Biden takes it there and signs over the rights, because that's what the contract said, that they get the rights to it. And then the FBI gets a laptop. Giuliani gets a copy of the hard drive, and the information on there could still be planted by the FSB, right?
No, not right, and I tell you why. Because there's not just 4 or 5.
Which shows that it's
Hey,
not
just a second. There are not just 4 or 5 photos of Hunter Biden taking drugs and hanging out with girls. There are literally thousands of photos. So he surely hasn't been framed. These are his photos that he has taken himself. And
also, Kim, mention the Pornhub account that he ran. It was his account.
Yeah, you tell him.
Well, obviously, a lot of that information's his real information. I'm not saying none of it's his. All of it's
planted.
fake.
They knew of this laptop.
I'm not saying everything's planted. How do you know some stuff wasn't planted? Do you have proof that nothing?
There's metadata checking it.
Well, how about this?
Posted a lot of emails that are up there. You can actually check on their website, hunterbidenslaptop.com. I believe the site is. Anyone can.
Yeah, but metadata is not going to tell you that a Russian operative didn't drug Hunter Biden and plant stuff on his laptop.
Is dated. The stuff is dated, and they cross-checked it with the people, the senders of the people who sent him emails. They actually checked, and those people are like, "Yeah, I sent him an email."
And they cross-checked it. And also important, they cross-checked it with devices that Hunter Biden owned, including iPhones, that were in the metadata of those photos. So it's crystal clear that
Kim,
all of the photos on the hard drive.
For the record, I believe that the documents on there that we have seen are legitimate. I'm not saying they're not legitimate, but we don't know if other stuff was planted on there. We don't know.
That's exactly what
I don't think anyone's alleging that any data was planted on there besides you. No one's really actually brought that up.
Well, why don't you take a look at the dates when he was in Kazakhstan and when he supposedly dropped his computer off at I think he supposedly dropped the computer off on April of 2019. And he was in Kazakhstan a year before that. So, I mean, the story that Ed is saying, it could possibly very well be true.
Hunter Biden told the store owner that he spilled a drink over the keyboard of his laptop and that he then couldn't access it anymore. That was the reason why he brought it to the repair shop. And not only did he bring it there...
That's what the store owner is saying.
Yeah,
again,
but there's more to it.
We didn't hear Hunter Biden say that.
There's more to it. Hunter Biden wouldn't sue the store owner if this wasn't correct. And there's more to it.
Why?
He went 30 minutes later, after he dropped the laptop off, to an electronics shop to buy an external hard drive so the store owner could copy his data onto that hard drive for him so that he had it. And he never returned to either pick up the laptop, pick up the hard drive that was made, or pay the invoice for the repairs.
Right. I mean, that could all possibly be true. Again, we're speculating on all of this, and I never said how the laptop got there. I never said who planted what. I never said what information is true or not true. All I told you was fact is that we knew about the hard drive in June of 2019, and we were told about it. And we were tasked to find that hard drive.
Well, the best person to confirm all of this is Hunter Biden, and he has just done so by suing the store owner for invasion of privacy.
Yeah, which it is.
Lev, do you know?
Privacy if you're,
do you know there was a man arrested on Wednesday
because Hunter
over
Biden
the laptop.
signed an agreement giving the store owner full rights to the data if he doesn't pay him. And that gives
the legality
him,
to that. I've read a lot of stuff on
that
the legality
gives him
of that.
full possession of the data if you like it or not.
So then why is he suing him?
That's not true. That's your opinion.
Exactly. I think Hunter Biden has some top-notch lawyers, and I don't think they'd be suing him if that was the case.
It's a revenge lawsuit because they know by just real quick, Ed, just real quick. It's a revenge. Let me finish my point. It's a revenge lawsuit because they know by suing him they are going to create significant costs for the store owner. It doesn't matter what the outcome of the case is. Their calculation is that it will cost the store owner several $100,000. And I just hope that the store owner will put up a donation site where we can all give him the money so that he will not incur any losses from this.
Tim, there's people arrested on Wednesday. I don't know if you realize.
Are always used against people who don't have the financial wealth, so wealthy people go after less wealthy people in order to basically silence them. So this is just a classic example of that. A lawsuit doesn't prove anything.
Lev, do you know Guo Wengi, Bannon's associate that just got arrested?
Chime in real quick and just say that it's for the invasion of privacy. Hunter Biden sues repair shop owner citing invasion of privacy. So, I mean, but it's
people
not
just got arrested on Wednesday. No one's talking about it.
But Millie, or I don't know, Mace, wouldn't you say it is an invasion of privacy if somebody released all of your photos, nude photos? Wouldn't that be an invasion of your privacy?
I mean, he handed the hard drive off. And I mean, even if he does sue him, I don't think it takes away from anything that was on it, and which would at least be something to build up a case towards him. Ooh, Marco's here. So I think we'll be able to get some answers.
Oh, this is very exciting. The guys who have analyzed the entire laptop and put it online in great detail are here to tell us what Liv and everyone else is getting wrong.
Marco,
go ahead.
Ask any questions you want.
Marco, welcome to the stage.
Hey, it's Garrett Ziegler, the founder of the research group. The only comment I have so far is that invasion of privacy is not, there's no statute for that. And so if you actually read the complaint, the counter complaint that Abby Lowell, one of Hunter's attorneys, filed, they cite case law, which if you know anything about a civil trial, I think it's going to be hard for them to argue case law because this is such a unique case. Obviously, Kim very articulately laid out how he gave away the ownership rights if he didn't claim his device. Again, in a sane world, signatures mean something. And so even if you don't like it, he did sign away the rights to that data because he didn't retrieve it. The repair shop owner, again, these aren't my opinions. These are all laid out in the lawsuit and multiple videos that the repair shop owner has done over the course of a couple of years. But the idea that the repair shop owner violated not just federal statutes but state statutes in Delaware is ridiculous. If you read the complaint, it says the Delaware statute is a year. Well, if you know the timeline, you know that started on April 12, 2019. And so even if it goes by the Delaware state law, the repair shop owner didn't disseminate this data until August of 2020. And so even assuming that their bullshit legal theory with the Delaware state law holds out, the facts of the case don't support that. And I myself personally have been called as a potential witness in this case, and Hunter Biden's attorneys want me to apologize to him publicly, which I would rather die than do that. And they're wanting me and Bradley Birkenfeld, a friend of mine, the largest financial whistleblower of all time, the UBS whistleblower, to testify in this case. I don't know why they're doing that, but that's the state of play. I urge you all to read the complaint. I will post a hyperlink to it on our feed, and so we can all speak about something coming from the same angle, so we can all speak about the complaint, which is what's at hand.
Thank you,
Over.
Garrett.
I believe Giuliani
just real quick, Garrett. Thank you for explaining that, and also, what I find very interesting is you say the case on the merits is so weak that the only real reason for this case can be an intimidation campaign against the store owner, against you and anyone else, in reporting the truth about this data and the truth about the laptop. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and even if you hate me personally, there's already multiple articles out there how Hunter's other attorney, Kevin Morris, the one who is admittedly, again, he admits to be the one financing this. So, of course, Hunter at this very second is challenging the child support order that was given to him in March of 2020 in the Independence County Circuit Court in Arkansas. He's petitioning to have that child support lowered. And so by Hunter's own admission, he doesn't have the funds that he once did. So some rational figure would ask, why is he now suing people if he doesn't have enough money to pay for his child in Arkansas? Well, the fact of the matter is that Kevin Morris is funding these lawsuits, and he's admitted to doing so. And if you look on our feed in the next couple of seconds, I'll post the article that ran in the Daily Mail last summer about Kevin Morris threatening me personally and my family and our nonprofit research group for merely publishing basically an antiseptic report on the laptop's contents. Again, we don't have opinions on these matters. All we are trying to do is line up the data on the laptop to statutes. And so if I am to take Kevin Morris at his word, this is simply his latest ploy to make good on his threat, to basically bankrupt us. And again, we have, we're a very small nonprofit. Our budget's less than $150,000. Kevin Morris made all of his money by brokering the deals, the entertainment deals for the creators of South Park. And so this guy's worth tens of millions of dollars. His wife is Gabby Morgan. She's one of the key agents at the William Morris Talent Agency. And so the picture that I'm painting is one that Hunter Biden is being subsidized. His legal battles are being subsidized by outside forces.
Keep it short. One last question, Garrett. Now I'd
love Lev to respond afterwards.
Now that we have you here, in light of the recent investigation results, the preliminary results from the U.S. Congress, showing these, money laundering schemes where transactions from Chinese entities were split up through a third party to different Bidens. Do you think that this is hitting a nerve and that this is why the Bidens are now taking more aggressive action against the people that have released this data?
Well, with all due respect, I have no knowledge about what transpired with the Chinese and what they did with their businesses. And, I really don't want to comment one way or the other. I mean, my opinion doesn't matter. All I want to try, like I said, and I wasn't speculating because you guys asked me. So I speculated on ideas and came up with theories. But at the end of the day, I have no idea how the laptop got there. I have no idea what's on the laptop. All I know is that we were informed of it by an individual that works with the Russians, that works with Giuliani, that there's a hard drive exists with compromising information on it, and Giuliani wanted to find it at any cost. Now, that's it. That's what I know as fact. Everything else is pure speculation. So I don't have an opinion one way or the other.
Thanks, Lev. Garrett, do you
Marco,
want to...
can you clear something up? Sorry, Marco, can you clear something up that we were debating here?
Your mic is muffled, Joe.
Oh. Who got the laptop first? Was it Giuliani or the FBI? How did Giuliani get it?
The FBI took possession via grand jury subpoena on December 9th, 2019. Before, and they have the physical laptop, and so a lot of people on the left and right are imprecise in their language, and they say that they have the laptop. What they have is a copy of the hard drive, and so before the FBI took possession of it, Mac Isaac, the store owner, made a copy of the hard drive and kept that in his possession, and made another copy and sent that to Bob Costello on August 28th, 2020. Costello obviously being one of Rudy Giuliani's attorneys. And his stated reason for doing that, again, this is not my interpretation of it, this is his words, is that he approached several Republican senators in May of 2020, along with his uncle, Colonel Ron Scott, his father, Steve McIsaac. Colonel Ron Scott approached several Republican senators in May of 2020. They didn't want to do anything with it. And so that's why he sent it to Bob Costello, because he thought Rudy would get it to the president. This was actually in Hunter Biden's counterclaim. So he doesn't even dispute that this is what Mac Isaac has said publicly and in his lawsuits. And remember, Isaac hasn't been...
Marco, just a quick question. Did you say he gave it to his uncle, Colonel Ron Scott, did you say?
Yeah, he made a copy of it before the FBI took possession of the physical device, which I believe to be, yeah.
And his uncle is in the government, did you say?
No. He's a retired Air Force colonel, lives in around Colorado Springs. The only reason why I mention his uncle is because he and his uncle tried to approach Republican senators in May of 2020 with this, and the reason why it came out as a quote-unquote October surprise was in part because of these rebuffs from the Republican senators, which really hurt, in my opinion, the Republicans' attempt to talk about this material, because it seemed like an October surprise. It seemed too manufactured.
Marco, apologies if this sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's just a bit of clarification, if that's all right. So, his uncle who's in the Air Force, is there no possibility that he could have connections to someone in the military or from in the foreign military and have received that content directly? I know it's unlikely because Hunter Biden signs it and all that, but is that a possibility?
No, because I've seen no evidence to suggest that. And again, I think that if the laptop shop owner didn't keep the records that he did, it would be a much harder case for them. I obviously was very frustrated with the shop owner because he said he deleted the security camera footage. The first time I heard about this was in November of 2020. That's the first thing I asked. Well, if Hunter Biden came in here, where's the security camera footage? And so he's made some good choices and some choices that indicate, that he's sort of out of his element and he's operating. And that's why I think he's being sued right now, is because Hunter and his lawyers know that, JP really isn't his forte. Over.
Why did they just arrest a Bannon associate on Wednesday for this, saying that it's a $1 billion fraud scheme?
Well, I read the complaint. It's pretty damning. I've always known that Guo Wengui was corrupt. In fact, our over 600-page dossier goes into how his group G News spread bullshit lies about the content of the laptop. What they did was they mixed in some genuine material with some ridiculous lies. For example, they said that Malia Obama was on the Biden laptop. It's a total hoax. They said that Lady Gaga was on the laptop. It was a total hoax. It just so happened to be that two of Hunter's prostitutes bore a resemblance to those two figures. And so the bottom line up front is that once G News got a hold of the content, and I assume, and Steve Bannon has admitted to giving it to Miles Guo, and he has like 17 aliases, so pardon me here, but he's admitted to giving it to that figure. Chaos ensued. And so I think the right objectively fucked up a couple of the steps in disseminating this material, because what it did was it muddied the waters. And so nonprofit groups like us who focus very intently on making sure that we've put out no false information, we have not had to make a retraction yet. We've really been harmed by Guo Wengui. And if you read the complaint, you'll see that it's not related to the Biden laptop material, but he's pimping these cryptocurrencies and things that have just a scammy feel to it. And this is the last thing I'll say about Miles Guo. You can be against the current regime of the CCP and still be a hardened communist. Two things can be true. Miles Guo can hate the current manifestation of the CCP, but still be a Chinese communist. And so I have no ideological affiliation with him. I purposely stayed away from him, and I think that he's probably not feeling too good right now, sitting in the MCC or its equivalent.
I'll go to Tira and then Millie.
So
Go,
I
Tira.
just, first of all, thank you, Lev, very much for coming up. This has been really fascinating, and I really appreciate you. Secondly, I just read the countersuit, and I just want to be clear here. So this is not a suit. This is a response to a lawsuit that the owner of the repair store filed for defamation. So what Hunter Biden is doing, what his lawyers are doing, who are very good lawyers, basically is making some counterclaims, which is fairly typical. You would say, not only is this lawsuit wrong, but we want to sue. We have our own claims. In these counterclaims, he makes it's fascinating. I mean, it's sort of weird, true. Basically, he doesn't say that he ever dropped off the laptop. He doesn't even acknowledge that it's his laptop. He doesn't say he signs the repair authorization form. What he said is, this is not an admission by Mr. Biden that Mac Isaac, in fact, possessed any particular laptop containing electronically stored data belonging to Mr. Biden. Rather, Mr. Biden simply acknowledges that at some point Mac Isaac obtained electronically stored data, some of which belonged to Mr. Biden. So I guess what I'm trying to say about Lev's points is none of what's going on in this lawsuit or counterclaim basically go to the issue of who got the laptop, when the laptop was dropped off, who dropped it off, what was on it, etc. He is not making any statements as to that. And I think that's sort of important, at least from a legal standpoint. Thanks.
Thank you, Tira. Thank you, Tira.
Millie, then we'll go Tara. Millie? Tara?
Oh, okay. So I'm actually getting someone who I know verifiably that does know about the origins of the Hunter Biden laptop and actually had it. And I don't want to go too much into it.
Is that the username you've sent us? Can I say the username? I don't exist, or yeah. So we've invited that person. So she should
I'm trying to get
he or she should have a DM. Okay, I've sent the invite. Tara?
Hi. I just wanted to thank you, Mario, for having these long spaces that are very informative. And Garrett, that was really interesting hearing about the Hunter Biden laptop. And let's not lose the forest through the trees, that the important part of the contents of that are the emails and the corruption. And I worked for Joe Biden, so I can tell you the corruption goes back for decades.
Sorry. So we're focusing on questions. Sorry, I don't want to be rude. We're focusing on questions for Lev or Marco. I know you just jumped in, so maybe not away. So we've got Lev and Marco on stage. So if you've got a question, would love you to take the mic. And also, by the way, Millie, Chaos, so I Don't Exist or is up on stage now, Millie. So we'll give you the mic right after Tara. So introduce her. Tara, go ahead. Sorry.
So Lev, I heard some of your statements before, and I know kind of your position about all of this, but I don't know if you know of me, but I have come forward about working for Joe Biden and what happened to me. And I can tell you unequivocally that I was threatened many times and continued to be harassed and stalked and trying to be silenced for a long period of time. So are you denying that the Bidens have been basically acting in a corrupt manner and silencing people that have information about how they operate?
Tara, I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm sorry to hear I don't know your story, and I'm sorry to hear that what you went through. But I could only talk about my personal what happened, and without speculating, I've never been threatened by the Bidens. I've never been harassed by them, so I can't speak to that. So there's nothing really I could say.
So we'll go to Millie. I'll let you introduce Chaos I Don't Exist store.
Okay, so I know that Tori was working with Rudy, and she did a lot of work on the Hunter Biden laptop situation. And I know that earlier in the space, people were kind of questioning the origins, and I'm hoping that she can kind of fill you guys in on some information that she might be able to share.
Perfect. And Tori, if you can start first, welcome to the stage. If you can start with your position and how you got that information.
Yeah, hi, and thank you for the discussion today. The laptop, as many know, Marco Polo has done an exceptional job kind of just analyzing all the data that was on it. There are a lot of people that speculate about the origin of this laptop, and people need to understand one thing, that when this laptop came to be and came into the hands of the FBI in early 2020, that laptop was actually transferred digitally on the back end through federal agencies. This is where a lot of people who saw the congestion in traffic picked up portions of it. So that was actually portions of it were being leaked on the back end where people monitor traffic. I would say since February to March of 2020. So this was already in the hands of the federal government. So I don't understand how anybody claims, the government didn't have it. This is why 50 people that, indirectly benefited the Biden campaign, that are all former intelligence officials, signed and claimed that it was disinformation when they had it. Now, I know that in 2020, before the elections, other people had certain versions of it. And when the FBI had raided the mayor's home, a friend of mine asked me, hey, his drive's not working. They didn't take Hunter Biden's laptop. They didn't take those drives. They left them. I think I arrived the next day after the raid, the next day. And so I reconstructed the laptop. I bought a new Mac and merged a drive that I had from the back end, which had just a few of the documents referring to the LNG out, we're talking Louisiana ways, with the Kazakis. There were just bits and parts that were on the internet from early 2020. And that's why I had written an article talking about one senator, but saying that he was doing business like the Bidens, incorporating those emails that I found that were in Chinese, basically. And so after that, I took mine, what I had. I tried to scrape from one of the drives that weren't dead and merged them together. And it turned out that the data that I had downloaded, that I had not been able to image or parse, worked really well, to the point that the mayor not only had the laptop, but had more information than he had before. And going through it, I can say, Lev, I'm really disappointed in what I'm hearing coming out of your mouth. As I worked the Ukraine desk. I know very well the people that interact there. So I was extremely disappointed, that, he brought you on to be an interpreter. I know that for a fact, because that's what was said, right, in official communications, when you guys were flying there, Lev, right?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
saying those things, right? It makes me wonder, like, did you get yourself a CAA contract, or was it all along? Because, the State Department records everything you do when you fly through an airport. They download your phone. So I was actually really disappointed to hear that, because the Hunter Biden laptop was
What?
something that shouldn't have been tainted. So I was actually very disappointed. As his former client, it's just horrible what
Let's get
everyone's saying.
Lev
I'd
to
love you to
reply,
talk to
Tori.
him.
Let reply. But
Yeah,
I'm
Lev,
not sure
please.
what the
Yeah, go
question
ahead.
is actually. But anyway,
No,
maybe
it's
let.
okay. I think it's different
First,
viewpoint, Lev.
first of all, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you're disappointed. I'm telling you facts and truth. And you might be disappointed that I'm telling you things about your former boss or your friend, But I welcome you guys to call Rudy Giuliani on the Spaces, and I'll confront him in front of you, and let's see what he has to say. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not hiding anything. All you're talking about is conspiracy theories. I'm telling you the truth.
Conspiracy theory. I have the laptop, Lev. I can correlate that to bank accounts.
But Chaos, what's your question? Which bit are you saying of Lev's story is inaccurate? Because we're not understanding that.
So the fact that he's saying that when he went with Rudy Giuliani, it was for one thing. The reason that he had Lev was because Lev was his, client.
Where did I go with Giuliani? First of all, where did I go with him?
So that he went to Spain first before he went to Ukraine.
He never went to Ukraine with me. First of all, and
no, he went to Spain before he went to Ukraine, and that's where you guys had a conversation on the phone.
What are you talking about? Do you know why he went to Spain? To meet with Guaido's father. That's another story that you're opening up.
Actually, you don't even know about the FBI agent that lives in Spain that he met with. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, because I know the story.
I was with him 24/7, and you know the story. And you know our meeting with Yermak? So tell me about our meeting with Yermak when he pressured Yermak there about the phone call. Do you know even who set up the phone call?
How's we go back to who did you guys meet in Spain that was an FBI agent, former FBI agent that got fired? Who was he? Do you remember?
What are you talking about? Who was he?
There you go. So then you don't know.
What do you mean? I don't. What you have nobody. What FBI agent? What was his name? If he got fired?
Really? That's the reason. That is who Rudy Giuliani met with in Spain, and you don't know, but you were with him, and you knew this.
What are you talking about? Do you know where were we in Spain? Where did Rudy Giuliani sleep in Spain?
Wait, so you obviously don't know that he was talking with this guy.
Wait a second. I was there with my whole family. I have. Wait a second. Tell me. Do you know where we were? We were at Alexander Betancourt's mansion, and he was there with Maria Ryan, and he was there to meet with Guaido's father to take videos for Trump to support Guaido against Maduro. Private videos. Go ahead. Let's talk about Spain.
So who was the FBI agent that
you tell me? I don't know who the FBI agent is.
He was fired for inappropriate actions.
Who is he? Go ahead.
Again,
who is he?
Lev, there's holes in your story.
What stories? You're just saying something.
No, I'm not making that, and you know that I'm right. And if Rudy comes on, he'll say the same thing.
What was he fired for? And who was he? What's his name?
Well, I guess the internet will have to find that out, Lev, because apparently your story has holes in it.
No, but Chaos, one second. So
this is hilarious.
I don't understand. I mean, there is a possibility that there was an FBI agent that Giuliani spoke to or dealt with, and Lev doesn't know about it. How does that? I'm not understanding how that.
But he was with me 24/7. I mean, he didn't meet anybody that I didn't meet with. Who was the agent?
Okay, so Ahmed, the FBI agent worked on 9/11. He was actually fired post 9/11. And the person that actually set up that meeting from New York is a very close friend of mine's and Millie's. And
Millie, okay. I got you.
Lev?
Yes, go ahead. You still haven't given us a name.
The most unexpected people actually have information, right? And obviously,
why don't you bring Rudy Giuliani in here and me and him will have that conversation?
Why would he entertain you? Because the lies that you've spewed.
The truth, you mean, that I spew? The truth that I talk about? Because he can't face it. Because I have all the text messages to prove it. Everything he would say, I will debunk. I'm not going to waste it on you. But I would welcome Rudy Giuliani anytime, any place, on live television, in Congress.
You have text messages, but he doesn't really text much, which is really weird too.
Well, it's very weird. You know what? You keep saying that, and when I start releasing them, I'm gonna tag you to make sure that you read them.
So those have not been released either?
Not all of them, no.
See, that's the thing. I know for a fact that the mayor doesn't text a lot, Lev. Okay?
When did you even start being with the mayor? I was with him for 2 years every day. I don't know you.
Exactly. Nobody knows me. That's the sweet spot right there.
That's the sweet spot, exactly. And it's very convenient that you got the laptop and you somehow got all the information. So interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Chaos, are you saying that you work for Rudy Giuliani, but nobody knows you? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't work for him. I helped reconstitute the laptop, like I said.
Okay, when did you start? One second left. When did you start working for Rudy
I work
Giuliani?
for no one. I work for myself.
Okay, when did you
I
start
can
work?
verify. I can verify, guys. I brought
Yeah.
Rudy into the space earlier.
Yeah. So so at what period did you have interactions with Rudy Giuliani if you didn't directly work for him?
2021.
Until so that was the first time.
Until current.
Yes.
Okay. But and Lev, when were you with Rudy Giuliani?
From 2018 till my arrest, to 2017 to my arrest.
Which was when again, if you remind me?
October of 2019.
So so basically, Chaos, what you're saying, basically you weren't working for or having any interactions with Rudy Giuliani when Lev was there. This information you're getting from somebody else. Is that right?
Actually, it was monitoring the information that was going through NABU, right? Which everyone should know was actually being monitored by the IG of the NSA, Robert Storch, and his wife and him created NABU together. Just so people are aware, that's National Anti-Corruption Bureau.
You work with Robert Storch? You work with Robert Storch?
Lev. Do you know Robert? Do you know him?
I know Robert very well.
I know.
Very well.
See what he did?
I have text messages with Robert also. Or you're going to tell me he didn't text also. You better be careful.
See what
You're
he
opening
did?
a lot of... Robert might be very
Robert is a lousy person. I don't know what you're talking about, Lev. I wouldn't be proud of
that. Proud. Well, you're the one that's mentioning him.
Lev, can you tell us more about Robert and where he comes into this?
Go ahead. Why don't we let Chaos talk about it since she knows everything?
Well, the only thing Chaos does know is that he and his wife created the National Anti-Bureau of Corruption and Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine back in 2009. The IG of the NSA was actually a non-appointed position, and during the transition in 2016, post the elections, mind you, this has never happened before in history, Obama made it an appointed position. And he recommended Robert Storch for the position. And in 2017, President Trump gave a list of recommendations. Robert Storch was one of them, but then he withdrew it. And then somehow he was still confirmed as IG of the NSA by voice vote, where there's no record of, in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, or late 2017 or 2018, one of the two. And so he was working anyway without the confirmation, which is weird. So Lev, you talking to Robert Storch pretty much confirms exactly what I said. You know, I'm the chaos coordinator. You were the one helping create chaos. Why? Because
what are you talking about? Robert Storch was Rudy Giuliani's partner. What are you talking about?
Partner? You weren't his partner. You were his client with your damn real estate down in Nevada. Why are you talking so much smack?
No, Chaos.
I was a client now? Now I'm Rudy Giuliani's client?
He said Robert Storch was Giuliani's partner. Is that right?
Chaos? How do you think... Oh, no. How did Robert Storch get the lobbying position in Bahrain?
Excuse me? What did you say?
How did Robert Storch start lobbying for Bahrain? How did he get that contract when he flew there with Rudy?
And?
What do you mean, and? They were partners.
When? You're
when? 2019. In 2019.
Impossible that they were partners. It's actually called keeping your enemies very close. Remember when all the journalists were being spied on in Ukraine?
I'm not going to talk about these crazy conspiracies. I don't even know what you're talking about.
His wife.
Okay. Well, I guess you know too much. Then you know everything.
No, Lev, you
okay, let's circle back to this real quick. I'm trying to find a chain of custody here with the laptop. Maybe I missed it, Tori, I guess, because it's I don't exist, Tori, so I'm assuming you're Tori. How did you gain possession of the laptop, and do you say you still have it in your possession?
Yeah, I've been having it. I actually went around Times Square showing it to people, asking them if they want to take a look. Back in 2021, to bring awareness. The first instances of the laptop were portions of it, which were some photos. It was photos from Africa that I believe were taken off the sanitized copy because there was this child pornography as well on it, right? Those first came about on the internet on the back end through traffic sniffers. And it was just a few things that I saw. The Chinese deals out with the LNG down, Monkey Island of Louisiana, environments there and in Kazakhstan that were all, friends with Hunter. Then after that, in 2020, from people in late August having the laptop, I got another version of it. And then piecing together from what Bob Costello had, merging all of those, it manifested even more information. So there was one total copy created in May of 2021 with all the versions that I created imaged on a laptop. So from what I know, the back end, just so you guys understand, you remember when that whole DNC hack thing happened, right? With the Seth Rich stuff? Well, back then, the FBI at the end of May in 2016 was actually conveying all that information online from the DNC. And they have like certain ports where they transmit information. I'm very careful with what I say. Those are very big channels, and that's where it was whipped up from. I didn't get it. There were other people that got tons of it. And I found it on Black Planet in some places and stuff like that. So that was the origin that I know of is from a back channel from the same,
Kip, I just got a question for you. I've got a question for you. You just said that just earlier, and we just received a question on this. You said that you merged the data.
Yes.
So does that mean? What do you mean by that?
No,
Does that mean that
exactly. Can you elaborate? Yeah, can you elaborate what you mean by merged data? Just if you don't mind.
Okay. So I had bits and pieces, right? And I had some images, some DMG images that I couldn't fully load. They were empty. So what we did was we took all of them and one by one, and we put the image out and saw gaps, and we saw files in other ones, kind of like stupid files, like, I don't know, the iPhotos file. The minute you merged it in there, it would pieces together, pictures, or pull out photos that were in emails that we couldn't see, or the documents, they would actually link up with the email attachments that we couldn't see in that sense. And that's how we made one whole copy, because we would see where there were files clearly deleted. So they were deleted files, not added files. So there were a lot of deleted files. But I have to go back to the whole...
Didn't you start by saying you worked for Rudy? Like, why did you need to use back channels to get the laptop to piece it together? Where did this information come from? What was the chain of custody before you got it? Like, there's just a lot of questions.
Great question. So I didn't work for Rudy in 2020. I work for myself. I don't work for anyone, even currently. I work for myself. I found in early 2020, I think I put my article maybe March or April where I put it in there. It was early first quarter, I would say February, that the first transfer that I noticed on Black Planet with the traffic sniffers. And that's where I found certain files, certain pictures, and people started having discussions on content that they were pulling. So that's where I got a bunch of files. And so I just had them. And then after that, I got it in 2020 where I sat down with some people in DC that had it. And I got that all as drives, on a drive. And then after Rudy Giuliani was raided by the FBI, I went there with the drive that I had gotten in DC in late 2020 and the files that I had from early 2020, and then whatever I could piece together from his hard drives that were knocked about by the feds.
Tori,
what makes you confident that it's not compromised, the data you were able to get from online?
Right. So that's a great question. And that was a question that I posed to myself too. That's a fantastic question. I actually compared the items that were, that I had. So I kept them sequestered, right? And this is where, when we were able to piece back the drives that were knocked about, once that came up, I saw that certain things were missing that I had from the version in from the DC. So I pulled that. I looked to see what were missing. There were just a couple of I think it was Finnegan's phone that was missing. And then I went back to the early 2020 files, and I found some crucial files that assisted in finding those missing Excel documents and PDFs and stuff. So I checked it too. So that was a fantastic question.
So
Yeah.
you had you had something verified that you could compare it to.
Correct.
So you were reconstructing it for your own purposes.
Well, the only thing I did was use the gaps that the one that Rudy had and filled it in with the gaps that I had. So I would find, like, say, for example, an email where he was talking about contract. And when you pull the email, unless you connect to the cloud, right, you're not going to pull the email file, right, the attachment. But then you could see the PDF name. So then I would go back to the two other drives that I had, the ones from early 2020 and the one that I picked up in DC in late 2020, and compare, and I would find the file.
Tori, is there anything you could speak to in regards to the laptop repair person and how the laptop went from the repair shop to where it is now?
Right. So I don't know what he did. I can tell you what I saw on the internet. I think I actually told you about it. It was like at the beginning of COVID, right? Where it was like some weird traffic, and I didn't know if it had to do with COVID or anything like that. And I was trying to pull as many files as I can. Those files came off of the same traffic sniffers that picked up DNC and RNC servers. So these are obviously leaked on the back end, and people are just putting them. And Black Planet is one of the most untapped resources for materials I've ever seen. And I don't know why people don't use it as much.
Tori, I just want to go back to your discussion with Lev, and the reason is because you mentioned, what was the guy's name again? Was it Tori or Tony? The one from Spain.
Robert.
Oh, I didn't mention his name. He's I didn't mention.
That was when Lev asked for the name and she wouldn't give it.
Oh no, she said.
Robert
not that name. That was,
but that was different.
No, that one she mentioned, it was Ahmed, wasn't she? She said the other one was the guy who basically traveled with Giuliani, who you said he wasn't a good person.
Robert Storch, no?
Robert Storch, yeah. So, I mean, the bit I'm not understanding is you said he's a bad guy, and then the reason, I just want to understand this right, and then the reason why Giuliani traveled with him was because he wanted to keep his enemies close, and that's the reason why he traveled with him and made a deal. Is that right, or have I misunderstood it?
Okay, Ahmed, I'm assuming that if what Lev is saying correctly, that would be the only reasoning for someone.
Oh, by the way, Slayman, the person's name is not Ahmed. I think she's calling you Ahmed. So just to be clear, there's no Ahmed in the story.
Oh,
yeah, all good.
Oh no,
I thought the FBI agent.
No,
from Spain
that's
no. She called you. She called you Ahmed. Yeah.
I called you Ahmed.
Yeah, Slayman. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
Right,
all good.
okay.
Sorry about
all
that.
Good chaos. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if Lev is truthful on that, then I would be very careful if I was Robert Storch. Because, again, I urge anyone to go and find how this guy was ever confirmed as IG in the NSA. And what you'll see is that President Trump nominated him and then pulled him out.
There was no Robert Storch in Spain. I don't know what you're talking about.
I wasn't talking about Robert Storch in Spain, Lev. I was talking about the FBI agent, which is the reason and where and what they needed to get done. But whatever, you're still going to play your fiddle. So
what are you saying?
Let's just agree to disagree, because that'll come out anyway.
Hold on, Tara. How does? Yeah, go ahead, Simon.
No, go ahead.
How does the FBI agent? Are you trying to poke holes in Lev's story? And I'm trying to see what role the FBI agent plays in that, because it seems to be a point of contention between you, Chaos, and Lev. How does that discredit Lev's story? Sorry.
Yeah, no, because I know for a fact that one of Rudy Giuliani's actual clients, which was either President Trump or Mike, right? Because those were the only two clients he had. Mike.
I thought I was his client. I thought he was my lawyer. You just said
he helped you out a long time ago, Lev. But anyway,
a long time ago.
Yeah.
How long ago? When did he help me out? And what did he help me out?
The debt you had. I don't
helped me
need
out
to
of debt.
listen, Lev. We
What
don't
debt?
listen. I don't
What are
want to
you?
kill your macho-ness. Seriously, we're going to be
You're
talking.
spewing.
Listen, we're going to be talking
No.
facts here, right? We're going to be talking
So
facts.
so please say
We're
the
going to be
facts. What are
talking
you?
facts.
You're just saying. You're
Mike
spewing stuff.
actually made the connection, and that's why they went to
What Mike?
Barcelona.
What
We're going to get into this whole
what
freaking
Barcelona? We
Cambridge
were in
Analytica
Madrid.
and dish stuff.
What
Come on,
Barcelona?
man.
You don't even know where we were. What are you talking about?
Okay. Because you allegedly know, I'm going to leave it as that so you can continue. I'd love to hear your story because I need to find out its origin because I know why they went.
This is hilarious. I mean, this is total nonsense. You have
No,
no
it
idea what
isn't.
you're
Just
talking. I
because
don't
you
even
say
know
so doesn't mean it's nonsense, dude.
what nonsense.
You were
You're the one
supposed to
that's
be
saying stuff.
you were supposed to be his cultural ambassador and assisting him in localizing.
I
And
was a
look at what
culture
you're doing
ambassador,
now,
or I thought
Lev.
you said I
It's
was a
disgusting.
translator. I thought I was a translator. I was a
See,
client. Now I'm a cultural ambassador.
I don't know how you ran businesses if you don't understand what localizing means. That's exactly what it means. It means that you're a cultural ambassador, interpreter, translator. You're everything. That's what a
I'm
localizer
everything.
does, Lev.
Interesting. Okay, good.
So Tori, I mean, the only problem is that you just made an insinuation, and I do think you need to clarify it because you just said that basically Giuliani helped Lev with a debt in the past, and he's obviously denying it. So if you can provide
Yes, please.
a source or
Okay,
some
I
proof.
didn't say that Lev had a debt with Rudy. I said Lev just had a debt.
No, you said Lev had a debt, and Giuliani, as his attorney, helped him with that debt.
Is that true, Lev? Were you not in debt in Nevada? I mean, I could write an article on it and pull the financials
please
if you want
write
me
an
to.
article so I could sue you. Please do. Please write an article so I could sue you. I don't know what you're talking.
You think I'm
Nevada, I had a
scared?
debt.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And what year was this debt? And what year did Rudy was my lawyer?
Okay, Lev, he wasn't your lawyer. He gave you advice.
He gave me advice now. Okay, so what
He
year
did.
did he give me?
He did.
What year did he
He gave
give
you
me advice?
Do
What
you know how
year did he give?
priceless that is from a guy
Oh
like
my
Rudy
God.
Giuliani?
Have I want to
Okay, so
Lev
what year was it?
quickly?
What year
Yeah,
was it?
Slimmer, before back, just going back to Spain. Lev, what were when you were in Spain with Rudy? Why were you guys there?
We were there to meet Andrei Yermak. It was right after Trump's phone call with Zelensky to discuss about Rudy putting pressure on Yermak to make sure that Zelensky does an investigation into Biden. And after that, we stayed at Alexander Betancourt from Venezuela. Rudy took him on as a client, and he used to be a Maduro supporter, which is a totally different story, which I was involved with. And then we had Guaido's father fly in to do videotapes. Rudy Giuliani videotaped him to give to Trump to support him. And then Rudy Giuliani, this is all fact, you could look it up. Rudy Giuliani then met with Barr to discuss getting the case thrown out against Alexander Betancourt. And then when I went in New York Times article about saying that what we were doing and why we were there, Giuliani made a statement saying that I shouldn't be talking about things that are confidential. So you know what? That's all
Giuliani
fact. And we
is
never went
helping
to
Maduro.
Originally he was helping Maduro, and then he switched sides to helping Guaido after the invasion. You could ask Bolton. Read Bolton's book, Why Bolton Threw Him, because Giuliani went to the White House after we had a call with Maduro on the phone where Giuliani went to talk to Trump to give Maduro a soft landing. And when Bolton heard that, he walked out of the Oval and told Giuliani, go fuck himself. So do your research, Cass, before you open your mouth and say, and we were never in Barcelona.
I did do my research, and
we were in Madrid.
I actually worked under Bolton, and for you to say that Bolton was right is ridiculous.
I didn't say Bolton was right.
I was actually a localizer on two occasions.
Stop. You see, look at how you're going off on tantrum. I never said Bolton is right. I told you what Bolton did. Bolton, it doesn't matter right or wrong. He got pissed off because he was scared that Trump was going to be listening to Giuliani. And he wanted to invade and get Maduro out of there. And he didn't want Maduro talking Trump into giving Maduro a soft landing. And I was on that phone call with Maduro, Congressman Pete Sessions, and Rudy Giuliani. So what do you want to say about that?
So can I ask you a question? You were on this phone call. Did you sign an NDA with Rudy Giuliani?
Did I sign an NDA?
Yes.
No, I didn't sign an NDA.
Oh, so you're just, and what evidence do you have? Do you have this transcribed? Do you know the time and date? Have you confirmed this?
It's confirmed. It's confirmed.
By who? You? Because I can confirm
by
a lot of things myself.
By the Southern District of New York.
Oh,
They had all my
okay.
phones. Yeah. Yes, darling. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just a quick
Got it.
question.
And I would love for you to write an article, KS. I really would, because I really need the money. So I would love to sue you for everything
Don't
you
worry.
got.
They already promised you a nice package. So why are you
Who is they?
flexing,
Who promised me a nice package?
Lev? Okay, Lev.
Okay. I mean, if we're gonna have conspiracy theorists like
No,
that, I mean, I'm gonna go.
you're the
Well,
conspiracy theorist, lying and
Leave it,
saying
Nick.
things as if
okay.
you're talking from a point of knowledge.
You have
Where
not.
was it? How was Mike Tremarco there? Do you know him?
He was not there. There was
He
nobody
wasn't
there by my
there.
word. No,
He
he
wasn't
wasn't
there?
there. No, he wasn't there.
That's
He
so
wasn't
weird
there.
because he flew out to Spain with Rudy on the day.
No.
But he
Well,
wasn't there?
no, he wasn't there because Rudy never went to Barcelona. We were in Madrid, and I'm the one that bought Rudy the tickets with Dimitri Firtash's money. So what are you talking about?
Oh my gosh, Mike was there. Really? Is there any way we can get Mike on here?
Yeah, please get Mike on here. I'd like to hear this character.
I'm not sure if he has a Twitter, but I could find out tomorrow.
Rudy flew there with Maria Ryan and his bodyguard.
Can we get Rudy on here, please?
Rudy's not going to join,
Yeah,
Joe.
please get Rudy on here.
Rudy's not going to join.
He was already here earlier today. I mean,
He won't join with me on here. He doesn't have the balls.
I've got a quick question.
He doesn't have the time to deal with nonsense. That's what it is.
No, you guys are just conspiracy theorists that don't know what you're talking about, and
Define
messing with
conspiracy
people's
theories.
heads.
Lately, they've been right about a lot of things. So define that, please, Lev.
Everything that came out of your mouth is a lie. You have no documentation. You're ramping about names that don't exist, about FBI agents. You're throwing some guy Mike.
Okay.
So guys, can we just redirect this 1 second? So Tori, you might have mentioned this, and apologies because it's quite late here. But when Lev was with Giuliani, working for him or working with him, who were you working for at that point?
Myself.
No, I know you keep saying myself, but like in what? Because you keep mentioning a lot of people that, and you're making a number of claims that people Lev was involved with, that Giuliani was involved with, which indicates that you were involved somehow. So what? I guess now the question is, what was your involvement, and in what capacity was your involvement with them?
So involved with no one. It's undoing wrongs that I helped make wrongs. How's that? So these are things that I know from personal knowledge, so I know where to look. Okay. And so when I saw a few things happening, I knew where to look, if that helps. That's the way it doesn't help I operate.
Because the issue is this, that you're talking about, so Lev's been like, the thing is, but I knew bits of the story, but the details we've learned in this has just been unbelievable. And what Lev has done is every time we've asked him a question, he's given us a detailed answer. And the issue is that the question I'm asking you is the exact same period that Lev was with Giuliani. You seem to be indicating or providing information and saying that things happened as a matter of fact, but then we can't place where you were, what your role was, like,
Okay,
and how you would
I get what you're saying, Ahmed. I get it. Okay. So I was on the internet having conversations with people I worked with in the past. And I have worked the Ukraine desk. I helped in 2014 in Ukraine. I helped conduct their elections there. I hired the State Department staff that was there. That was my role. So I knew exactly who I can contact and for what. Now, in respects to Rudy going to Spain, I know that from a man named Mike, who was Rudy Giuliani's client. And I know who they met with, which FBI agent they met with. I'm not going to name his name because maybe it's not time for that to come out.
Why? You said he was fired.
The story,
so, I mean,
if I want
should
to,
be public.
But it's not my story to tell because the person that can squash everything.
Do you know the story? Do you know the story? Do you know who the FBI agent is, Lev? Lev,
he said no already.
Just checking again. Already. Lev, do you know who the FBI agent is? You're muted, Lev, bottom left corner. You got to press on that mic button. Okay, sorry, Chaos. I'll let you keep responding while Lev unmutes his mic. Now, I've actually got a quick question for you, Lev. Not Lev, sorry, Chaos. While Lev fixes his mic, Ricardo.
Hello?
Oh, you're back. Yeah, sorry, guy. Do you know who the FBI agent is, Lev? You're muted again, Lev. I think someone keeps calling him. So usually that happens when someone keeps calling you. Whoever's calling you, Lev, you just got to block that number so it doesn't keep interrupting the It's a tip I give all the speakers. Just quickly, while Lev fixes the mic, Charles, quick question. In terms of the process to salvage information from the drive, so the drive was formatted, and so you had the physical drive, and then you used certain programs to sniff out information underneath the format. Is that correct?
Well, okay, so we used the drives that were broken, well, knocked around by the FBI. We're able to, what we did was we exported it into a Linux program and then converted it and then put it back into iOS. That's basically, how it was done, right? That is how it was done. Now, while the first original, which was Rudy's, was successfully put onto the laptop, that's when I went through to see, just skim through, and I was like, okay, this isn't populating, the names aren't populating, this isn't. And so I went to the file that I had from 2020, found a couple missing there, but I found a lot of the missing stuff from the stuff that I had taken off of Black Planet and in early 2020. So I was able to see more of the African pictures or their Israeli trips where I could get proper EXIF data, because what I did was I then exported all the photos into Google Drive, and that gave me exact location and time for everything too, which was amazing. After a couple of hours, it just populated. So that's basically how we did it. And then it was tedious, and I went through all of them, to see, well, where does this file fit? I have this random PDF, but I don't see it anywhere on the computer. And that's where we would see it, either in a note or on an email. Garrett Ziegler actually got the full merged perfect copy. I think it was the one that didn't have a lot of deletions, because I believe that a lot of information was actually purged from the drive. And I don't know if that, I was told that it was intentional to avoid distributing child pornography, whichever the case may be. But the majority of the blanks were filled in by the stuff that I got from Black Planet, which only came from a Fed-to-Fed transfer. So I know that because those are the same people that had the RNC and DNC images. So when the transfers were happening, they parsed a few, and I just picked up whatever files I could before they were timed out.
Lev, are you back? Yeah, Lev, are you back?
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course. Well. Just let me confirm. Let me confirm, Lev, Zero and Joe. I want you to mention what you saw on CNN, and then we'll go to Slayman. Lev, are you back with us?
Yeah, I lost you. I just got back.
All right, cool. I appreciate you being back. Joe, did you want to mention the article you sent me?
Yeah. Hey, Lev. I'm just looking into some of the stuff, and I know there's a lot of evidence you supplied the Senate with for the impeachment trial, and you took a lot of photos, 83 minutes worth of video, things like that in Spain. You say that Betancourt invited you, Giuliani, and others. Who were the others?
Guaido's family.
Okay. And what is some of the evidence that you haven't released yet that your lawyers here are saying?
Videos, text messages.
What's going to be the most damning thing we're going to see? Can you describe it?
Rudy taking a video of Guaido talking to Trump.
About what?
Guaido's father talking to Trump on behalf of Guaido.
Okay, so Lev, I have a question here that I got from a federal prosecutor, or former federal prosecutor, actually. Have you released this information, these videos, this postcard and such, to authorities? And what have they told you? Is there, again, I want to ask, are they entertaining anything? Even the Biden DOJ is not giving you any sort of information on or feedback on this?
Nope. But they have it all.
Tori, I've got a question for you. Because obviously we've got two different versions of events about this Spain story. From your perspective, was Lev present during the trip to Barcelona?
I never went to Barcelona. I don't know what you're talking about.
So there was Barcelona and Madrid. It was actually Madrid. I went through my messages just now while I was on mute. I knew Barcelona because of an event that happened, but it was actually Madrid. So, Lev, why don't you tell everyone who the FBI agent is?
Is she crazy? I don't know what she's talking
No, so
about.
wait,
Don't call me crazy. Don't insult me. I asked you a
So
question.
who?
Who was the
one
FBI
second,
agent?
Hold on. Let's
You're the
let Simon leave it.
Tori,
Let's see the FBI agent. Lev, do you know who? I asked you this before you dropped out. Do you know who the FBI agent is or could be, Lev? Because Tori.
Absolutely not. Unless he was one of the people that came with Guaido's
And who
parents.
are
But
those
no,
people? Who are
no.
those people?
It was his father, his mother-in-law. I mean, not his mother-in-law, his father's wife, his two sisters, two of Rudy's, there was an attorney, Guaido's attorney, Rudy's girlfriend, Maria Ryan, me, my wife, my kids, Igor, and his kids. And Alexander Betancourt, his wife, his mother, and we stayed the whole time at his palace. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Tori, what I'm not understanding is, are you trying to say he wasn't there? That's the bit I'm trying to ask.
How can you're asking me a question
No,
about
Lev.
something that she just made
Yeah,
up?
Lev. No. Lev. She's Sliman's asking chaos now.
Oh.
Yeah. So how, are you okay with me
Yeah,
calling you
either's fine.
Ahmed
Either's fine.
or
Yeah,
just
I'm sure
Suleiman?
he's fine with either.
Yeah, it's Suleiman, but it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, Suleiman. Thank you. I have a funky name, so I apologize. So, the original meeting that was to be held in Madrid, I said Barcelona because Barcelona was somewhere where somebody else was doing something. So that was my mistake because I looked at my texts from that time. It was a former FBI agent that was in 9/11 and actually it was fired post 9/11, and he knew the mayor. So Lev, again, you're saying that that's what happened, but there's a former FBI agent that was the reason they flew there and met. Because I know that from Mike, who was Rudy Giuliani's client at the
why
time.
were we meeting this FBI agent then? Okay,
I don't know.
with the
You
story.
tell me.
You don't know? I don't know. There was no. You told me. This is hilarious.
I don't know. Maybe you were being set up. Who knows, right? I'm just saying. I mean, you did say that Robert Storch in 2019 was lobbying in Bahrain. That would be really fucked up for an IG of the NSA to do. I don't know. Can they lobby when they're IGs of the NSA?
I don't know what you're talking about. I swear. This is
You
crazy.
just said that. You just said that.
No, not that. About this whole Spain thing. You're making up stories and you're just...
I'm not making it up. That's fact. You just don't like it.
Chaos, is there... Chaos, is there... Hold on,
In
Lev.
terms of her second
Yes,
question,
my
though,
man.
it's a good question. Just as a separate question, Lev, can an IG do what she said in Bahrain?
I didn't even know he was an IG. I don't know what she's talking about. I know him as a lobbyist type of a guy that had his own operation, and he was partners with Rudy, and they got contracts. So I don't know. I don't know that he's an IG. She's saying this. I mean, I have no idea if that's true.
Why don't you Google it?
That's fine, Lev. Tori, I hope that's the right name. So Tori, listen. Again, you still not answered the question. Are you trying to say, because we're still trying to not understand your side of the argument, are you trying to say that Lev was not present in Madrid?
I am trying to say that the Madrid trip is not what Lev said. And
so you're saying he was. So wait 1 second, sorry. So you're saying he was.
I can't confirm or deny that. The person that can
what,
isn't on right now.
Okay, so is it possible there were two different trips?
No, this is the same trip.
Okay, so is in that trip what Lev said in terms of the people that they met, according to your sources, were they also there?
During that, I can't say.
Okay,
I can't.
So basically,
I will not confirm. Listen, what I'm not going to do is confirm things for Lev. But what I can tell you is that Lev is not being honest. And there is one person that is verifiably Rudy Giuliani's only other client aside from President Trump. And that person was in the room when they decided that they're going to Madrid. And there was a reason. So Lev, if you didn't see the FBI agent, I think you're getting rolled up with SDNY too. So, this is just my speculation of why you don't know this FBI agent that was all over the news a few years ago for some stuff, right? And he's working out in Spain for some reason. So Lev, if you didn't know that he was there and what you're saying is true, I'd be very worried if I was you.
Why should he be worried?
Well, sometimes when you stick to the script too much, right? there's consequences. And right now, Lev has obviously received assurances with making statements as such. And sometimes, you know, in the intelligence community, I guess you let people roll themselves up themselves, right, Lev? And that's basically what I'm feeling right now, is that someone's rolling themselves up like a nice sushi roll for them. Because when you're saying these things, right, you should be aware that there is a way for truth to be found out. And Mike was in that room when they decided to go to Madrid.
So, Lev, her argument is that because you're unaware of this meeting with the FBI, and then she's basically claiming that you may have a deal with the authorities or the FBI, that they may be basically manipulating you. I think that's her argument.
Hey, Lev, your mic, you gotta.
I mean,
Go ahead.
okay. If that's her argument, okay, whatever. I don't understand it. I don't understand what she's talking about. But I guess if you guys understand it, God bless you. I don't know.
Well, Lev, you did say that the IG of the NSA was lobbying in 2019 in Bahrain, and that would be against all norms and laws. I mean, do we have a FARA document on file for the IG of the NSA doing that while IG of the NSA?
Hold on a second. Okay, is there any way I could post a tweet?
Yes. So click on the yes. So you can click on the share button.
Not a tweet. What's it called? A text message.
Yeah. You can send a screenshot of it if you want, Lev. So you have my DM. So what I'm going to do you have WhatsApp on your phone or not?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect. I'm gonna send you through my WhatsApp number now, and you can send me everything there directly via DMs. So you're gonna get it from my account via DM. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now. And then that link there, if you click on it, is my direct number. So I've just sent it to you now on Twitter.
Okay. Hold on a second. It says continue chat.
Yep, and it should take you.
I have it's telling me to download it. Is this a different WhatsApp?
This is so you have just send me, don't say it here. Send me through your number on the thing.
I'll send you my phone number.
Yeah, send it on Twitter. Exactly. Send it through with this +1, I guess. So send it through the code.
Because this is getting tiring. I'm going to do this one time just to and then I'm not going to do this no more.
I understand.
I'm going to go to sleep if this continues.
Okay, I understand, Liv.
Okay, send me a WhatsApp.
I'll do it now, and if everyone, I'll keep the mics muted, everyone. Yeah, just sent you through a message. I'm going to send it to you now. Hold on. I've just sent you through. Just sent you through a message. I heard the vibrations, so I'm guessing you got it.
Yeah, I just got it.
Well, the silence is soothing for a minute.
No, let's keep the silence. I prefer it. So keep
Maybe
the silence.
Nick will favor us with a song,
Hold on.
right, Nick?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, Tira, definitely.
Hold on, guys.
We'll make half the room leave.
Guys, please. Thank you, Lev. Nick, can I share it with Nick and Slyman, Lev, the two co-hosts? Lev, can I share it with the two co-hosts?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, guys. So Slyman and Nick, I've just sent it through to you. Also, if I ask you one more favor, Lev, the person's name at the top, if you can click on that, and then send me a screenshot just to confirm the phone number there to make sure it's valid, if you don't mind. I'm reading the message in the meantime. Thank you. And so, can we read out what I see? Can I read it out to the audience?
Sure.
Perfect. I'm reading it. I haven't read it yet, so I'll read it out openly for everyone. So this is a message from Maria Rudy.
That's Rudy's girlfriend, Maria Ryan.
Okay, thanks. And then if you click on that and send me through the screenshot, it'd be great just to validate. Hi, Lev. Rudy wanted me to reach out to you about Spain. Joanne sent me a flight that said we're leaving on August 1 at 5 p.m. She was going to get me a flight from Boston to New York prior to that flight. I just spoke to Rudy and he said you already booked us a plane on Wednesday, July 31st. Please let me know if this is true. It is okay with the both of us, but we need to get me a flight from Boston to New York. And on the way back, are we flying into New York or to Boston? He is okay flying into Boston, but then he and his detail will need a flight from Boston to New York. Please let me know as soon as possible. All my best, Maria. And then the response, I'm going to have Diana, my assistant, call you right now and let her know what is best, and she will get it booked with 3 thumbs up. And then Maria says perfecto with the perfect sign, and then there's 2 thumbs up in response. And that was on July 24th, 2019 at 6:18 p.m.
So obviously, I'm the one that booked the tickets. I know who flew. I'm the one that picked him up from the airport. He was with me. I don't know what she's talking about.
And was that your assistant?
I think so. So I do. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say one thing, Chaos. So if there's anything, because I with all respect, of course, Chaos, but like he's been providing detailed answers, as Simon mentioned earlier, to every question, and being as detailed as possible, giving names, giving specific details. In this case, sending out a screenshot as well. So I know you've made a lot of allegation, Chaos, and I appreciate you coming on and sharing the stage, but it's just important to back that information, whether through names or facts or details, so we can validate it, so it makes for a discussion. Otherwise, it's just very hard to verify the information shared from the other side.
Like Chaos, the FBI agent, you mentioned it's not private information. He's all over online. It was happening 9/11. It's just I don't see how you can't tell us who it is when it's a public information. Do you know what I mean?
So, sources, right? That's the thing. I can come back. I can DM it to you tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't take notes on my phone because those are the first thing anyone takes from anyone doing any work or investigating anything. So I didn't keep the name on there, and I'm currently not at my studio where I have the name written down. Now, what I can say is that I know for a fact what he just sent was interesting, because that's a reactive response, and that I would expect him to do that, to share something to prove, right? But again, I'm taking it back to the person that was actually there. And from what it sounds like, Maria had delegated to your assistant, Lev, to book their tickets. I know Maria very well. Okay. And that sounds like Maria coordinating. Rudy usually is not involved with that. It's always Maria coordinating it, right? Because he's busy doing other things. So that tells me nothing. That tells me that it was delegated to her. Does he know? Maybe, maybe not. I can tell you that many times I've been in his presence where things are being booked for him last minute by somebody else to go somewhere. And he's like, well, who's doing this? And Maria was like, oh, I took care of it. I made sure. She just takes care of the logistics. So again, how is Mike Tremarco there in Madrid with him and you didn't know about it?
No, but you need to provide some kind of proof that Mike was there, because he keeps on saying
Mike can tell you that. Mike can tell you that himself.
So can we bring him up?
He can tell you that himself.
Can we bring him up?
He could tell you that himself, but it's pretty late and he has a new baby, so.
Okay. Yeah, but we can have him in tomorrow if we need, because basically Lev is adamant that he wasn't there. That's right. Is that right, Lev?
We can call up Mike and see if he can come in tomorrow.
Totally, because he will poke some nice holes there, Lev.
You could call up whoever you want, but let them bring facts. If you're just going to bring people with some guy Mike that's going to say some other nonsense, I'm not even going to waste my time with
Lev,
this.
just because you say it doesn't mean it's true, okay?
No.
Don't insult someone you don't know.
Let him show a picture of us, a
evidence.
ticket, a plane ticket, a text message, something to prove that he was with me and Rudy in Madrid.
Yeah, to be fair, Chaos, there is a ton of evidence online that Lev was with Rudy in Spain. It's all over the place. So he was there with
No, I'm not saying that he wasn't there. I didn't say I'm confirming or denying, but the reason for the trip is completely opposite from what I know it to be, because it had stemmed out of something else. And I'd really love to reveal the name, but I really stick to my sources and what they tell me, and I respect that. So I have to ask for that permission. Even though, like I said, he's a very well-known person.
But can you say why they were there then?
No, but a couple of points. First of all,
we understand as a journalist you have to respect your sources and you can't reveal them. But the problem is you've basically give so much information that a person can find it online. You've told it's a FBI agent who got fired. He got fired due to 9/11. He was all over online a couple of years ago. So the only thing we don't have is his name. You've basically revealed it. It's just going to take people a bit of work to
Yes,
find out who it
it
is.
does take a little bit of work,
So,
but I'm
so,
pretty
so,
sure
Yeah.
Millie
So
and I
you've
tag teaming Mike.
already given your source away. So it's not like you're protecting the source. That's my point. So the
Well,
issue.
methods.
Sorry. Oh, anyway,
so
so this and the other issue is where the disagreement with you guys is he says he was there. He's given the reasoning for it. You're saying I don't know if he may have been there. I'm not denying that, but there was actually another person there. So now we need evidence that that other person was there, and not just him saying it, but we actually need substantial evidence that that person was there to then counter his then because I guess the whole basis of this is you want to basically disprove that he what he's saying there's any veracity to it.
Right. So, well, what I hear Lev doing is talking points and speaking of events that were orchestrated. I think Millie can attest to the source. She knows him very well, too. He was the only other client Rudy Giuliani had when President Trump was his client. He was the only other client.
I want to.
He was the only one that could walk in at any time and speak to the mayor because he was his client. And their trip to Madrid was based on something that they were working on.
Chaos, I've just got another question separate. So the question here is from someone from the audience. Were you ever in possession of Hunter Biden's physical laptop and or hard drive? Because the process that you talked about earlier sounds like it's recovering data from a formatted drive. Can you just confirm if that's correct?
The drive that I recovered data from was the one that Rudy Giuliani had, that when he was raided by the FBI, they didn't take it. He said, those are Hunter's drives. The laptop in those drives, you can take them. And they left them, but they knocked them about. So that's what I recovered for him on that day.
Okay, I will see if there's a follow-up question here from that audience member. But I think other than this, I'm going to just do a follow-up question here. Slayman, I'm not sure if you have further questions because that was I think we've taken up a lot of Chaos's time. Just going to have a follow-up question here. All right, what's the what are the ethics or legalities of scraping data of a formatted drive? That's like all the questions were kind of leading to that one. Are you aware of that at all?
If I was, I wouldn't speak to it. Capabilities are important to be kept. I could just say, could be done a number of ways.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Okay,
I think I'm done.
Tori, I have quite a few questions. So obviously we kind of digressed to the Spain story, but initially when you came in here, you were quite adamant and vehement that what Lev had told us in the space for a number of hours before you arrived was inaccurate. So can you tell us specifically, let's go one point at a time, but specifically what point you have contentions with what Lev said and you say, you know what, that is inaccurate?
Okay, his interactions with the mayor, his position with the mayor.
Just be more precise. So basically, because your argument is that how was his interaction different?
Okay, well, his interactions were simply to be a localizer, and being Ukrainian, he could help, right? But Lev actually did it for data collection. You know, he sat here to all of you and told you that the IG of the NSA was lobbying. I need people to be listening to what people are saying.
That's a different point.
This is key.
But
the things he said about the mayor, I know are not factual. There are many things that he says, like maybe he did with Maduro, maybe he did with Guaido, but then he's quoting John Bolton, and I know exactly where John sat. You know, a lot of people do. He doesn't hide it. He's the biggest warmonger there is. A lot of things, one by one. But this is. I jumped in late. Right?
Yeah. But I just want to get to the point where you said, look, for title doesn't matter. But you can call him the chief assistant if you want. But the point is, what was the job was there something that Lev said he was told to do that you're saying he did not do, and you have evidence?
By the mayor, I don't know what was told to him. I don't know what he was supposed to do. But what I do know
So he
is
explained.
that in
Check your
Madrid
DMs,
there
Lemon.
was FBI presence. FBI presence. That's what I do know. And if Lev can't identify that there was FBI presence, then I'd be worried if I was Lev.
No, but this is the Spain one. We're not going to go back to because you're going to verify that by bringing that person as evidence. But specifically, what his contention was that when they, so let's go one at a time then. So he said initially in 2018, his job was to go to Ukraine and find out about Biden's, interactions there or what his relations were there with the Ukrainians. Are you saying that that wasn't the job he was given to do?
I believe he was there only to help on the localizing with that whole hot mess of an embassy.
So expand on that a bit more. What do you mean? What was his job? Just to translate?
Lev, were you not involved in the communications regarding the American embassy in Ukraine stymieing communications with the Department of Justice? Yes or no?
With all due respect, I'm not even going to speak to you.
Well, I just asked you a legitimate question. Were you involved in those communications with the American embassy stymieing communications between the Ukrainian government and the Department of Justice? That's all I asked.
I don't think he wants to answer. Slyman, any further questions on your end?
Yeah. There were. I mean, I've got a lot of questions for Tori and
Okay,
basically.
I'll let you kind of go ahead because Lev is done with the discussion.
Well, yeah. We do have. There are some a bunch of audience questions for.
Go for the audience questions then. But I guess what I was going to get to was I wanted to try and because we're getting a lot of messages, Tori, and what the main point people are saying is, and I just want to be perfectly honest with you, is you're making a lot of statements and not able to back them up. You're not being very precise in your statements. You're not explaining things in detail about what your position is. And obviously, I'm asking you questions to try and get you to give us a bit more information.
Yeah.
Just to provide you with a bit more credibility. So I'm just being totally honest with you.
No, that's perfect. Look, I'm not going to give the name out of the FBI agent or what I knew was being done in Madrid because it is not my firsthand story to tell. Firsthand story I can tell is that I was aware of what was going on in Ukraine. As a contractor, I had hired all those people to go down there. I knew what was going on, and asking questions about Biden's dealings in Ukraine is not something that no one would not ask about, considering on global TV, he clearly was withholding funds unless something was done. So I don't see how that would be a problem to ask that question. Any reasonable person would ask that question and say, hey, how is he able to blackmail someone with, so much money, either do this, fire that person.
I've got a question, if you don't mind, Tori. Okay, just actually hold on. Let me, before being able to ask the question, just waiting for a confirmation before asking the question.
Yeah, while you're getting the confirmation. So then basically, Tori, you're agreeing with Lev in the sense of that was his objective when he went to Ukraine, to be able to gather that information, because he obviously didn't go there with Guiliani and be just specifically translator. So he was there to be able to get that information. So you accept that, right?
I accept that we needed to be in Ukraine to understand why the American embassy was disallowing communication justice in the U.S. and the equivalent in Ukraine. And that would stem back to the Obama-Biden administration and Obama's and Biden's interactions within the Ukraine on a more personal level.
So you agree with
Chaos, are you speaking about Peter Strzok? Is that who you're speaking about in terms of the FBI agent that worked on 9/11?
No, the FBI agent was at 9/11. Couple years after that, he got into some sex scandal thing and left. And he's been working the Spain desk for a while. But fired, I guess. Contracting now? Is that the right way to say it?
Tori, we're going to... Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead,
hold
Mark.
on. No. There's something in the background. Just give me a sec. So I'll let you ask another couple of questions. Tori, I think you're gonna like this one. So Slayman,
Yeah, sure. I've got
if you
quite a few.
ask a couple of
So
questions and then I'll come in
yeah,
with my thing.
of course I can. So so up to now, when you get to 2017 to 2018, you're both, you and Lever, basically have no disagreement in the story. Essentially, you just basically disagreeing about his job title or whatever it is, which for me is not that relevant, to be honest. And now, then what happens is we have this. So
No, go ahead.
then we have the situation with Zelensky. Do you disagree with? I mean, that one was very public in terms of impeachment and so on and so forth. So, do you deny or disagree with Lev's involvement in that situation?
I will refrain from making comments.
Sorry, I've got a question. I've got a question. So was Rudy the godfather of one of Lev's kids? Do you know if he was or wasn't?
I don't have Lev's file that I have in front of me, but I don't know. Could be not.
Okay. So I want to mention, the reason I'm asking this is I do have a picture, and Lev has shared it with me, of Lev, and I'm not going to share it publicly, of course, but Lev is with Rudy, and Rudy is holding Lev's baby child at the I don't know what you call the Jewish event when the baby's born. I don't know what you call it. And the kid's name is Brian, and so Lev was asking me to share this information, and it just kind of highlights the close relationship that I wasn't even aware of. The close relationship that Lev and Rudy had, and it just kind of shows again just more and more evidence. He sent me photos, he sent me text messages so far, a very detailed story to corroborate Lev's story. So I would have loved.
It corroborates his story. Thanks, Mario. Lev, so you guys were so close. Why are you burying him now?
Well,
That's
I
a
have
real question.
pictures with Rudy and my kids. I don't understand really what that proves.
Yeah, me too. I have pictures of that too.
Yeah, but this one I think
my
is more
question is,
not just picture with his kids. It's just him being the godfather of one of his kids.
Tori, you know why that's important is because, and again, just for you to a chance for you to clarify, hence why we're asking the questions. It's because your argument for a bit seemed like it was that, look, this guy was just basically a translator. He's trying to make himself look more important.
he was no, I didn't. I said he knew him, and Rudy trusted him to be his localizer. Right? That's why he brought him on, rather than get some intelligence contractor or somebody else to be an interpreter / translator or take him around. He trusted Lev. The question all of you should be asking is, okay, let's say he's his godfather, right? Of the child, and they have all this. The question is, Lev, why are you throwing him under the bus? Because you got to pay your own legal fees? Is that it?
He explained that. Again, I'm not backing him up. I asked him very tough questions before you came, when he was here, and he did answer them in detail. You're answering questions quite respectfully, so I appreciate that. It's just that there's not detail in your answers. But he explained that the reason for it was he did care about them. They were close. They had close communications. But when he was in prison, there were a couple of incidents that occurred that made him switch, and they were when they told him via a lawyer and via a postcard that he is claiming that he's going to release. He hasn't released to the public at the moment, but that's what he said. But he claims that in them postcards, they told him to basically, man up, deal with it, and, stay quiet. And that allegedly gave him the epiphany, is what his claim is.
I don't know. In most cultures, that's considered,
So I wanna go to Nick and Lev. I appreciate you sending me more things in the background. Nick, I want you to introduce Media Saboteur.
Yep. Media, welcome to the stage. I know we've been trying to get up Benjamin Zev, who is a prosecutor, or a former prosecutor, and I know that you two have been working on some questions here. So if you have some questions for Lev, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, gents, for having me up. Thanks, Mario, of course. I'm here on behalf of Ben Zev. He's having some connection issues at the moment, so I'm just going to read a couple questions directed to Lev, if that's all right.
Yeah, Lev.
With you, Lev.
So Ben's identity has been verified. Lev, just let you know he's been on stage 2 days ago as well. So we'll go question by question. Media Saboteur.
All right. First question, Mr. Parnes. My parents live in Israel, and your name is well known, so please do not take this as an attack. You commented that you had a postcard from Rudy Giuliani claiming that it said along the lines of, keep your mouth shut, you'll be fine. Then you said you can't talk about it because of an upcoming investigation. You have disclosed the postcard and the contents of the postcard. That would be explosive evidence. Have you shared that with any authority and or prosecutor?
Lev?
And of course, if anyone probably does know or does not know, Ben Zev is a former federal prosecutor himself, and these questions are, again, coming from him.
Yes, the Southern District of New York.
Okay, when did you hand those over? And again, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier. Have you had any communication with them since then? Is there any interest in pursuing any sort of charges or an investigation?
I answered that question 100 times that nobody's contacted me. I don't know if there's an investigation. I don't know what's going on, but they have all my records. They had all my phones. I've opened up everything to them, so they have everything.
Media?
Media saboteur.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Yeah, second question. Touching on what Kim.com said and knowing that you are close with the Israeli government, what are your thoughts on Prime Minister Bennett saying that the U.S. vetoed any peace negotiations?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was doing something. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Yeah, sure. Touching on what Kim.com said and knowing that you are close with the Israeli government, what are your thoughts on Prime Minister Bennett saying that the U.S. vetoed any peace negotiations?
I haven't been close with them since my arrest, so I mean, any comment I would have would be just pure opinion, and I really don't want to give opinions on the space. I just want to give facts and the truth. So,
all right. Third, it is clear that since Hunter Biden has launched litigation to clear his name, that tells me, as a former federal prosecutor, he does not fear any repercussions as a result of the laptop. People need to understand that, in my opinion, as a career federal prosecutor, that the chain of custody issues cannot be overcome, meaning that it could never be used as evidence. What are your thoughts on that? Also, because of your credibility issues, do you expect that there will be any opportunity to testify in any capacity? And has anyone reached out to you regarding this?
Well, that's the whole question. As far as Hunter Biden goes, I mean, I think the truth eventually is going to come out on everything. And I think him suing, shows, I agree with you, that he's not scared of what's to come because discovery works both ways. As far as my credibility goes, the only people that said I'm not credible, I've never lied. I've never been convicted of lying, never been even questioned on any of my, I have thousands of articles, I have hundreds of interviews I've done on CNN, MSNBC, and I've done a bunch of podcasts. And the funny part is Donald Trump has never come out and said one thing that I lied about. Rudy Giuliani has never come out and said one lie about. The only person that called me a liar one time was Devin Nunes, and Adam Schiff brought out the phone records to show that he's a liar. So my credibility, I think, is very good because whatever I say, I have as they say, the receipts to prove it. And I have no bone in this fight except to get the truth out.
Fair enough. Yeah, that was pretty much everything that I had. I was just going to throw up one more thing in the Jumbotron on behalf of a buddy, a fair call out regarding Trump's so-called upcoming arrest that's expected to happen in Manhattan, and tying into the legal apparatus within Manhattan. How far can we really trust it, given what happened to Mr. F?
Okay. All right, Nick, I know you're talking to the former attorney directly. Any follow-up questions there? Nick?
Working on
Anything
it.
On your own? Oh, okay.
Check your WhatsApp.
If you, let me check my WhatsApp. Okay, I see it. Look, Lev, there's a few more questions coming from the former attorney, but I just got a question for you, Lev. Like we've all gone hours and hours listening to you today. There's going to be a lot of content that's going to be going out to the press tomorrow. As soon as my team wakes up, they'll be sending it out. you did say you don't have any bone in the fight other than just getting the truth out there. What got you to this level?
Basically spending a lot of time reflecting, doing counseling, spending time in prison, looking back at, what transpired, spending a lot of time with my family, because when I was in Trump's world and mega world at that time, I was a different person. I didn't listen to anybody except for whatever was going on in that world. And just want to be a different person. I'm not the person I was, and I'm just trying to do what's right now and get the truth out. And wherever it lays, it lays. Like I said, I'm not doing any speculation. I'm not giving my opinions. I'm just telling you exactly what transpired, when it transpired, and how it transpired. Unfortunately, some people might not like it. I don't like it. I don't like what happened. I don't like what happened to our country. I don't like what happened to me. I don't like what happened to a lot of people. And honestly, I don't like what happened to Rudy Giuliani because he was not the same person that I thought he was when I met him. Same thing with Trump. I had totally different understanding and respect for him, our government, our congressmen, our senators. But after being involved in watching the way they lie without even blinking and the stories they tell, it just... it was very upsetting. And so, I just want to get the truth out and clear my name of all the nonsense that was going on and what people like KS talk about.
I do have the Nick is going to get the prosecutor with the final couple of questions for you. I think that will be the final, maybe 3-4 questions we get from the former prosecutor, and then we'll wrap it up from our end. Nick, you've got the prosecutor yet from your laptop? If not, I think that's pretty much it.
Lev, I've got a question, and it's just, I mean, it may sound like a conspiracy theory, but just based on the Chaos's line of questioning. But you were sentenced. Was your sentence reduced?
What do you mean? Was it reduced?
So, for example, because like I said, I didn't know the specific details of your case. So, as an example, let's say you were sentenced to like 20 months or for 3 years.
20 months. I was sentenced to 20 months.
And did you spend the full 20 months in prison?
No, I spent 4 months in prison. I got out on the CARES Act, and I'm currently doing the rest of my sentence in home confinement.
And how long have you got left on that sentence?
Till December. Almost another year.
Okay. And what would you say to people who try and insinuate that basically the reason you've turned on Trump and Giuliani...
Hold on, just quickly, sorry. We do have someone that we all know that is a hell of an investigator. Chaos, can I ask you a question? You say true or false. Is that okay, Tori? Because you say you can't give me a name. Perfect. Is the FBI agent you're referring to... Hold on, let me see if I have authority to say it. Okay, I won't say his name. I won't say the source's name, but I'm allowed to say the name. Is the FBI agent's name John Huvane? Huvane.
I cannot confirm that.
John Huvane wasn't there. John Huvane was Rudy's partner in the cyber company, and he wasn't in Spain, so I could confirm that. I know John Huvane very well.
That kind of closes that book. We'll finish from there.
And was he a former FBI agent?
Huh?
Was he a former FBI agent?
I don't know that.
Nick, go ahead.
Okay, so I've got Ben Zeb on here. He is a former federal prosecutor. Obviously, this is right up his alley here. I'm basically just routing him through my laptop to my phone here to get him on the space, so excuse the audio quality. But Ben, go ahead with your question.
So Mr. Parnas, first of all, as I said to my friend Media, your name is very well known in Israel. I have nothing but respect for you. And I do have a very good bullshit detector, so I agree with the previous attorney that said, I do believe that you are, in all likelihood, telling the truth. My questions, they will be brief. I know you have to go. And I'm sorry if these have already been asked, but this is just a phenomenal opportunity. So in terms of this postcard, and I'm sorry to keep coming back to this, I do believe that indeed you do have this postcard. You have mentioned that you can't disclose it or talk about it because of upcoming and forthcoming investigations and so forth. But
No, what
you
I said
already
is,
have, right? You have disclosed in the space that Rudy Giuliani sent you a postcard in prison saying, to the effect of, keep your mouth shut and you'll be fine. My question is, have you shared that, if you indeed are in possession of it, with anyone?
again, as I answered,
Twitter space? Because that, in my mind,
as I answered,
if you're considering the Southern
Yeah,
District
go
of
ahead.
New York,
Nick, Lev's answering the question. Nick, tell.
Rudy Giuliani
okay,
that has surfaced yet.
Yeah, go ahead.
In my mind,
Nick, you got to mute.
any of
Nick, you got to mute. Yeah, go ahead, Lev. I'll let you answer.
Okay. I have shared it with the Southern District. I'm not sure if my attorney shared it with the House during the impeachment. I don't know that for a fact or not, so I can't say that. But I didn't say that I'm holding it for an investigation that's happening. What I did say is that I just got out of prison. I'm getting my bearings out. I'm hoping to be able to use all the evidence that I haven't disclosed on Twitter or in the media or on television to be called up, maybe hopefully as a congressional witness, to be able to share so this information doesn't get diluted. But if that doesn't happen soon, I will be releasing the stuff. So, just a matter of time, and also, with counsel of my attorneys when I could do it.
All right, so I want to say this, Nick, before no more questions,
And you
Nick.
did answer that.
Yeah, hold on. Nick, I think these questions have been asked a few times already. We've gone through them many times. So I think if Ben has questions for Lev or he can offer him any support in any way, I'll connect him directly. I have a final question for Lev. Lev, do you have, the information you've shared, and you seem to have information that you haven't shared? That information, if true, and most of us, even people that disagree with you, have said they believe it is to be true. And I see you've sent me a lot of stuff on WhatsApp, more than I even asked for. So I've got two questions for you. I'll ask the first one first. Do you have any concerns for your safety in any way?
I've had concerns for my safety from the day I started working with Giuliani and Trump. I mean, I used to wear a bulletproof vest in my meetings in Ukraine. So I absolutely, have concerns, but I believe in God, and I believe that He has the right passage for me and that He'll protect me and things will be fine. And as far as people that believe me or don't believe me, like I said, I don't have a bone to pick. I'm not against Republicans. I'm not against Democrats. And I didn't turn on Trump or Giuliani. They turned on me. And all I'm doing is telling the truth because they are the ones that said they didn't know me, that I'm a liar and discredited me. So, like I said again, I mean, I'm not trying to fight with the right or the left. I want everybody to be united. I want our country to be united. I'm just hoping to clear my name up and to clear up a lot of the facts that have transpired, and hopefully that will help, get this thing going, united again.
And last question. I said I have two questions. The second question and the last one is all the information that you have, the letterhead that you got, the postcard that you got, and you got pictures, you got text messages, etc. It could sound like a silly question and something you already done, but have you backed it up somewhere else? Do you have different people that might have that information? Because I'm sure many would consider it very, very valuable.
Absolutely. It's in several different places, in several different safes.
Okay. And Sliman, any final question? I see you.
Can I just say something real quick to Lev?
Just 1 second, Joe. First of all, I just want to thank you, Lev, because I did ask. I know a lot of people might have heard towards the end where I was basically asking Tory questions as well and tough ones, but I did ask you a lot of tough questions and you did give detailed answers, so I really appreciate that. And my last question was just this, and just popped into my head now. Do you think, or is this part of the reason why you feel like Trump turned on you? Is that, do you believe that he should have pardoned you?
No, I was offered a pardon. I didn't accept it. I don't believe him. I just saw the way he treated everybody else, and I wouldn't be able to live with myself being pardoned by him and then being, looked at as some kind of, bad human being in this country. So that's why I didn't even go that route. I distanced myself and just let my attorney tell the truth, and that's why I contacted the House and told them, here you are. Here's everything that I did. Here's all the.
One more question. But if he offered you a pardon, means he didn't turn on you. He was actually going to give you a way out.
No, it was offered after I already, when he found out that we were going to cooperate with the House.
Okay, thank you. Mario, I just wanted to say thanks again.
Sure.
Yeah, Lev, I just want to say one thing. If your purpose, as you said to me earlier on, was to unite the country, I think what happened today in this space, for some of us, shows that would happen. I think your evidence exposes both sides of the aisle, and I think that's important if we're going to unite the country again. So I wish you luck.
Yeah, Joe, sent me a message. Lev, Joe, sent me a message.
Real quickly.
You got media?
Do you have any documentation proving your pardon? Do you have any documentation proving a presidential pardon?
Documentation. I'll have to ask my attorney if he has the text from Rudy. I don't remember if he texted me or on which phone or what. I don't know. I can't answer that right now.
All right. Well, I just want to say the message that Joe sent me, I kind of wrap it up with this. He says, this guy walked into a room that was fighting back and forth. And that was before you came when we were talking about Trump's indictment. And he says, and we're united. His evidence exposes both sides of the aisle. So your story, Lev, obviously, if true, and I think a lot of us will believe it's true, is an incredible story. Really appreciate you sharing it. And I'll be very interested to see what happens moving, as of tomorrow when we start sending this out to the media, and ask everyone to share this story, and try to get some sort of impact from it. We've been doing this for 10 hours. I really appreciate you, Lev. I really appreciate everyone that helped get this discussion going, and the two co-hosts that helped with the questioning. And Lev, you've got my number. Anything I could do to help, please do let me know, and we'll see where this goes. Thank you, Lev, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, everyone. And I promise I will get all the information out. I'm not going to hold it back, and to make sure and everybody could make their own decisions however they want with it. But I'll get it all out. I promise.
Thank you, Lev. You got my number. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay.